Chapter 1. The Transmigration. Ding! A new gift has been obtained, the gathering ant. A sudden voice echoed in Chun Yin's mind, rousing him from slumber. What on earth? Had he transmigrated? Was this the ant nest? Ants? Chun Yin's mind was in disarray, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Is this what transmigrators have come to? How utterly absurd! Frustration bubbled within him. Yet upon further contemplation, it seemed rather reasonable. After all, if I've transmigrated, what's the point in taking it seriously? As he spoke, he began to survey his surroundings. Towering trees loomed above, obscuring the sky, while the occasional chirp of birds echoed through the air and a crystal-clear stream meandered nearby. It was all rather sudden, lacking any preamble, unlike the films and dramas where one is electrocuted, struck by a vehicle, or met with violence. It appears I have rather meager possessions on me. And what is this ant nest all about? Quite impressive. Perhaps this is the great power bestowed upon me by the heavens to survive in this new world? As he pondered this, he heard the system's prompt. The ant nest comprises 10 levels. The first level is now accessible. The ants on this level are fusion ants. Would you like to view the information on the fusion ants? Yes. No sooner had Chun Yin spoken than a projection materialized before him, displaying text. Gathering ant trait. Ordinary level, 0. Combat power, 0.0001. Quantity, 100. Fusion. Can merge with other ant species currently fused with 0 species. Predation. Feeds on powerful animals and plants, extracting their strength to empower its nest and accelerate hatching. Feeds on special creatures and plants with a low probability of stripping the target's attributes. Upon reading the information about the ant colony, an idea crystallized in the palm of his left hand, manifesting as a common ant, approximately half a centimeter in length. Its black body, short antennae, slender legs, plump abdomen, and seemingly harmless mouth evoked Chun Yin's knowledge that, within the realm of ants, no ant was truly weak. He fell silent. Truly, the system is commendable, offering such formidable assistance. My combat power has risen to 0.0001. Chun Yin observed the ant, which seemed to be gazing back at him. Its black eyes bore no hint of emotion, akin to a remorseless assassin questioning him. What are you staring at? Chun Yin chuckled bitterly, then forcefully tossed the ant away. What a joke! The unfortunate creature was flung into a patch of grass, leaping up only to crash down with a thud, legs splayed in the air, rendered unconscious. Infuriated, Chun Yin nearly leaped up, hands on his hips, and shouted to the heavens. Have you lost your mind? Do you take me for a fool? The systems out there are astonishing. Each can reshape the world, conjuring miracles. One unreasonable sign-in could yield 1,000 rewards. Why give me ants? Is this meant to be a life sentence? Damn it! His shout was abruptly interrupted by a chilling howl, causing Chun Yin to fall silent instantly. He curled up, hiding amidst the underbrush, resembling a stone statue. He truly lacked the courage to confront a wild wolf. Feigning death, he suddenly felt as if something was crawling in his pants. Looking down, he discovered a small black and yellow ant. He picked it up for a closer inspection. Approximately 2 centimeters in length, with a pale yellow abdomen, long bristles, sturdy mandibles, and eyes like sesame seeds. Discovered a new species, soldier ant. Would you like to merge? Upon hearing this, Chun Yin felt invigorated. Though ants may appear diminutive, they possess 2 formidable abilities. If I can absorb more colonies, there lies hope for me. Merge! His tone resolute. The despair that had once clouded his mind dissipated. As he uttered those words, a miracle transpired. The ant in his hand radiated a gentle glow, enveloping it entirely. Moments later, all the ants vanished. Dumbfounded, Chun Yin muttered to himself, "Indeed, this is something remarkable. It seems I misjudged the ant nest." In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Chun Yin's mind. He believed that following this wondrous fusion, his prize-gathering ant would yield significant rewards. It was transformed. "You vile wolf, daring to threaten me. Today you shall witness true ferocity." Chun Yin's gaze sharpened, brimming with murderous intent. "Come forth, gathering ants. Arise." With a thunderous command, all the ant colonies were summoned forth. each measuring approximately an inch, their bodies entirely black, with short antennae, long legs, and rounded abdomens. There was no discernible change. Strictly speaking, the black pupils appeared slightly smaller, and the overall physique had become more proportionate, losing some of its previous cuteness. Chun Yin rubbed his eyes, suspecting he had misperceived. Once his vision cleared, he gazed once more at the ant. Yet, regardless of his longing, there was no alteration. Refusing to give up, Chun Yin shifted his focus to the data panel of the gathering ant. Gathering ant trait. Ordinary level, 0. Combat power, 0.001. Fusion. Can merge with other ant species to grow stronger, currently fused with one species. Predation. Feeds on powerful animals and plants, extracting their strength to empower its nest and accelerate hatching. Feeds on special creatures and plants with a low probability of stripping the target's attributes. Indeed, changes have occurred after merging with the soldier ant. The combat power of all gathering ants has risen from 0.0001 to 0.001. This was a qualitative leap. Standing amidst the underbrush, Chun Yin let out a piercing laugh. You have gone too far. This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 2. The Transformation of the Lowly Laborer. Though Chun Yin was dissatisfied with the actions of the ant nest, he recognized its vast potential for development. By continuing to absorb, there would surely come a day when it would become his trump card for survival. Stuck in this primitive jungle, his only recourse was to rely on the system. Fortunately, there are ants everywhere here. Before long, Chun Yin encountered another ant. Discovered a new species, worker ant. Would you like to merge? Merge! The ant in Chun Yin's hands suddenly vanished, and he promptly checked its data, discovering minimal change. The only distinction was that his combat power had risen from 0.001 to 0.01. Any change was better than none, and it rekindled his determination. In this state, he transformed into a seeker, scouring every corner of the jungle. In less than an hour, he had identified over 10 species of ants. Little yellow ants, bighead ants, yellow thief ants, Marsh's belly ants, red fire ants, termites, and worker ants. Trait, ordinary quality, 0 combat power, 3. Total count, 239. 100 days, capability, fusion. Merges multiple species of ant colonies to enhance strength, currently fused with 13 species. Not only had their combat power increased, but their forms were also gradually evolving. The most significant change was that their bodies had grown by a centimeter, and their mandibles had become notably sharper. Chun Yin conducted a test. Once the ants were mobilized, they could shred small creatures like mantises and spiders to pieces. While this proved of little utility to Chun Yin, witnessing their growth through his efforts brought him joy, akin to that of a father. I can hardly wait. I am eager to see what those gathered ant colonies will become. At that moment, with a mere wave of my hand, I shall summon thousands of ants, striking fear into their hearts. Robbery is also quite delightful. By allowing the gathering ants to devour more animals and plants, I can amass a substantial army, ideal for battle or travel. Alas, I cannot acquire more food through consumption. Otherwise, in this jungle, I would be invincible. With a sigh of regret, Chun Yin lamented. Through experimentation, he discovered that meat contains significantly more calories than vegetables. For instance, a small mantis could yield a dozen gathering ants, while a mere blade of grass might only allow for the hatching of one. Rustle, rustle. As Chun Yin walked forward, he suddenly heard movement in the nearby thicket. Approaching for a closer look, he found a grass python the length of an arm. Diamondback, mighty Diamondback. Without a second thought, Chun Yin delivered a kick to the serpent, instantly killing it. Then, the gathering ants promptly enveloped the small serpent's body, commencing their cleanup operation. They bit into the scales of the snake, and in a swift manner, the diminutive grass snake was entirely consumed, leaving behind a scattered array of scales. Chun Yin examined the data on the creature, revealing a total of 318. Only then did Chun Yin feel a sense of relief, embarking on a quest to seek out new ants and fresh targets. Minotaur dog merge. The leaping locust was devoured. A single sparrow, swallowed whole, transformed the lizard into bark and consume it. The nimble rabbit, by heavens, it possesses quite the talent for evasion. Stinky ants unite. After an hour, a weary Chen Yin lay beneath a grand tree, scrutinizing his accomplishments. Aggregation ant trait, ordinary. Level 0 combat power, 8. Quantity, 1,350. Fusion, combining various species of ant colonies to enhance their strength, currently fused with 28 different ant species. Predation, feeding on powerful animals and plants, extracting their strength to empower his nest and accelerate hatching prey on special creatures and plants, with a low probability of stripping the target of its attributes. Chun Yin gently caressed the fused ants, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed into their expressionless black eyes. 2 hours later, not only had the number of these ants increased, but their size had also transformed. The first notable change was their volume, now measuring 1.5 centimeters, categorizing them as medium-sized within the realm of ants. Next, their mandibles had grown considerably larger and sharper, capable of effortlessly tearing through the skin of living beings. Furthermore, their ebony exoskeleton had hardened, as if clad in a layer of armor, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. In summary, the advancement of the aggregation ants was evident. They were no longer the feeble creatures that barely exceeded a power level of 1. With thousands of aggregation ants moving in unison, the weaker beings stood no chance of escape, rendered utterly powerless against their onslaught. Let's first procure some sustenance, Chen Yin mused, rubbing his stomach, addressing the towering aggregation ants in his grasp with a smile. And yet, each of you stands tall and robust, while I find myself famished. What a predicament! In response to Chen Yin's incessant chatter, the colossal ant merely rolled its black eyes, indifferent to his words, exuding a cold demeanor akin to that of a merciless assassin. Lacking the ability to kindle a fire, Chen Yin refrained from consuming raw flesh, resorting instead to foraging for fruits to quell his hunger, while gulping down water from a nearby stream, barely managing to satiate his appetite. Once he regained his strength, Chen Yin ventured once more into the uncharted jungle, unearthing ant colonies yet to be assimilated by the aggregation ants. Moreover, by further utilizing the fusion ants, he uncovered a latent potential within them, significantly enhancing his efficiency to an extraordinary degree. They were a colony of ants capable of independent exploration. Should they encounter other giant ants, they would engage in solitary attacks. A learned bunch, Chen Yin found it effortless to integrate them into his being. When faced with insurmountable small beasts, they would summon their companions to attack collectively, disregarding any unwritten codes of the wild. In essence, the usually bustling master Chen now appeared to be idly at leisure. Chapter 3. The Cannibalistic Ants Gathering Ant Characteristics Quality, Ordinary Combat Power, 18 Total Count, 4188. Fusion. The amalgamation of various ant colonies to enhance their strength. Currently, 51 different colonies have been fused. Predation. Feeding on powerful animals and plants to extract their strength, thereby providing energy to their nest and accelerating incubation. The consumption of special creatures and plants comes with a very low probability of stripping the target of its attributes. A brand new exploration mode has significantly elevated both the quality and quantity of the gathering ants. Their strength has risen to 18 points, and their numbers have surpassed 4,000. Moreover, the larger the scale of the gathering ants, the greater the compounding benefits. Upon discovering a new ant colony, the Minotaur dog ant, shall it be integrated? Fusion. Upon discovering a new ant, the harvester ant, shall it be merged? Fusion. Upon discovering a new ant, the stray ant, shall it be combined? Fusion. Before him lay the gathering ants, resembling a relentless swarm that devoured everything in their path, subsequently presenting Chan Yin with newly acquired ants that had yet to be fully digested. Chan Yin, akin to a gardener, effortlessly melded each ant into his colony, rendering them ever more formidable. Energy-gathering ants are on the rise. Upon accessing its data panel, indeed, its level has ascended from 1 to 2. And its combat power has increased to 20. From this point onward, Chan Yin gained a clearer understanding of the power hierarchy within the ant colony. His strength being 10 points signifies a continuous enhancement. He could not ascertain the exact extent of his realm, but it surely bore advantages. However, none of this was paramount. What truly mattered was the sheer number of these ants. The figure continued to escalate, akin to having a cheat code, rapidly achieving level 5 right before Chan Yin's eyes. Exhilarating. the nest of 10,000 ants, eternal and indomitable. Chen Yin was overwhelmed with excitement, for at this moment, he grasped the allure of the nest of 10,000 ants system. It was astonishingly straightforward, devoid of tricks, allowing him to witness the gathering ants erupting in waves. He believed that with this nest, he would never again need to fret over sustenance. Suddenly recalling something, he chuckled to himself and gave his cheek a sharp slap, sneering, Chen Yin, must you persist with such peasant-like notions? Ever since I arrived here and acquired the nest of 10,000 ants, I need no longer worry about food. I should be contemplating how to leverage this system to expand my power and dominate this world. At 17, his heart was ablaze. He had finally discovered his purpose, and his future appeared resplendent as Chen Yin indulged in his musings. An ominous premonition washed over him. He noticed the ant population was no longer increasing but dwindling. What is happening? He pondered, brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that other forces posed a threat to him? He gazed toward the distant woods, murmuring to himself. He sensed his heart racing violently. Furthermore, from the nest of 10,000 ants, he could feel all his ants converging here. Just then, a piercing wolf howl echoed from that direction, followed by the sudden disappearance of dozens of gathering ants. Could it be a wolf? Onward! Chen Yin's eyes glinted with determination. Ants versus wolf pack. Merely contemplating it sent a thrill down his spine. This was undoubtedly the inaugural clash between the gathering ants and a beast, a moment worthy of remembrance. He must witness it firsthand. Besides, he had faith that a 5,000-strong army could certainly vanquish a lone wolf. Upon his arrival, the battle between the colossal ant swarm and the wolf pack was already in full swing. He quietly concealed himself behind a large tree, observing the scene unfold. A medium-sized gray wolf found itself encircled by countless cannibalistic ants. One ant even scaling the wolf's corpse, voraciously devouring it. The wolf struggled desperately, employing its robust legs to leap and trample, crushing one ant after another while shaking its body. Yet, like maggots, the cannibalistic ants kept pouring forth. No matter how fierce the jungle wolf fought, it was utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of ants, rendered powerless. The gathering ants were simply too numerous. Each time the wolf trampled down, more ants swarmed up, akin to an ever-encroaching tide of darkness, relentlessly engulfing it. Truly, the ruler of the jungle. In a brief span, over 400 ants were slaughtered. An alarming sight indeed. Witnessing the wolf cornered and desperate sent a chill down Chen Yin's spine. Thankfully, he had instructed the gathering ants to lead the way. Otherwise, this beast might have leaped forth to ambush him. He shook his head, still shaken by the encounter. Reflecting on this, he released the hundreds of gathering ants that had just hatched, having fed on the wolf's flesh, dispersing them around as a precautionary measure. This encounter with the jungle wolf served as a wake-up call for Chen Yin. Regardless of the ant swarm size, he remained but a mortal. Any unforeseen event could jeopardize his safety. Hence, the optimal strategy was to enlist those tireless little creatures to stand guard day and night. This way, he could anticipate threats in advance. There was no need to venture far. Maintaining a distance of over 100 kilometers would grant him ample time to establish an ant defense perimeter. Meanwhile, the battle between the gathering ants and the colossal wolf was reaching its conclusion. Over 600 gathering ants had perished, with the remaining few bloodied and showing bones starkly visible. The jungle wolf, in its final moments, launched a last-ditch counterattack. With a roar, it began thrashing about on the ground. Despite the multitude of giant ants burrowing into its form, hastening its demise, the rolling motion proved significantly effective, crushing many of the giant ants beneath it. After several seconds, the jungle wolf, completely enveloped in a dark tide of ants, fell eerily silent. Chen Yin was momentarily stunned. They had triumphed in such a brutal conflict. Victory was theirs. Chapter 4. The malevolent capitalists. As Chen Yin stepped onto the battlefield, he beheld a scene of desolation, lost in contemplation. Although the final outcome favored the energy-gathering ants, the jungle wolf had proven far more ruthless than he had anticipated. This counteroffensive resulted in significant losses for the gathering ant colony. Losses amounted to 1280. Injuries totaled 1658. In this battle, over half of the 5,000 gathering ants had perished, devouring one forest wolf while additionally slaying 500 more ants. Yet, it seemed altogether unprofitable, as for the severely injured. There was no need for concern. Once they returned to the nest of 10,000 ants to recuperate, they would heal in no time. But what of the fallen ants? Qian Yin gazed mournfully at the lifeless ants strewn across the ground, uncertain of how to proceed. Discarding them felt wasteful, yet allowing the surviving ants to consume them troubled him. Even mindless ants would resort to cannibalism. At that moment, he suddenly heard the system's prompt. Please, host, collect the ant carcasses and utilize them to forge new ant bodies. A surge of joy welled within Qian Yin. He hadn't anticipated the system would be so considerate, even encompassing this task. Thus, he felt no guilt. Without hesitation, he acquiesced in the next instant. All the ants vanished, and on the fusion ant panel, a new line of text appeared. Gathering ant, characteristics, talent, ordinary quality 2. Combat power 24. Count, 4210 hatching time. 100 days, fusion. The amalgamation of various ant colonies to enhance their strength. Currently, 68 different colonies have been fused. Ant, general forging completion. 1.my heavens. Having consumed so many fusion ants, it has only reached 1. I wonder how many gathering ants must be slain to forge such a thing. Qian Yin felt a mix of surprise and unease. He was astonished by its enormous appetite. At this rate, it would need to devour at least 100,000 ants. Yet, he was elated. The queen ant's power was growing stronger, and it would surely become his secret weapon in the future. After the battle with the jungle wolf, Qian Yin vaguely sensed that while the individual strength of these ants was lacking, if he could forge a single ant, it should resolve this issue. As Qian Yin mused, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the light within the woods began to fade. All right, let us take a break for now. Instantly, the atmosphere grew somber. Qian Yin dared not wander about in the dark. He opted for a place to rest. Fortunately, before night fell, he finally discovered a hiding spot, a cave abandoned by an unknown creature. The cave was small, merely 3 to 4 meters deep and about a meter high. But for Qian Yin, it sufficed as refuge from the wind and rain. He had no grounds for complaint. Perfect, he nodded in satisfaction. After tidying up, Qian Yin laid down a mat of grass on the ground. Feeling quite pleased with himself, suddenly, a thought struck him. He raised his hand, and a 2-centimeter-long giant ant crawled out from within. Qian Yin gazed into the ant's soulless black eyes and, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Aren't you tired? Qian Yin, if you are not fatigued, would it be tedious to linger here for a night? Qian Yin, shall we consider working overtime?" Qian Yin, very well, as our spokesperson, you should have no objections. After a brief discussion, Qian Yin, filled with compassion, dispatched a legion of idle gathering ants. Alternatively, he could have stationed him outside to ensure he rested well. The remaining individuals either scoured for new ants during the day or hunted other creatures. As night fell, Qian Yin, the capitalist, drifted into slumber, while his gathering ant legion toiled tirelessly through the night. Thankfully, the gathering ants are devoid of conscience. Otherwise, a merciless shopkeeper like Qian Yin would have long been met with a dire fate. At the break of dawn, when Qian Yin opened his eyes, he was greeted by a multitude of diverse ant species, alongside several gathering ants, tirelessly transporting new ant colonies to his side. After enduring a night of toil, his fortunes had significantly improved. Qian Yin was elated and quickly accessed the attributes of the fusion ants, only to discover that the count had surpassed 10,000. This delightful surprise prompted him to exclaim with laughter, "Ha ha ha! Diligent effort truly bears fruit. It is indeed a universal truth." Revitalized, he immediately integrated these colossal ants into his being, with the energy-gathering ant enhancement underway. During the fusion process, the combat prowess of these bloodthirsty ants escalated, reaching level 3 upon attaining 30 points. Once the synthesis was complete, Qian Yin excitedly examined the data of the gathering ant, scrutinizing its details. Gathering ant trait, ordinary 3. Quantity, 11,000. Hatching time, 100 days. Fusion, combines various ant species to enhance their strength, currently possessing 101 species. Predation, feeds on powerful animals and plants, capable of extracting their strength for use in its nest. Accelerating hatching, has a low probability of stripping special attributes from specific creatures and plants. Ant general forging completion. 1. Qian Yin picked up another specimen and observed, indeed, a new form had emerged. The most striking aspect was their height, an impressive 3 centimeters. How could they achieve such a stature? If this were translated to human proportions, it would undoubtedly be a source of ridicule, forever living in a state of inferiority. Yet, compared to an ant, 3 centimeters signifies supremacy, reigning over its domain. Currently, the known ant colonies measure only 3.7 centimeters in length. Should this trend continue, historical records of ant sizes would be shattered. Chen Yin attempted a test and was astonished to find that this mutated ant was no longer than his thumb. With such a robust shell, one would struggle to break it without considerable effort. He chuckled, thinking, if I were to encounter a jungle wolf again, it would surely be dispatched in an instant. Chen Yin cherished this little creature, relishing the weighty sensation that made him feel akin to a beetle. The diminutive beast lay obediently, offering no resistance, occasionally nuzzling him with its sharp chin, exuding a sense of enjoyment. Chen Yin realized 2 significant truths. First, the reproductive capacity of the gathering ants had drastically diminished. Initially, a single mantis could produce a dozen offspring, yet a smaller counterpart yielded none. Although the increasing strength and number of gathering ants enhanced hunting efficiency, the success rate waned, thus slowing their hatching speed. Perhaps the subtle changes accompanying each fusion were not overtly pronounced, leading Chen Yin to overlook them. Chapter 5. The Moon at the Summit After Just One Night. All gathering ants underwent a qualitative transformation, and Chen Yin's senses sharpened considerably. In summary, the multitude of gathering ants had busily accumulated throughout the morning until the afternoon, yielding merely an additional 1,700 specimens. Second, the presence of hundreds of distinct ant species diminished their fusion efficiency. In a mere afternoon, the ant colonies managed to identify only 7 different types, resulting in 7 new acquisitions for Chen Yin. Were it not for Chen Yin's familiarity with gathering ants, he might have thought these creatures were shirking their responsibilities during work hours. Chen Yin plucked several fruits and consumed them, muttering to himself, I had anticipated this. The ant population here cannot be overly abundant, yet why is their egg-laying so sluggish? Is this grand system still deliberating on the laws of energy conservation? If this were disclosed, it would surely become a source of ridicule for other systems. Suddenly, after biting into a tangy fruit, Chen Yin transformed into a whirlwind of energy, dancing upon the ground. You little rascal, are you seeking revenge on me? He exclaimed, throwing a fruit in frustration. After venting his anger, he became deflated, sighing, how I wish I could smoke a cigarette. It would spare me the burden of carrying a lighter. In truth, Chen Yin had attempted to ignite a fire using wood, yet his hands were scorched red without producing even a spark. Ultimately, he was merely a reclusive individual devoid of survival skills beyond his streaming prowess. Were it not for his handsome appearance, he would struggle to persuade young girls to purchase essentials like band-aids and eye masks. Leaving him unable to afford meals, to compound his misfortune, he had arrived in this world empty-handed. Without it, we cannot survive. Yes, my phone. Yet, in the absence of a signal, this device was less useful than a mere watch. It truly seemed that misfortunes come in waves, and just as he set out, he encountered a towering mountain. Oh dear, how exhausting. His physical condition was poor, making each step arduous, yet the path appeared endless. We have been trekking in this direction all day. How could we possibly turn back? Chen Yin gasped, gripping his staff, continuing his ascent. Approaching noon, he glanced skyward, nearly losing his sanity. After over 4 hours, all gathering ants had reached level 4, totaling around 15,000. Yet when he looked up, he found himself surrounded by dense trees and plants, obscuring any view of the mountain's summit. Fortunately, as he ascended, the trees became sparser, allowing him to clearly see the blue sky, white clouds, and a resplendent sun. This sight significantly uplifted his spirits, for the darkness of the previous woods had felt suffocating. Chen Yin consumed more fruits atop the mountain and drank from a spring. Taking a brief respite before resuming his journey, resolved to spend the night atop this mountain. In truth, Chen Yin's relentless ascent was driven by his desire to witness more of the breathtaking scenery. He was eager to uncover the mysteries of this place, the distances, and, most crucially, whether there were any signs of human activity. As a traveler from another world, he knew little of this realm. Indeed, one might say he knew nothing at all. Since realizing he was a new life form, he had been plagued by worries. What if this world was utterly devoid of humanity? Each time this thought crossed his mind, he felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming. What if, What if there truly were no humans? Would he be doomed to become a mere pretty face? I refuse to accept this. I, Chan Yin, coexist splendidly with you. This must not happen. With tears in his eyes, Qian Yin bellowed, as if under the influence of a stimulant, scrambling upwards with renewed vigor. Puffing and panting, Qian Yin leaned on his staff, gazing at a massive tree brimming with foliage on the slope, a smile breaking across his face. He had succeeded. Now, the night had fully enveloped the sky, yet he had conquered this mountain. Who says a homebody cannot endure? Who claims a recluse cannot traverse? Even a solitary soul, under the pressure of loneliness, can unleash formidable strength. A cool breeze caressed Qian Yin, bringing him comfort. However, the moment he lifted his gaze, he was met with a stunning sight. In the sky, enormous moons occupied a portion of the starry expanse. The luminous orb was so colossal that Qian Yin felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to 7 or 8 times the size of the moon from his memories. Qian Yin murmured to himself, "How beautiful! If only I could capture this moment on film and share it online, it would surely garner countless likes." Clearly, we are no longer in that world. Using his staff for support, Qian Yin approached a tree on the mountain, praying to the celestial body above. "O heavenly deity, I can take you with me, but please, ensure you guide me to that desolate place. My parents passed away swiftly, and I am their sole bloodline. I cannot bear to live out my days in solitude. The Qin family must not be abandoned." At merely 17 years of age, he found himself burdened with thoughts of progeny, a lamentable predicament indeed. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, he beheld the entire range shrouded in darkness, scarcely sparing it a glance. Regardless, everything would have to wait until morning, as Qian Yin prepared to settle beneath the tree. He received a notification. Ding! Energy gathering ant enhancement in progress. After enduring one hunt after another, the ants have once again evolved. Qian Yin, satisfied, clicked on the data panel of the gathering ants. Gathering ants traits: ordinary quality, 5, combat power, 53 quantity, 17. 000 breeding time, 100 days fusion, combines various species of ant colonies to enhance their strength. Currently, 139 types of ant colonies have been synthesized. Predation: feeds on powerful animals and plants. Capable of extracting their strength for use in their own nest. Accelerating reproduction: feeds on special creatures and plants, with a very low probability of stripping their attributes. Ant general forging completion. 1. In truth, by the time Qian Yin ascended the mountain, all the gathering ants that had fought against the jungle wolves had perished. After 2 arduous battles, one against a mountain leopard, resulting in the sacrifice of over 1,000 ants. And despite the mutated beast's incredible speed, it managed to escape, followed by a more grueling encounter with a nearly mature black bear, where they emerged victorious but at the cost of over 3,000 gathering ants. The losses were staggering. Had it not been for these 2 battles, the gathering ants would likely have exceeded 20,000 by now. This is the crux of the issue. Despite the significant number of giant ants killed, the forging speed of the ant general remains unchanged, as if it were welded in place, devoid of any progress, leaving Qian Yin perplexed. This figure of May 1st merely represent the system's minimum requirement. Consequently, the number of gathering ants required to forge an ant general is undoubtedly vast and unattainable in a short span. Chapter 6. The clamor of the mountain. The following morning, Qian Yin awoke groggily, only to discover several new species of ants before him, instantly feeling disheartened. Alas, the value of these new ant species seems to be dwindling. Last night, we dispatched over 4,000 ant colonies, yielding merely 30. And today, after sending out more than 10,000, we have achieved only this result. With a sigh of resignation, he reflected, the energy-gathering ants are on the rise. Fortunately, after absorbing those colonies, the gathering ants experienced a significant enhancement. Much to Qian Yin's satisfaction, gathering ants traits: ordinary level 6 combat power, 61 quantity, 20,000 hatching time, 100 days fusion, combines multiple ant colonies to increase their strength, successfully fused 153 types of ant colonies. Predation: feeds on powerful animals and plants. Capable of extracting their strength for use in their own nest. Accelerating reproduction: feeds on special creatures and plants, with a very low probability of devouring other beings. Ant general forging completion. 1 at level 61. They might even stand a chance against a frog. Chen Yin nodded in agreement as he reviewed the data displayed on the screen. Once the energy-gathering ants upgraded to level 6, their size would increase dramatically to a staggering 4 centimeters, propelling them to become the largest ants in the world. Moreover, not only would their size change, but even their mandibles and exoskeleton would undergo remarkable transformations. Their sharp and massive mandibles would effortlessly tear through the fur of any creature, and their jet-black exoskeleton would likely put even the armored warrior, the rhinoceros beetle, to shame. Currently, the gathering ants, aside from their rotund and soft abdomens, lack any truly lethal attributes. Their numbers are still commendable, reaching 20,000. With this, I could truly act with impunity within this jungle. Tigers, leopards, jackals? In my ant colony, you are naught but mere ants. The audacity of youth. To believe oneself the ruler of a jungle, I completely forgot that I had encountered a jungle wolf that had turned to stone not long ago. Having not seen clearly last night, it is time to explore this forest today. Reflecting on the reason for his ascent, Chen Yin felt a pang of unease and moved toward the cliff's edge. Last night, the darkness obscured my vision, but now in daylight, there should be no issue. However, as he approached the cliff's edge, a chill coursed through him. Gazing out, he beheld an endless expanse of mountains, lush greenery, and a pristine wilderness, devoid of any signs of human habitation. Truth be told, as a reclusive individual, the most beautiful scenery he had ever witnessed was the clarity of mountains and waters, birds in harmony, and gentle breezes that uplifted the spirit. After spending 2 days in the wilderness, he yearned to return to the human world, craving a steaming bowl of rice and a comforting bowl of soft rice porridge. Chen Yin chuckled helplessly, offering himself a bit of solace. Well, no matter how unpalatable the fruit, it shan't leave me starving. Damn it, time to head down. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. I refuse to believe we won't reach the end. Chen Yin steeled himself, finding a higher ground and setting forth down the mountain. Creak, creak. Yet, scarcely had he taken a couple of steps when a shrill sound pierced his ears. Chen Yin froze and quickly glanced over. Boom! In the distance, within a canyon, several colossal trees were slowly toppling, stirring up clouds of dust, with flickers of flames faintly visible within. Wait! A sudden alarm surged within Chen Yin, his eyes widening. Flames? Without rain, without lightning. Where could the flames originate? Could it be deliberately set by someone? Pausing momentarily, he recalled an incident and hastily descended the mountain. Additionally, he called back the majority of the gathering ants that had ventured out in search of food, instructing them to forge a path ahead. With their current strength of 15,000, they were well equipped to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, by the afternoon, after over 5 hours of running, Chen Yin reached the foot of the mountain. After a brief rest, he rushed toward a particular direction. Boom! Time ticked by, and the thunderous sounds continued, sometimes loud, sometimes faint. At times, Chen Yin could even feel the ground trembling, with the wind fluctuating between hot and cold. The thought weighed heavily on his mind. What on earth was occurring within that canyon to sustain such a commotion for so long? Chirrup, chirrup. Chen Yin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his expression darkening further. Occasionally, birds flitted through the forest. Something is amiss. How could there be such a cacophony? Though unclear of the cause, based on the current situation, it would be challenging to contend with the power of that giant ant. Frowning, he sprinted forward, internally resolving. Let us hope it is the work of humans. One can only wonder what malevolent forces may exist in this world. I doubt it. If that were the case, we should have seen it days ago. Chen Yin murmured to himself. He had no concept of the challenges that lay ahead. Was this prolonged rumbling the result of human intervention, or was something else at play? Was there a lurking menace? This sensation excited and unnerved him in equal measure. Gasping for breath, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura. It was here. His eyes lit up as he licked his dry lips, realizing that the scouting ant colony ahead was on high alert. This indicated he was nearing the scene of a catastrophe. Within a canyon, flames and thick smoke engulfed the area. Colossal trees lay scattered, and numerous creatures scurried in a frenzy, attempting to escape this battlefield of devastation. Amidst the smoke, 2 enormous figures loomed ominously. Whoosh! A piercing shriek rang out, followed by a beast's roar as 2 towering, ferocious beasts collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, the winds howled, and an invisible shockwave surged forth, uprooting the ground, snapping trees, and causing the entire canyon to tremble. After a considerable time, the two figures gradually became discernible. One was a massive frost giant bird, its wingspan exceeding 10 meters, flapping its wings and ushering forth a biting cold, akin to the Lord of Ice. The other was a towering, over 10-meter-tall monkey, entirely engulfed in red fur, ablaze with fierce flames, exuding an overwhelming heat. Reminiscent of the legendary Zhurong, exuding an air of dominance. These two terrifying beasts stared each other down, neither yielding an inch. Despite battling for several hours, both bore significant wounds. What is happening? Legendary monsters? Hiding behind the cliff, Chan Yin nearly dropped his jaw in shock at the sight of these opposing elemental titans within the canyon. As the smoke dissipated, revealing the fiery and icy behemoths. His astonishment deepened. In that moment, he felt utterly bewildered. Everything was so fantastical, so astonishing, so inconceivable. It was akin to a nightmare. In that fleeting instant, a sense of insignificance washed over Chan Yin, as if he were but an ant. What kind of world is this? A flicker of trepidation surged within Chan Yin as he observed the titanic clash before him. Chapter 7. Come on, at worst, it's just a battle. I fear you not. Chan Yin watched, wide-eyed, as the two colossal creatures collided once more. Bang! The tremendous impact unleashed a tempest that transformed the valley into two starkly contrasting realms. Behind the iceberg, crystalline frost spread in layers, encasing everything around it in a dazzling array of sharp ice spikes. In stark contrast, a raging inferno blazed behind it, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. The icebird's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as its talons sank fiercely into the fiery ape's chest. Hot blood gushing forth. Whoosh! A piercing shriek erupted as the icebird abruptly lifted its head, its sharp beak aimed directly at the giant ape's skull, intent on piercing it. Alas! The icebird, though seemingly delicate in appearance, was as resilient as steel. No matter how fiercely it clawed, it could inflict no harm. The fire ape, visibly enraged, let out another roar and lunged for the icebird's neck. Whoosh! The icebird, naturally unwilling to relent, raked its claws across the fire ape's chest, and more terrifyingly, sharp ice spikes began to form on the fire ape's wings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a brief pause, the ice spikes continued to shoot towards the fire ape. Clearly, the fire ape was unconcerned with the wounds on its chest, but when it caught sight of the icy projectiles, a hint of fear flickered in its eyes. It was evident that it understood the power of this attack. Just as the ice spikes were about to strike, the muscles on the fire ape suddenly swelled, and the flames engulfing its body flared even more intensely. Yet, even such fierce flames could not thwart the blue ice spikes, which merely melted them slightly. In the next moment, the icy projectiles pierced through its massive form, creating gaping wounds. As the ice spikes entered its body, they vanished without a trace. At that moment, the fire ape's fiery aura dissipated at an astonishing speed. As if it were a colossal statue being transformed into a glistening crystal effigy, the entire valley fell silent. Chan Yin, standing behind the cliff, was stirred by this spectacle and let out a cry of exhilaration. Was the ice bird victorious? Such impressive ice spears. What an extraordinary display. This was akin to the finest Hollywood blockbuster. A legendary battle, a clash of ice and fire. And what kind of twisted space had this confounded system thrust him into? Where such monsters could exist? Never mind, low-key development is the way to go. Recklessness is not the answer. At that moment, a subtle change stirred within Chan Yin. The dream of becoming the master of the jungle had been shattered. Not only Chan Yin felt that this match held no suspense, but even the icebird shared the sentiment. It had never encountered such a powerful strike that required only half of its strength to unleash. Who could withstand this blow? Yet its throat had turned to ice, leaving it only capable of a slight turn of its head. Gazing at the fire ape, now ensnared in frost, the icebird's expression was complex. There was disdain, pride, and excitement. Ha! What of the old fellow? In this battle, I am the true victor. This signifies that this vast expanse of jungle is within my grasp. With its inner core, my cultivation will surge to new heights. However, just as it reveled in its fantasies, A sudden sharp crack echoed from below. Creak, creak. At that instant, the fire ape's body split open, shedding pieces of itself. The ice bird, startled, attempted to react, but it was too late. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as the massive statue was obliterated. Bursting forth from the ice, the fire ape's eyes were filled with fury and savagery. It moved with astonishing speed, leaving the ice bird no time to escape. Lowering its head, it opened its cavernous mouth and clamped down upon the ice bird. Whoosh! The ice bird emitted a heart-wrenching scream as icy blood gushed from its neck. It struggled desperately, its claws carving deep gashes into the fire ape's flesh. Yet all resistance proved futile. The fire ape remained silent, smoke billowing from its nostrils. The more severe its injuries, the more fiercely it fought back. Moreover, during the tearing struggle, it grasped the ice bird's head with both hands, yanking upward as if to rip its head from its neck. Then, an astonishing event unfolded. It was akin to a beautiful maiden being overpowered by a lecherous brute. The girl cried out in despair, struggling in vain, while the man remained indifferent, his thoughts consumed by a singular, burning desire. After a brief stalemate, a tearing sound echoed, and the ice bird's movements faltered. Its head was suddenly wrenched off by the fire ape. The wound was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mingling, bones splintering, as blood gushed forth. Ah! The fire ape swallowed the morsels of flesh from its mouth, clutching the ice bird's head and letting out a furious roar. Reveling in the joy of triumph in that moment, it stood at the center of the valley, like an ancient demon challenging the heavens. This scene was too bloody and violent, leaving the onlookers in shock. Dumbfounded, Qian Yin could not comprehend how the once arrogant ice bird king could be decapitated so tragically in the blink of an eye. This was due to the fire ape's counterattack being so swift that it was almost imperceptible. Before Qian Yin could recover from his astonishment, the fire ape suddenly turned its gaze toward a cliff. That direction was where Qian Yin was currently hiding. Huh? Is it staring at me? Initially, Qian Yin felt a tinge of confusion, but soon realization dawned upon him, and his heart sank. This is bad. I have been exposed. A chill ran down his spine, goosebumps rising all over his body, and his heart raced, sensing the blood-red gaze growing larger. As if it sought to devour him whole, terror enveloped him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a brief moment of daze, despair washed over Qian Yin. It was over. He must flee, despite his instincts warning him that escape from the fire ape's grasp was impossible. His legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, immovable. He let out a bitter laugh, ceasing to resist. There was no path to survival. He envisioned himself being torn apart by the fire ape. Swallowed whole, with no lingering attachments, Qian Yin summoned an ant, his voice trembling. Little one, I'm sorry. I haven't nurtured you to your fullest potential. You're not too bad. It's I who am inept. Qian Yin fixed his gaze upon the ant, which returned his stare with its emotionless black eyes. It felt neither fear nor despair. Influenced by the ant's calm demeanor, Qian Yin's anxiety gradually subsided. He cautiously stated, if you wish to battle me, let it be. If you cannot win, then come forth. The ant did not speak, but merely acted. The little creature brushed its antennae against his palm and climbed onto his finger. It turned its back to him, gazing toward the distance, where the colossal beast loomed like a mountain, undaunted, unyielding. Very well, your fearless spirit surpasses mine. Qian Yin laughed heartily. At 17, he remained calm in the face of life and death. His gaze fell upon the fire ape once more, and he took a step forward. Come on, I fear you not. What of your size? The soldiers shall meet the soldiers. The water shall be met with earth. A gentle breeze swept through, and 20,000 ants materialized, forming a black barrier before the young man. Chapter 8. 6 Forms of Power upon witnessing the human youth adopt a combat stance. The fire ape snorted in confusion and disdain. Was this fellow mad? Did he become incensed merely from a glance? What on earth is this audacious fellow doing? Where did he find the audacity to confront me with this swarm of black ants? Was he seeking death? Kid, quit fooling around. I have no intention of taking your life. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be standing here today? The fire ape spoke, its tone imbued with a languid quality. Qian Yin, can this fierce beast truly speak human words? Before he could fully process this, an even stranger sight unfolded. The massive fire ape began to shrink dramatically, transforming into a red-haired giant clad in coarse trousers. Standing barefoot, I had thought you once resided in a city, yet now you've ventured alone into this vast wilderness. At twilight, a tall man and a youthful figure of considerable stature were seated around a crackling bonfire. Engaged in casual conversation, I have no idea, Qian Yin quickly interjected. I awoke here in this desolate place. The fiery ape, known as Tieta, provided insight during their exchange, allowing Qian Yin to glean a rudimentary understanding of his surroundings. Firstly, it was evident that there existed a human presence here, and their technological prowess appeared notably advanced. Take, for instance, the phone possessed by the aforementioned man. His expression was utterly devoid of emotion, as if he had endured numerous tribulations. Secondly, the most significant distinction between this realm and Earth lay in the atmosphere, which was saturated with a force known as the Source. Mastery over the Source conferred certain abilities, which explained why Tieta proclaimed himself a member of the demon clan. The iceberg he had just vanquished shared a similar nature. The Source was a unique power. Apart from the demon clan, there were others who could harness it, referred to as source power wielders. However, this place appeared exceedingly perilous. To be precise, it was a realm fraught with danger. As Tieta had remarked, monstrous beings lurked everywhere. Were it not for those endowed with formidable strength, it was likely they would have perished long ago. Qian Yin swallowed hard, feeling a flush of embarrassment heat his cheeks. Initially, he had resigned himself to a fate of certain death, yet it seemed that this formidable fiery ape bore no ill will. Even his responses were delivered with earnestness, and as he extricated himself from the dire circumstances, his fighting spirit had dissipated entirely. In this moment of submission, however, there was no pretense. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the scene of a hand tearing apart an iceberg, and he dared not act recklessly. He merely hoped that this creature would honor its promise and allow him to depart unharmed. Why are you in such a hurry? This is the flesh of the ice phoenix spirit bird. It cannot be roasted so easily, Tieta chuckled. If you desire to consume it raw, I shall not stand in your way. Qian Yin hastily shook his head in vehement denial. Even a red-haired great ape would require cooked food. As a person from the 21st century, I cannot resort to drinking blood and eating fur. That would be an affront to civilization. The piece of beef appeared almost translucent, akin to sushi-grade delicacy. Yet the crux of the matter was, if he remained still, he would surely refrain from taking action. Under the eaves, one must lower their head. Tieta scoffed, uninterested in exposing the truth, as he toyed with the stick in his hand. He muttered to himself, you mentioned that upon opening your eyes, you were transported to this place. How amusing. Could it be that you encountered a rift in time and space? No, naturally occurring spatial fissures are generally quite unstable. Even I find it challenging to draw them in, let alone you, a weakling who has yet to activate any source energy. Logically, he ought not to have survived. Strange. It was all exceedingly peculiar. Next time, I must venture into a spatial rift for a thorough examination. However, he held no doubts regarding Qian Yin's account, for apart from this, he could conceive of no other plausible explanation. It was worth noting that while there were numerous human settlements nearby, they were all considerably distant from this jungle. Generally, an individual could not traverse such a distance alone. Additionally, I perceive that you possess no source energy fluctuations within you, which indicates you are not a source energy practitioner. How, then, can you command those giant ants? He gestured towards the dense mass of ants behind Qian Yin. Qian Yin, glancing at the fragrant meat, awkwardly replied, I am unsure. I only discovered this recently. Be careful with the meat. Don't char it. Tieta shot a glance of disdain at Jian Chen, twirling the roasted meat in his hand. Is this fellow simply gluttonous, fixated solely on food? Besides, the flesh of the ice crystal spirit bird is not easily consumed. If an ordinary person lacks their own flame to counteract the cold, they would have perished long ago. Qian Yin swallowed hard. He had no desire to gaze longer at the roasting meat. He did not wish to be choked by the saliva of others. His famished appearance was not a facade. He was genuinely hungry. Moreover, such a glistening piece of meat would tantalize anyone's appetite. Turning towards the burly man with arms as thick as his thighs, he cautiously inquired, I see you practice fire attribute techniques. Are you referring to natural attribute techniques? From Tieta, Qian Yin had gleaned that source energy practitioners were referred to as those who awaken their source energy, and indeed, they could be classified into 6 factions based on their strength: unyielding might, the ever-changing forces of nature. With a mere thought, one can control the minds of others. This was a summoning ability that could manipulate undead beings from other realms. A power that could create anything through runes. There were also unique individuals with extraordinary abilities, known as the 6 attributes of source energy. Through his research, Qian Yin discovered that his powers resonated most harmoniously with the natural elements, which allowed for the transformation of his source energy into other elements, such as water, fire, and wind. Fool, humans are humans, and beasts are beasts. They are not the same, Tieta remarked with a derisive expression, chuckling. Our demon clan lacks such multifaceted methods. It is precisely for this reason that we possess such formidable physiques and source energy. As he spoke, he summoned a jade-sized green orb into his palm. This orb was exquisitely crafted, entirely transparent, resembling a pure blue crystal. Strangely, this power seemed to pulsate like a living entity, continuously emanating a mesmerizing, shimmering cold mist. Qian Yin marveled. How beautiful is this, not the inner core of the ice crystal spirit bird? You are not entirely foolish, Tieta nodded, a hint of pride illuminating his countenance. The strength of our demon clan accounts for at least 70% of our capabilities. It is precisely for this reason we can establish ourselves firmly in this world. The ice crystal spirit bird fought me, partly to claim this abundant source energy-rich wilderness, and partly to seize my inner core. Such battles are not uncommon among our kind, yet she underestimated me gravely. With that fellow's inner core assisting me, I should have a high probability of breaking through to the next level. Qian Yin gaped, his expression one of envy. Brother Tieta, you are truly impressive. If one could consume this, they would undoubtedly transform into a source power wielder. Ever since he learned of the existence of source power wielders among humanity, he had been in a state of restless anticipation, ascending to the skies, moving mountains and seas, slaying demons and monsters, revered by thousands. What could be more romantic than being a superlative powerhouse in this world? Tieta gazed at the youth, whose face was alight with dreams, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he extended the demon core towards him. Theoretically, humans consuming inner cores could indeed lead to the transformation into source energy. Do not speak so lightly. If you were to truly refine it, I would require several more years to achieve my breakthrough. Chapter 9. The gluttonous instinct chill. An icy blast pierced to the bone. Yet when the demon core fell before Qian Yin, it cloaked his brow and hair in frost. In that instant, he felt as though he were ensconced within an ice cavern, the relentless cold assailing him, threatening to freeze him solid. Chattering his teeth, Qian Yin instinctively took a step back, muttering, I don't want it. Please move it away. I shall be frozen. Ha ha ha, look at you, so cowardly. Tieta laughed heartily at Qian Yin's disheveled state, seeming to revel in the sight of his discomfiture. In the next moment, the inner core vanished as if by magic. He glanced once more at the swarm of ants, his expression a complex tapestry of thoughts. Speaking of which, your giant ants are not entirely worthless. Among ant species, they can be considered a formidable force. However, if only there were more of them, perhaps they could benefit your kind. Indeed, I shall consider this. Pray tell, what do you suggest? In truth, just 2 days prior, these minuscule creatures were as weak as the most insignificant of ants, and there were over 100 of them. Are you implying that you have escalated from 100 ordinary ants to this scale in merely 2 days? That would be accurate. It is a continuous process of consuming and multiplying, and the most powerful method lies in merging with one's companions to become even stronger. Upon hearing Qian Yin's words, Tieta's face bore a contemplative expression. As the sound of crackling firewood filled the air, dusk began to envelop the sky, and soon a colossal moon emerged, accompanied by twinkling stars, resembling a stunning painting. As he sensed the chill from the roasting meat dissipating, he dismissed further thoughts and took a skewer to taste. Excellent, indeed. The flesh of the ice crystal spirit bird is exquisite. The flavor is simply divine. A true delicacy of the earthly realm. Qian Yin stood beside, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Iron Tower shot him a glare and said irritably, if you want to eat, do it yourself. Oh, you really need me to serve you? He chuckled. Well then, I shall take my leave first, Brother Iron Tower. Qian Yin, growing impatient, politely spoke while reaching for the roasted meat. The aroma was simply exquisite. A rich scent of meat wafted through the air. After days of gnawing on fruits, Qian Yin could no longer resist. Ignoring the scalding heat, he bit into the meat hungrily, devouring it in large chunks. Gasping for breath, Qian Yin's eyes widened. This was undoubtedly the most delectable food he had ever tasted in his life. The savory roasted meat melted in his mouth, and the intense juices erupted like a volcanic explosion within him. The most astonishing part was the contrast of crispy exterior and tender interior, accompanied by an almost imperceptible coolness that, as he chewed, brought forth an indescribable refreshing sensation, alleviating the heat and tantalizing his taste buds. The dramatic interplay of cold and hot felt akin to a meteor crashing to earth, immersing Qian Yin in an unprecedented state of wonder. Delicious. Truly, it is exquisite. Qian Yin's eyes glistened, as if his very soul had been purified. In that moment, he experienced a profound epiphany. What is life? You must relieve yourself. You must eat. All the fuss and confusion, yet he understood nothing. Iron Tower cast a scornful glance at the young man, warning, "Don't say I didn't warn you. You might just overindulge as long as I'm full." "It's fine," Qian Yin replied nonchalantly. At that moment, he resembled someone under the influence, utterly unable to control himself. Though he had only 2 skewers of meat, their weight was substantial. One long stick bore 7 or 8 chunks of meat, each no less than 2 kilograms. Even an adult would be satiated. "All right, as long as it pleases you," Iron Tower remarked with a peculiar smile, choosing not to say more and continuing to eat. Judging by his eating posture, Qian Yin appeared rather voracious, yet in terms of speed, he was not so swift. Before he could shove the morsels into his mouth, he was seen scraping his teeth with a stick. It was akin to running. Although the short-legged dashed quickly, the long-legged led the race. "Little fellow, do you want to try using your ants?" Iron Tower inquired. "Try what?" Qian Yin, cheeks puffed, looked at him in confusion. Iron Tower did not respond, merely pointed toward the campfire. "I saw a pile of corpses." Qian Yin struggled to swallow the mouthful of meat and, with a bitter smile, replied, "This won't do. You are someone who has struggled on the brink of life and death. This is of no use to me." Before Qian Yin could finish, Iron Tower interrupted him, expressionless as he stated, "The taste is decent, but if there's more, I fear it may be digested by it. For the cold energy in this meat is entirely contrary to my constitution. Moreover, these matters are trivial to me, yet beneficial for you." Qian Yin certainly did not believe him. After all, he had swallowed an inner pill brimming with spiritual energy. What could possibly go wrong? Qian Yin opened his mouth to speak, but the words remained unuttered. "Enough chatter. You'll know once you try. Besides, the flesh of the ice crystal spirit bird is not something trivial. If your bugs get frozen, don't blame me." Qian Yin shrugged, helplessly saying, "Fine, if you don't mind, I shall give it a go." After giving instructions to the ant, Qian Yin ignored it, engrossed in his own meal. At that moment, nothing could captivate him more. He was not worried about the aggregated ants. That was simply impossible. After all, their bellies were connected to the entire ant nest. Once consumed, it would transform into power, accelerating the ant nest's growth. To describe it thus would be no exaggeration. Now reflecting, Qian Yin couldn't help but feel envious. If only I had such a voracious appetite, I could nibble on some inner pills in my boredom and become a powerhouse of source energy. Just as Qian Yin was lost in this tempest of thought, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation emanating from his abdomen. "The night is truly cold," Qian Yin muttered, inching closer to the fire. Suddenly, just as he was savoring his meal, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear a series of notifications. Ding! Acquired the traits of the ice crystal spirit bird. Cultivated ice crystal ants. Ant nest level 2 unlocked. Basic incubation time doubled. Ding! Fusion of ants granted a new ability. Rage. Equipment level increased. Ding! User level elevated to ordinary second stage. Activating ant nest. Host may cultivate. What method is this? Ding, ding. Equipment level increased. Chapter 10. Ice crystal ants. You youngsters really are disobedient. I told you, overeating is easily digested. Observing the young man lying unconscious on the ground, Iron Tower wore a smug expression. If you wish to eat, you must possess self-awareness. Now you've had your fill. I don't believe this chill will freeze you to death. As his words fell, a layer of frost instantly formed on Chan Yin's skin, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. However, he did not abandon us. He lazily stretched and sauntered over to Chan Yin, plopping down beside him and reaching for his chest, so dry and hard, devoid of muscle. The next moment, a red glow erupted from Chan Yin's palm, akin to a stone cast into a still lake, and a faint ripple appeared around his body, spreading rapidly, dissolving the frost in its wake. Soon, the frost covering Chan Yin was entirely dispelled. Yet, his actions did not cease. He continuously channeled warmth into Chan Yin. As this warmth expanded, Chan Yin no longer trembled. Eventually, his brows and breath steadied. A minute later, having traversed the gates of death, perhaps due to the comforting warmth, he murmured in his sleep, "No, no, give me a bite." Iron Tower found himself speechless as the red glow faded. He withdrew his hand and resumed his seat without raising his head. Perhaps he will freeze to death like this then. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the ice crystal spirit bird. Here, over 20,000 fused ants were methodically feasting, showing no signs of stopping. Hearing this, Iron Tower fell silent. They're all the same. Apart from eating, what else can I expect? If what this fellow says is true, then he could reproduce endlessly. He could prove to be a valuable ally. I hope this chap can change our human predicament. At that moment, Chan Yin found himself enveloped in a peculiar dream. He dreamt of being buried in ice and snow in the Antarctic, nearly freezing to death, yet lying in Sanya, basking under the sun, as grilled meat made from ice crystal spirit birds floated down from the sky. He feasted continuously until a horde of fire monkeys surrounded him. Eager to snatch away his grilled meat, he felt angry and anxious, fearing those wretched fire monkeys would steal his meal. He had to be much quicker, though his dismay, it was merely a dream. What a pity! I have yet to savor enough flavor. If only this could continue indefinitely. Chan Yin had not yet risen from his bed, still trapped in the delicious dream of skewers. After a while, he seemed to recall something and abruptly sat up. Where am I? He glanced around, discovering that the campfire had long since turned to charcoal, and the burly man was nowhere to be found. Moreover, he noticed that the bodies of the ice crystal spirit birds had vanished, leaving the gorge empty save for the over 20,000 aggregated ants, diligently guarding their home. Could it be that Senior Iron Tower took the bodies of the ice crystal spirit birds? Before falling asleep, he had instructed them to feast on the ice crystal spirit birds. Chan Yin seemed to remember something as he hesitantly opened the ant data panel. Aggregated ants quality, ordinary quality level, 6 combat power, 61 total count, 200. 000 incubation time, 200 days, fusion. Combine multiple ant colonies to enhance their power, currently fused with 153 types of ant colonies, predation. Feeds on powerful animals and plants, extracting their strength to benefit its nest. Accelerating reproduction, feeds on special creatures and plants, with a very low probability of stripping their attributes, frenzy. At the cost of its own vitality, doubles its combat power and general forging completion. Chan Yin was stunned. Upon seeing the densely packed ant colony, he was left dumbfounded. 200,000? I knew it. They have devoured every last ice crystal spirit bird. Immediately, a piercing scream echoed throughout the valley. Goodness! Can't I have a moment to eat? Atop a mountain peak, a robust man leisurely sat on a massive boulder, savoring his tea. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of tea and erupted into a fit of coughing. Once he regained his composure, he held a jade cup in his hand, slowly crushing it to smithereens. It has been many years since our human race encountered such a fool. After a brief moment of sorrow, he noticed a new piece of information. First, within the formidable abilities of this giant ant, a seemingly violent new skill emerged. Fury. It could double combat power in 5 minutes, and with an army of 200,000, merely contemplating it sent shivers down one's spine. Secondly, in the lower right corner of the screen, 2 new boxes appeared. Master and Ice Crystal Ant Chan Yin tried tapping on the host a few times, resulting in a change on the screen. Chan Yin, attributes, talent, ordinary 6, combat power 642, cultivation time, 2 attacks, days, ability, none. Chan Yin stared at his attribute panel, muttering, does the current system finally comprehend the essence of nurturing a master? After saying this, he punched the ground, leaving a small crater in his wake. I seem to be, perhaps, more powerful. Qian Yin vaguely realized that his strength enhancement was likely due to consuming the flesh and blood of that ice crystal spirit sparrow. After pondering, he opened the data on the ice crystal ant, transcendent realm, combat power, 1000. Hatching cycle, 200 days, ability, ice spike. The ultimate skill of the ice crystal spirit sparrow. Immensely powerful, entering a state of extreme weakness after use. Absorb the source power of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. In the ant nest, the efficiency of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth is twice as fast as elsewhere. Same origin. Absorb cold-type inner elixirs to enhance oneself. Enhancement magnitude depends on the inner elixir's grade. Damn, that man cursed. Moreover, I've slept for 4 days? Qian Yin paused, closed his attribute panel, and with a thought, a ice crystal ant appeared in his hand. Previously, he had deemed the merging ant the most impressive, but now, it had been relegated to second place due to these ice crystal ants. Qian Yin gazed at the small creature in his hand, unable to resist exclaiming, so beautiful. They measured merely 2 centimeters, with only their eyes being black. Everywhere else was a delicate light blue, appearing remarkably pure. Chapter 11. Traversing the jungle in contrast to other slender ant species. These ice crystal ants were significantly larger. With a plump head, stout body, short legs, and a round belly, they sported a pair of petite, exquisite light blue wings on their backs, resembling ethereal beings from a two-dimensional world. Qian Yin looked at the ice crystal ant with fondness. Little one, can you fly? No sooner had Qian Yin spoken than the ice crystal ants resting quietly in his palm suddenly flapped their wings, seemingly eager to showcase their capabilities. Although the motion appeared cumbersome, within merely 2 to 3 seconds, they began to ascend gracefully, ultimately hovering in the air like a helicopter. This delighted Qian Yin, prompting him to applaud. The swarm of ants beneath him began to circle around Qian Yin, as if warning him of their continued existence. Qian Yin offered no leniency. Look at you, born to fly, while you lot, merged with so many ants, haven't even sprouted wings. How embarrassing! The ants, stung by their master's mockery, lost their fighting spirit and collapsed onto the ground. All right, enough dawdling. If you don't put in the effort, how can you hope to stand out in the future? Qian Yin expressed exasperation at their lack of diligence. With a wave of his hand, the 18,000 newly birthed giant ants from the ant nest surged forth like a torrential black river. Qian Yin then instructed them to disperse, forming a vast network to engage in organized and orderly labor. Their unified goal was simple: hunt beasts while seeking out unassimilated ants to bolster their ranks. Meanwhile, the 800 adorable ice crystal ants were entrusted to Qian Yin for safekeeping, and of course, with over 200,000 gathering ants leading the way, the safety of this task was assured, rendering it merely a menial endeavor without substantial value. However, who could resist a refrigeration system constructed by ice crystal ants? Once all tasks were completed, Qian Yin resumed his journey towards the land of the rising sun. From Qian Yin's position, it was possible to exit the great wilderness forest directly from the east, a route aligning perfectly with the one he had previously traversed, thus eliminating the need for detours. Consequently, he led the ice crystal ants and the gathering ant army forward, continuously advancing and hunting through the jungle. Their mission was to ensure that wherever they treaded, they would leave their mark. By the way, after consuming the roasted ice crystal spirit sparrow, Qian Yin's physical condition had significantly improved, allowing him to transcend ordinary limits. Whether scaling towering mountains or navigating steep cliffs, he now moved with effortless grace. This greatly accelerated his pace. Often, he could be gazing from a mountain peak in the morning and, by night, bathing in a lake over 100 miles away. Moreover, with the substantial increase in gathering ants, both hunting and capturing new ants yielded considerable rewards, resulting in a steady rise in both the quantity and rank of gathering ants. After 8 continuous days of travel, he had traversed a significant portion of the great wilderness forest. With over 250,000 ninth-tier gathering ants, he emerged from the vast jungle like a forsaken wanderer. Finally, he had made it out. Ascending a hilltop, the view opened up before him, and Qian Yin's eyes glistened with tears. He felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Can you comprehend the plight of a reclusive gamer, accustomed to being a live streamer, cast into the wilderness to survive alone for over half a month? Few could fathom the hardships endured. The dim lighting here severely restricted visibility, rendering even the simplest of life necessities, such as eating, relieving oneself, and sleeping. Exceedingly challenging. It was a torment. Had it not been for the ants, he would have long succumbed to madness. Qian Yin felt a refreshing breeze wash over him, allowing him to relax. At long last, he had escaped. A red-haired man wandered through the silent forest, feeling a profound sense of despair. Who could understand the plight of a simple beast, isolated from the world, yearning for a peaceful existence? While countless farms were pilfered, gone, not a single mouse remained. The eastern expanse lay silent, devoid of life. I must see for myself where such a paradise exists. To reclaim past glories would take years. You little wretch, you truly are a ruthless character. If you fail to satisfy me, I shall have you torn to shreds. Achoo. As he walked, Qian Yin suddenly sneezed, touching his nose and murmuring, "Are you catching a cold?" "No, I can't possibly fall ill in this body." "Never mind, let us continue." Upon exiting the dark jungle, Qian Yin felt a wave of relief. Even the grass underfoot and the birds in the sky appeared delightful. He also spotted some wild mulberries, which raised his concerns. In high spirits, he enjoyed a delightful meal. That a day later, as the sun dipped towards the great wilderness forest, a river appeared ahead. Swish, 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 Qian Yin smiled. The river is quite clear. I can catch a few fish to savor their taste. With his enhanced physique, he could easily start a fire even in the trees, let alone by friction. Wait. What is that? Qian Yin's gaze sharpened, his heart racing. Across the river, a group of women was washing clothes, engaged in lively conversation, while several children chased each other playfully. A young boy, pursued by his companions, leaped into the river in desperation. Upon hearing this, a woman scolded Lu Zhuangshi. "Get back here. Have you forgotten how long it's been since you were punished? Is your skin itching?" Though young, the boy was quite adept at swimming. He made a face at her before gracefully swimming toward the shore. The young woman raised her hand as if to strike. Although far away, it startled the little boy, causing the other children to burst into laughter. "Ha ha, someone else about to get a spanking." Qian Yin stood frozen for a moment before springing into action. Leaping into the valley without hesitation, he dashed to the riverbank and jumped in. The only thought in his mind was to swim and unlock the door to this world. However, in his excitement, he overlooked a critical issue. This reclusive gamer had no swimming skills whatsoever. Boom. Qian Yin's eyes widened in shock. "Help! Help me!" Chapter 12. The water incident. I've fallen into the water. A child with keen eyes, upon spotting Qian Yin, called out in a loud voice towards the opposite direction. The sound startled both the child and the elder, prompting the women to halt their tasks and gather around. "Take good care of your children and ensure they do not fall into the water. Lu Mei, Ah Fong, you both can swim. Hurry and take me there." It was evident that her status among the crowd was exceedingly high. As no one voiced any objections, soon, a woman in her 30s accompanied by a girl of 18 or 19 approached. The leading woman paused momentarily and said, "Hero Lu, you go ahead and find Dr. Bai in the village." Lu Zhuangshi was the child of that woman, the very one who had just jumped into the river. "Leave it to me." Upon hearing his mother's words, excitement lit up his face. And without bothering to wipe his nose or mouth, he dashed towards the village. This evoked envy in the other children who wished to join him, regretting that they did not have such a task. "Quickly, go lend a hand, or the water will wash away." After giving these instructions, Lu Jesher's mother was the first to leap into the river, swimming towards Qian Yin's location. The woman and the girl followed suit, plunging into the waters alongside her. All three possessed commendable swimming skills, and with the current being relatively mild, they swiftly reached Qian Yin's position. Qian Yin had succumbed to the water, his body drifting helplessly. "I'll carry him. Everyone, hold on to him," Lu Zhuangshi's mother shouted, then plunged into the water. In the next moment, she was beside Qian Yin, wrapping her arms around him and lifting him with all her strength. The aunt and the girl did not hesitate either, each grasping Qian Yin and pulling him towards the shore. Lu Zhuangshi, a 7-year-old boy, was the son of Lu Hai and Yu Yao. He was an ordinary child, full of mischief and always running about, which had honed his agility. He was the fastest in the village. When he misbehaved, his mother would lure him close before scolding him, for otherwise, she could hardly catch him. Lu Zhuangshi hurriedly dragged a dust-covered yellow dragon as he raced towards the western side of the village. "If I do well, will mother scold me?" Contemplating this, Lu Zhuangshi exerted even more effort, his small legs nearly flying as he dashed into the village. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the air, leaving Lu Zhuangshi bewildered. What is happening? The little boy stood frozen, rubbing his nose in confusion. However, he quickly recalled his mother's instructions and hurried towards Dr. Bai's house. It was dusk. The fields, usually bustling with adult farmers, had grown quiet, and Lu Zhuangshi found himself running through the streets, encountering not a single soul. Even the old men who typically gathered around their chessboards had vanished, leaving behind only a scattered game of black and white pieces. Lu Zhuangshi sniffled, glancing around in bewilderment before heading towards Dr. Bai's residence. Where is everyone? Day Village was of moderate size, boasting a population exceeding 300, and the total number of inhabitants surpassed 1,500, due to its proximity to water sources. The agricultural yield of Day Village had always been high, coupled with the villagers' industrious nature. Nearly every household owned a home, living comfortably. Strangely, however, a flat expanse of land, resembling a vast square, lay just 100 meters around Day Village. Apart from a solitary tower, no other structures could be found. These towers stood 4 stories high, devoid of stairs. One had to use a ladder to ascend. Yet, it was known that constructing such fortifications in Day Village was no simple feat, requiring considerable resources and manpower each year. Lu Zhuangshi saw no one, as the village's elders and children had been relocated to 2 strongholds on the eastern side of the village. Even Lu Zhuangshi's father, Lu Hai, was no exception. Brother, throw the grenade, Lu Hai shouted, raising his submachine gun to unleash a barrage of fire. Beside him, a youth of 16 or 17 lay crouched, trembling at Lu Hai's command but immediately reaching for a nearby ammunition box. He picked up a small grenade, swiftly pulled the pin, and, gathering all his strength, hurled it away. Get lost? Heh, you will taste my might. The grenade was successfully thrown, but before the young man could revel in his achievement, Lu Hai had already tackled him to the ground. Bang bang. With 2 thunderous explosions, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by flying debris, striking the 2 men lying on the ground. Seeking death, I've warned you countless times. After throwing the grenade, you must duck. Lu Hai slapped the back of the young man's head. I will be careful in the future. The youth, aware of his error, could only respond with an apologetic smile. Lu Hai glared at him in anger, then picked up his handgun, returning to his position to resume firing. Moreover, with the dust still swirling, I could only vaguely discern a figure moving. Suddenly, a bone spike shot out from the smoke, piercing Lu Hai's shoulder before he could react, sending him flying backward. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lu Hai felt his blood boil within him. He did not even glance at his wound but struggled to rise. Alas, the bone spike that had penetrated his shoulder remained firmly lodged in the ground, refusing to budge. Wake up! Wake up! Panic flickered in Lu Hai's red eyes, but soon, he felt a surge of determination and shouted, Brother, hold the line. We must not let them breach our defenses. The youth, initially paralyzed with fear, was startled into action by his brother's call, quickly searching for weapons. In Day Village, equipping everyone with a handgun was unrealistic. Thus, each shooting range had only 1 handgun, with 1 person shooting and another assisting. Lu Hai's handgun had vanished the moment the bone spike struck him. Found it, found it, the youth exclaimed upon spotting the discarded handgun in a corner. Racing towards it, returning to the shooting point, the youth grinned at Lu Hai. Brother, don't worry, I will protect our position. With a bang, his body was knocked backward, lying motionless like a rag doll. Lu Hai's eyes nearly bulged out upon witnessing this. From somewhere, Lu Hai summoned an incredible strength and yanked the bone spike free from the ground, frantically darting behind cover, firing his rifle indiscriminately. What? Come on, you scoundrels! Chapter 13. What on earth is happening on the riverbank? Everyone stood in shock. Just moments ago, Yu Yao's 3 brothers had finally pulled the drowning young man ashore, but before they could offer assistance, a series of explosions erupted in Day Village. My son. A woman suddenly cried out as if possessed, rushing into the village. This woman, Xiuqin, was a widow. When her husband died, she was left alone with a child still in swaddling clothes. Fortunately, my mother-in-law is kind-hearted and often comes to help with the baby. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to manage the laundry. Xiuqin desired nothing more than to raise her son, hoping that her late husband's legacy would continue. Don't worry,
With Changgu here, he will be safe. Xiuqin repeatedly reassured herself. However, just as she was about to ascend the small path leading to the valley, a piercing scream echoed behind her. "Miss Lu, come out." It was Lu Zhuangshi's mother, Yu Yao, the very person who had been assisting her. Normally, Xiuqin would heed Yu Yao's command, but now, all she could think of was protecting her child. Ignoring the call, she hurried home to check on her baby. "What time is it? What do you want me to do?" Xiuqin replied, her mood sour. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed overhead, blocking her path. With pale skin and twisted limbs, its claws like iron, Xiuqin looked up to see a mouth exuding a foul stench, a gaping maw filled with white, pointed teeth. Gazing at this colossal monster, which seemed to belong only in a film, Xiuqin's body trembled, and her mind spun. A shriek escaped her lips. She screamed and turned to flee, but it was too late. As she fled a mere 2 steps, a tail, as thick as an arm and resembling a giant python, sliced through the air, wrapping around her entirely. The creature seemed not to wish her harm. As if hoisting her aloft with a rope, blood continuously gushed from Xiaoqin's mouth and nose, her hands and feet thrashing wildly in the air, her face contorted in agony. "Help! Help!" On the shore, a dozen women stood frozen in terror. Some crouching on the ground, having lost control of their bladders. "Let her go." Without any warning, a piercing scream shattered the air, followed by a barrage of stones hurled at the monstrous creature. "Damn it! Did you hear me? I said let her go," Yu Yao cried, her tears flowing like rain, trembling all over as she frantically searched for stones to throw. However, her efforts proved futile, as most of the stones missed the beast completely, and even those that struck it did little to inflict harm. Yet, despite this, Yu Yao persisted. With a shrill scream, the enraged monster seized the still struggling Xiaoqin and tore her head from her body with a vicious snap of its jaws before tossing her aside with a flick of its tail. It slowly turned its gaze towards the woman still hurling stones at it. Yu Yao met its gaze, unflinching and fearless, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. And no matter what, Xiaoqin was finally free. "Hero, do not be so reckless. You must understand that you need to mature quickly and live alongside me. Your father's temper is quite volatile. Do not challenge him, lest you find yourself in a dire situation. Farewell, brave one, farewell. I will protect you in heaven." Yu Yao wiped away her tears, her heart filled with determination. She would rather face death than show weakness before those beasts. "I truly miss you." Just as despair enveloped Yu Yao, she heard Afang's cries. "Wah, wah, wah, you nearly choked me." Chen Yin, lying on the shore, spat out a mouthful of water, followed by a fit of violent coughing. "Where is this place?" Chen Yin opened his eyes, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. "Women, children, what is that?" Chen Yin stared in confusion at a figure towering over 3 meters, pale and terrifying, with 2 snake-like appendages hanging from its rear. How could such a repulsive creature exist? The human race finds itself in a perilous situation, preyed upon by countless monsters. Had it not been for the source power within, humanity might have long been extinguished. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in his mind. Did these creatures just launch an assault on all of humanity? That sounds rather frightening. Lai Fong appeared frightened, and upon seeing Chen Yin suddenly rise, she trembled. "Why, you're awake." Chen Yin glanced at the drenched girl, who appeared to be around 18 or 19. It was clear even to him that his survival was thanks to her. However, if he had drowned, it would have been utterly humiliating. How embarrassing. If this gets out, I will be the laughingstock among other travelers. Thank you for saving my life. My survival is entirely due to you." Chen Yin expressed sincerely. Lai Fong waved her hand dismissively, then pointed to Lu Mei and Yu Yao. "Besides me, Sister Lu Mei and Sister Yu Yao are also here to save you." At this point, Li Fong burst into tears, her sobs flowing freely. "Woo-woo, even if you can do this to me, what difference does it make? I will eventually die here, and I haven't even married yet. I cannot die." Chen Yin felt a headache coming on. "Why are you crying? And what is this white long nail nonsense? Such a strange name." Lai Fong sniffled. "The elder brother of Geta Village has promised me. What should I do now?" Chen Yin, flustered, hurried to reassure her. "It's all right, as long as I'm here, no one will die. I bet you will definitely marry your Dezhu brother." Li Fong was momentarily taken aback, her voice trembling as she asked, "Can you defeat White Long Nail?" A proud smile crept across Chan Yin's lips as he confidently replied, "Of course, at this moment." Li Fong suddenly covered her face. "You're lying. You almost drowned, and yet you dare to boast about defeating White Long Nail. Miss Yuyo is in worse condition than you?" Chan Yin's lips quivered, rendered speechless. "I can't possibly drown." Li Fong's scream attracted the attention of those around them, and it was then that they realized the young man who had been pulled up was awakening. "Sigh, I must do something to assure you." Chan Yin sighed, a fervent glimmer in his eyes then, amidst the gaze of numerous women and children. A swarm of icy insects, radiating a chilling aura, suddenly surrounded Chan Yin, dancing around him like a flurry of tiny blue fairies. This surreal scene left everyone dumbfounded. Could it be that the young man who fell into the water was a source power wielder? Why would such a powerful source power user be at risk of drowning? The women exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. Chen Yin paid no heed to their whispers and steadily approached White Long Nail. Over 100 should suffice. Chapter 14. The Power of the Ice Crystal Ants. Chun Xiaobei was momentarily taken aback. Yuyo noticed a young man passing before her, still in tears, and instinctively reached out to help him. However, upon seeing the blue insect floating beside him, her heart leaped with joy, and she whispered, "Be careful, it's nothing, just a minor issue." Qian Yin paused, turning back with a sunny smile. "Sister Yuyo, you are quite brave. Leave the rest to me." Qian Yin learned from Li Fong that the weak woman who had once faced White Long Nail alone was among the 3 men who had jumped into the water at great peril. "Moreover, thank you, Sister Yuyo, for saving my life. Tio express my gratitude. I promise that no one will die here in the future." Yuyo listened to the young man's gentle yet resolute words. Tears welled in her eyes, and she bit her lip, struggling to suppress any sound. After all, despite her brave facade, she was still just a girl in her 20s, and her reaction was commendable. She did not know how this young man intended to deal with White Long Nail, but his presence provided her with a comforting excuse to feel at ease. In her battle against White Long Nail, she felt as if she had lived for an eternity. The sense of powerlessness and torment had taken a significant toll on her spirit. If it weren't for that young man, she might have gone mad. Qian Yin scoffed, continuing forward. "What sort of monster is this? Just a cowardly wretch relying on brute strength." He regarded the anxious expression on White Long Nail's face, then glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, a surge of anger welling up within him. "What more do you have to kill? If you have the guts, jump at me." White Long Nail's 4 legs sank, pressing its body close to the ground, its 2 tails thrashing wildly as it continued to roar, seemingly unwilling to attack. Clearly, it sensed a hint of threat from Qian Yin's aura. However, after a moment's hesitation, it finally made its move. The 2 wildly thrashing tails suddenly lashed out at Qian Yin, then unfurled like a blooming flower, revealing grotesque bones beneath. Swish, swish, 2 bone spikes, each the size of a thumb, shot from its tail towards Qian Yin's face. "Ha! You're truly an AD." Qian Yin scoffed, utterly unfazed by the bone spike. Just as the spike was 3 meters away from him, on the verge of piercing him, a black wall abruptly rose from the ground, intercepting the 2 bone spikes. Hiss! The bone spike seemed to sink into a quagmire, firmly ensnared by the black wall. With a flick of his hand, the black wall crumbled like sand. Upon seeing the white hair, White Long Nail began to retreat, its escape imminent, and Chen Yin wore a mocking expression. "Your attacks are far too weak. Let me show you what ADC truly means." "What is this?" "Fire the arrows." Following the command, the hundreds of ice crystal ants hovering beside Chen Yin sprang into action, their tiny mouths opening to expel a chilling breath, forming sharp ice spikes like steel needles that shot towards the fleeing White Long Nail. This was its special ability, a skill it could autonomously wield, Ice Spike. One must understand that this ice spike was inherited from the ice crystal spirit sparrow. Although the current ice crystal ants could not compare to their original form, they still exhibited some signs of their heritage. For instance, the white bone spike, no matter how fast it flew, could be vaguely tracked by someone of Chen Yin's level 6 cultivation. However, now, after the ice crystal ants unleashed their ice spikes, Chen Yin could not even glimpse its figure. The ice spikes, initially contained within the mouths of the ice ants, instantaneously penetrated White Long Nail's body, the entire process taking less than a second. A chilling wail pierced the air as the white long-spiked creature fled, its body riddled with gaping wounds, each one the size of a fist, and drenched in a grotesque yellowish blood. Strangely, before its repulsive blood could fully drain, a delicate layer of ice manifested upon it, freezing its injuries and spreading throughout its entire form. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant white spike was transformed into a mere block of ice. Could 100 extraordinary giant ants truly possess such formidable power? Chen Yin found himself somewhat astonished. Yet, the subsequent scene left Chen Yin at a loss for words, as the ice spikes were launched. All the crystalline ants swayed as if intoxicated, then tumbled down like dumplings, swiftly meeting their demise. Chen Yin chuckled at the absurdity. I see this indicative of entering a weakened state? Ha! Children, you've worked hard. Go take a nap. With a casual wave of his hand, he collected all the crystalline ants. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood momentarily stunned. The onlookers, a mix of women and children from a distance, exchanged glances before erupting into joyous exclamations. That young man who fell into the water is truly a master of source energy. He has vanquished the white spikes. We are saved. He is indeed our savior. All right, I understand. Mother, a wave of tears surged among the crowd, with one woman clutching her child, directing a flurry of questions at Chen Yin. But, mother, how could such a strong elder brother drown? The woman was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by such a straightforward yet poignant inquiry. However, she quickly regained composure, feigning an air of profundity. Foolish child, this is easily understood. This must be a test from the powerful source energy wielder to discern whether we are truly virtuous and deserving of salvation. The crowd finally grasped her words, their gazes toward her now filled with admiration. Lu Mei, quick to grasp the moment, exclaimed, Indeed! If we remain passive, that formidable being will also turn a blind eye. This embodies the principle of good reaping good, Lu Mei. I truly thank the three of you. Without your intervention, we would have long been devoured by those terrifying white spikes. I heard those beasts can consume 10 cattle in a single day. As the dialogue between the woman and the children unfolded, Li Fang's eyes glimmered with tears as she murmured, Is that for real? Yet, when I saved him, I distinctly saw him rolling his eyes, bubbling at the mouth, as if on the brink of death. Surely, he wasn't merely acting. Indeed, he must be a master of source energy. His acting skills are astounding. Chen Yin interjected, We are not far apart. And my hearing has reached level 6. I can hear every word exchanged between the woman and the children with clarity. Particularly, Li Fang's remarks sent a chill down Chen Yin's spine, leaving him quite shaken. Oh, what a sin! My pristine reputation, tarnished in an instant. If I dare step into the water again, I shall be nothing more than a dead dog, though he maintained a facade of calm. Inside, he felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind, vividly replaying everything he had just said. Feeling a surge of determination, Chen Yin swiftly approached the remnants of ice. This punch is punishment for your attempt on my life. This strike is for your grotesque visage that dared to intimidate me. He sighed in relief as he surveyed the shattered ice around him. Feeling significantly bettered, a voice called from behind him. Turning around, he smiled. Miss Yu Yao, what brings you to me? He beheld her fair features, knowing that even a once youthful visage could leave one at a loss for words. Yu Yao, a pawn in this grand game, felt her cheeks flush with warmth, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, she quickly cast aside her distractions and resolutely knelt before him. With tears streaming down her face, Yu Yao beseeched, Mr. Source Energy, please lend us your strength and save everyone in Day Village. Chapter 15. In times of danger, support is essential. Yu Yao, what are you doing? Speak to me properly. Chen Yin was taken aback by her sudden kneeling and rushed to support her. Once she regained her footing, she wasted no time divulging the circumstances surrounding Chen Yin's slumber and shared her conjectures. Are you suggesting that this village is also at risk of being attacked? Chen Yin inquired. Yu Yao nodded fervently, her urgency palpable. Yes, this matter is critical. No one can remain here. The chaos must be due to the villagers being attacked. Please, I implore you, save everyone in the village. Tears welled in Yu Yao's eyes as she pleaded. Chen Yin waved his hand, smiling gently. There is no need for such formality. Yu Yao, I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. It is merely a trifling effort on my part. Besides, even if our paths had never crossed, human life is of utmost importance. I cannot stand idly by in the face of peril. Yu Yao was moved to tears, her fears dissipating significantly. She quickly organized a group to escort Qian Yin toward the village. On their journey, they encountered Lu Zhuangshi, who was distraught, crying as he wandered aimlessly. "Mother, there's no one left in the village. Not even Dr. Bai. Don't cry." "It's all right," Yu Yao consoled, embracing the weeping child and quietly wiping away her own tears. Before long, Qian Yin found himself encircled by a group, hastening toward Dai village. As he entered the village, he could distinctly hear a cacophony from the east, mingled with human voices and the anguished roars of the white spikes. Qian Yin resolved not to delay any further. He led the women and children into a defensive structure, ensuring the surroundings were clear of any white spikes before dashing eastward along the main road. Though only at level 6, the power it wielded was frighteningly immense, unfathomable to the average person. As Qian Yin sprinted, he left a clear imprint upon the solid concrete, leaping effortlessly several meters forward. Akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, charging ahead unrelentingly. "Lu Hai, with so many beasts, we may not hold out for long," Zhang Bing gasped, clutching his long gun atop an eastern battlement. "We've only lost over 50 out of 100 men. At this rate, we're doomed," he lamented. Zhang Bing, a man in his 30s, had stepped in as Lu Hai's replacement after the latter's previous companion was slain. "We must defend. Our loved ones are behind us. Do you wish for them to be consumed by those beasts?" Lu Hai, bloodied and resolute, did not turn to face Zhang. His expression remained stoic. "Regardless of our fate, as long as I am alive, my wife and children will be safe." He paused briefly before continuing, "Ultimately, whether we survive is of little consequence. We only need to hold out until those source energy wielders arrive." Zhang Bing revealed a crooked smile, exposing a set of yellowed teeth. "Indeed, this is our grave, the resting place for those beasts. Once the source energy masters arrive, they will have no chance of escape." Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, Zhang Bing added, "Lu Hai, do you believe those source energy masters will be able to find those beasts?" "Absolutely. Those powerful individuals must possess their own means of detection. Should those creatures dare to show themselves, they will undoubtedly be found," Lu Hai asserted with unwavering conviction. However, despite his bold words, his eyes betrayed a deep-seated concern. He was not lying. Everything he spoke of stemmed from his experiences purchasing vegetables in town. In simple terms, it boiled down to 2 words. Whenever danger arises, reinforcements will surely follow. It is merely a matter of time. Indeed, should any threats approach us, the source energy masters will certainly be aware and come to our aid. This is beyond doubt. However, the number and focus of the source energy wielders are finite. If we are fortunate enough to encounter other masters, their assistance will be invaluable. Conversely, if a powerful individual is occupied elsewhere, our plight may be prolonged. Source energy masters, please reach us before we meet our end." Lu Hai silently prayed within his heart. He did not fear death. In this world, no one truly feared it, be it his brother or his new companion. Zhang Bing. From the moment they entered this stronghold, they had all resolved to protect their loved ones with their lives, for that was the duty of the youth of Dai village. They were ordinary folk, but far from cowards, as Lu Hai pondered. A monstrous, grotesque head suddenly emerged from the barrel of the gun. "Zhang Bing," Lu Hai roared, raising his sword to strike. Zhang Bing, quick on the uptake, gripped his long gun tightly and thrust it forward. Their ammunition was nearly depleted, and bullets held little value for them, so they resorted to melee weapons. Whether it be firearms, bullets, or mundane weaponry, none were particularly costly here. Rather, food had become increasingly precious, evolving into a scarce resource that had brought prosperity to Dai village. With a sharp sound, the battle raged on. The immense cranium suffered a grievous blow, emitting a sharp, anguished cry as its body rapidly shrank and vanished from sight. Yet, before the two could catch their breath, a sudden cacophony of violent impacts erupted from outside, unmistakably the enraged white spike ramming against the walls. The tremendous roar caused the turret to tremble ominously. Thankfully, during its construction, we utilized steel plates. There's no denying their sturdiness. Zhang Bing grinned widely, his face adorned with a look of golden delight, while Lu Hai gently brushed away the dust from his forehead, nodding with a smile. However, At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. A thunderous explosion reverberated from behind them, shaking the entire turret. Lu Hai's heart sank, and he hurriedly turned to look. Boom! He was struck squarely by a pebble, tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Witnessing Lu Hai sprawled on the ground, his face smeared with blood and his fate uncertain, fortunate Zhang Bing slowly turned around. Yet, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The turret boasted for sturdy walls. And now, a gaping hole loomed behind him, towering over 2 men, beyond which lay a white spike with 3 tails. Hiss! I shall slay you, you bastard white spike. 2 individuals, snapping back to reality, immediately raised their submachine guns and unleashed a barrage of frantic gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Alas, the white spike merely ricocheted off as if striking an iron plate, producing nothing more than a shower of sparks without inflicting any substantial damage. The white spike lay motionless on the ground, and without any warning, one of its 3 tails lunged forward. The remaining survivors found their vision swallowed by darkness, and when they regained their senses, 2 gunmen lay lifeless on the ground, grotesque holes marring their chests. Oh no! I need to get out of here. A young man, paralyzed by fear, crumpled to the ground, discarding his weapon in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, as he stumbled halfway, his legs convulsed violently as if possessed, and he was dragged away by an unseen force. If the second floor were to collapse, this turret would be doomed as well. Zhang Bing, momentarily stupefied, soon managed a bitter smile, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in his eyes. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he mused, "It seems I have run out of chances. Lu Hai, stop playing the fool. There is something I must tell you. If fortune smiles upon you and you survive, you must inform my wife. I could marry another, but I cannot allow my child to be bullied. Otherwise," pain flickered across Zhang Bing's face as he hefted his long gun and charged toward the 3-tailed monstrosity. Chapter 16. Black River and Glacier. A figure soared across the eastern skies. My, it's been over an hour, and we still haven't arrived. We're late. It was a rugged man, sporting a scruffy beard, a curved sword hanging at his waist, riding a contraption resembling a hoverboard. And that cursed white thorn, had it lost its mind to appear so suddenly? Whether it was my inability to wield a weapon or your arrogance, I know not. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his fingertips and looked down to find his cigarette nearly burnt to ash. Damn, I forgot smoking iced tea allowed on the plane. What a disaster. I'm out of smokes. The man, distraught, brought the stub to his lips and took a deep drag. All that remains is a pile of cotton. He coughed, suppressing his pain as he cast the stub aside. Wait. He paused momentarily. That instant, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and stared in disbelief. Why have these spikes vanished in such a short time? Is it possible that Dai village is home to another formidable foe? Chen Yin dashed towards the eastern side of the village, where he beheld 2 turrets ensnared by a multitude of white spikes, 50 or 60. By his estimation, 1 turret had been breached, a gaping hole revealing a long white spike beyond. This is all your fault. Chen Yin, hearing the roars from within the stronghold, felt a surge of alarm. Realizing the dire situation unfolding, a desperate struggle for survival, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the remaining 20,000 ants, commanding them to split into 2 teams and assault the turret. What spectacle might 20,000 5-centimeter-long soldier ants create when united? From a distance, they appeared as a black river, poised to engulf all, yet Chen Yin remained unsatisfied. He released over 2,300 ice crystal ants, with 100 resting and healing, to attack the surrounding white spikes. Whoosh! In the void, rifts in space appeared. The 2 turrets, besieged by the white spikes, had over 30 ice sculptures adorning them. At all costs, press on. Time was of the essence. Chen Yin understood that with a fraction more speed, he could save a life. Just a bit more. I must ensure everyone escapes. His resolve was unwavering. The icy shards surged forth, followed closely by 2 streams of black. As the soldier ant legion collided with the turrets, the black river enveloped them, swiftly flowing upstream, emitting piercing shrieks as it devoured the unshackled white spikes. The fierce struggle of the white spikes claimed many soldier ants, yet the level 9 soldier ants were no mere pushovers. Their mandibles and bite force could effortlessly tear through the white spike surface, consuming everything within. If the 2,000 ice crystal ants were akin to a group of frail yet fiercely offensive archers, then the assembled 20,000 soldier ants represented a battalion of heavily armored soldiers with formidable defenses, fearlessly charging forth. Lu Hai awoke from his slumber, just as he believed his demise was certain. The surrounding darkness jolted him back to consciousness. He attempted to rise, yet his strength had all but abandoned him. Intense pain drenched him in sweat. His injuries were severe. First, he had been pierced by the bone of a white spike in his shoulder. Then, while defending the tower, the white creature's claws had slashed through him like a colossal knife, leaving multiple wounds, followed by a stone that had smashed his head. At that moment, not a single part of him was whole. Yet, despite this, he summoned every ounce of strength, grasping a massive sword from the ground to support himself. The wall collapsed thunderously. He noticed a white three-tailed spike, alongside some other white spikes. My brother, my brother, my brother, my brother. I know them all. The reason Lu Hai yearned to stand was simple. Someone must take his place in this world. Now, he was the last one remaining within the fortress. If he did not rise, what purpose would he serve? Fully aware that this was a futile endeavor, Lu Hai coughed blood as he pointed his sword at the three-tailed white spike, muttering to himself, "It's all right, we're all already dead and my existence matters little." The previously preoccupied white spikes, gnawing on the corpses, suddenly lifted their heads in unison, fixating on the seemingly fragile human. Despite being surrounded by so many white spikes, Lu Hai felt no fear. He inhaled deeply, voice steady as he declared, "You bunch of bastards. Do you truly think that breaking down a wall and devouring a single person makes you formidable? Just you wait. Once our human warriors emerge, you shall witness what true strength is." With a furious roar, an extraordinary warmth surged forth from within him. Without hesitation, Lu Hai hurled the long sword in his grasp toward the three-tailed white spike. Typically, a gravely injured individual would possess no strength, but curiously, the moment the sword left his hand, it was propelled by a fierce wind, piercing directly into the eye socket of the three-tailed white spike. Swoosh! The three-tailed white spike arced through the air, a trickle of yellow blood trailing behind. It then descended into madness, indiscriminately slashing, particularly with its three tails that resembled colossal serpents, sweeping through the vicinity, even impaling the closest white spikes into the ground. In an instant, the three-tailed white spike halted its frenzied assault, its blood-red eyes fixated on the audacious human who had dared to inflict harm. Brimming with an insatiable thirst for vengeance, it yearned to shred this human to pieces, bit by bit. Meanwhile, Lu Hai collapsed to the ground, eyes tightly shut, awaiting death, though he had come to realize he was no longer merely mortal. What did it matter? He could not even move a finger and could only await his fate. To manage a final act of defiance by plucking out an eye was already a considerable achievement. Third brother, old Zhang, please wait a moment. Lu Hai is coming to gather everyone. Lu Hai closed his eyes, his mind racing through a myriad of faces, particularly that of a child, a smile brightening their face as they wiped their nose. Child, from this moment forth, only I shall be the one to strike you. Does that not bring you discomfort? The screen flickered incessantly before abruptly ceasing. The girl, exuding an air of elegance, offered him a faint smile. Yu Yao, your efforts are commendable. In the next life, I shall serve you. Chapter 17. Su San, source of power with a heart resigned to death, Lu Hai patiently awaited, yet did not feel any pain for an extended period. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. A stream of black liquid, having infiltrated the towering cannon, seemed to possess a will of its own, deftly avoiding the corpses strewn upon the ground and instead absorbing every last white spike. The white spikes, once ensnared, struggled and roared, yet could not escape this force, ultimately dissolving completely. Moments later, as the black water receded, the two-tiered cannon stood empty, devoid of any trace of the white spikes. At last, has the master of power arrived? Contemplating this, Lu Hai could no longer bear the strain. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Aggregating ant, trait, talent, ordinary level 9 combat power 96, hatching time 200 days, fusion, combines various ant colonies to enhance their strength, currently synthesized 315 species, predation, feeds on powerful animals and plants. extracting their strength for the benefit of its nest, accelerating reproduction, feeds on special organisms and plants, with a low probability of stripping their attributes, rage, at the cost of its own vitality, doubles its combat power and general forging completion. 2. This battle marked the most brutal confrontation between the aggregating ants and the white spikes, with casualties exceeding 20,000 and countless aggregating ants injured. Fortunately, after consuming the body of the white spike, his colony significantly enlarged, totaling over 40 white spikes, with more than 40,000 self-destructing, resulting in a harvest of over 20,000. After examining the forging process of the ant general, Chun Yin felt reassured. Finally, it has reached level 2. If there were no progress, I would have suspected a system malfunction. Chun Yin sighed, lamenting, that ant general is a lost cause. I had hoped to invest 2 to 300,000, which would suffice, yet now, not even a single one remains. A million. Perhaps I should reconsider. Considering the previous losses in the Great Wilderness Forest, the current number of aggregating ants now exceeds 30,000. However, with over 30,000 aggregating ants, the ant general's forging progress only increased to 2, highlighting the vast disparity. What a greedy creature. I wonder what it could forge. Chun Yin muttered to himself. Yet, he recognized that this was all due to the insufficient rank of these ants. If they could ascend to the extraordinary or even higher ranks, their forging speed would greatly improve. Swoosh! Just as Chen Yin was about to withdraw all the aggregating ants, a sound sliced through the air. Turning his gaze, Chen Yin saw a shadow plummeting from the sky, landing with a thud in mere moments. It was a man clad in black robes, a long sword slung across his back. Chen Yin silently summoned a few aggregating ants, preparing for battle. I am uncertain of that man's identity, yet a foreboding sensation washed over Chen Yin. Not too shabby, though he felt an unsettling familiarity about this individual. Such an aura, he had first encountered it in this world when facing the ice crystal spirit bird and the fire ape tower in the Great Wilderness Forest. However, Chen Yin felt somewhat relieved. This presence did not seem as exaggerated as those two ferocious beasts. Nonetheless, Chen Yin remained vigilant, uncertain of the other's true capabilities. Oh, these ants are quite fascinating, robust and fierce, Su San remarked, momentarily taken aback. Then directed his attention to the youth among the ants. Where are the white spikes? Dead. Yi Futian replied succinctly. 79 white spikes. Did you slay them all? Su San inquired, furrowing his brow. Not all. I dispatched over 60. While the rest were killed by the villagers, Chen Yin clarified. How could you claim to have merely just begun after killing over 60? Su San laughed heartily, shaking a pack of cigarettes. Chen Yin waved his hand, indicating disinterest. Su San said no more, lighting a cigarette for himself, exhaling smoke while asking, where is his body? Chen Yin frowned, gesturing to a few ants nearby. They consumed it, I see. Su San scratched his head, appearing frustrated. This is unavoidable. May I ask you something? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yin replied coolly, that is already your limit. Su San paused, hastily retrieving a cigarette to ease the tension, only to fall silent. This young man, though youthful, possessed a fiery temperament, his words sharp and incisive. At that moment, Chen Yin interjected. You have 2 questions you wish to pose to me. Of course, feel free to ask whatever you desire. Is it not obvious? You came to Great River Village to rescue us? Indeed. I received a mission to eliminate the white spikes, by vanquishing all the monsters. I inadvertently saved their lives. However, it seems that effort may now be in vain. Please, proceed with your inquiries, Imo Wuji stated nonchalantly. Chen Yin's disdain somewhat abated. Su San's excitement surged as he rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, I sense no source energy within you, meaning you are not a source wielder. How then do you command those ants? Chen Yin pondered briefly before responding. Perhaps it is due to his innate talent. Is that so? Regner nodded. Su San mused for a moment, discarding his cigarette, but with a smile. I understand. Everyone harbors their own secrets. If you truly prefer not to disclose it, I do not mind. How absurd. What is there to discuss regarding formless power and innate talent? Su San continued, by the way. You performed admirably. Though you received no tasks, your initiative to save someone surpasses those who claim to be heroes yet are merely self-serving. That is what I admire about you, should you wish. Despite lacking source power, you may seek me out in Yongding City. I am Su San. May I know your name? Chen Yin, Yi Futian replied. Su San nodded. Then a peculiar flying object resembling a skateboard appeared at his feet. Well then, I must take my leave. I have a banquet to attend tonight. With that, he stepped onto the skateboard and soared away. As Su San departed, Chen Yin felt a sense of relief, but also bewilderment. He arrived swiftly and left just as quickly, not even lingering for 5 minutes, as if he were a fleeting specter. What a splendid skateboard! It flies and glides, akin to riding a sword through the air. Suddenly, Su San's audacious voice echoed from above. Chen Yin, my brother. Though the mountains may change, we shall meet again. When that time comes, I will visit you in Yongding City. Chen Yin gazed skyward, ensuring no one else was around before retracting his ant colony into his body. No need. I find you irksome. In the aftermath of the White Spike incident, Great River Village witnessed the loss of 153 lives, with nearly half of the families left bereaved. It was a sorrowful night. Yet the words to be spoken were few. One must recognize that being besieged by dozens of white spikes, unless facing total annihilation, one should count their blessings. Of course, this was all thanks to those valiant men and the assistance of Chen Yin. By the way, as the sentinels at the fortress were primarily the village's young men, the number of widows in Great River Village surged, giving rise to a notorious widows' village. In time, many single men from nearby areas relocated to Great River Village, hoping to find a suitable wife. After all, marrying a widow and having a child is not a bad proposition. Chapter 18. The War of Great River Village. The incident involving the white spikes had passed, and more individuals emerged from the fortress. Great River Village gradually returned to its once vibrant atmosphere, yet amidst the smoke, a palpable sorrow lingered. By nightfall, the 2 towers on the eastern side of the village brimmed with the elderly, the weak, and women and children. They tended to the wounded while searching for the remains of their deceased kin, the air thick with lamentation. It was evident that this night would be one of sleeplessness for Great River Village, with many mourning the loss of sons, husbands, and fathers. After much discussion, the consensus was reached to excavate all the graves on a nearby mountain and inter all the bodies there. Tomorrow, a memorial hall would be erected to honor the fallen men, lighting eternal lamps in their memory. Great River Village shall, for generations, continue to offer its tribute. Chen Yin stood at the edge of the stage, observing the scene before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. The reason I could confront Bai Chongding directly is that I possessed the confidence to face him. However, those who were slain were quite different. They were merely a group of farmers, devoid of combat experience and capability, relying solely on brute strength. Yet it was this very spirit of defiance that empowered them to stand against Bai Chongding, defending their homeland. Regardless of his status, his courage and audacity are indeed commendable. They all declare that we, the Source ability users, exist to protect humanity. Chen Yin felt a stirring within him as he suddenly recognized several familiar faces. He had arranged for those women to find shelter in Yu Yao. Despite her husband Lu Hai being gravely injured and still unconscious, at least he was out of immediate danger, clinging to life. Yet, a profound sadness enveloped her heart, for her beloved would never return. Her brother-in-law, Lu Hai's biological brother, lay lifeless on the ground, a bone spike piercing his skull, undeniably dead. After witnessing her younger brother's burial, Yu Yao returned to the village entrance and spotted Chen Yin amidst the crowd. Master Chen Yin, we owe you a great debt of gratitude, Yu Yao expressed, preparing to bow in thanks. The crowd was well aware that the assault on the village involved over 80 white stakes, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet, in that moment of dire peril, countless black ants surged forth from the fortress, resembling a dark river that engulfed all the white stakes, while others were perplexed by the turn of events. Yu Yao and the women had witnessed it firsthand. Oh dear, Sister Yu Yao, do not kneel so easily. It may shorten your lifespan. Chen Yin reacted swiftly, lifting Yu Yao's arm. Yu Yao, regaining her composure, respectfully replied, Mr. Chen Yin, it is my utmost intention not to disappoint you. It is rather late. Would you care to stay the night? My home has ample rooms. Then, it would be rather kind of me towards Sister Yu Yao. With no other options available, Chen Yin readily agreed and inquired. Food? Yu Yao paused, a flicker of a smile breaking through her momentary daze. On their way back, Chen Yin gazed at the woman beside him, drenched in sweat and struggling to maintain her footing, feeling a pang of compassion. Sister Yu Yao, allow me to assist you. Yu Yao smiled gently but firmly declined. There is no need to trouble the Source ability user. I can manage alone. Besides, holding my husband gives me comfort. Yu Yao's circumstances were relatively good. She resided in a two-story house within a detached courtyard. The first floor served as the living space for their family, while the second floor was beautifully decorated, complete with a bathroom, bedrooms, and a living room. As a distinguished guest, Chen Yin was accommodated on the second floor. After ensuring Lu Hai was settled, Yu Yao set about preparing dinner for Chen Yin. Sister Yu Yao, you are truly impressive, Chen Yin exclaimed at the dining table, devouring the meal with gusto, not forgetting to praise Yu Yao's culinary skills. Chen Yin did not flatter Yu Yao excessively, but her cooking was indeed commendable. The dishes laid out were appetizing, and even the most experienced chef would find nothing amiss. Moreover, Chen Yin had not tasted seasoned food in quite some time. He was almost moved to tears. Indeed, my mother's cooking is renowned in the village. If you were to taste it, it would surely be a blessing. Before Yu Yao could speak, Lu Zhuangshi chimed in, his face beaming with pride. Yu Yao smiled at Chen Yin and playfully tapped Lu Zhuangshi on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. Poor child, Chen Yin remarked with a hint of exasperation. Sister Yu Yao, please just call me Chen Yin. Referring to me as master feels rather odd, of course, Mr. Chen Yin, Yu Yao replied with a slight smile. Chen Yin opened his mouth to say something but ultimately chose to focus on his meal instead. After dining, Chen Yin exchanged pleasantries with Yu Yao before excusing himself to the upper floor for a rest. He noticed Yu Yao making a concerted effort to hide her fatigue. However, since she regarded him as an esteemed guest, she would undoubtedly remain, both to avoid disturbing him and to keep a watchful eye on Lu Hai. Yu Yao's deference irked Chen Yin, yet he felt powerless against it. It seemed that people viewed those with source abilities with an almost fervent admiration. Ascending to the upper floor, Chen Yin first indulged in a relaxing hot bath before collapsing onto the bed. Having faced drowning and then being pierced, today had truly exhausted him. This is the state of affairs in Day Village. Other villages are likely no better, and countless lives are lost daily. I have come to understand that without sufficient power, survival is unattainable. The priority now is to swiftly locate new ant colonies and elevate them to extraordinary realms. Once these spirit-gathering ants transcend to a higher state, my strength will ascend as well. 2,000 extraordinary ice crystal ants could effortlessly obliterate over 30 white stakes. What might transpire if there were tens of thousands? Or even more? I can only imagine the dismay it would cause someone like Tai Ta to witness such a spectacle. Chen Yin contemplated his next steps, pondering whether to explore Yongding City and familiarize himself with the towns in this area. Moreover, regarding Su San, I wish to avoid any entanglements with him. He exudes an aura that suggests he is no good. Lost in thought, Chen Yin eventually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Lu Zhuangshi roused him, calling out, "Brother Chen Yin, wake up!" Startled, Chen Yin thought something was amiss, only to see Lu Zhuangshi grinning at him, holding a stack of clothes and a shoe. "My mother just bought you a new outfit. Hurry and put it on." Chapter 19. Changing Lu Hai. When Lu Zhuangshi dragged Chen Yin down from the upper floor, he beheld a table laden with food. Additionally, at the dining table sat not only Yu Yao but also Lu Hai, who was wrapped in bandages and sitting still. "Master Chen Yin, has this brave warrior disturbed you?" Lu Hai chuckled. "This little one has no idea what's gotten into him. He simply wished to present this to you." Yu Yao gently brushed Lu Hai's hair and spoke. Chen Yin clenched his fists, feigning ignorance to Lu Zhuangshi's expression, and waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I merely just woke up," escaping from his earlier predicament. Lu Zhuangshi instantly became lively, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, look how cool Brother Chen Yin looks in his new clothes." "Sit down and refrain from talking." Lu Hai frowned, startling Lu Zhuangshi into quickly taking a seat at the table. In Day Village, Lu Zhuangshi's greatest fear was Lu Hai. No one terrified him more. Just like Yu Yao, when she struck him, it was more for show than actual harm, merely to intimidate. But Lu Hai was different. With the might of their father behind him, the howl of 7 wolves would echo throughout the entire village. Chen Yin approached the dining table, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Brother Lu Hai, how fares your injury?" He had not anticipated that Lu Hai, who had been gravely wounded and unconscious the previous night, would recover so swiftly. Lu Hai promptly replied, "Thank you for your concern. Sir, it is merely a few minor injuries, nothing to fret over." Lu Hai's respect for Chen Yin surpassed even that of Yao It was no wonder. First, Chen Yin had saved his life, and second, he had witnessed the Ant River vanquished by Chongding. In Lu Hai's eyes, Qian Yin had attained an almost unimaginable stature. Once the two settled down, Qian Yin noticed their slight awkwardness and, with a pair of chopsticks in hand, cheerfully remarked, "As guests, if you don't eat, can I still partake?" Upon hearing this, the two began to eat heartily, while Lu Zhuangshi, drooling, eagerly grabbed a piece of chicken and devoured it. Huh? What's going on? Mid-meal, Qian Yin suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to Lu Hai, who was quietly eating. Getting closer, he could feel a significant change in Lu Hai, not in appearance but in an indescribable aura. It was somewhat reminiscent of Su San yet distinctly different. Subtle, it exuded a comforting sensation, akin to a gentle breeze. Could it be that he has become a source ability user? A peculiar thought flickered in Qian Yin's mind. But why would that be? Is there something extraordinary about him? Perhaps I shall inquire later. Qian Yin continued to ponder as he consumed his meal. The meal soon concluded. As Qian Yin refrained from initiating conversation, Lu Hai and his wife hesitated to be the first to break the silence, wishing not to disrupt Qian Yin's dining experience. After the meal, Lu Zhuangshi returned to his room to play, while Yu Yao cleaned the dishes and retreated to the kitchen. Before long, only Qian Yin and Lu Hai remained in the hall. Mr. Qian Yin, may I ask you a few questions? Lu Hai ventured. Qian Yin nodded and added, "You may call me Qian Yin." "Very well, Mr. Qian Yin," Lu Hai responded with a grin. Qian Yin pursed his lips, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. As the saying goes, like attracts like. The duo of Lu Hai and Yu Yao embodies this sentiment with their upright demeanor. Lu Hai, with a hint of uncertainty, remarked, "Young Master Qian Yin, I seem to be feeling rather different lately." Qian Yin inquired further, "In what way?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hai responded, "It feels as though I possess an inexhaustible strength. My injuries heal swiftly, and I can feel the breath within my chest." As he spoke, Lu Hai gestured with his hand, and a miracle unfolded. From between his fingers emerged slender green threads, swirling with the precise rhythm of a clock, multiplying rapidly until a diminutive green tornado manifested at his fingertips, a manifestation of wind element. A jolt of realization struck Qian Yin. Although he had anticipated this, he was nonetheless astonished. You truly harnessed the source energy. It was not merely the display of Lu Hai's prowess that astounded him, but the potential revelation of a secret enabling mortals to awaken source energy. Indeed, Master Qian Yin was remarkably perceptive. Having discerned the clues early on, Lu Hai, equally surprised, grasped the implication of Qian Yin's words. "Master Qian Yin," Lu Hai continued, "could you enlighten me about our source power?" The inhabitants of Day Village, despite being locals, were somewhat isolated and thus lacked knowledge about powerful source wielders. Qian Yin's understanding was limited. He had gleaned a basic explanation from the Iron Tower and, through his own insights, pieced together a general comprehension of the matter. After a brief pause, Qian Yin elaborated. Source power refers to a collective of individuals, each possessing formidable abilities, yet their strengths are distinctly varied. We can categorize them into 6 major types: the Force attribute, the Soul attribute, the Summoning attribute, the Rune attribute, the Anomalous attribute, and the Nature attribute you currently command. The Force type, as the name suggests, boasts exceptional physical prowess, excelling particularly in close combat. The Mind type can exert control over everything, with the more potent among them capable of influencing human thought. Summoners can wield a power that is impervious to death, serving their will. Rune masters create phenomena that transcend common understanding through the use of runes. Anomalous wielders do not possess a specific ability but rather a unique source energy. Furthermore, you can channel your source energy into the elements of wind, fire, and lightning. It is evident that you also possess the wind element. Of course, this is merely what I've heard. Take it with a grain of salt. With admiration etched on his face, Lu Hai exclaimed, "Surely, Master Qian Yin's insights cannot be erroneous." After a moment of awkward laughter, he mused, "Does this imply that you, Master Qian Yin, are also of the summoning type?" Suddenly recalling the swarms of ants, he shook his head. "Wait, Mr. Qian Yin did not summon a living creature." Qian Yin waved his hand dismissively. "My current state differs somewhat, thus, do not involve me in that." He struggled to articulate his thoughts to the system. Lu Hai scratched his head earnestly. "Regardless, Master Qian Yin is indeed formidable. There are always those stronger than oneself. I am but a novice in comparison." Qian Yin chuckled. "You are already a source power wielder. Why still refer to me as your master?" When have I ever claimed authority? Lu Hai retorted, as a mere villager. Toiling in the fields, how could I ever compare to you? Chen Yin smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and instead voiced a lingering curiosity. Could you recount the details of your battle with Bai Chongding? Perhaps with greater specificity? Chen Yin's excitement surged. From Lu Hai, they might unearth a pathway for him to become a source power adept. Chapter 20. The activation of source energy as Lu Hai narrated his tale. Chen Yin pondered deeply. How was it that among the over 200 souls in the fortress, only Lu Hai had awakened his source energy? It was evident that this confrontation was not of paramount importance. After all, many had witnessed the event. What pivotal moment allowed Lu Hai to unleash his source energy? Did you not feel as though those around you had perished? Were the 3 elongated white nails not a harbinger of your doom? Did the memories of your family not haunt you in your final moments? While these elements undoubtedly played a role, the crux of Lu Hai's awakening lay in the instant he hurled the dagger. An ordinary individual, wielding a common blade, managed to grievously injure a 3-tailed white claw while remaining unscathed. An extraordinary feat indeed. A thought struck Chen Yin, recalling Lu Hai's earlier words. Initially, I was quite disheartened, but upon witnessing the villagers being devoured by beasts, I was consumed with rage, my mind solely fixated on avenging them. From despair to fury, a singular thought emerged. In that moment, Chen Yin felt he had grasped a crucial point. Yet regardless of his contemplation, it remained shrouded in a thin veil of obscurity, eluding his understanding. In truth, Chen Yin was on the brink of uncovering the key to this enigma, yet lacked sufficient evidence to confirm his suspicions. Lu Hai's awakening of source energy was articulated succinctly. In that moment, when your spirit reached a critical juncture, your will merged with your essence. During the clash with Bai Chongding, Lu Hai faced countless life and death crises. His consciousness was akin to a taut rubber band, repeatedly stretched and pulled, only to snap back, especially in the throes of rage. As he unleashed his sword with all his might, his spirit ascended to a new echelon. Crucially, at that instant, his mental fortitude reached its zenith, akin to an atomic bomb on the verge of detonation, subsequently compressed. Then, he beheld the key. The door to source energy was flung open wide. After a considerable pause, Chen Yin realized he could not unravel the mystery at that moment and thus rose to his feet. It is time to depart. Brother Lu Hai, I appreciate your diligence in recounting these details. Lu Hai stood as well, hastily responding, What you say is untrue, Master Chen Yin. Were it not for your assistance, I would not have the privilege to share such insights. Chen Yin smiled faintly, opting not to engage further on this topic, and redirected the conversation. Brother Lu Hai, what are your plans moving forward? Since you are now considered a source power wielder, would you not join me in returning to Yongding City? Lu Hai paused, contemplating, before replying, No need. I have grown accustomed to this arduous life and have no desire to return to the bustling city. Moreover, I cherish Day Village, Yuyao, and the land here. I find fulfillment in protecting this territory with my abilities. Chen Yin nodded in understanding, refraining from pressing the matter. Everyone harbors their own aspirations, and Lu Hai's decision was justifiable. Although the world of source energy is enticing, what use is it if one cannot safeguard their family? That is well. With you stationed in Day Village, we shall remain secure. Chen Yin hesitated. It is quite late. I shall take my leave. Wai Yu Yao emerged from the kitchen, her face alight with anticipation. Young Master Chen? If there are no pressing matters, do stay a few more days. It is already late autumn. Why not sample the zhengzi I have prepared? Lu Hai quickly added, Indeed. We are soon to reach Yongding City. Let us gather here to celebrate. Both Yu Yao and Lu Hai recognized Chen Yin's intent to depart. Well, I fear I may find Yu Yao's culinary delights too irresistible to leave. Chen Yin chuckled heartily, clasping his hands in farewell. Noticing Lu Zhuangshi peeking shyly, he gestured for him to approach. Lu Zhuangshi hesitated, then slowly made his way over. Young man, extend your hand. With a sniffle, Lu Zhuangshi obediently presented his chubby palms. Chen Yin summoned an ant, placing it in his hand, and smiled. This is a gift for you. Ensure it is well fed. Do not let it go hungry, and no need to see me off. Farewell. Yet as he opened the courtyard door, he was taken aback. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for rescuing our Day village. May fortune smile upon you. Unbeknownst to him, the villagers of Day had all knelt at Yu Yao's doorstep, men and women, old and young, stretching endlessly before him. How could this be? At that moment, Qian Yin's heart swelled with mixed emotions. 3 days passed. A young man, burdened with a large pack, strolled leisurely along a winding mountain path. This individual was none other than Qian Yin, having just escaped Dai village. The provisions he carried were gifts from the villagers: eggs, cured meats, tomatoes, cucumbers, and more. The villagers' warmth was undeniable, and he felt it impolite to refuse. Why has he not yet arrived? He pondered. Recalling Lu Hai's words about the imminent arrival at Shijian village, Chen Yin stood beneath the blazing sun, surveying his surroundings in search of something. Before their departure, Lu Hai had pulled Chen Yin aside, expressing his concerns about the lengthy journey ahead and his fears that Chen Yin might lose his way, which was why he accompanied him to Yongding. Despite our prolonged search, we had yet to catch a glimpse of Chen Yin, so we had no choice but to continue on our path. After taking a substantial detour, Chen Yin finally felt a sense of relief upon spotting a narrow path leading to the road. At the very least, he had not chosen the wrong way. At this juncture, Shijian village appeared rather shabby, with a dilapidated dirt road leading into the village. At its farthest end stood a large gate constructed of mud, inscribed with the word Shijian village, giving off an air of desolation. That opening must lead to the village itself. Chen Yin showed no inclination to enter and simply walked past, with a point of reference and no forks in the road. Chen Yin proceeded with courage and speed. After all, a level 6 flying mount was more than adequate for his journey. Although he was pressed for time, his swarm of ants did not pause for even a second. Currently, the ants feasted on ordinary creatures, which offered little in terms of enhancement, yet capturing some of the still unintegrated ant swarms proved advantageous. By midday, Chen Yin emerged from the mountain range and fortuitously located our intended destination. A quaint town nestled in a valley known as Sanchuan Town. Something felt amiss about this town, Chen Yin murmured to himself, trembling slightly. From his vantage point, he observed a peculiar dark cloud hovering above Sanchuan Town. Though it seemed distant, he could still sense a faint chill wafting from the town's direction, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. What could this strange phenomenon be? Chapter 21. A land of false peace. Chen Yin cautiously made his way into Sanchuan Town. Fortunately, nothing peculiar transpired. Although evening was approaching, the town remained lively, bustling with vendors hawking their wares. "Boss, a large cup of sour plum juice, please." Upon arriving at an ice cream shop, he felt a sudden thirst and hurried over. The prices were surprisingly affordable, 5 yuan for a large cup. The currency here primarily consisted of cash. After leaving Dahu village, Yuyo had discreetly slipped him 2,000, which, while not a fortune, was more than sufficient for his needs along the way. "All right," Qin Xiaobei replied. The shopkeeper was a blonde, blue-eyed woman, stylishly dressed. Upon seeing Chen Yin, her eyes lit up as she eagerly exclaimed, "Sir, please hold on. I'll be right with you." Before long, a chilled cup of juice appeared in Chen Yin's hands. He took a sip and was greeted by a delightful blend of sweet and sour flavors that invigorated his spirit, erasing the fatigue of his journey, though he suddenly felt a chill. Perhaps due to the excessive ice, the more the merrier. With enough silver, one could procure anything. Chen Yin sighed as he pulled 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. 100 yuan, please give me 95 back." "Are you from out of town, young man?" the shopkeeper inquired. "Are you here to find family from Dahu village?" "No, I wish to see the world beyond, so I'll be staying here tonight." The shopkeeper was taken aback upon hearing Yongding's name. "You're heading to Yongding? That's quite dangerous. With demons rampant, you, a mere child of 17, traveling such a distance to Yongding is akin to courting death. If you need work, I can recommend something closer." The shopkeeper, nearing 30, viewed Chen Yin as merely a child and likely assumed he was one of those youngsters dreaming of making a name for themselves in the big city. "There's no need for that," Chen Yin replied, bemused. "We've only just met, and you're already sending me off to find a job? Regardless of the realm, good looks often take precedence. Peaceful residence?" He suddenly recalled something. Strolling along the bustling street, Chen Yin held a bottle of sour plum juice in one hand, a business card in the other, wearing a faint smile of resignation. Upon exiting the ice cream shop, the shopkeeper had inquired whether he had secured a hotel, handing him a card that bore the name of an acquaintance who ran a guest house in the southeast of the town. The place was quite nice, and with the card, he could enjoy a 70% discount, comparable to a hotel. Although it implied some ulterior motives, Chen Yin was not one to be overly rigid. Finding a pleasant place to stay was certainly worth considering. After some inquiries, as dusk approached, he located a guest house named Taiping Residence on a broad street. Wow, what an impressive establishment, Chen Yin exclaimed, gazing up at the sign that read Taiping Lu. Incredulous, this really a guest house? This establishment resembled an ornate, ancient mansion, with walls towering over a person, reaching heights of 100 feet, surrounded by flourishing flora. From a distance, one could even see exquisite buildings exuding an air of antiquity. How could such opulence possibly recoup its costs? Chen Yin pondered. However, he soon realized that even at a 70% discount, it wouldn't amount to much. But did it truly match hotel prices? He hesitated. Yet, he quickly resolved to proceed. What was there to fear? The worst that could happen was spending the night outdoors the following day. After all, he couldn't carry his life in his hands. If not now, when? With this thought in mind, Chen Yin steeled himself and boldly stepped inside, feeling a surge of bravado. Unbeknownst to him, as he entered the peaceful residence, a stir erupted across the street. Look, a few people have arrived at Taiping Residence. Today's youth are indeed audacious. Judging by his appearance, he likely wasn't from this street and probably didn't know of Taiping Mansion, of course. No one here has the guts to venture there. I've heard a great monk has arrived recently, reputed to slay demons and monsters, though I wonder how that's faring. Forget it. Do you remember how those charlatans met their end? Quite pitiful. As Chen Yin continued forward, he scanned the blossoming flora on either side, murmuring to himself. The scale was grand, yet the service fell short. Since entering, he had yet to encounter a single server. Had it not been for the splendid surroundings, he would have left long ago. After traversing a bit further, a building came into view, but he paid it no mind and simply pushed open the grand door. Outside stood an ancient-style structure, while inside was a modern setup, with pristine floors, marble counters, and a few empty tea tables, resembling a hotel lobby. Anyone here? Chen Yin called out, unable to contain his curiosity at the emptiness of the lobby. It seemed something was amiss. Just as he was about to lose patience and leave, a man suddenly appeared before him. We have a guest room available. Would you like to check in? Guest room? Are you the owner here? Chen Yin asked, somewhat uncertain. The man wore a sharply tailored suit and had a plump physique, hardly resembling a bank employee. Yes, I'm the boss. Seeing Chen Yin's bewilderment, he forced a smile. The situation in the establishment is quite dire. The wages are low, and many receptionists have chosen to resign. Hence, I, the manager, am temporarily taking on a supporting role. Opening a 5-star guest house in such a small location, so out of sync with the market, was a recipe for failure. Chen Yin thought to himself. How much for this room? Not expensive at all, just 1,000 yuan. The balding, chubby man wore a grin, as if to say, Look, isn't this a bargain? Chen Yin opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. 1,000 yuan. Is this what you consider reasonable? Isn't this a scam? After a moment, he handed the business card to the man, his expression darkening. Could you perhaps offer me a 30% discount? Only one thought occupied his mind. If that rotund man refused, he would walk out immediately. Oh, Aluo recommended you to me. The bald man examined the card closely before realizing. He nodded. All right, since you're from Aluo, I'll give you a 70% discount. Handing over 3 yuan, Chen Yin's mind wandered back to the woman he had encountered at the CAF. The price had indeed dropped significantly, but this was no longer a room one could book for a mere 100 yuan. I'll take a look to see if this room is still unoccupied. It's room number 2 in Luxiang Courtyard. What do you think? He casually remarked, pointing to a quaint, antique villa. Just wait a moment. Not long after, the bald man completed the registration and handed the room card to Chen Yin. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he chuckled heartily. Here's the thing. 2 days ago, a monk visited and said that my peaceful residence has been doing poorly due to a lack of Buddhist affinity. He intends to perform a ritual tonight to help me forge a good connection. I fear I might cause a stir if I disturb your slumber. I beg your pardon. Chapter 22. The days of peace are not easy to endure. After checking in, a balding, portly gentleman summoned a young girl with a walkie-talkie to escort Chen Yin. Upon first glimpse, Chen Yin perceived the expanse of Pingan Mansion, yet only upon entering did he realize he had long been a frog at the bottom of a well. Having underestimated the opulence of this establishment, artificial lakes, rockeries, pavilions, and bamboo groves, As Chen Yin followed the girl for a distance, he gradually understood the true beauty of the world, realizing that poverty constrains one's imagination. How many rooms are there? Chen Yin could not refrain from inquiring. Even in a place like Sanchuan Town, where land prices are relatively low, establishing such a rural retreat entails considerable expenditure. When factoring in daily maintenance costs, Chen Yin truly could not fathom how long it would take to recoup expenses or even turn a profit. After a long wait, the girl remained silent, merely bowing her head and leading the way. Assuming she had not heard, he pressed on with his questions. The girl continued to maintain her silence, yet her pace quickened, completely disregarding him. Chen Yin furrowed his brow and hastened his steps. What about that restaurant? How many people are here? You seem to be of a similar age to mine. You must have just started working, right? Regardless of his inquiries, the girl remained mute throughout their journey. But Chen Yin was convinced she could hear him. With each question, she walked faster, eventually breaking into a jog. Before long, the girl and Chen Yin found themselves before the entrance of a courtyard. Quite peculiar. Outside Lan Xiangyuan, Chen Yin gazed at the swiftly departing figure of the girl, feeling a wave of silence wash over him. Perhaps she suffers from social anxiety, he mused, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. With a firm push, he opened the grand door and passed through a hidden landscape painting embedded in the wall, revealing 3 C-shaped buildings. Presently, 2 pavilions were brightly lit, and one could hear the laughter of children emanating from within one of them. Chen Yin's gaze shifted to a stone platform in a corner of the courtyard, where 2 individuals sat opposite each other. Engaged in a game of chess. One was a middle-aged man with a head of silver hair, adorned in splendid attire, while the other was a young gentleman sporting glasses. Is it fully occupied? A voice inquired unexpectedly. Chen Yin was taken aback. He had assumed, given the inn's pricing, that there would be few guests. He had prepared himself for solitude in the empty courtyard, yet upon entering, he found it bustling with patrons. In this world, there are indeed many affluent individuals. As Chen Yin pondered this, he retrieved his room card and made his way to his designated quarters. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the 2 men engrossed in their chess game seemed to notice the newcomer, but their attention remained fixated on the board, casting only a fleeting glance at Chen Yin before returning to their match. As if they had reached an unspoken agreement. How spacious, Chen Yin remarked in awe. Stepping inside, he inserted his room card, and the room was instantly illuminated. The exterior of the building exuded an antique charm, while the interior boasted modern decor akin to a luxurious villa. In the expansive hall, a plush carpet adorned the floor, with leather sofas and a coffee table on one side, and a projection device on the other. Further in, there was an open-air kitchen featuring a simple bar, stocked with an assortment of red wines, while the adjacent refrigerator housed various beverages. Chen Yin's face lit up with satisfaction. He felt that spending 300 was exceedingly worthwhile. Savoring the taste of extravagance, after a shower, Chen Yin donned a fresh outfit, retrieving a bottle of the cheapest liquor, which still cost over 20 yuan. Before settling down on the stage, he drank alone. Thud, thud, thud. This marked Chen Yin's first experience with alcohol. He found the taste rather unremarkable, yet inexplicably, it felt exhilarating, prompting him to down it in one go. Before long, he had consumed 4 or 5 bottles, leaving him in a state of mild intoxication. He ventured to the restroom and then returned to his room, where he promptly fell asleep. Morning arrived with a piercing scream from Regner. Without any warning, an extremely shrill cry reverberated throughout Pingan residence. Startled, Chen Yin jolted upright from the floor, the alcohol's effects fading. Without hesitation, he dashed outside, certain that the cry had originated from nearby. If he was not mistaken, it must have come from Building 1. As he raced out, the lights in Building 3 suddenly flickered to life, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Chen Yin said nothing further and directly sprinted towards the inky darkness of Building 1. Bang, bang, bang. Failing to see anyone, Chen Yin shouted and kicked the door with force. Bang! Against the power of his 6th-level strength, the door shattered as if it were made of paper. In the next moment, before he could even reach for the light switch, an overwhelming stench assaulted his nostrils. What is that smell? Chen Yin frowned as countless ants surged from beneath his feet, spreading outwards like a tide of black water. At that moment, the doors of the 3 small buildings swung open, and a middle-aged man, who had been playing chess, emerged, his face etched with concern as he fixed his gaze on Chen Yin. What happened? Su Hongfei asked, his voice trembling. Behind Su Hongfei, a middle-aged woman accompanied a 13 or 14-year-old boy and a 1-year-old girl, their expressions fraught with panic. Chen Yin did not turn around or acknowledge them, instead walking steadily towards the room, his eyes scanning the interior. Before long, every inch of the room was crawling with ants, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. This indicated that there was nothing within this building that could pose a threat to him. However, his gaze was drawn to the open-air bar at the far end of the hall. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What have you done to Brother Li Jun?" Su Hongfei, seeing the youth's indifference, gathered his courage to call out again. Li Jun was none other than the gentleman with glasses, tall and seemingly refined, who had been at Lan Xiangyuan for 2 days. He and Su Hongfei had quickly bonded as kindred spirits. "Forming a close friendship, I did nothing at all," Chen Yin replied, turning to fix a dispassionate gaze on the middle-aged man. "If you wish to know about his condition, you can simply enter and see for yourself." Su Hongfei hesitated, momentarily conflicted. He was merely an ordinary wealthy scion, lacking in courage. Yet the image of Li Jun's gentle smile bolstered his resolve, and he murmured to his wife, "Take our son home. Lock the door, and do not let anyone in, and remember, do not allow anyone to enter. If I have not returned in 15 minutes, call the police and inform them that a homicide has occurred in apartment 2. With that, he strode toward the teaching building. However, it was scarcely a quarter of an hour before he burst forth in terror from within. Gasp! The moment he exited, he leaned against a pillar, retching violently, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. Chapter 23. The police were called. Su Hongfei remained unscathed, yet his wife reported the incident to the authorities. With a large contingent of police involved, investigations, surveillance, and other measures were promptly initiated. But regrettably, the true culprit eluded capture. Fortunately, Chen Yin, who had been the first to arrive at the scene, was thus absolved of all suspicion. Wow! As dawn broke, Chen Yin stood on the staircase of Building 2. Observing the police sprawled across the ground, and felt no surprise, Su Hongfei vomited. The officers retched. Chen Yin was not at all astonished, even having witnessed bloodshed before. There was a moment when he too felt the urge to vomit. Li Jun was deceased, and the manner of his demise was peculiar. He had succumbed due to a lack of oxygen. Wasn't that strange? The oddity lay in the fact that he had indeed suffocated. In truth, when Chen Yin shattered the door and beheld Li Jun, he was not yet dead. To be precise, he was alive, his bald head resting on the cutting board, gasping for breath without emitting a sound. Much like a fish out of water, his lips moving but producing no words. Meanwhile, his corpse was ensconced within a myriad of bottles, stacked atop the kitchen counter, with dozens of containers filled with blood spilling forth like spilled beer, staining the bar and floor crimson. From the moment Li Jun screamed to Chen Yin's entry into Building 1, only a brief span of seconds elapsed. No one could have anticipated the horrors Li Jun endured in those fleeting moments. How could your head be severed from your body, your corpse filled with liquid? Following further investigation, the police discovered that on that fateful night, in addition to Li Jun, another individual had perished, not far from Lan Xiangyuan. A monk had also met his end, his demise occurring even before Li Jun's. Allegedly, he had volunteered to come here to perform Buddhist rites, and he was compensated for his services. After several days of observation, the monk had proclaimed that a demon would arrive that night, requesting the proprietor to seek out a secluded courtyard. His manner of death was equally mysterious. Chen Yin visited the scene of the incident and was struck by the sight of the ground littered with Buddhist scriptures inscribed in gold paint. In the center of the courtyard lay a corpulent monk, devoid of limbs, who had already succumbed to death. The cause of death was revealed to be due to swelling. Unexpectedly, his severed limbs were discovered within his abdomen. As the dawn broke, the tranquil night at Ningjingju faded away, and the previously chilly air began to warm once more. However, with the rising sun, Chen Yin felt no warmth whatsoever. Instead, he was engulfed by an unsettling chill. What was occurring? Could it be that ghosts truly existed in this world? If not, how could one explain the presence of Li Jun alongside the corpse of that monk? This establishment was anything but peaceful. It was evidently a haunted locale. A chorus of voices demanded refunds, and the more timid among them hastily fled without even reclaiming their deposits. Withdraw. Everyone, retreat. One by one, do not panic. Meanwhile, the proprietor of the Taiping Ju, a balding man with a rotund figure, was laboring sweatily behind the counter. Due to a card from the ice cream shop owner, Qian Yin neither checked out nor made prior arrangements, but simply left. Each passing moment in that place made him feel increasingly uneasy. Having not slept a wink throughout the night, Qian Yin did not rush to depart from Sanchuan town. Instead, he merely grabbed a quick bite at a street vendor and chose to stay at a nearby hotel. Intending to rest well before devising his next steps, for added security, he scattered a bit of ant powder around the hotel vicinity. At that moment, a profound sense of insecurity enveloped him. He was uncertain when he might find himself incapacitated by a bottle of beer or perhaps even worse. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Was it sheer exhaustion? Were these the signs of slumber? Perhaps due to fatigue or something else entirely, Qian Yin awoke to find the sky dimming. As though nightfall was imminent. Shaking his head, he completed his morning routine and stepped outside. Yet, the deeper he ventured, the more peculiar it became. The hotel was eerily silent. The corridors were deserted, the elevator unoccupied. And even the front desk was devoid of personnel. What an uncanny coincidence. Pondering this, he opened the hotel door and stepped into the outside world. His eyes narrowed as he became rooted to the spot. A glance around revealed the entire street to be desolate, not a soul in sight. How terrifying! Qian Yin's mind was in a whirl, staring blankly at the empty thoroughfare ahead. What had transpired? Upon waking, he noted the time, 9:47 in the evening. Just last night, Sanchuan town had been bustling with life. So why was today so drastically different? Where had all the townsfolk vanished? Confusion clouded his thoughts. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, stirring leaves and plastic bags. Qian Yin shuddered as a wave of chill washed over him. Without hesitation, he took off running. As he sprinted down the street, the growing sense of unease gnawed at him. Not only was the street uninhabited, but everywhere he went, silence reigned supreme, with no one to be found. What was happening? Had everyone mysteriously disappeared? Were they all gone? His mind was a tumult of chaos, with countless thoughts and speculations racing through, only to be dismissed just as swiftly. Before long, while running, he stumbled upon a new realization. I'm being controlled, he thought. Exerting all his strength to dash through Sanchuan town for over half an hour, yet to no avail. He reached a dead end, and no matter where he turned, he could only pace back and forth along the same road, continually returning to his starting point. Across the street from the hotel, he found a semblance of logic. It was indeed on this very street. Panting heavily, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he fixed his gaze upon the adjacent wall. This is the wall of our Ping and Ju, quite beautiful indeed. Yet now, an eerie sensation washed over him, as if a sinister demon was grinning at him from the shadows, in a fit of anger mixed with laughter. Qian Yin exclaimed, "Are you trying to drive me away? Fine, it's merely a Taiping Ju. Do you truly think I would be frightened by you?" Just as he resolved to return to the Taiping Lu, he spotted some familiar faces at a nearby intersection. Su Hongfei and his family of 3 were at Lianxiang Garden in Building 3 of the Ping and Ju. Upon seeing Qian Yin, Su Hongfei's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly beckoned his wife and son towards him. Clearly having concluded his own running, Su Hongfei, breathless, said, "Brother Qian Yin, it's so good to see you again. Were you also trapped in this place?" Qian Yin looked at Lin Huang in confusion. Su Hongfei's expression suddenly morphed into one of utter terror. "Yes, ever since I awoke, I have not seen anyone else. No matter how hard I try, I cannot leave this street. I even attempted to drive away, but to no avail." Qian Yin realized he was not the only one ensnared in this bizarre predicament. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he recalled something Su Hongfei had previously mentioned, an important detail. "Awake? Where did you stay? When did you wake up?" Su Hongfei looked at Qian Yin, perplexed by his sudden intensity, yet patiently replied, "I didn't sleep at all last night. I rented a room at a nearby inn. When I finally awoke, time had already passed. I distinctly remember there was a clock on the wall in that inn room. And upon waking, I saw the time. 19:47. I woke up at 9:47. Chapter 24. Is this coincidence? Qian Yin's hair stood on end as he listened to Su Hongfei's words, a chill crawling down his spine. 9:47 in the evening. He too had awakened at that exact hour. Was this mere coincidence? How could this be possible? "Brother Qian Yin, are you all right? Please, don't scare me," Su Hongfei exclaimed, noticing Qian Yin trembling and rooted in place. Frightened, he quickly patted Chen Yin's shoulder and called out loudly. Chen Yin took a deep breath, calming himself inside. Uncle Su, rest assured, I will be fine. Despite appearing youthful, Su Hongfei was actually in his 40s. What shall we do? Su Hongfei said, his eyes reddening. Brother Chen Yin, I trust you possess the skills to help me. He had just witnessed Chen Yin kick open the security room. Gazing at his wife and child, his voice quavering, Su Hongfei pleaded, for the two of us, it's one thing. We're of an age where we can handle ourselves, but our sons are still young. They must not come to harm. Chen Yin, seeing a child standing beside his father and a girl cradled in her mother's arms, quickly reassured, do not worry, they will be safe. Is that so? Regardless, since we cannot leave now, we might as well return to the Taiping Ju and think of a way to escape. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Su Hongfei, clearly terrified, saw Chen Yin as his last hope. As they approached the entrance of the Ping and Ju, they beheld the sign displaying the three bold characters. Chen Yin inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he stepped inside. He was eager to uncover the mysteries lurking within this establishment. However, upon entering the room of the Taiping Lu, they were taken aback. To their astonishment, the usually vacant reception area was now teeming with people. At least 20 individuals. Yet, despite searching every corner of the establishment, Chen Yin failed to find his own presence amongst them. Strangely, when Chen Yin and the others burst in, everyone appeared remarkably calm. As if they had anticipated the arrival of Chen Yin and his companions, it seemed that those who had settled their bills that morning were present. Chen Yin scanned the room and remarked, I have a good memory. Su Hongfei nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, I have lived here for quite some time and have interacted with several of them. The expressions on Su Hongfei and his wife's faces relaxed considerably upon seeing the others. A palpable sense of relief washing over them. It is only natural. When confronted with fear alone, one feels apprehensive, but in the company of others, solace is found. Chen Yin and the others refrained from engaging in conversation. Instead, sitting quietly and observing. Before long, a group approached them. At the forefront stood a young man clad in a suit. Chen Yin nodded, recognizing him as one of the guests from the previous night. Meanwhile, Su Hongfei's family took a step back, leaving Chen Yin to take the lead. You awoke at 1947? Did you collide with a wall? Following a brief exchange of questions, the young man nodded slightly and retreated. Standing in the center of the gathering, he showed no signs of fear as he addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. Now that most of you have arrived, it is time to address the matter at hand. As he finished speaking, the previously raucous assembly fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. Let us first discuss what we know. Including myself, there are a total of 32 individuals, all of whom stayed at the Ping and Ju last night. Interestingly, all 32 of us fell asleep this morning, awakening at 6:47. Subsequently, we found ourselves trapped in the town of Sanchuan, unable to escape in light of the two homicides that occurred last night. We can ascertain one undeniable truth. Those who resided here have become the targets of some malevolent force. To put it plainly, they are being stalked by restless spirits. Who knows when one might meet a fate as grim as being buried without a trace. Upon this declaration, the assembly erupted into chaos, with people exchanging anxious glances. Some of the more timid even collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, a bespectacled young man suddenly interjected. However, there is one individual who stands apart. His words drew the attention of the crowd. Are you referring to the proprietor of Taiping Building? Indeed, the youth affirmed with a nod. The man in the suit wore a look of impatience. Inhaling deeply before responding, yes, he is indeed an exception. He was here last night. Yet he has vanished. This revelation incited yet another wave of agitation among the audience. I believe he is a good person. Someone remarked. How could that be? You must be unaware. Let alone spirits, exactly. From the outset, I sensed something amiss. How could such an opulent villa exist without even a cashier? The number of attendants is remarkably scarce. Indeed, the staff here are rather peculiar, resembling automatons, utterly mute. One voice inquired, do you think those attendants might also be spirits? As everyone pondered this, the man continued, our foremost objective is to survive. I propose that we remain here tonight, dividing into 4 or 5 small teams to take turns keeping watch. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to have someone to rely on. This suggestion garnered unanimous approval. As no one was inclined to leave under the current circumstances, This is the safest course of action, Qian Yin added, aligning with the proposal. The deaths of Li Jun and the Dominator share a conspicuous similarity. Both resided alone, leaving no witnesses to ascertain the true cause of their demise. Su Hongfei wore a troubled expression, murmuring his hope that nothing untoward would transpire tonight. In the Grand Hall, comprised mostly of adults. Swift action followed the suggestion from the man in the suit. The series of bizarre occurrences was exceedingly perplexing, instilling fear that one might meet the same fate as Li Jun or the Dominator. Thus, the 32 present quickly organized themselves into 4 patrol teams, each comprising 8 individuals. It was still shortly past 10, with merely a few hours remaining until dawn, allowing each group to stand vigil for only 2.5 hours. However, Chen Yin and his trio formed the last group of 7. It was widely acknowledged that Su Hongfei's little girl should be included in this count. Otherwise, it would only disadvantage the others. In a life-threatening situation, no one desires to incur losses. Chen Yin did not oppose this, recognizing that they were merely mortals, and if danger were truly imminent, they would not be overly concerned. Yet, Su Hongfei's face was a mask of fury. "What sort of people are you? My child is one thing, but my daughter is merely a year old. Can she not be counted?" he exclaimed indignantly. "This is utterly unfair." Chapter 25. All remain at rest in response to Su Hongfei's complaints. Chen Yin offered no further comment, merely patting his shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. All arrangements had been made, with the majority reclining in their beds to rest, while the first patrol took up 8 chairs in the center of the hall. Thus, there were no blind spots. Chen Yin's group, meanwhile, was stationed to keep watch, temporarily free from the need to be vigilant, and they remained at rest. Although Chen Yin attempted to sleep, he did not fully succumb to slumber. For the day's events had kept him in a heightened state of alertness. Any slightest disturbance would rouse him instantly. Simultaneously, he could observe the shifts of each team member. Time ticked away, and all seemed to progress favorably. With 3 teams on watch, it appeared that there would be no incidents tonight. If I take a moment to rest, my turn should come around soon. With any luck, we should be able to endure until dawn. As long as we remain silent through the night, we should be quite safe. In a moment of unawareness, Chen Yin succumbed to unconsciousness once more. He initially believed it impossible, yet upon opening his eyes, he was utterly taken aback. Gazing through the living room window, he saw that daylight had fully returned. The time had reached 10 o'clock. No way. I merely closed my eyes, and now it's bright out? Why hasn't anyone woken me for my turn? An unsettling feeling washed over him. His gaze swept across the hall, only to find it eerily silent, everyone fast asleep. The 8 chairs in the center were conspicuously vacant. A chill ran down his spine as he quickly counted the number of people present. 22, 23, 24, 8 were missing. This is bad. Wake up, Chun Yin exclaimed, sensing something was amiss. We've already searched and found no trace of the 3rd team. A young man said, entering from outside. The worry and unease were palpable on everyone's faces. They had completely lost their composure. This was understandable, for the man in the suit was part of the 3rd team, and his disappearance had left everyone without a guiding figure. It's all your fault. You chose to rest when it was your watch, and now you risk our lives, a woman shouted, pointing accusingly at Chen Yin and his group. Her words ignited a chorus of blame directed at Chen Yin and his companions. Indeed, we were all on watch. Why did it only go wrong for you? If they hadn't all fallen asleep together. The members of the 3rd team wouldn't have vanished. Chen Yin found himself at a loss for words. As the crowd condemned him for their shared negligence, Su Hongfei countered, "How can this be blamed on us? Who can predict such things? What if he had been on watch instead? Moreover, this is exceedingly strange. It's as if the members of the 3rd team were drugged, none of them waking up." Another added, "My wife and I set alarms, yet they went unheard." The bespectacled youth rose, "Let us not bicker. We must consider what to do next. What else can we do, with 8 people vanishing in plain sight? Can't you see the gravity of the situation? No amount of unity will save us if spirits wish to claim our lives," a gaunt young man with a tattooed arm derisively remarked. "If you want to stay here and wait for death, by all means do so. I'll ensure I fare better." With that, he turned and strode back to his quarters, not looking back. "Disband. I'm going home." "I feel filthy," called out the young woman who had just fired at the 4th team, rushing away. "Hey, wait for me. We're coming too. I've had enough of this." Clearly, This lively young man attracted many admiring glances from the women. After such a commotion, the already fractured group dispersed further. Soon, only Chan Yin, Su Hongfei, and the bespectacled young man remained in the living room. "Why don't we band together for mutual assistance?" the bespectacled man suggested awkwardly. "I am Jin Zhaomu," Su Hongfei replied. "I'm Chen Yin." Chen Yin accepted the introduction with a smile. After Su Hongfei shared his name, he quipped, "Do you think your name reflects a lack of the 5 elemental properties, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth?" Chen Yin paused, then burst into laughter. "What a remarkable name, encompassing all 5 elements." Jin Zhaomu chuckled sheepishly. "I wonder what my father was thinking. He chose such a ridiculous name for me at birth." Chen Yin contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "It seems everyone has returned. Let us head to Lanxiang Courtyard, as we are more familiar with it." There were no objections, and they swiftly arrived at the entrance of Lanxiang Courtyard. The 2-story building of the courtyard boasted numerous rooms. After some discussion, they decided to move into Building 3, where Su Hongfei's family had previously resided. After a day of such exertion, everyone felt quite at ease. Not to mention, Su Hongfei's wife was an excellent cook, making their lives much more manageable. "Dad, I'm so scared," the little girl whimpered. Su Hongfei gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm here." Although he spoke calmly, come nightfall, he would likely feel more fear than his child. "Everyone, go to sleep. I will take the watch tonight. I want to see for myself what kind of entity we are dealing with." Chen Yin stated solemnly. During the day, he had stationed numerous spirit-integrating ants around the vicinity of Lanxiang Pavilion, including several ice crystal ants. Now, their number had swelled to over 3,600. Forming a preliminary scale die in addition, he can enhance his combat power by 2 each day, which has led to a steady increase in his strength, and now his power has surpassed 670. This instilled in him a sense of confidence when confronting the specters. "Perhaps we could take turns keeping watch. It must be exhausting for you to guard alone." Su Hongfei chimed in, "Brother Chen Yin, I acknowledge your prowess, but we cannot rely solely on you for the night watch." Chen Yin waved his hand, intending to respond, when suddenly a fierce wind swept through from outside, followed by a chilling cacophony of eerie wails emanating from within. A chorus of cries and lamentations, intermingled with the howling of the wind, sounding as though the dead were wailing. At that moment, the sound of a child's cries pierced through the room, startling him to his feet as he gazed toward a room on the 1st floor. Su Hongfei, equally furious, quickly recognized the familiarity of the sound. "Calm down. She is my child." Sure enough, moments later, Su Hongfei's wife emerged from within, cradling a baby, her face pale as if she had been frightened by the earlier commotion. "I'll check it out. You stay put in the room." Without waiting for a response, Chen Yin dashed out of the house, leaping over 4 meters high, and landed atop the roof with a single push. This astonishing display left everyone in the room astounded. Jan Zhaomu stared at Su Hongfei, stammering, "Is your brother truly that formidable?" While Su Hongfei was equally astonished, he had already witnessed Chen Yin's terrifying strength and quickly regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed toward the adjacent building. "Do you see that large door? Do you think Chen Yin could be the powerful source energy master? I cannot say for certain. But if Brother Chen Yin truly is a source energy master, that would change everything. In that case, we might yet find salvation." The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the moon obscured, and the wind howled fiercely. Were it not for the numerous lights within the Peace Residence, it would have been utterly dark. Chapter 26. Truly unexpected. Chen Yin surveyed the terrifying sounds echoing around him, frowning slightly. He had not managed to find a single direction. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and gazed in a particular direction. At that moment, a building on the outskirts of the Peace Residence suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, only to vanish in an instant, leaving the entire structure engulfed in darkness. Moreover, Chen Yin noticed a figure slowly moving within that shroud of blackness. Piercing scream erupted from the small building, quickly fading into silence. Without the need for contemplation, Chen Yin knew for certain that a ghost had arrived, ready to unleash a massacre. After devouring the furthest building, the darkness showed no signs of abating, as if it were a colossal beast slowly advancing toward the next structure. Identical, as the lights within the building flickered out, it was plunged into total darkness. A cry of despair rang out from Liege Na. 2 screams followed. indicating that 2 individuals had been slain within that building. Chan Yin narrowed his eyes and scoffed. What audacity! Are 3 of them still not enough for you? Not just 3, then came 3 more, 4 more, 5 more. The darkness continued to engulf one after another, transforming the entire Peace residence into a hellish nightmare, with screams echoing endlessly. Chan Yin felt a rush of tension, his focus sharper than ever. Since he had destroyed 7 buildings, only his blue fragrance courtyard remained illuminated within the Peace residence. This meant that, in such a brief span of time, all 18 individuals had been killed. As the encroaching darkness drew nearer, Chan Yin finally caught sight of the entity floating in the air. It was a mass of black mist, concealing countless malevolent spirits. All the anguished cries emanated from their mouths. Come on, let us see how you fare. In that moment, Chan Yin's mood lightened. If the ghosts could still see and weren't dying inexplicably, he should not be overly afraid. As the darkness loomed ever closer, his heart began to race violently. This was the alarm triggered by the nearby ice crystal ants. Yet, Chan Yin was puzzled. Unlike the vigilance exhibited by those ice crystal ants, the gathered ant swarm seemed unfazed, not even issuing a warning. Is it that those not in the transcendent realm cannot perceive the existence of ghosts? This question flashed through Chan Yin's mind before he immediately dismissed it. Of course, he was only at level 6. Thinking about it, how could I possibly not notice? In truth, Chan Yin had fallen into a misperception, believing himself to be unlike ordinary people. How could he see through someone who even transcended the realm could not? And discern the disparities in their strengths? Take, for instance, the transcendent beings he had encountered. The strongest were the Iron Tower and the Ice Crystal Spirit Sparrow, followed by Su San of Yongning City, with Lu Haipai of Day Village and 3.as for those ants clustered near the Blue Fragrance Courtyard, and Su Hongfei and Jin Xiaomu observing from the window. None had detected anything, yet he could see it. In fact, even a level 10 ordinary person might not be able to do so. You have not activated your source energy, hence you cannot perceive it. This is easily understandable. Once you sense the source energy, you will naturally become a source energy wielder. Ultimately, the difference between him and ordinary people is 1,000-fold. Ant nest. Do not let me down, ice crystal ant. Chan Yin bellowed, beckoning, and thousands of ice crystal ants surged forth from around him. In the next moment, ice spikes struck out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound cut through the air as Chan Yin transformed into an enraged porcupine, countless white trajectories appearing around him, shooting outward. In the instant the first ghost was struck by an ice spike, it let out a piercing shriek before disintegrating into frost. Excellent, truly my cherished ice crystal ants. A smile spread across Chan Yin's face, all worries dissipating. If this strike succeeded, the subsequent events would unfold smoothly. Well, I have over 3,000 gathered ants. I could render you incapacitated. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. This was because among the ghosts, he recognized several familiar faces. Li Jun, the monk, the man in the suit, the tattooed man, the woman with the pot, and every person he had encountered in the Peace residence. Under the assault of thousands of ice spikes, all the ghosts were frozen into nothingness. The Peace residence fell into an eerie silence. The wind ceased, the screams quieted, the lights atop the roof stopped flickering, and even the clouds in the sky began to disperse. Is this it? Qin Xiaobei was taken aback. On the roof, Chan Yin was in a daze, utterly incredulous. He could never have imagined that those seemingly formidable malevolent spirits could not withstand even his ice crystal ants. Truly unexpected. Why has it turned red? Chan Yin then noticed that the once dark Peace residence had inexplicably begun to glow with a crimson light, the surrounding buildings and trees tinged with a rosy hue. Something is amiss. Chan Yin seemed to sense something, hastily raising his head. In the next moment, he was stunned. The dark clouds had vanished, replaced by a colossal moon. Yet, eerily, that massive moon appeared to be drenched in blood, casting a crimson hue that seemed to stain the heavens and earth in blood red. The dark world was suddenly awash in a blood-red hue. As Chen Yin was caught off guard, he witnessed a nearby lake near the Blue Fragrance Courtyard suddenly begin to boil, as if something were about to break through the surface. Perhaps due to the blood moon, Chen Yin felt that the blood within the lake had grown even thicker. Chen Yin's gaze sharpened. Showing no signs of relaxation, his eyes locked firmly on the lake. The blood moon illuminating the world is certainly not a good omen. Just then, a colossal and terrifying ghost surged forth from the lake. It was a creature towering over 5 meters, its bald head covered in scars and muscles, eyes blood-red as if they might leap from their sockets, and a mouth stretched wide to its ears, revealing sharp teeth within. Its rotund body was ensnared by blood-soaked chains, creating a clanging sound as it stomped on the ground, wielding a massive kitchen knife over a meter long, resembling a butcher. Then, it stepped out of the lake, advancing toward the blue fragrance courtyard with heavy footsteps. You were right, it is you. On the rooftop, Qian Yin beheld an individual who struck him as eerily familiar, instantly invoking memories of a certain person, the proprietor of Tai Ping Ju, a kind-hearted, balding, rotund man. The previous evening, everyone had congregated at the registration desk. During that night, the individual who had proposed the night shift abruptly became irritable, convinced that the chaos was solely his fault. What belongs to others is mine, and soon it will be your turn, he proclaimed, as thick, congealed blood and flesh oozed from his mouth, a sight that was utterly repulsive. Qian Yin scoffed, "You fool, are you not afraid of choking?" With that, he sprang forth, dashing away in another direction. War was imminent, and he feared the ramifications for those inside, prompting his desire to seek refuge elsewhere. Too dangerous, far too dangerous. On a small hill, a ragged old Taoist, a wooden sword protruding from his back and a compass in hand, gazed incredulously at the ominous clouds shrouding Sanchuan town. The malevolent aura here was so thick that it had likely given rise to a formidable specter. If the heavenly eye could not locate the ghost, why not enlist the aid of the powerful within Yongding City? Soon, this place would transform into a ghost town. Alas, there are always greater powers beyond one's own, and my meager skills may not suffice against that vengeful spirit. I did not anticipate encountering such a predicament on my outing. Nonetheless, it is fortuitous that I have met you. I merely wish to contend with this malevolent spirit on equal footing. After speaking, the old Taoist stowed away his compass and, leaning on his frail form, made his way towards Sanchuan town. Upon entering the town, the old Taoist sensed a presence, ultimately fixing his gaze southeast, murmuring, "This place, the aura is indeed the most concentrated. It must be here." As he passed a stall selling baked pastries, he discreetly flicked his sleeve, muttering, "How can one fight without sustenance? This must be the benefactor's charity." Turning the corner, he eagerly produced a baked pancake, stuffing it into his mouth. In the mayor's study, a young man clad in military attire anxiously fixated on the man seated at the desk. "Village chief, casualties are still on the rise. The situation is spiraling out of control." Yet the man remained seated, his back turned to the youth, never once glancing back. "Just hold on a little longer. Once we weather this year, we shall seek aid from Yongding City. Now exit, do not disturb me." With the sound of the door closing, the chair began to rotate. The middle-aged man turned his head. His expression complex, confusion, worry, and panic flickered across his face, but were quickly replaced by resolve. He opened a drawer in his desk, retrieving a collection of letters. "If we can endure, Sanchuan town has not faced any calamities for 3 consecutive years. It will undoubtedly be recognized as a peaceful township. That time." Chapter 27. Should I call the mayor? Then I could journey to Yongding. I was mistaken. This is my final opportunity. If I miss this chance, it may be the end of my aspirations. Upon leaving Lanxiang Garden, Qian Yin wasted no time and immediately summoned 100 ice crystal ants, launching a probing attack against the butcher. With a flurry of movements, over 100 blank marks appeared, resulting in numerous blood holes across the butcher's massive form. Yet, in comparison to his colossal stature, these wounds were trivial. With a thunderous roar, he expelled a great deal of black mist, suppressing the chill of the ice spikes and preventing their further spread. Wielding a cleaver, he charged towards Qian Yin, seemingly intent on reducing him to a pulp. Although he struck, the damage inflicted was minimal. Following a series of attacks, Qian Yin recalled the exhausted ice crystal ants and summoned 300 vigorous ones for the next wave of assault. The speed of these ice spikes was remarkable, and the butcher, burdened by his own weight, struggled to evade them. Before long, his body was riddled with wounds. Coupled with the cold aura, the black mist within him became uncontrollable, enveloping him in frost and significantly slowing his movements. "You wretched humans, I shall slay you." Qian Yin fought while retreating, continuously swapping out the ice crystal ants, ensuring the butcher could not close the distance. Despite the butcher's imposing size, he was left battered and frozen, his mobility drastically hampered. These ice crystal ants are more than sufficient to handle this foe, Qiao Nian thought, counting while gasping for breath. Thus far, he had utilized 2,000 ice spikes, with 1,600 ice crystal ants still ready for battle. However, just as Chen Yin prepared to replace the ice crystal ants once more to finish the butcher, the latter unexpectedly halted mid-stride. What followed was beyond Chen Yin's expectations. With a resounding crash, it was as if a mountain had collapsed, transforming into a pool of black blood. Is he dead? Regner was taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Chen Yin stood frozen, stupefied. Just when he thought the black blood had ceased flowing and was about to relax, the ice crystal ants became agitated, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, a sharp sound of air being sliced through reached Chen Yin from behind. Oh no, he thought, feeling a rush of heat surge within him. Without time to think, he rolled forward. Upon regaining his footing and turning around, he discovered that a diminutive butcher had appeared in the very spot where he had stood moments before. His hands still raised in a slashing motion, in an instant, Qiao Nian retched, expelling a mouthful of blood. What is happening? He wondered, wiping his mouth in confusion, still trying to comprehend the situation. At that moment, an overwhelming feeling of fullness gripped his stomach, as though something had lodged within him, provoking an urge to vomit. Could it be? He recalled the monk who had been cleaved in two, his limbs bursting apart. A bold thought struck him. Is it possible that with one swing, the wound will manifest on my own belly? Indeed, a steadfast warrior possesses some wit. Is this your true form? Qiao Yin gasped, his expression turning grave. To launch one attack after another is no small feat. Go devour me. You truly possess a ruthless ambition. But what gives you such confidence? No longer concealing his might, Qiao Yin waved his hand, summoning all the remaining ice crystal ants, over 1,600, encircling him. He refused to believe that this specter could vanquish him. The butcher wore an odd smile as his form gradually became ethereal, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. His maniacal laughter echoed throughout Ping and Ju, declaring, "For I am the master of this realm." Zhao Shiji discovered the malevolent spirit's hiding place but did not proceed directly. Instead, he arrived at a government institution in Sanchuan town. The guard, upon seeing the disheveled old Taoist, spoke with a tone of annoyance. Zhao Zizi shook his head repeatedly. I am not here seeking wealth. I have come to pay my respects to the city lord. Upon hearing this, the security personnel relaxed, though still somewhat skeptical. Did you have an appointment? I could call the mayor to confirm, Zhao Shiji suggested, producing a mobile phone as if to personally verify his claims. Once the guard realized Zhao Shiji spoke the truth, he quickly replied, no problem, you may see the mayor, but return promptly. Entering the courtyard, Zhao Shiji noted that the bodyguards had not followed him, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. The current state of Taoism has deteriorated to such an extent that even acting requires a performance. As Zhao Shiji entered, he attracted considerable attention, yet fortunately, no one impeded his progress. He inquired along the way until he reached the mayor's office on the 5th floor. Can you not see I am busy? Leave, the middle-aged man, seemingly hearing the door open, did not raise his gaze. Zhao Shiji clasped his hands in greeting, raising his voice, I am Zhao Shiji, here to pay my respects to the city lord. However, upon spotting the unfamiliar old Taoist at the door, the man appeared somewhat taken aback. Who are you, and why do you wish to see me? Are you aware of the supernatural events occurring in the village, resulting in numerous casualties? Zhao Shiji's tone remained calm, though his eyes were filled with questions. This. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he retorted, nonsense. Do not involve Sanchuan town in your fabrications. Leave or I shall. Shall I report this? Zhao Shiji observed the man's demeanor, sighing, it seems you recognize me. I recall, as the mayor, you possess an emergency phone directly connected to the police station in Yongding City. Do you not? Why don't you take it out? Zhao Shiji inquired as he approached the middle-aged man. The man, terrified beyond belief, hastily rose to his feet, intending to call security. However, before he could utter a word, a wooden sword was already pressed against his forehead, rendering him immobile. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I end your life and then search for it? Zhao Shiji maintained an air of nonchalance. Merely casting a fleeting glance at the middle-aged man in that instant, he exuded an aura of intimidation, shedding any semblance of frailty. Within the mayor's office, the middle-aged man appeared to have lost all vitality. Reclining on the sofa with a vacant stare fixed upon the ceiling, after a moment, he forced himself to rise from the ground, struggling to support his weakened frame as he staggered toward the window. He understood that the moment the old practitioner pressed the emergency button, his fate had been sealed. Everything had come to an end. It turned out that all of this was merely a dream. In the next life, he would have to apologize profusely to the villagers. With a smile directed at the guard, Zhao Shiji had just exited the courtyard of the office building when he heard a loud thud, followed by a chorus of screams. Someone has jumped from above. It's the mayor. The mayor has jumped. Call for help. How could I not have anticipated such an outcome? Zhao Shiji sighed and shook his head. Having uttered those words, he trudged toward the darkest corner of Sanchuan town, hoping that the people of Yongding City would arrive swiftly. Otherwise, he feared he might perish in Sanchuan town today. Qian Yin's face was contorted with rage as he heard the anguished scream and caught sight of the butcher who had already departed. What the hell is going on? Chapter 28. The cunning assassin Qian Yin felt a throbbing headache as he faced a cunning assassin, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, he felt his heart racing violently, and a glimmer of cold light erupted from the ground. Damn it! He cursed, startled. Qian Yin quickly sidestepped, but it was too late. A gash opened on his thigh, blood and flesh mangled. My stomach hasn't even settled yet, and I feel a heaviness, as if something has been forcibly swallowed. Ugh! Qian Yin retched while directing hundreds of ice crystal ants to attack. Regrettably, the ground was littered with dirt and pockmarked with holes, leaving no trace of his presence. Damn it, if you have the guts, face me directly, quit lurking around like a coward. Qian Yin seethed, his patience wearing thin with this bizarre foe. All his attacks were ineffective. He couldn't even muster a single finger's worth of strength, making combat seem impossible. What was worse, this fiend had seemingly gorged himself to death. Had he taken a couple more hits, he might have ended up like that monk, searching for his teeth amidst the carnage. Did this wretch have no weaknesses? No way. Qian Yin could tell that this murderous fiend was merely of extraordinary rank. He surely had vulnerabilities, but his understanding was insufficient to uncover them. Just as Qian Yin felt helpless against the butcher, a disheveled old practitioner emerged from seemingly nowhere, wielding a wooden sword. This sudden appearance startled the tense Qian Yin, prompting him to command the ice crystal ants to charge at the Bai Lian Tianzun. He sensed that the Bai Lian Tianzun emanated a peculiar aura. We are our own. We are our own, Zhao Shiji exclaimed. Raising both hands high, he did not recognize the ants surrounding the young man. Yet he could sense that each one harbored a trace of source energy. The more Zhao Shiji pondered, the more fearful he became. Thousands of them. This is utterly preposterous. Qian Yin shot him an incredulous glance. Are we in league together? Are you a butcher? Zhao Shiji feigned innocence, saying, I didn't intend to. I merely sought to assist you in vanquishing demons. What do you mean by that? Qian Yin asked, disbelief etched on his face. Zhao Shiji paused, then explained, I entered the dream of the malevolent spirit, and that's how he appeared. Are you dreaming? Qian Yin also looked bewildered, struggling to comprehend. A dream? Am I seeing things? Indeed, this is a standard nightmare. They pull victims into their dreams and then slay them, feasting upon their energy and resentment. Zhao Shiji stroked his white beard, irritation creeping into his tone. Those cursed women kill in the most brutal ways to absorb more resentment, thereby inciting fear within their hearts. Qian Yin finally grasped the situation. No wonder Li Jun and the others met such a tragic fate. No wonder the people of Sanchuan town had suddenly vanished. And no matter how they tried to escape, they remained trapped within. No wonder that when he closed his eyes during his night shift, the world seemed to brighten. If this were a dream, then all the illogical occurrences could be explained. However, when did she enter this realm? A thought struck Qian Yin. Upon his arrival, he had felt an overwhelming urge to drink, and after that, everything had gone blank. It must have been after that moment that he fell into her trap. Bastard. He must have slipped something into my drink. I told you, with my mortal constitution, just 4 or 5 cups would leave me inebriated. Yet, now that we were trapped within his dream, he would be invulnerable, wouldn't he? Is there no way out? Qian Yin inquired. Zhao Shiji shook his head, patiently explaining, "This is her dream, but it is we who control it. Therefore, she must maintain this dream's operation in our manner to prevent illusions from occurring." Zhao Shiji gestured toward the ice crystal ants beside Qian Yin. "Take you for example. Your power within the dream is due to this reason. Yet, likewise, our thought processes restrict our imagination, preventing us from unleashing our true potential. We are bound by this, as is the nightmare at that moment." Qian Yin finally understood and gave a thumbs up to the Bai Lian Tianzun. "Old practitioner, you seem quite knowledgeable. So, if we kill him, can we leave this place?" "Younger brother is indeed clever." Zhao Shiji chuckled awkwardly, offering a compliment. Qian Yin, feeling somewhat reassured, was soon reminded of the butcher, igniting his frustration anew. "However, that fellow is elusive. We still cannot capture him." Initially, he had harbored some concern about facing the nightmare alone, but with Zhao Zizi by his side, he felt more confident. Zhao Zizi produced a compass. Grinning mischievously, "Finding him is not a daunting task. This world imposes limitations on us, just as it does on him. He cannot escape." As he spoke, Zhao Shiji's expression turned serious. He formed a sword gesture with 2 fingers and, addressing the compass, murmured, "Seek the dragon and divide the gold. Observe the mountain. 1 turn signifies a barrier, close a gate, and danger lurks on all sides, never straying from the Inyang Bagua." Qian Yin shot him an exasperated glance. "What is this nonsense? Is this language reserved for grave digging?" Yet, the scene that unfolded next left him astounded, for he witnessed the compass needle spinning rapidly, directing itself toward the bamboo grove. "Here it comes!" Zhao Shiji bellowed, releasing the wooden sword, which soared toward the bamboo grove. Qian Yin wasted no time, commanding 300 gathering ants to unleash a barrage of ice spikes. Swish, whoosh, the wooden sword struck first, seemingly missing its target, yet the blade tip turned crimson, and a torrent of thick blood gushed from the wound. Following closely, 300 blank gaps appeared, leaving thumb-sized blood holes in the sword. At that moment, a piercing voice shattered the stillness, "I'll fight you to the bitter end." The injury had rendered him even more ferocious, but soon, thick black mist enveloped his body, and his wounds healed at an astonishing rate. He raised his cleaver, lunging toward Qian Yin and Zhao Shiji. Chapter 29. The peaceful tower is not peaceful. The butcher is captured despite his corpulent appearance. He moved with surprising swiftness, covering great distance in mere seconds. "Don't get hit, or your abdomen will be pierced," Qian Yin warned while directing the ice crystal ants toward Lin Huang's location. Zhao Shiji, manipulating the long sword with his fingers, attacked the butcher while retreating. Initially, their speed was insufficient to shake off the butcher, but as the ice crystal ants unleashed a relentless barrage, the butcher's movements grew sluggish, granting them ample time to fight and flee. "Wait, I'll consume you all." The butcher, bloodied and battered, continued to spew forth flesh and thick blood, a truly grotesque sight. "He can't hold on much longer. Keep going." Zhao Shiji was so engrossed in controlling the flying sword that he neglected to wipe away his sweat, relentlessly attacking the butcher. Qian Yin, however, was not a pushover. As he retreated, he continuously summoned the exhausted ice crystal ants back to his side, all the while keeping count of the remaining ones around him. After enduring this battle, he was left with fewer than 800 surviving ice crystal ants. This was his ultimate strategy, and once all the ice crystal ants were depleted, he would have no means to contend with these formidable spirits. Regardless of the circumstances, while he still had ice crystal ants at his disposal, he was determined to annihilate his foe. In this confrontation, Qian Yin took the lead, with Zhao Shiji in a supportive role. After approximately 5 minutes of intense fighting, the butcher let out a chilling scream, transforming into a pool of foul-smelling blood, and fell silent. Present. Fewer than 500 ice crystal ants remained by Qian Yin's side, placing him in a perilous situation. Qian Yin paused, fatigue evident upon his face, yet joy was unmistakably present as he thought, "Finally, he is dead. This fellow was quite resilient." Zhao Shiji wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily retrieved his wooden sword. The continuous sword manipulation had taken a tremendous toll on him. "Ningyuan?" Qian Yin inquired upon hearing the term. "Have you surpassed the extraordinary realm?" Zhao Shiji nodded, hesitating before asking, "Little brother, it seems you are not very clear about the levels of source power." A lad from the mountains, unfamiliar with the world, Could you enlighten me? Qian Yin shamelessly pressed on. Zhao Shiji chuckled. Certainly, this is no secret. Within these four realms, there exists the source realm, the creation realm, the early, middle, late, and perfected stages. Most powerful individuals remain stuck in the extraordinary realm throughout their lives, with only a select few geniuses able to reach the Ningyuan realm. Above this lies the Yunyuan realm, where those who achieve this rank are undeniably influential figures. As for the pinnacle of the creation realm, I have never encountered such beings and cannot fathom their powers. However, I dare assert that beings of such caliber are exceedingly rare across the 13 domains. Zhao Shiji spoke mysteriously. Oh, it is said that the rulers of that world possess such cultivation. Suddenly recalling something, Zhao Shiji added, in this world, besides source power, there exists a unique profession known as martial artists. Martial artists? What does that mean? What's going on? Qian Yin queried, puzzled. However, I heard the butcher mention martial artists during our skirmish. Zhao Shiji sighed. In this realm, the number of individuals capable of awakening source energy is inherently limited. Yet, to combat various malevolent entities, they devised a rudimentary method of body tempering, utilizing martial arts to forge their path. Martial artists range from low to high levels, totaling 10 ranks, unless one possesses extraordinary materials. A level 10 martial artist, while only at that rank, possesses physical attributes equivalent to extraordinary power. However, if someone awakens source energy, the martial artist provides them a chance for growth, thus becoming a primary force in this realm. Qian Yin nodded, understanding dawning in his mind. Thank you for your guidance, my friend. So, this is the realm of ordinary cultivators? It seems the flesh of the ice crystal spirit sparrow is indeed quite nourishing. I merely consumed a small piece and have already advanced to level 6, truly astonishing. It appears I am still far from the transcendence realm. Yet, I harbor no extravagant desires. I merely wish to leverage the strength of the ant nest to swiftly break through to the extraordinary realm. Qian Yin's thoughts drifted to the fire ape tower nestled in the great wilderness. He pondered what level of beast it might be, so ferocious that it likely had reached the Yunyuan realm. The deeper he ventured, the more he sensed something amiss. Wait, didn't you say that by killing the nightmare, we could escape? The youth's question left Zhao Shiji perplexed as he glanced around, muttering, indeed. How are we still trapped in this dream? It can't be. We were just conversing amiably. How could I forget? At that moment, as both men stared at each other in confusion, a fierce wind swept through, and the blood moon grew increasingly intense. Eventually, a woman clad in a flowing red gown, her skin porcelain white and her eyes a striking crimson, emerged from within. I am still alive. She descended slowly before Qian Yin and Zhao Shiji. Blinking curiously as she asked, "What do you think of this sour plum soup, young sir?" In an instant, Qian Yin was struck as if by lightning, his mind reeling. How could she possibly be here? Suddenly, an angry realization dawned upon him. Ah, it seems you wretched woman are not helping me out of admiration for my looks. The woman paused momentarily, then covered her mouth in amusement. Young man, you are indeed quite handsome, but I am more drawn to your righteousness and essence. Wretched woman, how dare you covet my body? Qian Yin recognized her as the enthusiastic ice cream shop owner from the entrance of Sanchuan town. At this juncture, he finally grasped that there was more lurking behind her passionate demeanor. Ice crystal ants. I will make her pay. This young brother truly lacks appreciation for delicate beauty, as the ice crystal ant charged towards her. The woman displayed no fear whatsoever. She raised her hands, and a multitude of crimson rays surged forth from her flowing sleeves, forming a red net before her. The icy spikes crackled against it, creating a layer of frost, some even severing the red threads, yet even so, they could inflict no harm upon her. Her speed is astounding, so resilient. Qian Yin was incredulous. This seemingly fragile woman could withstand such rapid attacks, a feat he had never encountered before. It was remarkable that even the most ferocious butchers would be at her mercy under such icy assaults, while this woman's strength was evidently far superior. Chapter 30. The Nightmare of the Ningyuan Realm. Be cautious. That is the nightmare of the Ningyuan Realm. Zhao Shiji's expression darkened. Without a moment to collect himself, he forced a breath and wielded his wooden blade towards the malevolent spirit. The woman flicked her sleeves and dozens of red threads shot forth, akin to a giant hand, instantly immobilizing the wooden blade in mid-air. and no matter how Zhao Shiji maneuvered, he could not sever the red threads nor escape their grasp. You know I am a Ningyuan powerhouse, yet you still resist. How foolish. Simply await your demise. The woman smirked, licking her long red tongue as she approached Chen Yin and Zhao Shiji. Chen Yin was frantic yet powerless. All he could do was incessantly fire ice arrows, hoping that sheer numbers would break through this net. After the fierce battles, they had exhausted their strength, leaving only a little over 400 ice crystal ants alive. And with each release of ice spikes, their numbers dwindled. Should the ice crystal ants be completely depleted, he would indeed be left to await his end, as she had stated. As for Zhao Zizi, Chen Yin had long since seen through him. He was a mental energy source manipulator, yet after his battle with the butcher, his magical energy was nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of any further reliance. Swish, swish, swish. The ice crystal ants continued to launch their projectiles, and at that moment, the massive net woven from red threads began to shatter. Chen Yin's heart surged with joy. He urged the ice crystal ants to accelerate, hoping to shatter it all at once. Bring down this net, kill her, crack, crack. Ultimately, when Zhao Shiji, utterly spent, collapsed to the ground, and Chen Yin's ice crystal ants dwindled to fewer than 200, the net finally broke apart, revealing the beautiful woman behind it. Chen Yin wished to waste no time. He directly commanded over 100 ice crystal ants to unleash an assault on the female specter. The cannon fire roared as scores of suspended traces pierced her body. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The ice spikes, sharp as steel needles, halted midway, their chilling essence dispelled by the crimson mist emanating from the girl. Little one, I forgot to mention, my physical form is quite formidable. You need not worry. I shall refine your corpse into the finest wine and preserve it here. With that, she vanished from sight. Before Chen Yin could respond, she reappeared beside him, red threads extending from her sleeves. Piercing towards him, gurgle, gurgle, the red threads slithered across Chen Yin's body, drawing his flesh away piece by piece. The rapid loss of muscle sent waves of agony coursing through him, and he could not suppress a harrowing scream. It was then that he realized the threads were not merely red strands, but rather blood threads, and her power derived from devouring human blood through these threads, so that Monk was killed by her. However, the demise of Su Hongfei's friend, Li Jun, was quite different. He had his head severed and his corpse stuffed with bottles, ultimately suffocating to death. Clearly, this is a stark contrast between two entirely distinct offensive strategies. I should have anticipated that there might be even more malevolent spirits lurking here. Chen Yin felt himself on the brink of fainting, as hope had utterly deserted him. That moment, Zhao Zizi, who stood beside him, suddenly leapt into action, her fingers poised like blades, aimed at the forehead of the malevolent spirit. With a thunderous shout, she declared, I will disturb her mind. You must strike her head. Whoosh! This was my singular chance. Surrounding Zhao Shiji's fingertips, ripples of energy began to emanate. She intended to tear the old man to shreds with a red thread, yet was momentarily stunned by this surge of power. Her eyes losing their luster, her entire being frozen in place. Hearing Zhao Shiji's words, Chen Yin gritted his teeth against the pain, his eyes wide with determination as he commanded the crystalline ants to encircle the spirit's head. Unleashing his final ice spike, with bloodshot eyes, Chen Yin bellowed, smash her head to pieces. In the next instant, the remaining hundreds of crystalline ants simultaneously released a barrage of ice spikes, piercing straight for the spirit's visage. Much like a firearm, the distinction between ranged and close-quarter attacks lies fundamentally in their force. This was the inherent ability of the crystalline ants, under the relentless assault of the ice spikes. Bereft of her crimson shield, her head shattered like a watermelon, splintering into fragments, and her body subsequently vanished without a trace. Motionless, Chen Xiaobei's expression momentarily faltered. As the pulling force dissipated, Chen Yin stumbled, severing the crimson silk tether behind him. In mere seconds, he felt as though he had shed 10 kilograms. Goodness, if this ability could be harnessed for weight loss, I would have secured a patent by now. Chen Yin's skin felt parched. His body trembled incessantly, resembling a person utterly drained of vitality. He waved his hand, gathering the fallen crystalline ants. Zhao Shiji fared little better. After employing the binding technique, she appeared to age a decade in an instant. Her face etched with exhaustion, as if she might collapse at any moment. She trembled as she approached Chan Yin, supporting his arm, her voice hoarse as she said, "She won't perish so easily in no time. She will recover. We should take a moment to rest." Chan Yin gazed at Zhao Shiji's lifeless form, guilt surging within him. The two leaned on each other, struggling to reach a nearby pavilion, where they finally sank down onto a bench. "Hurry, let us eat," Zhao Shiji urged, and in the next moment, several containers and food appeared between them. Chun Yin accepted a bottle of mineral water and gulped down a generous mouthful. "Taoist, how did you manage that?" Zhao Zizi remarked, lifting a finger to show her ring. "This is a storage artifact crafted by a runic practitioner. I only have a small space for daily necessities. There's nothing to worry about." Chan Yin nodded, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. This was indeed a valuable item. If he possessed such a thing, departing from Dahu village would allow him to carry a substantial load. Moreover, the previous two individuals had demonstrated a technique of remote retrieval, which seemed quite ordinary. Quickly, Zhao Shiji's expression turned grave as she gazed at the headless body, still twitching in the distance. That cursed creature seems to be recovering. Chapter 31. I am now utterly at a loss. Taoist, do you have a plan? I am equally powerless. I fear I am no better than an ordinary person. Qian Yin shrugged, a bitter smile gracing his lips. To be frank, I am at my wit's end. A flicker of sadness crossed Zhao Shiji's eyes as she sighed, saying, I fear not death. Having come to terms with mortality, I cannot allow someone as young as you to perish in this world. You possess the courage to battle nightmares at such a tender age. Your future is limitless. We cannot afford to lose you. It was evident that Zhao Zizi genuinely cared for Chen Yin. Chen Yin shook his head. Death is a common occurrence in this world. Why take such a stance? We have encountered far too many souls along this journey. Over 100 villagers from Dahu village slain by long spikes. And those residents of Sanchuan town who fell to nightmares. My perspective has shifted. I no longer believe that only I must survive amidst the inevitable losses. They are merely participants in this agonizing society. Zhao Shiji seemed poised to respond, yet ultimately sighed and returned to her meal. Before long, both had satiated their hunger, their energies somewhat replenished. Chen Yin's physical condition was far from optimal, yet he had regained the ability to stand. It appeared they were nearing their limit. Enduring the pain in his back, Chen Yin slowly rose, despair etched across his face as he gazed towards the location of the vengeful spirit, in a matter of seconds. Her head had fully regenerated, though her face remained devoid of features, entirely smooth. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her expression blank as she regarded Chen Yin and Li Yinzhu. Then, her visage began to twitch, revealing her countenance. Little brother, you truly are heartless, to have marred a young lady so. Ignoring her, Qian Yin turned to the old Taoist beside him. Old Taoist, we are both fated to perish, and a one shall die. A figure suddenly descended from the sky, interposing itself between the woman and the pavilion. He turned, grinning at Qian Yin, exclaiming, Qian Yin, what a delightful surprise. We meet again. Qian Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Su-san? His complexion shifted as he blurted out the name of the individual who had previously visited Dahu village, expressing keen interest in Chen Yin. Su-san nodded, his gaze falling upon Zhao Shiji beside Chen Yin, and he sighed, You old scoundrel, how is it that I keep running into you? At your age, why are you still gallivanting around? Enjoy your twilight years. There's no need to roam aimlessly, thank you. Leader Susan. Zhao Shiji awkwardly clasped her fists, rubbing against Chen Yin's shoulder. You two are acquainted? The reinforcements from Yongding City arrived rather prematurely, and with a seasoned expert like Susan among them, we are indeed fortunate. We have narrowly escaped disaster. Chen Yin felt an indescribable aura emanating from Susan, a power far surpassing that of Lu Hai and the old Taoist Zhao Shiji. Yet, he could hardly fathom that this seemingly carefree individual had attained the realm of condensation. Have you finished speaking? The woman interjected coldly, raising her hands and commanding, What if you have condensed energy? I am also in the realm of condensation. Kill. As she spoke, numerous red threads extended from the ground, creeping silently towards Susan's feet. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, and the threads shot upwards, aiming to pierce Susan like a sieve. However, at that moment, a sharp blade of light manifested around Susan, slicing through all the crimson threads into fragments. You, a newly initiated waste, what right have you to compare yourself to me? Su San lowered his eyelids, disdain evident in his voice. The sword that had appeared behind him was now in his grasp, radiating a terrifying aura. Impressive. Chen Yin swallowed hard at the sight. Zhao Shiji moved closer to Chen Yin, whispering, "That sword is a remarkable treasure, a powerful offensive artifact." The female specter, clearly intimidated by Su San's display, released several red threads, but then turned to flee towards the moon hanging in the sky. Su San severed the threads with a single stroke but did not pursue. Instead, he turned and headed towards the pavilion. "Did you not call for emergency assistance in the town?" Upon entering the pavilion, Su San seated himself, plunging his sword into the ground and then lifting a pot of clear water, drinking deeply. Zhao Shiji stroked his beard. Nodding in agreement, Su San shot him an exasperated glance, exclaiming, "You, old man, why don't you wait for reinforcements? Why rush in recklessly?" Zhao Shiji cleared his throat, embarrassment creeping over him as he stammered. "I merely hoped we could enter sooner, thus saving more lives." Su San regarded Zhao Shiji, retorting, "Do you think you are so formidable?" Without waiting for Zhao Shiji to respond, he turned to the frail Chen Yin, asking, "And what brings you here? Seeking to devour my flesh?" The water that Su San had just gulped nearly choked him, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Chen Yin in a wonder. "I've only been gone for a short while. You've lost so much weight." Su San sighed deeply, looking at the young man with admiration. "You truly are the kind of person I, Su San, have chosen. Fearless and unyielding, your strength surpasses mine." Chen Yin, not comprehending Su San's words, urgently interjected, "Enough of that. We have grievously wounded that female specter. If you do not slay her now, once she fully recovers, it will be far more challenging to defeat her." Su San smiled gently and shook his head, choosing not to respond to Chen Yin. Instead, he lifted his sword once more and strode towards the pavilion. Beyond the realm of transcendence lies the realm of condensation, which is divided into 4 levels: early, mid, late, and perfection. Although all belong to the realm of condensation, each stage is worlds apart. This nightmare is indeed formidable, managing to ascend from the extraordinary realm to the realm of condensation. However, that is about the extent of its prowess. Su San gazed up at the moon, a powerful force emanating from his being, gradually flowing into his sword. "Today, I am in high spirits. Let me demonstrate the strength of the late stage of condensation." Boom. All the power converged upon the sword, causing the entire city to tremble. "Thunderbolt." Tang Qingshan uttered 2 words. With a composed expression, Su San unleashed a series of sword strikes. That moment, a fissure suddenly appeared in the blood-red world, extending all the way to the blood moon above. Ah, 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 ah. In the next instant, with a piercing scream, the blood crescent shattered into a cloud of crimson mist. My dream, too, fragmented along with it. Chapter 32. Enticement. Su San's formidable strength was beyond Chen Yin's wildest imagination. When that blood-red crescent exploded, Chen Yin barely had time to gasp in astonishment before he felt a blur before his eyes and stepped out of the illusion. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a grand bed, and he sensed a disorientation of time and space. After a brief moment, he realized he was in the blue fragrance courtyard of Taiping residence. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Chen Yin pushed open the door and stepped outside. Looking up, he was greeted by a clear sky, the sun shining brilliantly, as if the shadows had been swept away. Transporting him from hell to paradise, it is indeed much better to return to reality, Chen Yin sighed. Meanwhile, the door of the adjacent building swung open, and Su Hongfei and his family emerged. Upon seeing the somewhat haggard Chen Yin, they immediately knelt before him without hesitation. "Thank you, Lord Chen Yin, for your assistance." After awakening, Su Hongfei finally realized that the experiences of the past 2 days had merely been a dream, and that their escape from that terrifying nightmare must be credited to Chen Yin. Su Hongfei and his family had not witnessed the events that transpired when Chen Yin emerged from the blue fragrance courtyard, but they did hear the earth-shattering explosion and noted Chen Yin's drastic weight loss. Su Hongfei quickly grasped the situation. Seeing Su Hongfei's family kneel, Chen Yin leaned against the railing beside him and weakly said, "Please rise. My old bones can hardly bear this." He had awoken from the dream. Yet the injuries remained, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. This was the power of nightmares, capable of slaying enemies within the realm of dreams. As Chen Yin conversed with Su Hongfei, A young man rushed in with great urgency. Upon seeing Chen Yin, he knelt without uttering a word and began to bow fervently. This individual was none other than Jin Zhaomui in the dream. He and Su Hongfei's family had been in the Blue Fragrance courtyard, but upon waking, he, like the others, was returned to his residence nearby, prompting his hurried return. Chen Yin felt a throbbing headache. He could sense the exhilaration and gratitude of being rescued in dire straits. Yet he found it difficult to accept such circumstances. Noticing Chen Yin's reluctance, Su Hongfei hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, saying, all right, Mr. Chen Yin will not do such a thing. He completely forgot how he had just bowed to his wife and son. As Chen Yin and the others exited the Blue Fragrance courtyard, they reached the registration area, where two individuals awaited them. One was an elderly Taoist with graying hair tied back, and the other was a disheveled man. Exclaiming, from the moment I awakened from my dream, nearly half an hour has passed. Su San leaned against the counter, fingers pointed at the table with a look of impatience. Chen Yin retorted, I was nearly turned into a dried corpse by that woman. It's a miracle I can still stand. Su San exchanged glances with Su Hongfei and the others, gesturing dismissively, this is no concern of yours. Dispersed, Su Hongfei, angered, demanded, what is the meaning of this? Moreover, this residence does not belong to you. What right do you have to expel us? Su San's eyebrows twitched. Do you think I hesitate to kill you? Su Hongfei was taken aback, and then he caught sight of the battle blade behind Su San. Instantly silencing his protests, perhaps due to the presence of so many onlookers, his face flushed crimson. I have matters to discuss with them. Do not wait for me, Chen Yin stated, pausing briefly. It is safe outside now. Do not worry, and no one dared defy Chen Yin's command. Who is this? Su Hongfei mumbled as he walked out, but before he could finish his sentence, a sword aura cleaved a nearby window in half. Su Hongfei and the others were terrified by this scene and hastily fled. Chen Yin opened his mouth, only to see Su San sheath his long sword, and he helplessly remarked, they are merely mortals. Is such anger truly necessary? I am no benevolent saint. If you ask me to save them, I will not oblige with a pleasant demeanor. Su San dug into his ear, appearing entirely indifferent. Afterward, he blew a breath towards Chen Yin and, with a serious expression, inquired, have you thought about my previous suggestion? Would you like to join my demon hunting squad? Chen Yin queried, what is a demon hunting team? Su San, observing Chen Yin's intense curiosity, fell into contemplation. Zhao Shiji felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly sought to say something. However, before he could finish, Su San reached out and smacked his head. The watermelon splattered against Chen Yin's forehead, sending him flying. Captain Su? Is this really appropriate? Zhao Shiji stared in astonishment as Su San carried the unconscious young man away. Su San held Chen Yin with one hand and waved the other, declaring, we are heading to Yongding now. Let's go out for a drink tonight. Zhao Shiji followed, a smile gracing his face. Upon exiting, Su San waved his hand, summoning two flying devices resembling skateboards. He cradled Chen Yin onto one and asked Zhao Shiji, can you operate this? Zhao Shiji nodded and turned to board the other aircraft. When Chen Yin regained his senses, he saw someone holding him, soaring swiftly in this direction. Let go of me, Chen Yin shouted, struggling to break free. Really? At a height of 1 kilometer, if you fall, don't blame me. Chen Yin heard that familiar voice and turned to see the disheveled man, Su San. Additionally, he spotted Zhao Shiji seated on another flying device. He flew rapidly, hair, beard, and robe tousled by the wind, creating a rather comical sight. Chen Yin exhaled with relief, rubbed his pained forehead, and asked, where are you taking me? Su San tossed the youth forward and replied defiantly, Yongding. Where else could I run? Ah! A scream erupted as the sudden pull of gravity startled Chen Yin, who clutched Su San tightly. I am not afraid of heights, but I have never been on a plane. I can only imagine what it feels like to ride a small skateboard at 1,000 meters in the air. The rush of wind roared in his ears, while below lay peaks after peaks. One misstep could lead to a fall. Despite having faced numerous battles and gaining courage, in such circumstances, he still felt a twinge of fear. When did I ever say I wanted to return to Yongding with you? Chen Yin retorted angrily, yet he clung to him tightly. I just said that. However, you said nothing, which implies your agreement. You have already knocked me unconscious. This is kidnapping. Stop spouting nonsense. Otherwise, I will sue you for defamation. Chapter 33. Arrival at Yongding. As they bickered, A colossal city gradually emerged from the horizon. As the flying vessel approached, it became increasingly clear. Yongding City? Chen Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Though some distance away, he could still see numerous high-rises, resembling a modern metropolis. Su San, however, remained composed. Indeed, this is Yongding City, safeguarding the lives of millions. With such a vast population, it stands to reason that there are many source energy users. How many? Chen Yin inquired. Only a little over 100 source energy practitioners participate in the Demon Hunting Guild. How few? Those capable of harnessing source energy are less than 1 in 1,000. Only about 1% can awaken source energy, while many others are still learning and unable to fulfill their missions. As they conversed, the flying vessel had already entered Yongding City. Chen Yin gazed down at the bustling streets and vehicles, marveling, how lively! To construct such a magnificent city in such a ghostly place is truly remarkable. In his previous life, he resided in a third-tier city, where the tallest buildings barely exceeded 40 stories. However, Yongding City was a realm of opulence, adorned with towering structures of 30 to 40 stories at every turn. The deeper he ventured, the more he was greeted by several skyscrapers soaring over 100 stories high. In that moment, he felt as though he were Lu Pobo entering the Grandview Garden, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What direction is that?" Chen Yin exclaimed, pointing towards a vast edifice. "Where is that?" A few individuals were enclosed by towering walls surrounding the Yuan Garden, a place of study for the Source Warriors, which must be a city within Yongding. "You should return. Given your current physical condition, you can rest for a few days at most, but you won't be able to accomplish anything." Before long, a drone soared over the bustling area, coming to a halt before an isolated estate. Gradually descending, "Is this your home?" Chen Yin asked, perplexed. Although the house was not particularly luxurious, measuring about 100 square meters and 3 stories tall, it appeared quite ordinary. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that there was a small garden in front of the house, and a swimming pool behind it, adding up to at least 1,000 square meters. An extravagant luxury in this city where every inch is precious. Su San, clad in tattered clothing, did not seem like a wealthy magnate. "Is it problematic for a master of the Source Realm to reside in a villa?" Su San replied with pride. Just as Chen Yin was rendered speechless, Zhao Shiji had already boarded the flying device. Gently descending as soon as he landed, he hurriedly tidied his disheveled beard, hair, and robe, then awkwardly smiled. "Commander Su San, you ran too quickly. I could hardly keep up." Su San pursed his lips, choosing not to elaborate, and directly entered the house, with Chen Yin and Zhao Shiji closely following. To his surprise, the scenery within the courtyard was indeed delightful. Aside from the spacious, flat pathways, the rest of the area was filled with lush grass, flower beds, and towering trees, all of which were a feast for the eyes, even wafting a hint of fragrance. Chen Yin gazed at the figure of the man before him, murmuring, "Could it be that all Source Warriors are so affluent?" Zhao Shiji shook his head, saying, "Not at all. As you've seen, I'm as broke as can be." Noticing Chen Yin's bewildered expression, he quickly added, "Under normal circumstances, once one becomes a Source Warrior, there are government subsidies, support from companies, food, drink, and accommodation, making life manageable. However, the cost of becoming a Source Warrior is exorbitant, whether it be for source artifacts or training, often amounting to hundreds of thousands or even millions. For instance, the flying device owned by Commander Su San is worth at least 4 or 5 million on the market, and the sword technique he previously utilized to slay a fierce ghost is probably an invaluable treasure. Even if you have money, acquiring it may prove difficult." Chen Yin listened, dumbfounded, and upon reflecting on his own financial situation, felt exceedingly impoverished. Having been broke in his past life, he found himself even more destitute in this one. Zhao Shiji smiled gently and added, "However, if you manage to join the Ghost Exorcist Guild, that would be splendid. You can engage in any task and earn contribution points, which can accumulate significantly over time. Eventually, you could exchange them for source artifacts and martial skills. Additionally, you can earn extra rewards by taking on additional bounties. If your goal is to slay a white nail, all you need to do is present the severed head. But in truth, the skin, blood, tail, and even bones of the white nail are all quite valuable." Chen Yin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety and quickly inquired, "What is the value of a complete white nail body?" "If intact, it could fetch at least 20 to 30,000, Zhao Shiji replied. noticing Chen Yin's excitement. Have you found its remains? Chen Yin was so infuriated he could barely breathe. Had it not been for Zhao Shiji's swift reaction in steadying him, he would have nearly fallen. Back in Dahu village, he had allowed the gathering ants to consume a staggering 79 white nails, unwittingly incurring a loss of over 100 million. Zhao Shiji, misunderstanding his agitation, sought to comfort him. Chen Yin broke free from Zhao Shiji's grasp and yelled at the sky, "Damn ants, return my hard-earned money." Zhao Shiji, utterly confused, could not comprehend what had transpired with Chen Yin. Su San raised an eyebrow and snapped, "What are you shouting about? If you keep it up, I might just blow your head off." Chen Yin, crestfallen, followed Zhao Shiji with his spirits dampened. In that instant, his life felt devoid of meaning. Su San, you finally arrived. A young girl stood in the courtyard, observing a swarm of ants, and upon seeing Su San accompanied by 3 others, she joyfully rushed over. Su San grinned widely, extending both arms. "Come, let me give you a hug." However, when she approached, her little nose twitched, and she scrunched her face in distaste. "Su San stinks. Don't let me hug you." Su San, both amused and exasperated, playfully kicked her backside, chiding, "How can you, my daughter, be so intolerant of me?" To his surprise, the little girl was surprisingly quick, giggling as she dashed away. Chen Yin teased, "I never would have guessed you had a daughter. I wonder how beautiful your sister-in-law must be to raise such a lovely child." The girl appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, with sparkling eyes, fair skin, and 2 braided pigtails, resembling a porcelain doll. Although Su San and Chen Yin were not identical in appearance, there was no discernible connection between them. Su San wore a pained expression as he watched the little girl dart into the estate. Moments later, he turned to Chen Yin with a faint smile. "She is mine, though not by blood, Li Su. Go check. I've bought you some delightful treats," he said, ignoring Chen Yin's astonished expression as he strode straight into the house. "Oh, candied hawthorn. Thank you, Su San. How about I give you a sweet one in return?" "Su San, you scoundrel." Chapter 34. Browsing the web, Chen Yin and Zhao Shiji were chatting on the sofa in the living room, while Su San was playfully tussling with Li Su, the two of them running amok in the room. Meanwhile, a young woman in her 20s, named Pei Lu, was in charge of the kitchen. She was Su San's steward. Did the Taoist priest not say he was unwilling to be constrained and therefore did not join the exorcism team? Why the sudden change of heart? Zhao Shiji sighed at this, replying, "I do not wish to be constrained. But over the years, I have consistently battled evil spirits. Commander Su has repeatedly come to my aid, so I owe him my life. Moreover, I have realized that to slay demons, one must possess superior weapons and secret techniques, and only the Ghost Exorcist Guild can provide the greatest assistance in this regard. Thus, I believe Commander Su San's team is the most suitable." Chen Yin glanced at the man playing with the little girl nearby, pondering how many people were in their team, as he had only seen him venture out alone on 2 occasions. Zhao Shiji grinned, "He is currently single, but we have 2 substitute members, you and me." Chen Yin opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. It turned out that the ghost exorcism squad that Su San mentioned was solely under his command. "I feel as though I have fallen into a trap," Chen Yin murmured to himself. After their meal, Su San slipped outside for a drink, while Chen Yin and Zhao Shiji, guided by Pei Lu, strolled around the estate, exploring several rooms. "This is the gym, this is the billiards room, and this is the study. Su San resides here, Li Su stays here, and this is where I reside. If you have any matters, feel free to come to me. This is the lady of the house's bedroom." Although Pei Lu was not the most beautiful girl Chen Yin had ever encountered in his life, she was undoubtedly the most reassuring. Her chubby little face was perpetually adorned with a smile, revealing 2 dimples when she grinned, and her eyes curved into crescent moons, giving her an amiable, sisterly appearance. Furthermore, her voice was melodious and gentle, and she spoke with great patience, leading Chen Yin to feel that even if he conversed with her for 100 years, he would never grow weary. Pei Lu smiled softly and said, "You can stay here at your leisure. Su San's bedroom is also available for you. However, there is one room that is absolutely off-limits, the young lady's bedroom. Only Li Su and Su San may enter. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences." Chen Yin and Zhao Shiji both nodded in agreement. Life in Su San's home was extraordinarily tranquil. The following day, Zhao Shiji was taken by Su San to register at the Ghost Exorcist Guild. Still reeking of alcohol in the days that followed, Chen Yin no longer saw their figures. According to Pei Lu, they seemed to be engaged in some task. Soon, the estate was left with only Chen Yin, Pei Lu, and Li Su. Under Pei Lu's guidance, Li Su kept busy while Chen Yin occupied himself by browsing the internet, seeking more knowledge about the 13 domains. Yet, the more he delved into it, the more he felt the unfathomable complexity and intrigue of these 13 worlds. To begin with, the monsters attacking them far exceeded his expectations. Merely from what could be found online, there were over 100 distinct varieties. Furthermore, in the eyes of the general populace, the identity of a source power wielder is regarded with an almost unbearable reverence. According to descriptions found online, if you are a man and you were to approach any woman on the street, simply by proposing a one-night stand, the likelihood of being rejected is even less than 1%. In summary, the internet is a source of unbridled pleasure, not only broadening one's horizons, but also providing inspiration from the inane remarks of foolish netizens. He once encountered a similar article on a forum titled, "I want to traverse time and experience a polygamous life." The author, Qui-Gunna, asserted, "In fact, polygamy is the best protection for a normal man." The original poster replied, "Stop asking, Qui-Gunna. Most women would prefer to be the 1,000th wife of a source power wielder rather than partake in your grand wedding." The poster, CA, was met with comments from netizens. "Sister Lulu, what brings you here?" Passing by the study, Pei Lu was engrossed in her writing, while Chen Yin entered with a beaming smile. After spending some time with Pei Lu, Chen Yin discovered her profound passion for calligraphy, often retreating to her study to practice her brushwork. Pei Lu smiled and said, "While Li Su is still asleep, let us seize the moment." Although Pei Lu managed affairs, her sole responsibility was to care for a 6-year-old girl. Approaching closely, Chen Yin admired her elegant calligraphy, exclaiming, "Sister Lulu, your small script is exquisite, truly reminiscent of a master. I merely scribbled. It lacks any grace." Pei Lu modestly replied with a slight smile, before placing her brush aside and gently stating, "Su San called today, informing me that this operation is nearing its conclusion, likely within 2 days." Chen Yin nodded and inquired, "Why hasn't the eldest daughter of Su San returned home?" Pei Lu explained, "Su San and the eldest daughter are frequently away. Su San is on a mission, often absent for weeks, while the eldest daughter remains at school, only returning on weekends. Typically, it is just Li Su and me." She gathered the items on the table and added cheerfully, "With you around, I am even happier." Chen Yin rubbed his nose, replying, "That's good. I won't be a burden." "Not at all. Having a man around brings me great comfort," Pei Lu said with a sweet smile, her beautiful eyes crinkling with delight. As they conversed, a young woman suddenly charged in, exclaiming, "Li Su, do you want fried potato sticks?" Lulu giggled, picking up the little girl. "All right, I'll make them for you shortly. Li Su wishes to buy fried potato sticks and ride the carousel, doesn't she?" The girl was resolute, seemingly unwilling to relent until her desires were fulfilled. Chen Yin, charmed by her adorable demeanor, reached out to ruffle her hair, only for her to deftly evade, "Don't mess with my hair. It won't make me taller." Chen Yin chuckled heartily, unable to contain his laughter. Pei Lu covered her face, affectionately saying, "Indeed, it's been quite a while since we last went out together. How about we dine at a restaurant and then ride the carousel?" Chen Yin appeared indifferent, suggesting, "Go ahead. It's rather dull staying here." As evening approached, the streets were bustling with life. Under Li Su's guidance, the trio indulged in various treats, including cotton candy, fried chicken, milk tea, roasted sweet potatoes, and fried potato sticks. Chapter 35. Chaos on the playground. Yet most of the food was consumed by Chen Yin, while Li Su merely nibbled a couple of bites. Since emerging from the vast wilderness, Chen Yin felt strangely unfamiliar with both Day Village and Sanchuan Town, as if everything seemed peculiar. However, upon returning to Yongding, the familiar ambience brought him a sense of tranquility. "Chen Yin, how old are you?" Li Su, nestled in Pei Lu's embrace, suddenly asked. Ignoring the girl's protest, Chen Yin teasingly pinched her cheek. 17. You think of me as your older brother now?" Li Su, using her chubby hand to push his away, replied briskly, "I'm not. I'm merely asking which of you or Ji Gailing is older." Ji Gailing may be younger, merely 16. Yet she is far more accomplished than you. Ji Gailing, the adopted daughter of Su San, was the very woman Pei Lu had mentioned. Ji Gailing is a student at the Academy of Source. Li Su crossed her arms confidently. Chen Yin chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage in banter with the young girl. "Though I may not be a source power wielder, With this ant nest, I believe even a transcendent being would find it challenging to contend with me. As for the condensed source level, in Yongding City, there are only a few, most of whom are high-ranking source power practitioners who have participated in exorcism meetings. I would wager that among the youth still in school, very few can attain such a level. Qianyan possessed a total of 270,000, along with over 4,000 ice crystal ants. Even when faced with an early-stage condensed source practitioner, he felt he could hold his ground out. Of course, this requires being in the early stage of condensed source. As for those in the later stages, it becomes more uncertain. I have not engaged in combat with them, so I cannot make a comparison, but I believe our chances of victory are greater. As Susan mentioned, there exists a significant disparity between each tier within the 4 realms of condensed source, and a swarm of ants is exceedingly small. At least several hundred, if not more, are required to contend with similarly ranked foes. Moreover, if his condensed ants and ice crystal ants fail to breach his defenses, then it holds no significance. After satiating their appetites, the trio strolled for over an hour, finally arriving at the venue where Li Su longed to be, the amusement park. From that moment on, she transformed into a wild stallion, galloping joyously through various competitions. Qianyan observed Li Su grinning foolishly on the carousel and felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. Lulu, you two continue. I need to use the restroom. Pei Lu nodded with a smile. You go ahead. We will wait here. Qianyan dashed to the public restroom, seeking a relatively clean stall. It's all that rascal Li Su's fault, being so indiscriminate, offering me food with just a couple of bites. Just as Qianyan had relieved himself and was about to pull up his pants, he suddenly heard voices outside. I really can't fathom what that girl is up to. A powerful wielder professes his feelings to her, yet she rebuffs him. In truth, she was quite beautiful, possessing a presence that surpassed many celebrities, her demeanor calm and alluring. Indeed, it's been ages since I've encountered such a stunning woman. However, if her foundation isn't solid enough, she would not catch the eye of that formidable individual. At that moment, 2 young ruffians were loitering nearby, engaging in conversation when, boom, a resounding explosion startled both of them. As they regained their senses, they noticed the large door beginning to shake, with no sign of anyone remaining in sight. The 2 youths exchanged anxious glances. Damn it! At the amusement park, beside the carousel, a rough-looking young man demanded. Sir, let go of me. I won't go. Pelu's expression darkened as she regarded the burly youth before her. Hey, whether you want to or not, you must come with me. Wu Ji, shut your mouth. The young man towered over Pelu, his physique imposing, and upon spotting the delicate girl, his heart ignited with desire. If not for the crowd, he could hardly contain himself. Grabbing Pelu's soft arm, regardless of her struggles, he found her efforts futile. Meanwhile, despite the throngs of onlookers, none intervened, merely whispering and exchanging glances. Behind him was a silver badge, the insignia of a 2-star exorcist, emblematic of the Exorcist Association. How dare you take advantage of Lulu? I will kill you. Li Su, shielded by Pelu, suddenly charged forward, seizing the young man's arm and unhesitatingly biting down. Where did this little brat come from? Seeking death, the youth flicked his wrist, sending Li Su crashing to the ground. Though dazed, she persisted in her attempts to rise and continue the fight. Noticing the bite marks on his arm, the young man's expression hardened as he glared at the approaching girl. His demeanor turning menacing, he kicked out with force. If it connected, poor Li Su, being merely 6 years old, would be unable to withstand such an assault. As the crowd gasped collectively, a series of invisible lines materialized, landing precisely on the youth's kicking foot and arm. Sensing danger, the young man swiftly withdrew, avoiding the white lines. Following their trajectory, the concrete floor revealed several rapidly freezing pits. Who dares to strike at me? The youth was filled with fury. Had it not been for his quick evasion, the force of that white streak could have easily resulted in a broken arm or leg. Before long, a tall and slender young man emerged from the crowd, surrounded by a throng of individuals emanating an aura of chilling cold. This individual was none other than Qianyan, who had just exited the restroom. Upon seeing Qianyan, Pelu finally felt a sense of relief, promptly lifting Li Su and turning to approach the young man from behind. Qianyan positioned himself protectively in front of the two, letting out a cold laugh. You possess quite the audacity. It appears you are also a wielder of source power. Observing his sinister demeanor, the youth's earlier bravado dissipated, and his expression darkened. Do you recognize me? What concern is it of yours? Just as the youth was about to speak, he was struck by dozens of ice spikes. The corners of his eyes twitched as he hastily summoned his own power. In the next moment, the veins in his body swelled, and his strength and speed surged dramatically, allowing him to narrowly evade the barrage of ice spikes. Such audacity! The youth, still shaken, stared incredulously at Chen Yin and bellowed, I am a member of the Li Hua Brigade. If I fall here today, none of you shall escape unscathed. His proclamation immediately incited a stir among the crowd. What? The Blue Ant. He is one of the 3 strongest ghost hunting teams in Yongding City. If his brother is Gu Changfeng, then this person must surely be Gu Jingyi. Indeed, should anything happen to him today, we would all be at the mercy of the Li Hua Brigade. Sir, please cease your actions. The Li Hua Brigade is not one to be trifled with. The crowd grew frantic, each attempting to dissuade Chen Yin. Chen Yin seethed with indignation, witnessing the scene unfold before him. He felt a wave of revulsion. In broad daylight, such absurdity occurred, and yet not a single individual stepped forward to intervene. Now cowering in fear at the mere utterance of the youth's words, hastily trying to placate him to avoid trouble. What are you doing? Chen Yin understood that those considered guardians held an esteemed position in the hearts of the populace. Many women would willingly serve him. However, the distinction between consent and coercion was stark. Even if a stranger were faced with such a situation, Chen Yin would not stand idly by, let alone Peilu. This was a matter of principle. The so-called 3 ghost hunting teams of Yongding City were nothing but a facade. If necessary, they could retreat to the great wilderness forest, and once they had elevated their entire ant colony to the extraordinary realm, they would strike together, rendering even the detestable Li Hua Brigade to bow before them. Seeing Chen Yin remain silent, Gu Jingyi assumed he was intimidated and grinned. I merely wish for the lady behind you to share a delightful evening with me. If you leave now, I shall overlook this matter. A smile crept across Chen Yin's lips. Very well, if you seek death, I shall grant your wish in the next instant. He gestured, and the temperature around plummeted. The dozens of exhausted ice crystal ants vanished, replaced by hundreds of vigorous ice crystal ants. On the road to the underworld, you may continue to dream. Chen Yin's gaze turned frigid, as though he were staring at a corpse. Gu Jingyi's heart raced in fear. He sensed the murderous intent emanating from this young man. Based on the previous 2 peculiar attacks, he could perhaps evade a few dozen, but if hundreds were to strike simultaneously, escape would be impossible. I shall not perish. Throughout my life, I have accomplished much and saved many. Gu Jingyi quaked with terror. Chen Yin replied calmly, even if you save 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 lives, it is insufficient to absolve you of your sins. As soon as he finished speaking, he commanded the ice crystal ants to attack. However, at that moment, someone grasped his sleeve. Chen Yin, do not concern yourself with me. I am quite fine. Besides, he speaks the truth. He has indeed saved many. Let it go. He can save more civilians. Pelu spoke softly, lowering her head. Is this a trivial matter? Is it not worth addressing? Chen Yin's furrowed brow eased, and he sighed, ordering the ice crystal ants to cease their assault. Since the other party had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to interfere further. Lai Su retorted indignantly, nonsense. He dares to strike at Lulu? Indeed, he is in dire need of a lesson. If Ji Guiling were here, she would surely sever his hands. At these words, Chen Yin paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He hoisted the girl onto his back, dragging the silent Peilu away from the amusement park. Lai Su was right. Evildoers deserved punishment. Otherwise, how could one distinguish the good from the bad? Just as he was about to relax, an overwhelming sense of danger surged toward him. As he beheld the encroaching onslaught of blank trajectories, his pupils contracted, and he desperately dodged, narrowly escaping disaster. However, while still airborne, numerous voids surged to attack him. He had no time to evade, only to witness his arm being battered to a bloody pulp. Ah! Regner let out a harrowing scream, and the amusement park erupted in cries of anguish. This evening, Gu Jingyi's arm would be forever severed. Only moments ago, he had used that very arm to grasp a woman's. On their way back, Chen Yin and Peilu were no longer as jovial as when they had arrived. silently walking along the bustling street. The little girl in Chan Yin's arms, however, remained blissfully innocent, giggling at amusing things and clamoring for Pei Lu to buy her delicious treats. Lu, Lulu, Lulu, we want this, double ice cream. Oh, such a large squid. I want to taste it. Just like before, this little food lover took a single bite and then offered Chan Yin a bite with a look that conveyed her kindness. Chan Yin clutched his stomach, feeling utterly helpless. After all, she was an adorable little girl. Chan Yin, these little creatures of yours are quite marvelous. May I have a closer look? Li Su inquired, extending her plump little hands. Chun Yin smiled and summoned an ice crystal ant, placing it in the young girl's hand. This is an ant, a gift for you. What? A blue ant? Li Su exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You even have tiny wings. How wonderful! The girl was utterly unwilling to eat it, causing Chan Yin's heart to ache. Had he known the effect of a single ice crystal ant would be so delightful, he wouldn't have overindulged. Chen Yin, thank you so much for this. Yet, her voice was so low that it was nearly drowned out by the surrounding cacophony. Chun Yin looked at Pei Lu and asked, What did you say? Nothing, Shen Xingyan replied with a smile. Pei Lu, upon seeing the young man's sharp brows and starry eyes, suddenly beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped, revealing 2 dimples. She playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke lightly. I am so happy. Chun Yin chuckled heartily. Sister Lulu, you should smile more. It enhances your charm. You jest, she feigned annoyance. Are you teasing me? Li Su confidently placed the precious ice ant into her toy egg, declaring, indeed, Lulu's smile is the most beautiful in the world. I have attempted to mimic her smile, but I cannot replicate it. Li Su lacked even a dimple. But Ji Guiling's words, I am Dong Nali, somehow sounded like praise to Chen Yin. Both Chen Yin and Pei Lu were left dumbfounded, exclaiming simultaneously in surprise. Heed, the Demon Hunter Guild building. Su San leaned back against the table, propping his head with one hand while yawning. Your brother is a waste, nearly stripped bare. And you expect me to explain myself? Behind him stood a group of men and women. Regardless, a mere mortal. My brother has lost an arm and is severely weakened. Can you bear the consequences? Su San slammed the table, exasperated. Gu Changfeng, do you think I am helping you? I am right here. Can you break my arm? As soon as he finished speaking, those around him stepped forward, their source power surging, ready to act. Zhao Shiji, originally following Su San, quickly retreated, assuming a detached demeanor. Su San turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Shiji. Look at you, so cowardly. Enough is enough. We are colleagues. Let us speak amicably. If we fight here, we will become the laughingstock. Very well, I will arrange for someone to treat Gu Jingyi's injuries. Although it may tarnish our reputation, Su San, if you hand over the injured child to Gu Jingyi, we can overlook the past. The elderly man grinned widely and said, What do you think, esteemed leaders? As he spoke, Gu Changfeng gestured, prompting those around him to withdraw their source energy and return to their original positions. Su San's eyes darted. My people make amends? Not a chance. Ever since that incident, our steward has been in tears and constantly eating, practically courting disaster. If anyone should apologize, it should be Gu Jingyi kneeling before our steward. He declared coldly. Su San, you have gone too far. You have no news while away from home? And what of it? Su San scoffed, a look of disdain upon his face. Very well, very well. We are all victims here. None of us require an apology. Xiaozhang, summon Mu Qinshuan to heal the injuries of the second son of the Gu family and ensure there are no mistakes. The medical expenses will be deducted from your salary. Having returned home for 2 days, Qian Yin noted that the anticipated Li Huo brigade had not come to settle accounts with him, much like a raucous scene at an amusement park. If there was any difference, it was the noticeably closer demeanor of Pei Lu and Li Su towards him, particularly Pei Lu, who had previously been warm yet always courteous, but now displayed a much friendlier attitude. Devoid of any awkwardness. Sister Lulu, your appetite is quite impressive, Qian Yin remarked, observing Pei Lu as she stood, carrying a bowl of rice. Pei Lu replied gently, your good mood today has surely enhanced your appetite. Lulu, what has you so cheerful today? Li Su inquired, toying with her food. Her curiosity piqued. Pei Lu, with her gaze lowered as she ate, sparkled with a mischievous light in her eyes. She smiled slightly and said, Su San and Taoist Zhao are coming. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. she added just as the door swung open to reveal two weary figures, none other than Su San and Zhao Shiji. Su San, you rascal! You've finally arrived, Li Su exclaimed, leaping from her seat and approaching Su San with a mysterious AI art. Su San, I possess a treasured. Do you wish for it? Don't look at me? Very well. Su San half knelt, the weariness on his face dissipating. The little girl slowly turned her palm, revealing a peculiar egg that she cracked open, unveiling an adorable ice crystal ant. The girl beamed. Look at this blue, transparent ant. Isn't it marvelous? Some individuals are truly too clever. It has barely been a moment, and they are already staging a heroic rescue, presenting gifts. If I had delayed by another day, I fear the ownership of this apartment would have changed hands. Su San glanced at the little boy at the table, extending his arms as if to embrace the girl. Come, let me give you a hug. Don't. Su San is dirty, so filthy. The girl ducked her head, evading his grasp, and with a giggle, she turned and fled. You wretched girl, dare you speak of me in such a manner? You seek a beating, do you? I shall make you reek. Pei Lu observed the two madcaps racing around the room and chuckled. Less chatter, more eating. The food will grow cold. Bring me a delectable dish prepared by Chief Lulu, Su San exclaimed, seizing Li Su's garment as if it were a toy, making his way to the dining table and surveying the spread. Goodness, 8 dishes and a soup. What day is it that such a sumptuous feast has been laid out? Is it a welcome banquet prepared specifically for me? Su San pondered, casting a curious glance at Pei Lu, who remained unfazed, methodically savoring her food. Li Su, on all fours, swam through the air like a small fish, not for Su San's sake, but because Lulu cooked daily. Su San. Pei Lu. Zhao Shiji. As the room fell silent, Chen Yin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps I have an insatiable appetite. One enjoys eating, the other enjoys cooking. Splendid. I might learn a thing or two, came the light-hearted reply. Su San abruptly tossed her into her seat, plopping down himself and clicking his tongue. Ah, are you on a hunger strike? You've prepared the meal, and if Gu Changfeng were to see this, he would surely say I have lost all decency. Pei Lu, however, remained unperturbed, rising silently to serve Su San a bowl of rice, as if to say, can food silence your mouth? Chen Yin, you performed admirably at the amusement park, yet your strikes were too gentle. Had it been me and Xiao Ling, he would have been eliminated long ago, Su San murmured, gazing at the dude. Chen Yin was nearing his limit, setting down his chopsticks with a serious nod. I will be cautious. Li Su had ventured out to catch a few ants, claiming she would use the ice crystal ants to exterminate all the ants in the garden. Meanwhile, Pei Lu had vanished into the kitchen, not to be seen again. Zhao Shiji had returned to wash up and sleep, declaring that this endeavor had nearly exhausted him. In the hall, only Su San and Chen Yin remained engaged in conversation. Su San lounged on the sofa, casually inquiring, what are your thoughts on the amusement park? Should I? Chen Yin hesitated before expressing his recent reflections. I find the people of Yongding to be colder and more cowardly than those of Day Village. Chapter 38. Everyone is the same. It is no wonder, as throughout history, the denizens of grand cities have been thus. Those with emotion and righteousness, the noble scholars, are not without reason. Su San fell silent for a moment before continuing. Moreover, when peace prevails for too long, people lose their initial courage. Chen Yin sighed, then posed another question. Is the status of source energy bearers not too elevated? Such rampant behavior, is there truly no one to put a stop to them? Su San smiled and responded, how to manage them? Those without source energy cannot possibly exist. Furthermore, a person's life or death is always dictated by source energy. They remain indifferent to their children's transgressions. I tell you, if you are a source energy stronghold, even if you kill someone on the street, you may face some punishment, but if it isn't particularly severe, no one will care. Chen Yin pursed his lips. It is somewhat distorted as Su San shifted to a more comfortable position. Chen Yin, do you know why I am the sole member of this demon-slaying team? I am not certain. You speak nonsense. I am among the top 10 source energy wielders in Yongding City. So? That makes me incompatible with others. For instance, in Yongding, the source energy wielders share a commonality. Some save lives, while others destroy them. They possess a certain connection, a unique group that can transcend ordinary people, surpass laws, morals, and everything else I do not wish to. Chen Yin remained silent, suddenly recalling the expectation in Susan's eyes upon their first meeting, and the words he had spoken. "Young man, you performed admirably, daring to save a life without having received any task. This is 100 times better than those who claim to be heroes yet are merely self-serving. This is why I hold you in high regard. If you desire, despite lacking source energy, you may seek me out in Yongding City." He should have understood why Susan's demon-slaying team consisted solely of him. It is no wonder that Susan had pulled Zhao Shiji into the demon-slaying squad as well. Susan turned to Chen Yin, speaking softly. "In my view, everyone is the same. I still believe that source wielders are meant to save lives, not to dominate the masses. Otherwise, how are they any different from those monstrous beings that continuously invade humanity?" Susan chuckled. "Thus, you may reconsider whether or not to join my team. If you do, you will face ostracism from other stronghold bearers, viewed as an enemy, rendering your future exceedingly difficult, and it could very well ruin your prospects. Truth be told, if you possess even a shred of hesitation, I believe you should choose another demon-slaying team. In terms of life experience and future development, it would be far superior to aligning with me. This is an unprecedented freedom, one where you can act as you please. You are quite beautiful, and I cannot fathom how many women would line up to warm your bed. Even if you fancied a woman like Gu Jingyi, you would have to be forceful. What splendid power! Everyone treats you as a deity. Your words are law. If you are displeased, you may seize a weapon, disregarding laws and morals. What serendipity! A simple task yielding unimaginable rewards. Should you choose to be unreasonable, you may demand from the wealthy, and no one would dare refuse your requests. Can you imagine how lavish such a life would be?" Susan remarked, smiling at Chen Yin. Chen Yin rested his elbows on his knees, clasping his hands together, supporting his chin, murmuring, "That name has a certain charm. Yet why do you not choose this path of light?" Susan shot him an exasperated glare. "Did I not tell you? I am a fair person." Susan, filled with fury, lifted his leg and kicked him, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Do you look down upon me? I shall end your life." Chen Yin brushed the shoe print on his leg and cast a glance at the man with the scruffy beard, snorting, "Do you think you are the only one entitled to be a wielder of source power? Enough of this futile banter. I am nearly recovered. Tomorrow, we shall go to the Exorcism Society to handle the necessary documentation. I was initially hesitant about accompanying you on this exorcism venture, but since you have declined, it seems there is no other option. I am quite curious to see how the enemies of one endowed with source power fare against them. Indeed, indeed, indeed. No wonder Susan holds you in such high regard." Susan chuckled with pride. Afterward, he regarded Chen Yin with a look of bemusement and continued, "But why would I allow you to join my ranks? I concede that you possess some talent. Yet you fall far short of qualifying to collaborate with me. Do you have any practical experience? Are you versed in martial techniques? Are you intimately acquainted with the weaknesses of all malevolent spirits? Have you ever heard of the villages and towns under the jurisdiction of Yongding City? Moreover, you are not yet a wielder of source power and cannot utilize source artifacts. Frankly, you are even inferior to Zhao Shiji. Joining us would only make you a burden. You should hastily return to school, focus on your studies, and once you become a formidable wielder of source power, we can revisit the notion of you joining the exorcism team. I have already prepared your credentials. Tidy yourself up, have Lulu assist you with your preparations, and we can commence the registration process." With that, Susan tossed a book and a ring to the bewildered young man. "Wear this ring and never remove it, especially in the presence of wielders of source power." Without waiting for Chen Yin's response, Susan languidly turned and returned to his bedroom. Chen Yin stared blankly at the ring and booklet in his hands, utterly perplexed by Susan's intentions. The ring appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any distinctive features, while the handbook bore the 4 words, "I am a student card of the Academy of Source." The following morning, at the bustling entrance of the Academy of Source, a youth with a backpack stood in awe. The Academy, heralded as the city within the city of Yongding, represented the ideal for countless students and served as a sanctuary for martial practitioners aspiring to elevate their skills, all while functioning as a training center for wielders of source power dispatched by the Exorcism Guild. Is this truly an academy? Chen Yin pondered, gazing at the towering city walls and the grand entrance that spanned hundreds of meters and soared 50 meters high. His heart filled with astonishment. Even from outside, one could glimpse the enchanting scenery beyond the gates. The architecture and greenery here resembled the majestic constructions of a celestial realm. Chan Yin had initially thought the academy was merely a place for student enrollment. Yet he discovered that, according to his online search the previous night, there were indeed over 10,000 students. Furthermore, including teachers, doctors, cleaners, security personnel, vendors, and more, the total population exceeded 100,000, with hospitals, bars, commercial streets, food courts, and gyms. Residing in such a locale felt akin to living in a city, yet it was far more convenient and comfortable. Thus, to study here, one had to be a wielder of source power, a martial genius, or an exemplary candidate who excelled in examinations. Otherwise, the cost for tuition and accommodation would be astronomical, necessitating connections. After lingering for quite some time, Chan Yin finally composed himself and began to pull his suitcase inside. More than an hour later, he muttered in frustration, "Damn Susan. Even if you send me to school, you should at least give me a heads up." Standing on the street, he gazed at the sycamore trees lining either side, unsure of what to say. After wandering around the academy, he failed to locate the news department. It wasn't that he was foolish. He simply hadn't thought to inquire, and the registration time had long passed. As Chen Yin contemplated this, his new phone, sent by Pei Lu, suddenly chimed. "Chun Yin, who are you?" "Ji Gailing, Susan sent me to pick you up." "Where are you?" Before Chen Yin could respond, the line went dead with a busy signal. He pursed his lips, murmuring to himself, "This young lady from the Su family certainly maintains an air of aloofness." A few minutes later, Chen Yin sat on the sofa, his eyes darting around the room. Just then, a clear female voice called from behind him, "Chen Yin?" Turning around, he found himself momentarily stunned by the sight of a girl. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her petite figure was complemented by a cascade of long, dark hair tied loosely into a ponytail. Her features were exquisite, untouched by makeup, embodying a beauty that could captivate any heart. With arched brows and bright eyes, a high nose, and delicate red lips, she exuded an aura of elegance and flawlessness that left no room for criticism. Ji Gailing, the eldest daughter of the Su family? Has she lost her mind? How stunning! Chun Yin found himself in a daze, staring at the girl before him, utterly devoid of response. Impatiently, Ji Gailing glanced at the awestruck youth and said coldly, "Follow me. I will take you back to your residence." Her voice was clear, reminiscent of a Guqin, yet her tone held an icy quality that made her seem unapproachable. With that, she turned and departed. Her dark hair swirling in the wind and brushing against Chen Yin's nose, jolting him from his stupor. How delightful! Chen Yin finally came to his senses, rubbing his nose as he hurried after her. In his distraction over her beauty, he had not noticed her slender figure clad in a black uniform. Chun Yin mused that no matter where one was, such privileges seemed to abound. He had researched the Academy's uniforms online the previous day and discovered that there were 3 distinct colors: blue for general students, gray for martial artists, and black for the strong. Additionally, the outfits were embellished with red silk thread at the collar, cuffs, and hem, enhancing their elegance and luxury. Dressed in black, she appeared even more extraordinary, resembling a cold heroine deserving of admiration. Ji Gailing remarked, "You are now a member of the Academy. I will not elaborate further. Just know that you are about to enter the Source Energy Academy, where our teaching methods differ significantly from those of general students. Our instructors are all wielders of source power. The members of our guild are quite busy, completing tasks and conducting research, so they cannot attend lectures daily, let alone teach a dozen students. Students and instructors at the Source Energy Academy typically engage in a mutual selection process. Instructors can choose you, and you can choose your instructor. Simply present yourself at the Source Energy Academy's office tomorrow at 10 a.m., showcase your abilities, and impress the instructors if the instructors do not view you favorably. Congratulations, you will no longer have the liberty to choose your instructor but must comply with the Academy's requirements. As a wielder of source power, you must understand that every powerful wielder possesses their own specialties. Whether a disciple or an instructor, everyone has their unique strengths, so finding a powerful instructor who suits you can elevate your abilities to new heights." Chun Yin nodded, aware of this principle. It was self-explanatory. If one was sent by the Academy, it implied that no instructor would choose him voluntarily. Even if compelled to seek another instructor, that instructor would likely approach the situation with indifference. However, the choice was his to make. Regardless of whom he selected, they would likely take a keen interest in him, leading to more attentive guidance and potentially greater resources. I heard that the Source Martial Academy operates on a contribution point system. Chen Yin inquired while admiring the girl's stunning visage. Indeed, Ji Guiling affirmed. Contribution points are vital to a source power organization, more precious than money. This is because many secret techniques, source artifacts, and rare materials cannot simply be purchased with wealth. They can only be obtained through contribution points. Initially, he had thought that only the Exorcism Guild employed contribution points, but upon researching online, he discovered that the Academy utilized them as well. Ji Guiling nodded. Money can be used for daily necessities, but for wielders of source power, it is of little use. Rest assured, we will provide you with 100 contribution points as your identification. As she spoke. She tossed a golden card in Chen Yin's direction. The password consists of 6 digits. You can download a companion app on your phone to make payments. I reside here. Chen Yin questioned, bewildered, for the number he saw was 520. He had also observed that each building contained more than one unit. However, before him stood a solitary courtyard. Ji Guiling regarded the astonished youth and replied coolly, of course, it is for the practice of source power. A solitary meditation room for multiple wielders of source power to cultivate together would indeed be rather peculiar. Chen Yin remarked, however, if each source warrior has their own courtyard, then within the Source Academy, the residence of several hundred source warriors would surpass that of tens of thousands of university students. As Chen Yin surmised, the campus of the Source Academy is divided into 3 sections, one for the university, one for several thousand individuals, and one for martial artists, along with the Source Energy Division in the dormitory. It is worth noting that the land occupied by these 3 divisions is primarily that of the Source Energy Department, while the Academy itself is the largest, positioned in the most bustling core area. Ji Guiling handed a piece of paper to the young man and said nonchalantly, here is the information of all the mentors at the Source Academy for your perusal before making a decision. Well, this is what you deserved. I've said all that needs to be said. Remember to participate in the Academy's examination tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Chen Yin casually flipped through the pages. Each sheet contained details and images of a mentor, and upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be around 50 or 60 mentors. After placing the book back, Chen Yin expressed his gratitude. Thank you for coming all this way to inform me of this. Ji Guiling remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly before departing. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Chen Yin muttered to himself, is this what they call a cold beauty? So frigid. With that, he shook his head and pulled his suitcase toward the courtyard. The layout of this small courtyard resembled that of the Lanxiang courtyard at Taiping Residence, featuring low walls, an ancient wooden house, devoid of flowers or trees, and lacking hidden walls, only 2 stone platforms and a few stone chairs. Exuding a clean and spacious ambience. Chen Yin retrieved the key Ji Guiling had given him, and with a click, he pushed open the door to his room. Inside, everything was well equipped, including a laptop, very nice indeed. Chen Yin took a brief tour around, relishing the clean and elegant atmosphere. Leaning back on the sofa, he gazed at the white ceiling and murmured, is this truly the reason for my admission into the Source Academy? This feels rather surreal. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, I am to undergo a strength assessment. Should I reserve my strength or unleash my full potential? Choosing a mentor is undoubtedly crucial, yet I have yet to activate my source energy. I remain oblivious to the nature of my own power, rendering any choice moot. Casually, Chen Yin picked up a list of teachers from the side and began to browse through it. Gui Wenshuan, age 32, male, leader of the Lingfeng team, proficient in swordsmanship, researching the source of evil spirits. Lan Mingxue, 25, female, at the condensing source stage, captain of the Lanmu team, possesses a spirit tiger, adept in botany and entomology. Mu Shershur, 28, female, in the early stages of condensing source with special abilities, vice captain of the Lanmu team, skilled in healing and potential development. Before long, he reached the end of the book. Jiyu Chongfeng, 31, male, in the late condensing source stage of the mutation category. Deputy Supervisor of the Source Power Division, leader of the Fire Brigade, specializing in wind abilities, is the younger brother of the scoundrel who once bullied Peilu at the amusement park. Ha! So you are also the deputy head of the Source Power Department. Impressive indeed. Stunned by this revelation, Chen Yin was momentarily speechless. Ai Yuejin, 71, at the Source Force stage, former dean of the Academy, president of the Source Energy Association, and chief officer of the Exorcism Guild in Yongning City. Proficient in martial arts and research in the field of martial studies. Chen Yin blinked in disbelief. gazing at the information of this seemingly amiable elder, unable to fathom the impressive background he possessed. The Source Force stage. This is the Dean of the Source Academy, the President of the Source Energy Association, the leader of the Exorcism Guild. My heavens, is it truly necessary for it to be this extravagant? If I could become his disciple, my future would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. Then, it is settled. Unleash your full potential. Impress the most formidable elder. Secure the best for me. On the following morning, the sun shone brightly. Full of energy and eager to showcase his abilities, Chen Yin made his way directly to the office building, where, under the guidance of staff, he arrived at a large gymnasium. Over 30 mentors occupied the audience seats, and behind them stood a group of students clad in black uniforms. Come, demonstrate, Gue Wenxuan's voice boomed, his gaze filled with curiosity, pondering what extraordinary quality this tall and slender student possessed to earn such admiration from a peculiar individual like Su San. It was evident that he was not alone in this line of thought. Otherwise, more attendees would have been present today. You know, as professors, we are perpetually occupied with research, instructing students, and fulfilling tasks. Moreover, due to the unique nature of source energy talent, we cannot enroll every student. Hence, we can only accept one. Generally speaking, if a new student enters, having around 10 mentors is already quite remarkable. If a freshman does not possess exceptional talent, they are usually eliminated, rendering attendance inconsequential. After all, should they fail, the school will assign them a suitable mentor. However, this time, 36 mentors attended. Nearly everyone came simply to observe this new student. Such an occasion is truly rare. As for the multitude of teachers present, it was because Su San, after all these years, had proposed a new candidate for the first time. It must be noted that any individual working within the Exorcism Guild voluntarily introduces themselves as a potential candidate. In essence, they serve as backup for their exorcism team. Furthermore, Su San's infamous exorcism team does recruit one individual annually, and the stringent conditions for accepting disciples speak volumes. Thus, they too were eager to discover what remarkable qualities this young person, chosen by Su San as a reserve team member, possessed. Within the Source Power Department, every mentor believed that while one could question Su San's character, his judgment was beyond reproach. One of his previous recommendations was so extraordinarily gifted that it astonished even the most seasoned individuals. What is more, this person disregarded their dignity and came here to clash with several other mentors, only to leave empty-handed. Yet, it is precisely due to this that the individual, nearly on par with other mentors, has yet to emerge from the academy. Since the Source Energy Academy does not operate on a ranking system, graduating from the academy is no simple feat. Students must meet specific requirements to earn their diplomas. They need to obtain recognition from their teachers. Chun Yin felt the weight of the audience's gaze upon him, making him quite uncomfortable. Perhaps it was due to nerves that he experienced such a sensation. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he began searching the audience for the person he sought. After looking left and right, then up and down, he scanned the area multiple times, rubbing his eyes vigorously. He spotted Lu Zhou standing in the center of the venue, looking bewildered and shaking his head. Gue Wenxuan could not help but exclaim, "What are you still doing there?" Realizing the situation, Chun Yin quickly asked, "Why are there only a few teachers? Have they all gone out on assignments?" Gue Wenxuan, furious, could only laugh in disbelief. "You wish to find someone? Ai Yuejin, the head of the Source Power Department. Why is he not here?" Chun Yin's words left everyone momentarily stunned before both teachers and students erupted in laughter. "This fellow has some audacity." Lan Mengxue covered her mouth, chuckling, "Kid, Ai Lao seldom comes to the academy. You might as well give up on that hope." Chun Yin felt somewhat defiant. "If I pass, can I choose any mentor who is not present here?" Lan Mengxue laughed heartily. "I can see you are quite confident, but I still need to select someone who will ensure you succeed." Her words struck Chun Yin like a fish out of water, leaving him disheartened. The best teammate has vanished. Is this not a test? Then I must trouble you. The professors chimed in, expressing their growing confidence in this young man's abilities. With Su San's endorsement and such shameless confidence, he is undoubtedly a talent. Soon, the audience witnessed the dejected young man suddenly wave his hand. "Huh? What do you mean by this? Come on, stop putting on airs and playing coy." They exchanged glances, bewildered. Gue Wenxuan urged, "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up." Chen Yin shrugged. "I've already demonstrated." "What did you demonstrate?" Gue Wenxuan inquired. Chen Yin, feeling helpless, slowly crouched down and lifted a large black ant into the air. They must be blind, unable to see such a large ant. Qian Yin muttered quietly to in the audience. After a brief moment of shock, a commotion erupted. Ha ha ha, this is truly laughable. It seems he is a gifted summoner. This guy's strength is astonishing. I bet I'll make you a laughingstock. What a fool like you, wanting to be AI Lao's disciple. One voice scoffed. I think he is merely a clown seeking attention. Are all prodigies really prodigious? Such a creature, even if it were to transcend to the realm of condensation, would serve no purpose whatsoever in contrast to those who unleash scathing taunts and attacks without restraint. The teacher adopts a far gentler demeanor. Could it possibly be that Ant Emperor? What of the Ant Emperor? The more refuse there is, the more useless I become. Why would Susan recommend such a person? Is he out of his mind? I have no idea whether he has lost his sanity, but I have heard that he recently took on a new disciple, an elderly man utterly devoid of strength. It would be one thing to be a freak oneself, but to have an entire team of oddities is truly remarkable. Susan is indeed one of a kind in this world. Anything is possible. I must continue my research, for there is nothing worthwhile to discuss in this realm. Susan's reputation does not seem particularly stellar. Well then, that settles it. Qian Yin is neither deaf nor blind. He perceives the reactions of the teachers and students, yet he displays no response nor any spirit of resistance. Since your support has vanished, you ought to obediently comply and take on the role of a teacher. Just as Qian Yin was preparing to concede, Lan Mingxue on the stage offered a slight smile and inquired, Dear friend, would you consider becoming my student? Upon utterance of these words, not only was Qian Yin taken aback, but even the teachers and students who had risen to leave were momentarily stunned. Gui Wenxuan furrowed his brow and remarked, Mengxue, I know you have a keen interest in Susan, but you need not go to such extremes. Lan Mengxue shook her head and replied, Mr. Gui, this has nothing to do with Susan. It was not my intention. However, I truly admire him. I am new here and have only taught one person thus far. If I do not choose him, the school is likely to assign someone to me. Gui Wenxuan pursed his lips. That is not out of the question. We have 3 who come without charge this year. Lan Mingxue, somewhat embarrassed, stated, I have exhausted my points. If you do not provide them, I will have to expend even more points. Gui Wenxuan replied, All right, this girl is indeed quite particular. Lan Mingxue added, Moreover, I am not one to be bloodthirsty. My life has been dedicated to the study of plants and insects. That young boy's ants seem quite unique and have provided me with significant inspiration. In that moment, all present understood that Lan Mingxue's research was unparalleled. If that were the case, her seemingly absurd idea began to make sense. This singular disciple, deemed worthless by many, was regarded by her as a genius, only to be forgotten later. Therefore, dear student, would you be willing to become my disciple? Lan Mingxue asked once more. Yet our esteemed Qian Yin showed no signs of being eliminated. Instead, he brazenly declared, I have reviewed your records. You are quite young and should soon become a mentor at the Source Energy Academy. It won't be long before your professional conduct deteriorates. Lan Mingxue was taken aback. Could he be attempting to decline? The teachers and students around them erupted in outrage, accusing Qian Yin of being utterly ignorant. With several rolling up their sleeves, ready to deliver justice, is he insane? For heaven's sake, does he not look in the mirror? How dare he be so critical? Even my goddess is subjected to his doubt. I can't take it anymore. I must go up and give him a beating. For heaven's sake, I have never encountered such an unabashed person. I shall make him regret this, oh dear, I was wrong. I need to deliver a good thrashing to vent my frustration. Just as some students leaped from the audience to unleash their power, Qian Yin, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, shouted to Lan Mingxue, How many types of ants do you possess? I harbor a keen interest in ants as well. Lan Mingxue shouted back, Everyone, halt. This is an office building. Do you believe that deducting some contribution points will resolve the issue? Continuing, she addressed Qian Yin, There are a few. If you wish to see them, I can show you. All right, Regina nodded. Before Lan Mingxue could finish, Qian Yin bowed to her and exclaimed, You are truly beautiful. I wish to become your disciple. As Lan Mingxue walked, she spoke to the young man, who was a head taller than her, saying, You are correct. I have indeed never taught anything. I have been here for 2 years and have only taken one disciple. But that disciple was a rather poor teacher. Qian Yin lowered his head, diverting his gaze from her fair and lovely face, his tone imbued with a hint of reverence. To be able to study under you is my honor. Chapter 42. The Dream Laboratory. However, as he looked down, he noticed that the second button of his shirt was about to burst. This bear of a man must be her brother-in-law. Swallowing hard, Qian Yin's face flushed crimson, and he quickly averted his gaze. Just moments ago, he had been oblivious, but with Lan Mingshua's proximity, he felt it. This teacher was not only strikingly beautiful but possessed an exquisite figure, truly the epitome of femininity. My height is quite tall among men, yet Lan Mingshua's stature is only slightly less than mine. The most crucial detail is her slender physique, so delicate that one can grasp her waist with a single hand. Yet, her bosom is ample and alluring, irresistible in its appeal. Lan Mingshua's appearance is indeed a tantalizing sight. Qian Yin recalled information about Lan Mingxua. At 25 years old, she exuded a unique femininity, akin to a ripe fruit, exuding an intoxicating aroma. Being near her was akin to losing oneself in a delightful stupor. Lan Mingxua noticed the young man's bashful demeanor and smiled slyly, stating, "Let us not speak of such matters. This is reality, and no one can alter it." Lan Mingxua was well aware of her allure. Such men were utterly unable to resist. In other words, she had never encountered a man unmoved by her charm. Additionally, the reason I wish for you to become my disciple is to observe your summoned creatures, of which I have yet to hear. Seeing her hesitance, Qian Yin inwardly scoffed, thinking, "Could you not be more direct? Do you think I am someone who cares about face?" After contemplating, Lan Mingxua rephrased, "Very well, the creatures summoned from such insects are exceedingly rare and possess significant research value. You may regard them as my tools. Please utilize me as you see fit." At this thought, Qian Yin suddenly felt a warmth within his body. Clearing his throat to dispel the distracting thoughts, he earnestly stated, "Madam, to speak candidly, I harbor no interest in battle. My aspiration is to become a great ant leader. It would be my honor to be your student. Is that so?" "What a coincidence." Lan Mingxua glanced at the young man, noting his clear eyes and virtuous demeanor. Before smoothing her long hair and smiling, "Though your strength may be lacking, such sincerity is commendable. It bears a resemblance to your senior brother." Qian Yin inquired, "Is my senior brother also of the summoning type?" "No, she is a very special type of power wielder," Lan Mingxua replied. "Power wielders are quite unique." As they conversed, they walked toward the research area, and before long, they arrived at Lan Mingshua's laboratory, Dream Laboratory. Indeed, at the Source Energy Academy, each mentor has their own residence and laboratory, utilizing resources provided by the school, which also allocates regular funding. Their requirements are quite simple. The school takes a 10% cut of all research profits. In truth, this is a lucrative arrangement. You should understand that even a small success in the research of a source energy master cannot be measured in currency. Thus, as time passes, the school's investment becomes increasingly substantial. This place is indeed vibrant with greenery. Qian Yin gazed at the meticulously arranged flowers and plants surrounding the laboratory, marveling, "Teacher, did you hire a gardener to tend to them?" Lan Mingxua looked at the awestruck young man, her face revealing a hint of pride. "No, this is the result of our joint efforts." Qian Yin gave her a thumbs up, noting that even if they were not source energy warriors, they could still be considered dandy gentlemen. "My laboratory has 3 floors. The first floor has a resting area, the second floor contains the teaching area, and there is a library." Lan Mingxua called Qian Yin into her laboratory. "This is the main testing area and the auxiliary testing area, while the third zone is the specimen area, housing a plethora of rare flora and fauna specimens, as well as various insect specimens. If you wish to collect ant eggs, you may explore the third floor. Though I have only recently become a teacher at the Source Energy Academy, I have been collecting various insect specimens since childhood, and over the years, I have amassed quite a collection." Upon hearing this, Qian Yin's interest was piqued. "So, does that mean I can freely use these ant specimens?" "No problem," Lan Mingxua confidently asserted, "as your mentor. I can assist you with this. Besides, I have already researched these ant specimens, so they hold no further utility for me." Qian Yin was taken aback by Lan Mingxua's ample bosom, fearing that his own clothes might not withstand the pressure and would tear apart. "Thank you, master," Qian Yin said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Without further ado, Lan Mingxua escorted him to the third floor. As he walked in, Qian Yin marveled at the layout of the laboratory, where every corner, originally in perfect order, was adorned with beautiful plants, resembling a stunning and exquisite sea of flowers. Master, you have finally returned. How did the test results turn out? As soon as he ascended the stairs, a melodious female voice reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a young woman. The girl was petite, barely reaching his chest, and though she was quite attractive, she was not conventionally beautiful. Her long, slightly curled black hair cascaded down to her waist, giving her a youthful appearance, albeit with a few freckles, reminiscent of a neighborly girl. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face, the little girl appeared bewildered, as if to say, "Who is this?" Chen Yin was equally perplexed. "Is this truly Hua Xiaowei? She seems even younger than me. This is my newly accepted disciple, Chen Yin, who can be considered your junior sister." Lan Mengxue chuckled. "I am curious to see when you will assert that you have only one son and no companions." Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Lan Mengxue added with a smile, "His ability is summoning, and his summoner is an ant that I find him quite intriguing." Hua Xiaowei nodded, saying, "A mere ant? My strength seems to surpass it." With that, she frowned and strode towards Chen Yin, hands on her hips, looking up and declaring, "Little Chen, summon your ant." Finding the girl's confidence amusing, Chen Yin sensed her intention to assert her dominance. Though she appeared adorable, she was not intimidating at all. Suppressing a laugh, Chen Yin extended his palm, revealing a giant ant measuring a full 5 centimeters in size. "Wow, what a colossal ant!" Hua Xiaowei exclaimed, astonished. "It looks terrifying. Will it bite me?" Chapter 43. Dear One. Chen Yin's remark left the girl hesitating, but her pride compelled her to suppress her fear. With her slender, fair hand, she grasped the ant and held it before her. Feigning bravado, "Impressive. I feel like it could crush my finger with a single claw." Hua Xiaowei was nearly frightened enough to toss it aside. While crushing a finger is quite challenging, crushing skin is not necessarily so. Lan Mengxue approached her, gently stroking the ant's body, remarking, "By ant standards, its strength is indeed remarkable. Xiaowei, you possess no combat capabilities, yet your strength far exceeds that of a level 10 warrior. If we overlook its size, its power should be around level 10. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin felt goosebumps all over. Incredible! To think I am merely a step away from level 10. Just a glance, a mere hint, and one could accurately discern the levels of these ants. Such keen perception was truly admirable. Lan Mengxue sighed with a hint of regret. For an ant, this is quite powerful, but for a summoning entity of a source power warrior, it is rather feeble. Or perhaps utterly ineffective. Lan Mengxue's words rang true. Aside from those with strength attributes, individuals with the other 5 attributes need not rely on their physical bodies for combat. Their prowess lies more in the application of source energy. My ability may not be particularly useful, yet I find great joy in it, Hua Xiaowei said, her eyes sparkling with pride in her strength. Lan Mengxue beamed, ruffling the girl's hair. "What abilities do you possess?" Chen Yin inquired curiously. While he was aware of Hua Xiaowei's talent, he was uncertain. Upon their arrival, he had asked her, but she had merely smiled and prompted him to inquire further. Hua Xiaowei raised a hand, and a small blade of grass emerged from her fingertips. "My ability is to create plants," she declared proudly. Chen Yin paused, scratching his head, and asked, "Does that mean, with some cultivation, you could produce rare herbs?" "No, it's just a common type, but incredibly resilient. It can grow anywhere." Hua Xiaowei slightly lifted her chin, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at the young man, adopting a condescending demeanor. The girl's attitude left Chen Yin momentarily baffled. "What are you so proud of? You can neither engage in close combat nor support your companions. Summoning a gathering of ants would be far more practical, however, for someone who adored flowers and plants." This was undoubtedly her dream. "Chen Yin, may I take it back for study?" Lan Mengxue said, taking the ant Hua Xiaowei offered, her eyes gleaming intensely. "My summoner cannot be killed, so you need not worry about me harming it." The intensity of Lan Mengxue's gaze sent a shiver down Chen Yin's spine, and he felt a pang of pity for the ant, which remained blissfully unaware of its predicament, with a wry smile. He replied, however, "My ant is somewhat special, so feel free to experiment." He then handed her a pile of fusion ants, adding, "If you need more, just let me know. I have plenty of materials." Both Lan Mengxue and Hua Xiaowei were taken aback by this revelation, particularly Lan Mengxue, who exclaimed in shock, "Fusion ants. What a splendid name. So, you truly summoned a queen ant. If that is the case, it would be quite advantageous. if my Ant King could breed a multitude of fusion ants, I could contend with ordinary extraordinary warriors. Just how many fusion giant ants do you have? About 200,000 or so, Qian Yin replied after some contemplation, opting for honesty. Given their master-student bond, he would surely have more interactions with them, and it was inevitable they would discover the truth, which could lead to discontentment. It was better to be straightforward. Hua Shiruei patted Qian Yin's arm, resembling an elder, and said, "No worries, having over 20 is sufficient." Huh. Wait a moment, what did you say? Lan Mingshua's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Qian Yin. Over 200,000. Qian Yin grinned. You're lying. She shot a glare at him. Hua Xiaorui furrowed her brow and retorted fiercely, with over 200,000 of such ants, I might not even be their match. What a joke. Qian Yin merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. If you doubt me, let us see for ourselves. With that thought, he conjured a terrifying sight. Ants began emerging, one after another, swiftly coalescing into a black tide that surged forth in all directions. As the reality of the situation dawned on Lan Mingxue and Hua Xiaorui, they found themselves engulfed in a vast, dark sea, completely surrounded. Not only that, but they also noticed the black currents extending towards the third floor. Lan Mingxue's voice trembled as her smile froze. It was evident she was struggling to control her emotions. But the forced smile and her slightly trembling hands betrayed her true feelings. She was genuinely alarmed. She could not comprehend it. Moreover, Hua Xiaorui's assertion was incorrect. 200,000 ants were not just a match for her. They were absolutely overwhelming. She was purely a summoning-type source power warrior. These creatures would not perish. They would eventually be depleted, but before that, she could not allow the black tide to approach. Otherwise, it would all be over. I understand now. I see. At that moment, Lan Mingxue finally grasped why Su San had actively recommended this individual. How could he have requested to become a disciple during the entrance test? He didn't even glance at us. Suddenly, Lan Mingxue stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, her gaze intense. You rascal! A day as master and disciple means a lifetime as family. You cannot betray your clan. You cannot betray your family. She felt she had struck gold this time. This treasure could very well be taken from Elder Ai. That treasure was none other than Qian Yin. Feeling the fervent gaze of Lan Mingxue upon him, Qian Yin's face flushed crimson. After all, he was merely a 17-year-old youth. How could he possibly withstand the allure of a mature woman like Lan Mingxue? His bashfulness took her by surprise amidst her excitement. But she quickly broke into a smile and released her hold. I apologize at your age. Why are you still shy? She chuckled, covering her mouth. Chapter 44. The insect zone. That is because my ability consumes too much energy, affecting my heart. Qian Yin hurriedly retracted the ants, hoping to salvage his dignity. Lan Mingxue sighed as she observed the retreating ant swarm. Your power is perfectly suited for dealing with actual creatures. In the future, you will become a formidable force within Yongding City. Hua Xiaorui blinked her eyes and exclaimed, Master, I believe he can certainly make it onto the heavenly ranking. Naturally, Lan Mingxue affirmed. What is the heavenly ranking? Qian Yin, suppressing his excitement, inquired. Fool, you've never heard of the heavenly ranking? Hua Xiaorui placed her hands on her hips and said fiercely, while Qian Yin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, I was only admitted shortly after I entered the academy. Hua Xiaorui glanced at Qian Yin and continued, Our school has several rankings, such as the top student, the martial arts champion, the source energy list, and the campus beauty list, among others. In simple terms, the Tianbang is the ranking of the top 10 experts in our source energy department. Qian Yin felt a surge of curiosity. Ji Gailing, which rank does she hold on the Tianbang? The thought quickened his heartbeat as Lan Mingxue departed with a group of fusion ants to the second floor for experiments. The layout of the third floor was quite simple. One side was a vegetable garden, while the other was an insect zone. You can manage on your own. I have to tend to my bonsai. Hua Xiaorui informed Qian Yin about the third floor's arrangement before leaving him in her room to care for her plants. Amidst the insect zone, Qian Yin was taken aback by the myriad of insects. The shelves were packed with transparent boxes, each containing vividly lifelike insects, cicadas, butterflies, beetles, grasshoppers, moths, spiders, bees, and ladybugs. After a considerable time, Qian Yin finally reached his destination, the ant sample area. His gaze was intense as he scanned each tiny ant. Filled with anticipation, yellow-haired ant, I found it, I found it. Not a bullet ant, Chun Yin exclaimed, spotting a small ant in a glass box, his excitement palpable as he carefully extracted it for a closer inspection. So beautiful, he marveled at the sight. This ant, aside from the fusion ant, was the largest he had encountered, resembling a black, venomous wasp from afar, approximately 3 centimeters in length, with a sharp stinger at its tail. Exuding an aura of aggression, he removed the contents of the glass box. A long-forgotten notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding, new ant species discovered, bullet ant. Would you like to fuse with it? Ding. Aggregation ant is powering up. Ding. This is a giant ant with the special ability of venom. Chun Yin's heart leaped with joy as he promptly opened the data panel for the aggregation ant. Aggregation ant. Traits, quality, ordinary quality. Combat power, 105. Hatching time, 200 days. Fusion, combines various types of ant colonies to enhance their strength, currently synthesized 330 types of ant colonies. Predation, feeds on powerful animals and plants, extracting their strength for its nest. Accelerating reproduction, feeds on special organisms and plants, with a low probability of stripping their attributes, berserk, at the cost of its own vitality, doubles its combat power. Neurotoxin. The scorpion's tail harbors a unique neurotoxin. A bite can inject it, resulting in fatal injuries. Ant general forging completion. 2. Haha. Hua Xiaorui, who was trimming a vine flower nearby, shot him a glance at the raucous laughter emanating from the insect zone. Muttering to herself, so ugly, yet so lewd when laughing. What a fool. Humph. My little green vines are beautiful, fragrant, and exquisite. Ignoring Chun Yin's exclamations, she continued to meticulously prune her flowers, making them even more splendid with each snip. How impressive, I've finally reached level 10. Chun Yin gazed at the spiked ant, elated, as a thought flashed through his mind. Should he give it a try? Well then, could it cost me my life? I doubt it. For him, a mere neurotoxin was hardly a concern. Impatiently, Chun Yin could no longer resist and decided to engage with the aggregation ant. Come, bite me. The aggregation ant raised its head, its small, glossy eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. As if questioning, are you sure about this? Let's go, darling. With Chun Yin's affirmation, the aggregation ant showed no hesitation, presenting its rear for the bite. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a piercing scream that rendered Meng Xue momentarily paralyzed. The sound reverberated throughout the third-floor testing room. It was so sudden and loud that even Lan Meng Xue on the second floor was startled, trembling as she split an ant in half on her experimental table. Has he gone mad? Lan Meng Xue frowned but ultimately remained silent, skillfully placing an ant on her experimental table. On the third floor, Hua Xiaorui, who had been pruning a Chinese pine, froze at the sound of the scream. With a sharp crack, the branches and leaves of the pine tree fell away, transforming it from a lush tree into a bare trunk in an instant. Staring blankly at the devastated pine, Hua Xiaorui's mouth fell slightly open, her gaze vacant, as if the entire world were crumbling around her. After a moment, she exclaimed, Chun Yin, you wait for me. I will not let this go. Enraged, Hua Xiaorui, scissors in hand, rushed towards the source of the sound, heading straight for the insect zone, an unthinkable destination for her. Chun Yin, you wait for me. You? Huh? Are you all right? However, before she could unleash her fury upon encountering Chun Yin, his pitiful state extinguished her anger. There he was, clutching his arm, writhing in agony on the ground, his face and neck flushed, trembling all over while foam dripped from his mouth. The fusion ant gazed at Chun Yin, its emotionless black eyes filled with regret. Senior, senior. Chun Yin rolled on the ground, finally spotting Hua Xiaorui, as if he had found a lifeline, desperately reaching out to her. Please, please, let me die, Mom. Wasn't I waiting for you? Chapter 45. Trees can also kill humans. Seeing Chun Yin on the brink of death, Hua Xiaorui broke down in tears and turned to rush upstairs. Master, the junior disciple is doomed. Lan Mingxue's expression turned serious upon witnessing Chun Yin's dire state. Xiaorui, take care of Chun Yin. Don't let him lose consciousness, and whatever you do, don't move him. I will fetch Mu Shirshir. Without delay, she strode towards a window, shattered the glass with a swift palm, and leaped down without hesitation. Xiao Bai! Zichen called out as a massive white tiger emerged from beneath her feet. With a thunderous roar, Lan Mingxue rode the white tiger into the research area, heading towards the exorcism building. Senior brother, hold on. Help will arrive soon. In the insect zone, Hua Xiaorui wept, her tears cascading as she watched Chen Yin roll on the ground, utterly at a loss. By the time she returned, she had transformed into a woman. Captain, what on earth happened to make you so anxious? My disciple is severely injured, and the wounds are grave. Xiaorui, you two are always together. How did she get hurt? Not me. I'm new here. Lan Mingshua's brows furrowed, her tone sharp. Stop wasting time. Hurry and save him. Grabbing Mu Shishir, she leaped up to the third-floor laboratory. Upon seeing Chen Yin, Lan Mingxue finally felt a sense of relief, as long as he was alive. With Mu Shishir present, everything would be all right. In the face of the emergency, Mu Shishir wasted no time, quickly crouching to examine the young man's condition. However, she soon shook her head decisively, stating, I can't help. Senior brother, your condition is dire. Lan Mingxue turned to Hua Xiaorui. What do you mean you can't help? You have the ability to mend broken limbs. Why can't you do anything for him? Hua Xiaorui trembled under her gaze, but managed to hold her ground. If it were merely broken limbs, that would be one thing, but Captain, he has been poisoned with a mental toxin, and I can't do anything. Noticing Lan Mingshua's frown, she quickly added, moreover, it's not life-threatening, so there's no need to panic. Not life-threatening? Regner paused, then realized. Lan Mingxue stared at the writhing Chen Yin, but he appeared as if he could perish at any moment. Zhao Yu nodded earnestly to him. Yu Shishir pondered for a moment before saying, it should be painful, akin to being stung by a wasp. It hurts, yet it is not lethal. Even so, we can test his potential, Lan Mingxue inquired. The neurotoxin has already spread throughout his body. Activating his potential now would not only fully unleash it, but also the toxicity within him. Rest assured, he will be fine. It will merely be a painful ordeal for a while. When will it end? Well, I'm not entirely sure. It could take several days. Shall we dispose of him? Chen Yin made a solemn vow. Ever since he acquired this nest, it was the first time he contemplated relinquishing it. He lay in the Dream Snow Laboratory's resting area for a full 3 days, his body engulfed in flames. Tearing apart, suffocating, nauseated, and experiencing severe physiological reactions. This torment persisted for 3 days and nights. The agony was evidently beyond his endurance, yet he paradoxically found himself somewhat exhilarated. I am the first to have encountered such an experience. He surmised. This aggregation ant's neurotoxic effect must induce a transient euphoria without causing unconsciousness, yet it inflicts tremendous damage upon the body's nerves. Though not fatal, it is excruciatingly painful. In summary, throughout these 3 days, he incessantly fed Blue Dream Snow, urging her to scream uncontrollably, imploring her to hold nothing back, even at the cost of over 270,000 fused ants, in pursuit of its study. After 3 days, he emerged from the resting area, his countenance pale, his eyes bloodshot, and he staggered up to the 3rd floor. Passing the 2nd floor, he observed Blue Dream Snow amidst a plethora of sophisticated equipment, conducting research on the fused ants. He did not enter the room but smiled at Blue Dream Snow. Excellent. You seem highly motivated. Best of luck. Mentor, I wish for you to dissect every last one of these vile entities. Yes, it should resemble a black heart, akin to this skin. Haha, what a despicable bunch. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Chen Yin smirked upon seeing Hua Xiaorui seated in the corner, watering the plants, a bemused expression gracing her face. Why? What are you fleeing from? Why not use your scissors to sever me? I have pleaded with you so earnestly, senior sister. How can you treat me this way? Even if you were to use your inexplicable powers to plant a large tree within my stomach. What of it? At that moment, Hua Xiaorui suddenly felt a chill breeze sweep past her, causing her to shudder. Turning around, she beheld a weary yet persistently smiling young man. She joyfully waved her scissors. Junior, are you all right? Chen Yin's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth and whispered, Isn't your senior brother dead? Hua Xiaorui was momentarily taken aback, intending to inquire further, but the young man walked into the insect area without looking back. Uttering a perplexing remark, trees can also slay enemies, much like bursting open their bellies. Hua Xiaorui snipped the scissors, producing a creaking sound, muttering to herself, Why are you so strange? Have you lost your mind after 3 days of fever? Ah, with that, her gaze fell upon the honeysuckle vine, seemingly forgetting all that had transpired, and she contentedly remarked, "Hee hee, so beautiful." Bearing fatigue and anguish, Qian Yin finally found what he sought and proceeded with the next experiment. Giant ant, I have one here, and yet another bee. Qian Yin's giant ant had absorbed over 300 varieties of giant ants, and Blue Dream Snow's giant ants had also contributed to this. Fortunately, her collection of giant ant species was remarkably diverse, and after such an extended period, he finally discovered several that had not been assimilated. After more than an hour, Qian Yin gasped as he completed the inspection of the ants scattered across the ground. Ultimately, he obtained over 50 new energy types. Aggregation ant, characteristics, quality. Ordinary quality level 10, combat power 131, total count 270, 000. Hatching time, 200 days. This novel can be downloaded via the open source Freestar String Downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant failed to provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t.mefq tool. Chapter 46. A peculiar vision emerged in Qian Yin's mind, fusion, combining various ant colonies to enhance their strength. Currently, 385 ant colonies have been fused. Predation, feeding on powerful animals and plants to extract their strength for use in one's nest. Accelerating hatching, feeding on special organisms and plants has a very low probability of stripping their attributes. Rampage, at the cost of one's vitality, doubling combat power. Neurotoxicity, a unique neurotoxin on the scorpion's tail can be injected into an enemy's body upon being bitten, resulting in fatal injuries. Ant Commander forging completion, 2. Qian Yin was quite pleased. This time, he truly felt joy. However, a question arose in his mind. Could he integrate all the ant colonies into his body, allowing them to evolve into a transcendent state? It remained unclear, as Qian Yin lacked experience and could not articulate it just yet. He could only act as circumstances dictated. In any case, his survival capabilities had become significantly stronger, with personal combat power reaching 686 and over 200 ice crystal ants. Thus, even without any action, he could become increasingly formidable. Having endured the trials of Dahu Village and Sanchuan Town and witnessed more, Qian Yin's thirst for power intensified. In this world rife with malevolent entities. Without protective strength, one is like a blade suspended over one's head, uncertain when it might strike, though not presume that residing within a city shielded by source power is the best option. In reality, the number of deaths within this city does not significantly differ from that in surrounding villages. I discovered online that Qian Yin had faced numerous attacks from demon beasts over a decade ago within Yongding City. This is no jest. Each time, seasoned source power users perished alongside a multitude of civilians. Thus, among the younger generation, there are many formidable individuals, while demon hunters are alarmingly few. Incidentally, many students from the Source Energy Academy are eligible to join the Demon Hunter Guild. Yet why does the mentor refuse to release them? Students could serve as research assistants, but most do so because the children leave school too early and are prone to issues. If seasoned demon hunters are the walls of Yongding, then the current Yongding resembles such a vibrant team. This spiritual toxin is utterly terrifying. I have been unconscious for 3 days. Qian Yin, fatigued, slowly sat on a rack, yet even this simple act caused him to grit his teeth in pain. However, whether he could contend with the transcendent realm remained uncertain. A malevolent thought suddenly crossed Qian Yin's mind. Could Hua Sherwei accomplish this? He was not entirely sure. Qian Yin was well aware that this was not due to the potency of his neurotoxicity. Rather, his physical constitution was exceedingly poor. Had any source power expert been in his place, such an effect would be inconceivable. However, for an ordinary person, the lethality of this toxin would be no less than that of being subjected to 1,000 cuts. It would indeed prove effective for interrogating criminals. Qian Yin's mind wandered. He inadvertently leaned on the rack and drowsily fell asleep. At last, he had endured. Yet, he felt that something was amiss. Blue Dream Snow gazed at the sleeping youth. Her brows furrowed, murmuring, "Based on our research over these past few days, we have confirmed that the neurotoxicity of this giant ant is indeed terrifying when applied to ordinary individuals. but it cannot cause such extensive damage to source energy. Blue Dream Snow conducted an experiment using her own body, and the result was merely an intense itch with no other reaction. This is indeed the realm of the mundane. Shaking her head, Blue Dream Snow dispelled the unsavory thoughts in her mind, muttering, "Strange, isn't he a source energy warrior?" No, there are traces of source energy within him. After a moment's hesitation, Blue Dream Snow ultimately surrendered to her curiosity and made up her mind. She slowly approached Chen Yin, knelt, and placed her hand on his chest. "It is only reasonable to check on an injured student's condition, is it not?" Blue Dream Snow reassured herself, then closed her eyes. In the next moment, a gentle radiance, akin to a pool of clear water, gradually seeped into the young man's chest. After a while, Blue Dream Snow's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the young man before her. "Where is my room? Could it be that something resides within the ocean of his consciousness?" Blue Dream Snow, puzzled, lifted her palm and placed it on the young man's brow. Yes, she closed her eyes. A soft glow slowly penetrated his forehead. Blue Dream Snow's figure gradually materialized in an empty space. However, she was astonished by the scene before her. It is well known that the sea of consciousness can also transform into the brain. Differing only in scale, if it is to control living beings, then it serves as the brain. The area of the human consciousness sea can generally be categorized into 3 levels, from highest to lowest: mundane, source power, and spiritual. Under normal circumstances, the sea of consciousness of an average individual is merely the size of a modest house, while that of a source power practitioner expands to the dimensions of a substantial residence. However, those endowed with formidable strength possess a realm akin to a vast lake. Moreover, their sea of consciousness is not static. The greater their power, the more potent their mental faculties become. Yet, there exists a limit to their mental prowess, which can only amplify by several-fold at most. In the present moment, the area where Lan Mengxue finds herself, though seemingly desolate, is astonishingly vast, resembling a genuine ocean. As she gazes into the distance, she is astounded to find no discernible end in sight. How could my sea of consciousness be so immense? A profound sense of solitude envelopes her, evoking an eerie sensation akin to being trapped in hell, an expanse devoid of substance, direction, or the passage of time, leaving her utterly disconcerted. Yet, as she surveys her surroundings, she stumbles upon something that strikes her like a bolt from the blue, nearly shattering her composure. Lan Mengxue is uncertain how long she has been wandering, but eventually, she discerns the emergence of an unknown mountain range within her mind. Dark, serpentine formations that seem to support her brain at their base, while their peaks uphold the very essence of her consciousness, as if they are the pillars of an entire world. However, she feels that this colossal, irregular structure riddled with apertures could more aptly be described as the lair of some monstrous being. A sudden jolt of recognition courses through her, accompanied by a sense of disbelief. A familiar sensation flickers in Lan Mengxue's mind. As an entomologist, she suddenly recalls something significant. The nest? Chapter 47. Source? Emerging from Chen Yin's consciousness, Lan Mengxue feels as though she has traversed a century, experiencing a sensation both alien and absurd that leaves her somewhat disoriented, causing her to collapse onto the ground. "Chen Yin, who on earth are you?" Gazing at the youthful figure before her, still bearing traces of naivety, Lan Mengxue's eyes exhibit a hint of bewilderment. She begins to grasp the origin of his formidable powers. He has finally come to understand why being bitten by a mutated ant elicited such a significant reaction. He lacks source power. His physical attributes are merely equivalent to those of a 6th or 7th tier warrior. Yet, why does he exhibit fluctuations of source energy within his being? Lan Mengxue's gaze fixates on the young man's left arm. It connected to that. A sudden realization strikes Galen. On his right hand rests a ring, a gift from Susan. After a prolonged moment, a complex expression flickers in Lan Mengxue's eyes as she sighs and assists the young man to his feet before descending the stairs. Regrettably, Chen Yin had already succumbed to slumber. Entirely unaware of how near he was to her, just a hair's breadth away, as she walks, her body trembles slightly, and at times, she feels an inexplicable intimacy with him. Perhaps accompanying old AI is not such a bad idea after all. Lan Mengxue remains uncertain whether treating Chen Yin as her disciple is a fortuitous or unfortunate decision. If Qian Yin were a source power practitioner, she might be able to impart her knowledge to him. However, alas, Qian Yin is merely a martial arts adept, leaving her unable to assist in any meaningful way. It is astonishing how a single young man has dramatically altered the trajectory of her research. Upon awakening, Qian Yin finds himself 2 days later. After stretching his limbs, he feels considerably revitalized, the side effects of the ant venom having dissipated entirely. Having been alone for quite some time, he feels a sense of gratification. Hua Xiaorui stands nearby, setting down her spray bottle, addressing the visibly content Qian Yin. "You lazy pig, you've been asleep for 2 whole days. Hurry and get up. I need to see her." She has been insisting on finding a transcendent-level powerhouse to test her neurotoxicity. "Your intense gaze is quite frightening. Isn't that because of you?" Hua Xiaorui pouts, embodying the image of a spoiled child. Qian Yin sheepishly rubs his somewhat dry stomach and replies, "Rest assured, I am merely following a passing whim. Perhaps soon enough, I will shift my focus back to plants. By the way, Xiaomian, do you have any food here? I'm quite hungry." "Humph. Nonsense." Hua Xiaorui scoffs. "I thought having a little girl around would lighten my workload. But look at this situation. I have to take care of you as well. How can this be?" Qian Yin muses. "I am already the senior brother." Qian Yin contemplates before asking, "How old are you?" 15. A voice calls from behind. Hua Xiaorui, hands on her hips, glares at him. "What are you trying to do?" As Qian Yin speaks, he playfully places his shoes atop the girl's head, resting them on her chest. Chuckling, "You're not that old. You should be my junior brother. Come, let me address you as senior brother." Qian Yin, "Just you wait, dream on." Hua Xiaorui can no longer contain herself. Without hesitation, she drives her elbow into Xiaobing. Though Hua Xiaorui is petite, her strength as a transcendent-level warrior is formidable, and in her furious state, her punch reverberates with earth-shattering force. Just as Qian Yin braces for misfortune, Hua Xiaorui unexpectedly nudges his waist with her elbow. Boom! A dull thud resonates, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Qian Yin spews a mouthful of blood, spinning thrice in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Creak, creak, as the bed shifts up and down. The young man lies motionless, occasionally raising ALEGI in the cafeteria on the first floor of the laboratory. 3 teachers and students gather around the table, enjoying a harmonious meal together. "Junior sister, your culinary skills are truly remarkable," Qian Yin exclaims, devouring his food with an expression of flattery. However, Hua Xiaorui disregards him and continues, "According to our academy's regulations, new students are responsible for taking care of the lives of teachers and senior brothers and sisters. This is my final meal. You have no objections, right?" "No, no," Qian Yin retorts, swallowing his food with great difficulty, his chest aching. "My sister waters the flowers and plants daily. She is almost exhausted, and you still have the audacity to— What are you doing?" "Don't worry. I will shoulder all the arduous tasks in the laboratory. Since you say so, I won't press you further." Lan Mingxue gazes at the two with a look of confusion, marveling at their newfound camaraderie. What is happening? Why has it transformed into such harmony all of a sudden? Indeed, Minter, do we have shops here that sell beast corpses and rare treasures? At this moment, Qian Yin interjects. The predatory capabilities of the fusion ants offer a low probability of acquiring characteristics from extraordinary creatures and plants, which is why the ice crystal ant eggs are born. Qian Yin had previously contemplated whether to provide them with more extraordinary level creatures and plants to consume. However, since departing from the Great Wilderness, he has not encountered any other transcendent level monsters, the only exception being the 2 nightmarish ants that could not be consumed. Now, having arrived at the powerful Source Academy, perhaps he still has a chance. Yes, the Source Energy Department has a library that contains some materials. Lan Mingxue nods. The Source Artifact Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion. After class, I will have Xiaorui guide you. After dinner, Qian Yin briskly cleans the dishes and hurries towards the teaching area. Upon entering, he finds Lan Mingxue studying at the podium while Hua Xiaorui stands with a serious expression below. Qian Yin takes a seat alongside Hua Xiaorui, marking the official commencement of his first lesson at the Source Academy. Since Qian Yin is attending his inaugural class, I shall impart upon him the most fundamental teachings, and you will assist me in solidifying the concepts. Lan Mingxue raises her pen and writes the characters for Source on the large screen behind her. Source is the origin of all things, a miraculous force that permeates everywhere. Tio harness source energy. one must possess a storage and converter, and this vessel is innate to every individual from birth. Now, why does each person possess a source abode, while only one among many awakens source energy? The rationale is quite simple. This converter is not entirely sealed, thus preventing source energy from passing through or penetrating, which is why it becomes stored. So, how can one simultaneously satisfy both requirements, allowing source energy to flow freely within the source abode without leaking until the moment of necessity when it might erupt? Chapter 48. The 8-character mantra. As Lan Mingxue speaks, she draws 3 circles beneath the word source. The first circle is densely packed, while the second is flawless. Upon completing the 3 circles, Lan Mingxue adds one more. She glances at Chen Yin and softly inquires, "Do you know what the squares within these 3 circles represent?" Chen Yin ponders for a moment before slowly replying, "A door that can open and close?" Lan Mingxue's eyes sparkle with admiration, exclaiming, "You are quite astute. If your source abode meets the aforementioned criteria, it signifies that you possess the capability to cultivate source energy. However, there is a prerequisite. One must have the key to unlock it. This is precisely why it is so rare." Chen Yin appeared somewhat perplexed. "So, where can we find this key?" Lan Mingxue shook her head and replied, "Everyone possesses their own source palace, and this grand door is no exception. Indeed, there are both large and small, triangular as well as circular. Some doors are locked, while others open naturally, and some individuals may have several doors right from the start. In short, the methods to awaken source energy vary greatly, and only one method is the most suitable, rather than absolute." Hua Sherue cast a curious glance at Chen Yin and remarked, "You have already unlocked your source energy, so why concern yourself with this?" "I inadvertently opened it, and I simply wish to know more," Chen Yin replied nonchalantly. Hua Sherue assumed he spoke the truth, yet she was well aware of Chen Yin's capabilities, so she chose not to pursue the matter. "Let us proceed." Under Lan Mingxue's elucidation, Chen Yin gained a more profound understanding of the so-called source palace. Simply put, the source palace resembles a vessel designed to store source energy and modify its properties. The size, attributes, and the quality and frequency of its opening all influence the user's attributes and future cultivation potential. Those with superior aptitude can better absorb external source energy, more effectively transform its properties, and store greater amounts of source energy, thus endowing them with more power. This explains the significant disparities among source energy practitioners of the same rank. After an extensive lesson, aided by Lan Mingxue's detailed explanations, Chen Yin fully comprehended the concept of the source palace. Following the class, Lan Mingxue proceeded to conduct her experiments in the testing area on the 2nd floor, while Chen Yin and Hua Sherue exited the laboratory, intending to explore the 3 treasure troves. Currently, Chen Yin possessed only a little over 100 contribution points, all sponsored by the school, rendering him unable to make any purchases. As they stepped out of the research facility, they encountered a girl named Ji Gailing, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Upon seeing them, she gazed blankly in their direction. Initially surprised, Chen Yin contemplated greeting her, but to his astonishment, the young lady turned on her heel and walked away without uttering a word. "Ji Gailing, have you known her since the 1st year?" Hua Xiaorui observed Chen Yin's hesitation and noted her frail figure, momentarily taken aback. As Ji Gailing's silhouette gradually faded into the distance, Chen Yin let out a wry smile and said, "I have seen her, but we are not well acquainted. If you knew her, that would be unusual," Hua Xiaorui replied. "This individual has always been solitary, rarely seen in the company of others. Although she appears aloof, her strength is formidable. She is likely the most renowned student in our Source Academy. Is it solely based on her strength?" Chen Yin queried. Hua Sherue continued, "Our academy maintains numerous rankings, but the most coveted are the Heaven ranking and the Campus Bell ranking. It is truly absurd. Everyone aspires to be part of them, and she has succeeded. Over the past 4 years, she not only showcased her talents but consistently held the top position, earning the recognition of all mentors and students alike. She is the illustrious figure of our Source Academy. This is unacceptable. I can accept her being at the top of the Heaven ranking, but in terms of femininity, wouldn't our mentor be even more charming?" Chen Yin mused, pondering Ji Gailing's unparalleled beauty. However, in a comprehensive assessment, considering her character and physique, he believed he could hold his own against her. Ji Gailing possessed a striking visage and a commendable figure, while Lan Mingxue's beauty was equally commendable, if not superior. Could it be that everyone in the Source Academy is of the delicate type? Our mentor is quite popular as well. For the past 2 years, She has consistently ranked as the second most beautiful in the academy. Chen Yin's comment brought a sense of delight to Hua Xiaorui, further solidifying her belief that her mentor was the finest woman in existence. At this juncture, Hua Xiaorui added, however, I personally prefer to stay home and seldom venture out, so you have not witnessed Ji Guiling's battles on the heaven ranking as so impressive. She can captivate both men and women with her cool demeanor. Chen Yin chuckled, recalling the talent shows he had seen on television, where an idol could turn the tide if they garnered enough fans. Yet, as Hua Xiaorui scanned the surroundings and saw no one, she covered her mouth with her hand and, with a conspiratorial air, whispered, I have a secret about Ji Guiling. Intrigued, Chen Yin thought, perhaps she is a fan of our mentor. Chen Yin was momentarily taken aback. What was this about? Why did he suddenly sense an orange-yellow aura? Was this the so-called I am invincible and you reign supreme? It sounded rather amusing. As Chen Yin's thoughts raced, Hua Xiaorui wore a self-satisfied expression and chuckled. You must have noticed, she often gazes toward our laboratory. I have seen her many times. Thus, as Hua Xiaorui continued to speak, they made their way toward the treasure pavilion. The pavilion was not as grand as Chen Yin had envisioned. It measured no more than 20 meters. Its structure resembled that of a shopping center, featuring a hollow interior surrounded by shelves. However, upon a cursory glance, Chen Yin observed that the vast arena contained only a handful of individuals. Aside from the staff clad in uniforms. While Hua Xiaorui spoke, she pointed towards the interior of the arena, saying, the first floor is the rare stone treasure mine. The second floor is the celestial materials and earthly treasure zone, and the third floor is the rare ruins. You can explore as you wish. I need to purchase some daily necessities on the adjacent street. Once Hua Xiaorui departed, Chen Yin turned back, his gaze intensely scrutinizing the various items displayed around him. In this place, there was undoubtedly an opportunity to cultivate new sources of energy. Chapter 49. The Treasure Pavilion. Chen Yin wandered through the first floor of the Treasure Pavilion, his hands brushing against the jadeite, hoping to uncover something extraordinary. He was uncertain how he had sensed the existence of source energy even before stepping into the realm of the extraordinary, but he was confident in his remarkable perception. Now, he could use this power to discern whether a particular stone transcended the ordinary and reached an extraordinary level. However, this was no simple task. Although these items were unique, the source energy they contained was weak, necessitating careful observation to differentiate them. Blue silver ore, 70 contribution points. Earth hidden jade, 30 contribution points. Shimming stone, 100 contribution points. Upon seeing the expensive spirit-sealing jadeite on the shelves, Chen Yin found himself at a loss for words. If he were to use his contribution points for purchases, he could only afford 2 or 3 pieces at most. Though valuable, very few truly contained source energy. After scouring the first floor, Chen Yin found just over a dozen gemstones imbued with source energy, each of considerable worth, including one the size of a fist embedded with gold, priced at an astonishing 500 contribution points. Even before approaching, he could sense a peculiar energy fluctuation radiating from it, like ripples on water. Chen Yin committed to memory each jade piece exuding the aura of source energy, then exited the jade area and ascended to the second floor, heading towards the celestial materials and earthly treasure zone. Unlike the first floor, which was entirely enclosed in glass boxes, the second floor featured items presented in various peculiar forms, some in jade bottles, others in gourds, porcelain vases, or even in substances resembling glue, completely isolated from the outside world. This arrangement rendered it difficult for Chen Yin to discern the shapes of some items or ascertain whether they contained source energy. 50 contribution points for yellow spirit soil, 40 contribution points for 100 immortal herb, 100 contribution points for mist soul flower. Compared to the first floor, the treasures on the second floor were significantly more valuable, with many being beyond Chen Yin's comprehension. After glancing around, he directly proceeded to the third floor, the rare skeleton zone. Instead of shelves, the third floor boasted immense glass chambers designed to preserve the bones, preventing them from decaying. 7-colored spirit ape, beast clan, extraordinary, 150 points. Insect clan, initial source condensation, 700 points. Blood clan's blood demon. Having reached the transcendence realm, 1,000 merit points. Upon encountering a corpse resembling a skinless ape, Chen Yin was taken aback by the exorbitant price. Wait a minute. How could an extraordinary creature be valued at 1,000 points? This is merely a corpse in the initial source condensation stage. After inquiring with the staff, He learned that blood demons are notoriously elusive, making them exceedingly difficult to slay, thus rendering their corpses extremely rare. Scientists wishing to study such beasts are almost non-existent. The skeletal remains on the third floor were indeed exorbitantly priced. Even he found them unaffordable. In astonishment, he surveyed the third floor, only to realize that the most formidable skeleton was that of a 7 to 8 meter long Komodo blood beast. Valued at an astonishing 5,000 points. He shook his head and sighed. In truth, he had also inquired with the staff about the possibility of purchasing skeletons at a lower price, as they could determine whether the properties of the bones could be stripped away through consumption. However, his suggestion had been dismissed. However, this is quite understandable, as no one is willing to purchase for the sake of research. Despite the setbacks he faced during this treasure-hunting expedition, Qian Yin did not derive any substantial benefits. Nevertheless, it provided him with a clear direction. Once he accumulates sufficient contribution points, he will be able to acquire the items he desires. For now, his primary objective is to earn those contribution points. Chen Yin was filled with a fierce determination. However, according to Hua Xiaorui, obtaining contribution points here is no simple task. After all, exorcism tasks are off-limits, so he has taken on numerous other jobs to earn money. For instance, collaborating with a mentor to produce research results can yield a financial reward. Additionally, he could give lectures at the martial arts department or the university to earn some income. There are also tasks from various schools that offer compensation. In summary, the notion of becoming wealthy overnight is unattainable. It requires a protracted period of effort. Those ranking at the top have the opportunity to enter the heavenly rankings, where they can receive 50 points monthly. The top 10 earners receive 50 points, while the last place garners 500 points, a considerable sum indeed. However, where there is wealth, there will be competition, and thus, hundreds of students strive to ascend the heavenly rankings, which explains the intense rivalry among the top 10. It can be said that those who manage to make it onto this list are all exceptional talents, the idols of the Source Martial Academy, and the pillars of the exorcism corps. You, my dear, seem to find shopping rather exhausting, Qian Yin remarked as he glanced around. Noticing Hua Xiaorui was nowhere to be seen, he checked his watch. He had been there for over an hour, and if he was merely shopping, it was time to return. Let's go take a look. Qian Yin wandered about the vicinity but still failed to catch sight of Hua Xiaorui, prompting him to turn away. Hua Xiaorui mentioned she would be going to the street next door, which is merely a street away from the treasure house, so finding her should not be too difficult. The shops here are far more impressive than those in other areas. Chen Yin gazed at the clean and tidy streets and remarked, the majority of the people on the street are clad in blue uniforms, university students, with a few martial artists in gray robes. However, those adorned in splendidly patterned uniforms from the Source Energy Academy are a rare sight indeed. The individuals dressed in black uniforms invariably draw attention and respect, underscoring their elevated status. Meanwhile, Chen Yin, clad in casual sportswear, went largely unnoticed, as many assumed he was an outsider. I must be quite the peculiar individual, Qian Yin muttered quietly to himself, glancing at his attire before adding, "Ah, my uniform is almost ready." It is already the fourth day. His uniform was custom-tailored for him. Prior to enrollment, staff had measured him and taken his contact information. As of now, there had been no updates. Sigh, this was a gift from Sister Yu Yao. And it has already been over half a month. I wonder how they're faring in Day Village. How many times has Lu Zhuangshi been beaten by now? Chapter 50. Green chemistry in front of a shopping center on the commercial street. A large crowd had gathered, comprising individuals in blue uniforms, gray uniforms, and even some in black uniforms. A group of youths encircled a young woman, erupting in laughter. The girl in question was none other than Hua Xiaorui, who had just stepped out to shop. I said I want to eat. Stop messing around, she exclaimed, and no need for that. Let's sit down and chat. It's been ages since we last gathered, a burly man interjected. I have nothing to discuss with you, Hua Xiaorui retorted, her frustration boiling over as the crowd refused to part. Fan Yuqing, what are you doing? Fan Yuqing grinned. Xiaorui, you must have noticed that I have been pursuing you for over 6 months now. Surely, you can sense my feelings for you. Besides, once teacher Lan Mengxue becomes my wife, we can be together. Wouldn't that be splendid? Yes, yes, hurry and tell your master brother. The other black-clad individuals chimed in. She is the second most beautiful girl at the Source Academy, seldom venturing out, and anyone who encounters her cannot help but be captivated by her graceful demeanor. Her beauty has ensnared many, yet due to her status, few dare to propose to her. The most notorious among them is Fan Yuqing's master. Gu Jingyi's elder brother, the deputy director of the Source Energy Department, and the leader of the Exorcism Corps, the Flame Travel Team, Gu Changfeng. Shameless. My master looks down on him, and I look down on you even more. Hua Xiaorui seethed, hurling an object in her hand towards Fan Yuqing and his companions. Unfortunately, for them, the items posed no threat, as they were all Source Energy practitioners. Step aside. Ha ha ha, the number one genius of the Source Energy Academy is furious. Someone mocked. Oh, I have a band-aid here. Do you know how to use it? Her distressed expression did little to deter Fan Yuqing and the others. On the contrary, they continued to mock her. Hua Xiaorui's unique ability had become a laughingstock within the Source Energy Academy. Everyone was aware that she could only cultivate plants, which proved to be of little practical use, hence her nickname, Green Chemistry. However, as time passed, both she and her master became reclusive, leading to their gradual obscurity. Hua Xiaorui was humiliated in front of so many people, her face flushed with anger, her delicate fists clenched tightly, tears welling in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. Xiaorui, please don't cry. If you do, I will be unhappy, Fan Yuqing feigned concern. Despite claiming to have pursued her for over 6 months, he had spent that time in the company of numerous university girls, as the 9th-ranked individual on the heavenly rankings. He attracted the admiration of many young women who were willing to sacrifice everything for him. Hua Xiaorui was not particularly beautiful. Her delicate face still bore traces of youth, accompanied by some blemishes. And her figure was unremarkable in comparison to Lan Mengxue. She appeared worlds apart. Yet, with so many women vying for his attention, why would Fan Yuqing seek out Hua Xiaorui? It was simple. Once someone becomes a Source Energy practitioner, a sense of fulfillment arises. Furthermore, he had grown accustomed to indulging in ripe fruits and yearned to sample the sweetness of this fresh bloom. At the tender age of 15, she was on the cusp of blossoming. How delightful it would be to crush that beauty with his own hands. With this thought, Fan Yuqing felt a surge of heat coursing through him as he gazed at the weeping girl. His eyes filled with unabashed lust. He paused momentarily. Just as Fan Yuqing was about to continue his taunts, a slender figure clad in sportswear emerged from the crowd, striding toward Hua Xiaorui. The young man appeared familiar, as though Chen Yin had encountered him before. Looking at the tear-streaked face of the girl before him, along with the scattered personal items on the ground, he softly inquired, "Sister, are you all right?" Hua Xiaorui lowered her head in silence, unwilling to linger a moment longer beside the young man. "You think you can let her go?" A youth in black attire sneered, blocking Chen Yin and the other two. Fan Yuqing expressed envy. "Oh, so you already have a boyfriend. No wonder you are so cold towards me. Your taste leaves much to be desired. As a Source Energy practitioner, even if your abilities are lacking, you should not let those drifters take advantage of you." "Be quiet," a loud voice interrupted, cutting off his words. Hua Xiaorui turned to glare at Fan Yuqing, her eyes bloodshot with anger, shouting, "My brother is not a worthless person. He is my master's new disciple. Fan Yuqing, if you continue to cause trouble here, I will file a complaint against you." The Source Academy's Source Energy Division is a rather unique place, where every student is a genius. Although the Academy has established numerous regulations, it is not feasible to rely solely on them to keep those geniuses in check, hence the establishment of the Council of Elders. If any injustice occurs, students can lodge complaints, and those who violate the law will face severe penalties. Appeal? Fan Yuqing scoffed, his demeanor exuding defiance. Speaking to your friends illegal? A chorus of laughter erupted from the group of students clad in black. Moreover, did you just say she is the new disciple of teacher Lan Mengxue? Upon seeing her delicate features, Fan Yuqing's heart stirred. Now I understand why you seem familiar. It is indeed you. When Chen Yin took the college entrance examination, Fan Yuqing was present, but his attention had been solely on Lan Mengxue. Leaving him oblivious to others, Fan Yuqing had every intention of confronting Chen Yin, seizing this opportunity to showcase his prowess before Lan Mengxue. Isn't this the so-called ant that recently stirred up a commotion in the academy? The other black-clad individuals joined in the laughter. Ha ha ha. I heard he even wishes to apprentice himself to Elder AI. Is teacher Lan Mengxue particularly interested in peculiar individuals? Why has she taken in 2 exceptionally talented disciples over the past 2 years? Ant tribe and green chemistry, truly impressive. Ha ha, I can hardly bear it. Hurry up, I can't stand watching any longer. As Hua Shirui listened to the mocking voices around her, she said nothing and dragged Chanyin away. The moment she turned around, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Chanyin realized that she was genuinely furious. When Hua Xiaorui grasped his arm, it emitted a cracking sound as if it might snap. Chunyin awkwardly smiled. This was hardly a senior brother, but rather a young lady. Chunyin, can we leave? Chapter 51. With me here, fear not. Hua Shirui would never directly call Chunyin by his name, as it was essential to maintain her own status. Yet her voice carried a hint of pleading. Chunyin, rest assured, I am here. Chunyin looked at the frail girl before him with sympathy. From their very first encounter, he had recognized her purity and kindness. She resembled a blank canvas, adorned only with flowers and trees, and a mentor she deeply cherished. She had never experienced the world nor its complexities. Being a girl unaccustomed to the intricacies of human relationships, she found joy in the companionship of Flora. Despite her insistence on addressing him as senior brother, from the moment she first met Chunyin, she had been ensnared, losing consciousness for 5 days under his care. Even when Chunyin suffered an injury, it was she who tended to his wounds. He could not bear to harm her. Especially since she was his senior brother. That simply wouldn't do. Chunyin instinctively reached out to ruffle the girl's hair, attempting to comfort her. To his surprise, her curls felt rather pleasant. Hua Shirui did not resist. She merely pleaded, Chunyin, can we leave? Reluctantly, Chunyin withdrew his arm. I would gladly accompany you. But look at me. I have been beaten to this state. If I do not retaliate, would that not bring shame to my master? As he spoke, he pointed to a boy in a black suit nearby. Who do you think you are? But before he could finish, a void trajectory appeared before him, and before he could unleash his source energy, he was struck down mercilessly. He had no time to utter a word as a thin layer of frost encased him. No one had anticipated that this seemingly insignificant fellow possessed such terrifying power. Murder! A voice echoed from afar. Moments later, a chilling scream pierced the air, sending everyone scattering like startled birds. Fan Yuqing's eyes widened as he stared at his comrade. How dare you? This is the Source Academy. Not only Fan Yuqing and his companions, but even Hua Shirui, who had been holding Chen Yin's hand, stood frozen in shock. Senior brother, you must leave. I will buy you time. If the enforcement hall captures you, it will be the end. Chen Yin did not even glance at Fan Yuqing, but lowered his head carefully to wipe away her tears, gently saying, It's all right. However, Chen Zhao hesitated. Do not worry. I am here. Chen Yin wiped the girl's tears and noticed a small spot on her cheek, eliciting a satisfied smile. Afterward, he affectionately tousled her delicate face and took her little hand, guiding her behind him. Chen Yin regarded Fan Yuqing coolly. What will you do now? Fan Yuqing, enraged, laughed maniacally, a large blade appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. What are you? Do you think you can challenge me with such despicable tactics? He turned to his companions. Charge. He struck first. We are merely defending ourselves. Whatever happens, I will take the blame with that. He raised his sword and lunged at Chen Yin. The remaining black-clad individuals exchanged glances. But recalling Fan Yuqing's master, they steeled themselves and brandished their weapons, following suit. All of them were source power users, thus their movements were swift. The 9th ranked on the heaven list, Fan Yuqing, was engulfed in flames as he thrust his sword at Chen Yin. A surge of intense heat erupted from the long sword, sweeping towards Chen Yin. Aren't you going to dodge? Fan Yuqing sneered, noticing Chen Yin's lack of response. That newly arrived waste must have been frightened by that last blow. Was Chen Yin mad? The answer was no. Just wait, he was merely biding his time to strike and take them all down. In that instant, Chen Yin suddenly made his move, raising his arm. With a whoosh, a tide of darkness surged from within him, shattering the flames and blades, continuing to rush towards Fan Yuqing and his companions. At that moment, Fan Yuqing was less than 10 meters away from Chen Yin, and propelled by his momentum, he could not halt his advance and crashed into the dark tide. Though enveloped in the dark wave, Fan Yuqing did not immediately succumb. The flames around him blazed fiercely, incinerating all the ants in his vicinity as he continued to wield his battle blade, creating gusts of air amidst the darkness. Yet, he could only hold out for a few moments before being consumed by the shadows, letting out a piercing scream. What? The other black-clad students were not spared either, all swept into the flood, unable to escape. For a moment, The commercial street echoed with chilling cries, lingering for an extended period. Where did this young man come from? His strength was utterly terrifying. He had defeated Fan Yuqing, ranked 8th on the heaven list, with a single blow. Facing so many opponents alone, he surely ranked among the top 3 on the list. However, no matter how powerful he was, surely he should not resort to murder in such a place, especially considering he had killed a disciple of Gu Changfeng. Wasn't that courting death? The mall was deserted at that moment. Yet a few daring students chose not to flee, opting instead to watch from nearby shops through windows and glass, witnessing the scene unfold. But what made them uneasy was the presence of a stranger, a young man clad in athletic wear. His identity entirely obscured. What? It was only when Chen Yin had gathered all the amalgamated ants that the screams ceased. Chen Yin was no fool. He would not risk his life for some worthless individuals. So he did not strike lethally. Instead, he allowed the amalgamated giant ants to breach their defenses, delivering venomous stings to them. Not much, just 100 stings per person. Oh my heavens, it's all my fault. Let me die. Let me die. It hurts so much. Ant people, come and strike me. Come and strike me. I can't endure this. I want to die. Fan Yuqing and the others writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Their bodies swollen and red, foam bubbling from their mouths, appearing even worse than Chen Yin. It was no wonder. Chen Yin had endured the sting for 3 days and nights and was affected by the giant anise-potent venom. While they had been stung over 100 times, showcasing the severity of their poisoning. Even though his physical constitution was stronger than the average person, over time, it too would be affected. Senior brother. What is happening? He seems to be in worse condition than when you were poisoned last time. Chapter 52. A howling wind behind Chen Yin. Hua Xiaorui peeked out from the window, observing Fan Yuqing and his companions rolling on the ground, fear evident on her face. Thank goodness I didn't become their test subject. It's too terrifying. Little senior brother, is he still alive? Regardless of the reasons, the Academy would adopt a zero-tolerance policy towards anyone daring to commit violence in the city center. If a source power user were killed, the situation would worsen, making even suicide a luxury. It is important to note that within the Source Academy, there were many individuals with extraordinary powers. Chen Yin chuckled. No, although you are gravely injured, I froze them with ice, so they will not bleed out and die. Once he breaks the seal, he will surely be grateful to me. Only that student in black was unaffected by the neurotoxic effects. Chen Yin was close to Chen Yin, which was why he had used the ice crystal ants against him. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaorui felt relieved and gently patted her flat chest. If it were merely a fight, that would be manageable. At worst, it would result in a fine and a scolding. Look, in nearby shops, those who had been secretly observing suddenly sprang into action, targeting Fan Yuqing and his companions. What is he planning? Is he going to kill us? My goodness, he can't be that ruthless. By the way, who is he? I heard that recently another newcomer joined their academy. Could it be him? I was thinking the same thing. What a waste. Who knows if he is hiding his strength? Speaking of which, I still remember that individual. During our freshman year, he maintained a low profile, scarcely having any opportunities to showcase himself. Yet, when he finally emerged, he effortlessly outperformed everyone and even ascended to the pinnacle of recognition. Just look at him. He casts aside the likes of Fan Yuqing and others, shamelessly scavenging here. Chen Yin is indeed tidying up. The daily necessities that Hua Xiaorui bought for her lie scattered on the ground. He cannot allow her efforts to be in vain, especially since she is reluctant to leave. However, when he laid his hands on an inner soul adorned with wings, he found himself unable to resist gazing at it longer, rubbing it with his fingers. The slogan, less quantity but greater wisdom, more thoughtful and reassuring, is quite impressive, and the texture is decent, undoubtedly a high-end product. Chen Yin muttered to himself that these items had once been the most popular during his live broadcasts, contributing nearly 50% to his profits. His understanding of these products is nothing short of professional. Unintentionally, Chen Yin's actions caused Hua Xiaorui, who stood nearby, to change her expression, feeling a wave of shame wash over her, wishing desperately to dig her toes into the ground. This is a 3-bedroom apartment. Not long after, Chen Yin, carrying a hefty bag of items, passed by Fan Yuqing and the others who were just getting up from the ground, and approached Hua Xiaorui with a beaming smile. All right? Senior brother, it's time for us to head home. Hey, why is your face so red? Hua Xiaorui lowered her head, not daring to glance at the young man, and turned to flee. Just then, Hua Xiaorui's delicate body trembled suddenly, shaking uncontrollably. Not only her, but even Chan Yin, who was about to take a step forward, found himself frozen in place, like a marionette, unable to move no matter how hard he tried at that moment. Chan Yin felt as though the buildings, streets, sky, and even the light behind him had completely dissipated. It was as if the entire world had been cleaved in two. The front remained a bright sky, while the back plunged into an abyss of darkness. What was even more terrifying was that Chan Yin sensed shadowy hands extending from the surrounding darkness, gripping him tightly, rendering him immobile. One success. One success signifies a successful endeavor. But that was not the end. Chan Yin suddenly experienced a sensation akin to being pricked by a needle. It felt as if a colossal entity was slowly emerging from the shadows behind him, its eyes shimmering with a green glow, fixated upon him. This sensation was reminiscent of being stabbed with a knife. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the desolate street, chilling Chan Yin as it rustled his clothing. Without any warning, a line of blood appeared on his face. Almost immediately, a slash appeared on the athletic wear of his arm, as if cut open by a blade. Fine lacerations marred his skin and clothing, and within moments, his attire was tattered and drenched in blood. Why did they not flee? The people in our shop remained oblivious to any anomalies. They only noticed that Chen Yin and the other two stood there motionless. While the street began to be engulfed by a wild wind, he was bleeding. What was happening? Why was he continuously being injured, and who was inflicting these wounds upon him, while ordinary individuals could not see? Some students from the Source Energy Academy could clearly perceive black, flowing strands, resembling serpentine dragons, undulating through the commercial street. Most striking among them was the motionless young man, ensnared within a green vortex. Inside a shop, a classmate clad in black attire gazed at the drifting black strands on the street, suddenly widening his eyes and murmuring, "Is that the wind barrier?" He recalled something and began to look around. As if searching for something at the end of the commercial street, his gaze remained fixated there. In his line of sight, dozens of figures appeared out of thin air, clad in identical black garments and red capes. As they advanced, a faint scent of blood permeated the air, transforming the once empty commercial street into a scene of carnage. Why were members of the Liuhua Brigade here? At that moment, his gaze fell upon the figure at the forefront of the group, a towering silhouette cloaked in green mist. His name was Gu Changfeng. Within the dormitories of the Source Energy Academy, at a stone table, a scruffy young man sat with a cold-faced woman. "Xiao Ling, you've been gone for so long. I thought you were coming to find me. Li Su mentions you every day," Su San remarked, his expression filled with gloom. Ji Guiling hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "You could have just called me directly. There was no need to come all this way." Su San waved his hand. "If there's nothing pressing, let us go and see how Xiao Ling is doing at the academy. Has she been bullied?" Ji Guiling paused momentarily and continued, "My understanding of the sword path has reached an obsessive level." Chapter 53. The astonishing performance of the Flame Brigade. Su San's eyes sparkled momentarily before he reined it in. Smiling to offer comfort, gaining insight is a good thing, but the sword path is an incredibly profound discipline. Even with some understanding, it requires time for complete comprehension, so do not become overly fixated on it. Ji Guiling nodded. "All right, I will return. Once you finish your business, I will come back." Su San seemed to recall something and asked with a smile, "Have you encountered Chen Yin?" "Yes," Chun Zhao replied. "How do you feel about him?" "I just don't like him, but he has already become Lan Mengshua's disciple." Su San was left dumbfounded by Ji Guiling's words, rubbing his temples in frustration after a while. "Why did you have to choose that little girl?" "It is truly a conundrum." Ji Guiling smiled slightly. "Since you cannot do it, I will accept your proposal. Li Su will end up spoiling her, just like a stepmother to Li Su." Su San frowned. "What about you? Aren't you Li Su's stepmother?" "That is fine. At most, I just want to return." Su San slammed the table in anger. "Nonsense. Who doesn't he go home?" Ji Guiling calmly responded. Su San continued, "I will not marry. We'll talk about that once you do. I'm busy fulfilling tasks every day and have no time to take care of home. If I marry, it would be disastrous. Are you worrying too much?" "With her around, no one dares to cause trouble at home," Ji Guiling said placidly. "That is not certain. You've seen it in dramas. Stepmothers are often two-faced and cunning, no matter how clever Lulu is. She is still just an experienced woman. At her age, she might not be able to withstand it. Seeing Su San's serious demeanor, Ji Guiling pondered for a moment before coldly stating, "This week, I'll return. If there's nothing urgent, you can head back first." Su San, unperturbed by being dismissed by his own daughter, merely smiled, lifted his cup, and drank it all down. Suddenly, Su San's heart stirred. He placed the cup down, stood up, and gazed towards a certain direction outside the wall, smiling slightly. Where Su San's gaze landed, the air stirred, and a vortex of azure threads formed like a cage. "Jiu Changfeng," Su San muttered in surprise. "Isn't he supposed to be busy with something? Why has he suddenly appeared here?" Suddenly recalling something, Su San's eyes sparkled with clarity. Without hesitation, he dashed through the wall towards the azure tornado. In the expansive courtyard, only Ji Guiling remained with a frigid expression. The girl noticed a massive pit left by Su San on the ground and furrowed her brow slightly. Then, using the thousand-layer stone beneath her feet, she began to level the surrounding land, stomping down until the pit was evened out, finally feeling relieved. Tick-tock, tick-tock. She brushed the dust off her shoes and left the courtyard, carefully shutting the door behind her. After a moment's thought, she approached the entrance of the next courtyard, and then, bang, dust flew, and the earth shattered as a rainbow-like figure suddenly flashed by, dashing away at an unimaginable speed towards the direction Su San had gone, vanishing without a trace. "Who is it? So noisy." After a while, a young man clad in black, half asleep, opened the door. However, as he rubbed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, his body gradually stiffened. Before him, a gigantic pit had appeared on the cement road at their entrance, as if struck by a bomb, and beside it lay a bottomless chasm. What the? He stood there, utterly bewildered, on the commercial street, amid the long avenue. He, drenched in blood, struggled to turn around. Just then, he suddenly noticed a group of individuals clad in identical attire approaching. "What is that?" Chen Yin did not see Gu Jingyi, but he did take note of the man who had previously lost an arm to him, now fully healed. Chen Yin and Gu Jingyi exchanged glances, both remaining silent, yet grinning as they gestured a throat-slitting motion towards Chen Yin. With his keen eyesight, Chen Yin was able to decipher their unspoken words. Chen Yin raised his arm and wiped away the blood from his eyes with the tattered sleeve of his garment, revealing a faint smile on his face. "Surrender? He can perish," he thought. "I cannot allow you to act thus." He anticipated the revenge of the Li Hua Brigade, yet he was unprepared for their choice of the Yuan Academy as the battleground. By the way, the leader among them, isn't that Gu Changfeng, the elder brother of Gu Jingyi? As the deputy director of the Source Power Department, his influence within the Yuan Academy must be considerable. Chen Yin mused silently. Clearly, he had misunderstood. In truth, no one held absolute authority within the Yuan Academy. Even Ai Yuejin, the head of the Source Power Department, could not claim such a position. At that moment, a complex scent, reminiscent of a copious amount of blood, wafted through Chen Yin's nostrils. He then noticed that, apart from a solitary indifferent man at the forefront, everyone else bore severe injuries, their combat uniforms and crimson cloaks stained with yellow blood. He had seen such blood before in Dai village. It belonged to the Bai Changzi. Such a palpable aura of slaughter. Had they just committed some heinous act? Though their numbers were few, they exuded an air akin to soldiers who had just emerged from the battlefield, launching an assault upon him. The sheer intensity of their murderous intent was almost suffocating. Yet, what did it matter? The same logic applied. He could die. "I cannot let you do this." Lowering his head, Chen Yin glanced at the belongings he had just retrieved from the ground, now tattered and torn by his hair, and thought, "Sister, it seems you shall return empty-handed this time." With some effort, he turned around and spotted a frail girl who, though terrified, had suffered no harm, which brought him a measure of relief. At least, this Gu Changfeng had not descended into madness to the extent of indiscriminate killing. With this thought, Chen Yin set his gaze towards the direction of the Li Hua Brigade, now focusing intently on their figures 100 meters away. "Let me witness the true strength of this elite team known as Demon Slayers," he resolved, preparing to summon all his spirit-melding ants and ice ant beasts, when he heard a somewhat familiar voice. At the end of the street stood two figures, one tall and one short. Su San, disheveled and carrying a curved sword on his back, and beside him, a slender girl with cold, piercing eyes, Ji Guiling. Chapter 54. Psychological barriers upon the arrival of Su San and Ji Gue Ling. The murderous intent and bloodlust that had permeated the streets ceased to flow. The closer they drew, the more the ominous atmosphere receded. Seemingly subdued by their presence. "Hey, Gu Changfeng, you truly are shameless." Su San's provocatively charged words echoed through the commercial street, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Madman Su San, from the Tianmin Brigade, and alongside him, Ji Gue Ling. Where did that newcomer come from to draw the attention of both the Tianmin and Lihua brigades? They had heard that the Lihua brigade and Tianmin had never gotten along. It appeared a confrontation was imminent. Everyone held their breath, not daring to miss a single moment. Some students clad in black were particularly excited, shouting with fervor, as fellow wielders of source power, they understood the significance of Gu Changfeng and Su San. They were indeed formidable figures from Yongding City. At that moment, the leader, Gu Changfeng, unexpectedly remarked, "Su San, I never anticipated your presence. You can come, so why can't I?" Su San retorted, scratching his ear, "You're getting on in years. How can you stoop so low as to bully a junior alongside a bunch of trash? Have you no shame? Su San, do you think yourself invincible?" Gu Changfeng did not respond. Beside him, a young man shouted angrily. Stepping forward with a massive bow appearing in his hands, with a crack of thunder, he drew the bowstring, and an arrow shot forth with a whistling sound. The arrow, crackling with lightning, surged with thunderous might, soaring past Chen Yin and striking directly towards Su San across the street. Chen Yin felt darkness envelop him, followed by a blinding blue light. In an instant, a brilliant flash erupted around him, the immense force of the arrow causing his garments to billow violently. The entire sequence unfolded with startling rapidity. Yet, in the face of such a powerful lightning arrow, Su San did not even flinch. He remained motionless, while Ji Gue Ling stepped in front of him. With a resounding crack, she advanced a step, shattering the cobblestone beneath her feet. Raising her right arm, numerous red insects of varying lengths erupted from her slender frame. Writhing frantically around her, in the next moment, a gleaming long sword materialized in her raised arm. Throughout the encounter, Ji Gue Ling's technique was straightforward. She stepped forward and swung her sword. The blood-red blade accurately cleaved through the lightning arrow. With a resounding clash, the blue and red lights collided yet produced no sound. Ultimately, the longsword descended, shattering the lightning into fragments. How could a mere transcendent being withstand my arrow? Pang Long, a formidable figure at the initial stage of source condensation, whose rank was only below that of the brigade leader and deputy leader, had not intended to engage Su San. He had unleashed his strongest attack, yet it had been effortlessly blocked by a mere Ji Gue Ling. How absurd. Lu Bianhong remarked, "What is so surprising? She is Ji Gue Ling, who has dominated for 3 years. You must know that fellow source condensers like Zhao Ziki and Zhang Mi were utterly defeated by her." Su San indeed possessed some discerning eye. Following Ji Gue Ling, he had managed to acquire another such prodigy. At this point, he glanced at the bloodied Chen Yin and praised, after just emerging from a life-and-death battle. Amidst the pressure of the wind blade formation, he still maintains his composure. This surpasses many. Lu Bianhong shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. "It appears your plans are about to fail. They will not unleash slaughter here. That would be self-destructive. They rushed here post-haste to leverage the earlier bloodshed to shatter the resolve of the young, leaving behind an irreparable psychological barrier." What is a psychological barrier? Fear, cowardice, hesitation. These can be far more terrifying than taking a life. When one's spirit shatters, it is akin to severing the spine. One is condemned to dwell in darkness for a lifetime, losing the will to fight. One may never achieve significant progress. Yet, they perceived Chen Yin as an ordinary student, unaware that he possessed such resilience. Even under the collective murderous intent and within the confines of Gu Changfeng's wind blade formation, he showed no signs of retreat. Would he be cowed into developing a psychological barrier? This was no jest. In the great wilderness forest, faced with the oppressive presence of the Iron Tower, Chen Yin had exhibited a courage that defied death. Even in Sanchuan Town, when confronted with bizarre nightmares and the brutal butcher and female ghost, he had not yielded, fighting until the very end. Even if he were to be reduced to a dried corpse by that malevolent spirit, he would not cower. Would he then fear malevolent energy and pressure? Ji Gue Ling posed a conundrum. Now, With this Qian Yin's emergence, Su San indeed proved to be a formidable adversary, Lu Bianhong lamented. As both sides drew nearer, the distance between Qian Yin and Hua Xiaorui became akin to a dividing line. 100 paces apart. As the ace demon-slaying teams of the Demon Slayer Guild. Their performances diverged entirely. The Li Hua Brigade boasted no fewer than 14 members, led by the formidable Gu Changfeng. In stark contrast, the Tianmin Brigade stood alone, with only Su San and Ji Guiling. Yet they exhibited no fear whatsoever. "What are you waiting for? Come forth." Su San waved his hand, beckoning Fang Zhengji to approach. Upon hearing Su San's voice, the pressure that had made it difficult for Qian Yin to turn vanished instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed towards Su San, accompanied by Hua Xiaorui. "What is this?" Qian Yin inquired, somewhat surprised, as Su San placed his hand on the young man's shoulder and said, "You are quite fortunate. I just visited the school to see Xiao Ling and saw him employ his signature technique, wind blade art. Who am I? I can see through it. He must be up to no good." A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Su San's lips, his eyes brimming with pride. Upon hearing this, Qian Yin couldn't help but cast a cold glance at the woman beside Su San, who held a long sword. "Well, all of this is his doing. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I might have perished here," Qian Yin said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. He had already prepared himself to fight to the death. Su San snorted, "Do not worry. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to strike you down within the Yuan Academy. His intent in seeking you out today is merely to exploit the accumulated hostility from the slaughter to plant a shadow in your heart." Chen Yin asked, puzzled, "A psychological barrier?" Chapter 55. "Chen Yin, you are truly wonderful." Meanwhile, Hua Xiaorui, who had been trembling beside her, was stealthily whispering something to Chen Yin. Though her capabilities may not have been remarkable, she was nonetheless a source energy adept, and after spending over a year with Lan Mengxue, she had gained quite a bit of insight. Upon sensing the impending danger, Qian Yin's expression darkened, cursing under her breath, "Bastard." As the vice president of the Source Energy Academy, how could one stoop to such despicable and shameless acts? Regner nodded in agreement. Su San let out a cold chuckle, gazing at the distant, indifferent man, who seemed utterly unconcerned with reputation. For the sake of his own ambitions, he would stop at nothing. This was his principle in life. Ancient Changfeng naturally heard Qian Yin's voice, yet he chose to ignore her. Instead, turning his attention to Su San, "Is there a problem? We are all individuals who dance on the edge of a blade. If we are bound by rules, how can we possibly survive?" Su San remained noncommittal, continuing, "Pray tell, what is the intent behind your actions today? Is it not obvious? We have not collaborated for many years. Naturally, I am concerned that your growth may pose a significant threat to me." Su San replied curtly, "You are indeed candid, I must admit, Gu Changfeng. I admire you for at least facing yourself honestly. Unlike others in various guilds who are hypocritical and insincere, I respect you for daring to undertake what you know you cannot accomplish. Shall we engage in a scuffle?" Su San raised his chin slightly. "We cannot afford to fight here." After speaking, he attempted to depart, but not far into his exit, he turned back with a laugh. "Gu Changfeng, should you attempt to harm them, I shall ensure that the entire Li Hua Brigade will be left with only you." Jiu Changfeng nodded. "Exchanging their lives for yours seems quite worthwhile." Having said that, he disregarded Su San and left, and those from the Li Hua Brigade hastily stepped aside. He did not even cast a glance at Fan Yuqing and the others who were still struggling on the ground. "Wait a moment!" Chen Yin, following closely behind Su San, suddenly remembered something and dashed toward the square in the shopping center. The supermarket had yet to close. "Why the fuss? What are you doing?" Su San was nearly driven to madness. Just then, Chen Yin approached, cheerfully handing a bag to Hua Xiaorui, saying, "Senior brother, I wanted to check if I had lost anything." Hua Xiaorui was taken aback. Given the gravity of the situation, how could her role as a senior brother still matter? Moreover, she had purchased at least a dozen different materials. How could she possibly remember them all? With such thoughts in mind, she picked up the bag. However, her eyes widened, and her face flushed crimson. Not missing anything. Not missing anything. Hua Xiaorui quickly set the bag down, lowering her head as she hastily departed from the three of them. Su San was left speechless, giving Qian Yin a thumbs up in admiration. "No wonder Su San has taken a liking to you. Indeed, you are a phoenix among men." Just after your first meeting, you've already purchased sanitary pads for her. I think she's still too young. Perhaps you should wait a while longer? As Hua Xiaorui walked forward, her body suddenly trembled, as if scalded by fire, and her vision darkened. Before she could faint, she had already fled. Chan Yin scratched her head. Feeling helpless, it's only a sanitary pad. Is it really that shocking? Not only do I have them, but I've even sold them before. Ji Guiling was left speechless. She looked at Hua Xiaorui's departing figure, then at the two beside her, and ultimately, she did not draw her sword. Ji Guiling stepped forward, shattering the surrounding rocks, and with that, her figure vanished, leaving behind a deep chasm. Cut it out. I truly have a foul mouth. Su San slapped his own face in annoyance, but he quickly regained his composure, glaring fiercely at the young man beside him. Are you out of your mind? Why on earth did you buy undergarments? Now look what you've done. Even our little Ling has been offended by you. Chen Yin retorted. Do you still have the audacity to lecture me? You buying them is one thing, but why did you feel the need to tell me? What have I done to Ling? You are provoking my senior sister. Hua Xiaorui dashed back to the laboratory, her pretty face still flushed. I'm back. Yi Futian responded, I in the living room. Lan Mengxue was engrossed in watching how ants were formed when she suddenly saw Hua Xiaorui rushing over and asked curiously, Is there a fire? Why the rush? No, Hua Xiaorui stammered. But where is Chen Yin? Why hasn't he come? Where is he? Duan Lingtian's gaze sharpened. Hua Xiaorui recalled the earlier scene and, forgetting her shyness, set down the book and dashed to Lan Mingshua's side. Kneeling beside her, excitedly exclaiming, I have to tell you, something thrilling just happened. What? Regner was taken aback. Fan Yuqing and the others attempted to take advantage of us, only to be ruthlessly defeated by Chan Yin. He paused slightly. Lan Mingxue looked on suspiciously. Really? The 9th on the heavenly rankings. Is he also from the Source Energy faction? Indeed. Regner nodded. Yes, haha, a massacre. Chun Yin, you are here to slaughter? Hua Xiaorui's excitement abruptly froze on her face. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she said, Master, why would you say such a thing? I am your direct disciple. Seeing Hua Xiaorui on the verge of tears, Lan Mingxue quickly reassured her. My apologies. My apologies. You kill with flowers and plants, while Chen Yin commands an army of ants. Haha, is that all right? Do you believe that? Regner was taken aback. How could that be possible? Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaorui, who was already heartbroken, finally broke down and began to cry uncontrollably. The events that transpired on the commercial street involving Chen Yin and his companions had already spread throughout the Source Academy. Both students and faculty had heard the news of a powerful newcomer in the Source Energy Department. A single individual who had defeated all others with ease, Fan Yuqing, 9th on the heavenly rankings, had initially swept through a group of opponents as if he were a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples of commotion. Through diligent inquiries, the names and strengths of these students were uncovered, revealing that the student named Chen Yin possessed the ability to control a legion of enormous black ants. Chapter 56. Where is Chen Yin? The most terrifying aspect was that these black ants were not only formidable, but also carried potent neurotoxins. It was said that Fan Yuqing and the others had suffered tremendously for 3 to 4 days without any signs of recovery. Their anguished cries were heart-wrenching, leading many to believe he was afflicted with an incurable illness. Conversations buzzed around whether Chen Yin could create miracles at the upcoming Heavenly Ladder tournament in 3 months, and if he could contend with the 3 great prodigies. After this battle, Chen Yin undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable dark horse on this year's heavenly rankings. Meanwhile, the Lihua Brigade and the Tianmin Brigade sparked considerable speculation, with many discussing Chen Yin's origins and how he managed to attract 2 top-notch exorcism teams that stood at odds with each other. However, the matter did not conclude there. 2 days later, just as everyone thought the situation had settled, a short video that suddenly appeared online thrust the topic back into the limelight. In this footage, the entirety of the incident unfolded. Though the visuals were faint, they quickly spread, circulating throughout Yongding and the nearby villages, igniting tremendous excitement. In the streets, alleys, restaurants, tea houses, and residential areas, wherever people gathered, one could hear phrases like new student from the Source Academy, Ant Army, and sweeping away the old students. To the average person, these matters held little significance, as they knew that it would not be long before a young man commanding an army of ants would emerge as a great hero. This was enough to ensure that he would become a topic of discussion in the days to come. In Yao Dahu village, quickly, quickly. A bigger one will give birth to more ants, in a spacious and clean courtyard. 7-year-old Lu Zhuangshi was perched with his bottom in the air, holding a small stick in one hand and a bottle in the other, feeding a 5-centimeter-long black ant covered in sharp spines. This ant was quite docile. After Lu Zhuangshi offered it a bite, it promptly devoured the insect. Soon, all the bugs were consumed. Seeing that the black ant had eaten everything, Lu Zhuangshi was overjoyed, starting to rummage around the courtyard for more. Watermelon worms, cockroaches, caterpillars, centipedes. In less than 30 minutes, the bottle was filled with over 10 flying insects. Lu Zhuangshi wiped the goo from the corner of his mouth, happily squatting beside the large ant, continuing to feed it. Just then, Lu Hai's voice called from inside the house. Yu Yao, stop what you're doing and come look. Is that young Master Chen Yin? Upon hearing Chen Yin's name, Lu Zhuangshi's eyes sparkled, and he forgot all about his meal. Darting inside with a whoosh. Where is he? Where is Chen Yin? However, he ran far too swiftly, and the floor of the room was slick and damp. As soon as Lu Zhuangshi entered, he stumbled and fell onto the television stand, scrambling to grab hold of something, barely managing to clutch the television's support. With a tug, the television promptly crashed down with a resounding thud. The screen shattered, leaving Lu Zhuangshi speechless, as did Yu Yao and Lu Hai. With the entire family fixated on the wreckage of the television, then I shall not disturb you any further. Yu Yao and Lu Hai stood side by side, suddenly turning towards the kitchen. Their household had a rule. Only one person was to instruct their son. For if both parents were involved, it would lead to complications. Hem Chunjiao acknowledged. Lu Hai nodded, putting away his phone and approaching Lu Zhuangshi, who was still in shock, slumped on the floor. Room 520, Source Energy Academy Dormitory. Truly, one is adorned by attire as a horse is by its saddle. Your outfit is simply stunning. Chen Yin gazed at the tall youth in the mirror, clad in a black uniform intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns. Feeling quite pleased. After waiting an entire week, the custom-made uniform had finally arrived, and to Chen Yin's astonishment, he had inadvertently purchased 3 pieces, with the option to order more at no additional cost. It is worth noting that even the most commonplace uniform in university would cost several hundred. After a brief moment of showing off, Chen Yin adjusted his appearance and departed from the academy. Making his way home along the main road, before arriving at the open courtyard, Su Sanli had specifically advised him to come home for a meal if he had no plans for the weekend. To be honest, after spending a week at the Source Academy, he found himself quite nostalgic for the sweet and delightful Peilu, as well as that innocent and charming little girl. Come quickly, isn't that Chen Yin from freshman year? It must be him. No way is it that serious? You wouldn't understand. Fan Yuqing and his crew have been shouting for 2 days and nights without respite. Wherever Chen Yin passed, the scenery was beautiful. Yet his presence incited a commotion among his peers, many of whom avoided him as though he were a plague, fearing that he might devour them whole. As for this, Chen Yin felt utterly helpless. In his leisure time, he would browse the web and had naturally heard of his sudden fame following the battle in Yongding City. It must be said, this was a case of serendipity. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this unexpected notoriety was a blessing or a curse. Upon entering university, he attracted even more attention. The moment he appeared, he drew the gazes of numerous handsome men and beautiful women. Yet none dared to approach, opting instead to whisper from a distance. Just as Chen Yin was feeling uncomfortable, his eyes suddenly brightened upon recognizing a familiar face. He immediately approached, a smile gracing his features. Ji Guiling, what a delightful coincidence. Ji Guiling regarded the smiling youth with a subtle nod. Chen Yin was not surprised by Ji Guiling's aloofness. After all, during their previous 3 encounters, she had always worn that icy expression. And he had long since grown accustomed to it. It would be rather unusual if she suddenly treated him warmly. Going home? Wang Yao inquired with a smile. Haha, splendid. We can walk together, As the two exited the Source Academy, the entire campus erupted in speculation. That video was genuine. They must have some special relationship from now on. As members of the Heavenly Gate Brigade, their bond would surely deepen, so do not utter such sordid remarks. Indeed, they would become comrades in life and death, so a little closeness was only natural. Witnessing this pair, I have truly seen what a perfect match looks like. Strength and beauty combined, they are like celestial beings. I am truly envious of Senior Chen Yin. To walk alongside the campus's beauty is an incredible fortune. Chapter 57. The heart yearns home. I am truly envious of Senior Ji Gailing. Senior Chen Yin is tall and handsome, having even defeated Senior Fan Yuqing. He is indeed the Prince Charming of my dreams. After leaving the Source Academy, Chen Yin and Ji Gailing did not walk far, but instead hailed a taxi. Unfortunately, the front seat was occupied, so they were relegated to the back. It smells delightful, Chen Yin complimented. Which brand of perfume are you using? The scent is wonderful. Ji Gailing did not respond to Chen Yin's inquiry. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the scenery retreating outside the window, remaining silent. Not receiving a reply, Chen Yin could not help but glance at the girl beside him. Yet, upon that fleeting glance, he found it difficult to look away. Her profile was breathtaking. Upon closer inspection, her dark, almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of a child's innocence, shimmered with a faint blue hue, clear and devoid of impurities. Frankly, in terms of beauty, she was undoubtedly the campus flower. Chen Yin mused that although Lan Mingshua's figure might overshadow Ji Gailing's, this was only in comparison. In truth, Ji Gailing possessed an exquisite silhouette, slender and graceful. While her curves were subtle, they conveyed a sense of perfection. Neither excessive nor lacking, embodying harmony in every aspect. Noticing someone gazing at her, Ji Gailing raised her long fingers to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, furrowing her brow slightly. Is my face unattractive? Chen Yin earnestly nodded, replying, indeed. You are the most beautiful flower in the world. Boring, Chen Zhao interjected with a curt dismissal. I am not deceiving you. My sister cultivates numerous beautiful flowers in the laboratory. Yet I find none as lovely as you. Hua Xiaorui? If you desire, I can offer you some. Chen Yin recalled the curly-haired girl with a fondness for flowers, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. However, if I were to take her flowers, she would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Ji Gailing shot a sidelong glance at the young man with sharp brows, a teasing smile playing on her lips. With your capabilities, do you truly fear Hua Xiaorui? Is she smiling? This icy beauty can smile. How rare! I am not afraid, but if I do not use ants, I doubt I could defeat her. Last time, one of her elbow strikes broke my rib. Her strength is simply terrifying. Chen Yin's eyes widened as he pointed at the girl's porcelain-like hand. You have that ring too? On her finger was an identical ring, both in design and pattern. To the one Su San had given him, Ji Gailing paused, finally noticing that Chen Yin also wore a ring that perfectly matched hers. Curiously, he asked, does this ring possess any special effects? He sensed a faint aura of source energy emanating from the ring. Yet its purpose remained a mystery. When Su San had handed it to him, he had not provided any specific instructions, only emphasizing that he must wear it and never remove it, especially in the presence of source energy users. Ji Gailing hesitated for a moment before responding. Su San said to wear it, so I did. The estate of Su San was not particularly close to the Source Academy, and as they conversed, they arrived at their destination. However, just as Chen Yin intended to settle the bill, the driver halted him. Oh no, how could I accept payment from two esteemed guests? If my fellow drivers learned of this, they would surely strip me of my bones. Observing the car fade into the distance, Chen Yin realized that their matching black attire had likely led to this treatment. He shook his head. Somewhat speechless, in this world, are strong individuals treated to free services everywhere? Ji Gailing replied coolly. You have grown accustomed to it. With that, she pushed the door open and entered. Next time, I can dress like this and not spend a dime. Chen Yin sighed, following her inside. Upon entering, Chen Yin quickly spotted Li Su, who was joyfully playing in the yard, while Pei Lu stood on the stairs, keeping an eye on Li Su. Ji Gailing. A soft call echoed from her lips. Upon seeing Ji Gailing, Li Su's eyes lit up, and she dashed toward Ji Gailing like the wind. Ji Gailing bent down and embraced the little girl, smiling as she remarked, You are a bit heavy. Of course, Ji Gailing has been away for years. Li Su has grown up, Li Su proudly declared, wrapping her arms around Ji Gailing's snowy neck and planting a kiss on her cheek. Ji Gailing wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and inquired, Have you been studying calligraphy with Pei Lu? Li Su scoffed. Li Su loves food, not calligraphy. If you keep eating all day, do you believe I won't ask Su San to take you to kindergarten? Li Su, do not go to kindergarten. The other children there are so noisy. 100 kids, not a single one missing. I'll ask Pei Lu to keep an eye on you. Ji Gailing, are you a demon? Sister Li Su's face flushed with genuine anger. This was not a jest. Ji Guiling smiled and playfully swatted the top of her head, eliciting a yelp from the girl. Chen Yin watched the two girls bicker. Feeling warmth spread through his heart. This warm sensation, I truly wish it could last forever. Yet at this moment, both of them seemed somewhat altered. Take Li Su, for instance. This is the first time he has witnessed her in such a state of excitement. A fervor he has never seen even in the presence of Su San and PeiElyud. As for Ji Guiling, her charming visage appears more vibrant and lively, no longer exuding the icy demeanor she once had. Your attire is truly dashing. Pei Lu approached Chen Yin, smiling as she spoke. With a radiant smile, her lively eyes curved into crescent moons, and the dimples on her cheeks made her exceptionally beautiful. Upon seeing a few familiar faces, Chen Yin felt a surge of joy. Sister Lu, everything is splendid. I feel unrestrained, the environment is delightful, and my mentor is quite amiable. Moreover, the source power department is brimming with invaluable resources. Pei Lu winked at Chen Yin. As long as you can adapt, that's what matters. I have seen your combat videos. They are impressive. Chen Yin scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, feeling a bit bashful. Such is the nature of good news traveling swiftly, while bad news follows closely behind. Pei Lu waved to Ji Guiling, beckoning her to come over. Ladies, Chen Yin, do come in. Su San and Daoist Zhao have arrived, and dinner is about to be served. I have prepared a feast for you. Old Zhao, it has been a while since we last met. How has your collaboration with Su San been? Chen Yin approached Zhao Shiji, greeting him. Chapter 58, Ancient Giant Ant? Zhao Shiji sighed, a reluctant expression on his face. You need not inquire. I serve under Su Lauda as a menial worker, toiling away at arduous tasks daily. As they conversed, Pei Lu entered the kitchen, while Ji Guiling casually embraced Li Su, engaging in light banter. Oh, not speak so recklessly. If you cannot fight, what use are you to me? Just then, Su San descended the staircase barefoot, spotting Chen Yin clad in black attire. A smile illuminating his face. Such an outfit, it's a waste not to be a pretty boy with that. He tossed a small yellow stone resembling a minion to Chen Yin, explaining, I bought this at the auction last night. I found it amusing, though I'm unsure if it will be of any help. Chen Yin caught the box, barely having time to examine it when a familiar notification chimed in his ear. Ding! New ant discovered. Ancient giant ant, merging with giant ant? Chen Yin's heart raced with excitement as he began to inspect the giant ant. The stone Su San had thrown was, in fact, a complete piece of amber. And under the illumination, he could clearly see a 3-centimeter black and yellow striped ant nestled within. Ancient giant ant? Chen Yin exclaimed, filled with exhilaration, and promptly clicked to merge. However, upon completion of the synthesis, he was taken aback by the information displayed for the aggregated ant. 1 ancient giant ant equates to the combined strength of dozens of ordinary giant ants, propelling the giant ant's power from 131 to an astonishing 145. This ancient giant ant is remarkably powerful. Su San noticed Chen Yin's flurry of actions, especially after observing that the bugs on the creature had vanished, leading him to deduce that Chen Yin was not a source power wielder. Hence the speculation. When he first encountered this individual, he sensed that their strength was not as formidable as he had initially imagined. There wasn't even a single stinger on its tail, so this creature must rely on consuming other ants to enhance its power? No wonder it chose Lan Meng Shui as its mentor. As a specialist in insects and plants, she must have amassed a wealth of ant-related resources. If that is indeed the case, this creature's strength likely far exceeds his expectations. And perhaps, in the future, it will emerge as the victor. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Su San's gaze, yet upon reaching Chen Yin's side, he reverted to his usual demeanor. Placing a hand on Chen Yin's shoulder, he lazily remarked, it's just a bug. Why the excitement? If you find it delectable, I can take you to buy more next time. Haha, this could be a great ally. Chen Yin tucked the pouch back into his pocket, rubbing his hands together. Su Gu, you seem to be in good spirits today. You appear to have returned to your former self. Indeed. His stubbled face lent him an imposing presence, normally headstrong and obstinate. Chen Yin's attitude towards Su San had undergone a complete transformation. What a swift change in demeanor! Su San laughed heartily, playfully kicking Chen Yin. Chen Yin, unperturbed, chuckled as he linked arms with Su San. Making their way to the hall as they passed Ji Guiling and Li Su, Su San spread his arms, saying, Come, dear, let little Ling take a break. Unexpectedly, A blushing Li Su shook her head, pulling Ji Guiling into her embrace. No, go away. Ji Guiling firmly pushed the girl's head aside, meeting her gaze with a frown. Are you speaking to Susan? Do you not know the meaning of respect? The girl blinked her large eyes. A look of confusion on her face. Suddenly, she turned back to Susan with a grave expression. No, you get away. Susan's hands froze in midair, moving to ruffle Li Su's hair, leaving it in disarray before he finally stopped. Chiding, you truly have no filter, do you? As they conversed in the hall, Pei Lu had already prepared an extravagant feast, filling the table to the brim. I haven't witnessed such a scene in quite some time. Pei Lu remarked as she sat down with a smile. Yusan took a mouthful of rice, exclaiming, now it feels lively. Chen Yin paused. Should we invite more people? Chen Zhao replied. As Susan stuffed his face. He murmured, if we do not prepare thoroughly, the people from Tianmin might suddenly vanish. Little Ling is likely to graduate in a year. You must strive to meet my expectations quickly. Our Tianmin team already comprises 4 members. We should see if we can gather 10. Additionally, regarding the source power department, you and Little Ling should keep an eye out for commendable students to recommend to me. Strength is not paramount. Character is what truly matters. Chen Yin and Ji Guiling exchanged glances, nodding slightly in agreement. Indeed, to expand the exorcism team, it is best to select candidates from the Source Academy's source power department. Which is why many source power personnel from exorcism guilds, regardless of their busy schedules, come here to teach. If an exorcism team lacks new recruits, it is destined for failure. Currently, there are only 2 formal members. Susan and Zhao Shiji, along with him and Ji Guiling, making a total of 4. According to Susan's plan, they need to recruit 6 more individuals, which is no small feat. While Chen Yin ate, his mind raced with thoughts. Finding 6 individuals that meet Susan's criteria isn't difficult, but locating 6 who are willing to join is exceedingly challenging. Setting aside Susan's incompatibility with others, the mere fact that his exorcism team is ostracized is enough to deter the majority. Whether to ordinary people or source power wielders, this is a farce. Even if some powerful individuals do not deliberately bully civilians, it does not imply that everyone is treated equally. For instance, on a train at a junction, to the left stands a source power warrior, while to the right, 100 civilians. Undoubtedly, the warrior would charge forward, crushing the civilians into pulp without a second thought. Moreover, in their eyes, such an act doesn't resemble slaughter but rather a form of salvation. After all, they have never regarded ordinary people as their own. Chen Yin's recent experiences vividly illustrate this. Just moments ago, he had served as a free taxi. Furthermore, Fan Yucheng, a man of debauchery, shamelessly humiliated a group of ordinary university students without a single one questioning the impropriety, even taking pride in it. Take Gu Jing-yi, who publicly assaulted a woman. Bystanders presumed his reluctance was feigned, feeling honored to be noticed by such a source power wielder. Such incidents abound. Chapter 59. Nothing in this world is absolute. It appears as though this is a matter of course, ingrained in the hearts of every ordinary individual and source power wielder. As if sensing Chen Yin's thoughts, Su San remarked casually, do not complicate matters. Regarding character, I can assure you, you need not share my mindset, but you must heed my words. Well, it may sound like I'm boasting about my wealth, but you might assume my intentions are virtuous. Yet, if you believe their intentions are malevolent, what does that say about this world? It is evident that there are more of them than there are of us. Evil lurks everywhere. However, nothing in this world is absolute. Nor is any person. Yusan set down his chopsticks, preparing to light up a cigarette, only to see Li Su raise an eyebrow and glare at him, causing him to stow the cigarette back into his bag. In truth, it is their existence that fills me with anticipation for this world. How should I describe them? They harbor no malice, nor ill intentions. They quietly fulfill their tasks, earn points, grow stronger, never bullying the mundane, nor caring for the lives of ordinary folk. Due to the lack of a specific purpose, they invariably unleash their strength without reservation, and such outbursts can be beneficial to mortals at times. While at others, they may prove detrimental. On the surface, they appear formidable, yet in reality, individuals of this nature tread a precarious tightrope. A single misstep could plunge them into an abyss of despair from which there is no return. Perhaps influenced by other sources of power, or perhaps due to their own moral decay, or even a profound despair towards everyone around them. In any case, we must maintain a firm lead over them. guiding them step by step along this tightrope, channeling our strength into the appropriate avenues. As soon as Su San opened his mouth, the crowd immediately ceased their actions, their gazes fixated intently upon him. Even Li Su, who was previously unaware of the situation, was no exception. Similarly, Chen Yin was taken aback by Su San's casual words, feeling a sudden warmth envelop him, as if infused with an indescribable vigor. For the first time, Chen Yin sensed a quality in Su San that could be described as charisma. Although he still appeared disheveled, without so much as a blink, Chen Yin felt that Su San seemed somehow more imposing than before. Amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, Su San jestingly chided, "What are you all staring at me for? Pretend you didn't hear anything. Eat up, eat up. This feast has been meticulously prepared by Lulu. If anyone plans to save some for later, there won't be any left." Pei Lu smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. It was said that as long as she was alive, nothing ill would befall the household. Yet in reality, it was always that man standing before him. However, this meal did not conclude as they had anticipated. The phones of Su San and Zhao Shiji suddenly rang, prompting both to retrieve their devices and begin checking messages. Not good. Nanan town is under attack by blood locusts. Lao Zhao, everyone continue dining. We must leave quickly. With that, Su San and Zhao Shiji dashed out of the manor, boarding a plane for a swift departure, leaving Chen Yin and the others to exchange glances. During these past 2 days, Chen Yin had been quite comfortable at home, primarily watching television, browsing the internet, occasionally conversing with Li Su, admiring the calligraphy of Pei Lu, and chatting with Ji Geiling. Early Monday morning, he took Ji Geiling back to school. It must be said that today marked his first true advancement, with a combat power soaring to 700, elevating him from an ordinary level 6 to a remarkable level 7, which was indeed exhilarating. As Ji Geiling prepared to return to the Source Academy, she bade him farewell under the pretense of practicing swordsmanship at the training grounds. This was a cultivation area prepared by the Source Energy Academy for its students, serving both as a space for refining source energy and practicing sword techniques. As for Chen Yin, he headed straight to her laboratory upon returning to school, as per Lan Mingshua's instructions before her departure. Traversing through a cluster of flowers, he noticed a girl crouched at the entrance of the laboratory, holding a flower. Chen Yin smiled and inquired, "Senior, are you nurturing flowers?" Hua Xiaorui turned her head, replied with an indifferent "no," and then returned to her floral endeavors, neglecting Chen Yin completely. It was evident that the junior, represented by Chen Yin, had lost utterly to the junior flower girl. With a slight smile, Chen Yin chose to ignore Hua Xiaorui and instead proceeded towards the laboratory door. Upon finding no sign of Lan Mengxue on the first floor, he ascended the stairs directly. As expected, early in the morning, Lan Mengxue was deeply engrossed in her research. "Minter, may I come in?" Chen Yin called through the semi-transparent glass door. Lan Mengxue turned around, saw Chen Yin, and smiled gently, saying, "Of course, please enter. I wish to discuss some matters regarding the aggregation ants." Chen Yin approached her side, astonished as he queried, "What do you mean?" Lan Mengxue shook her head repeatedly. No, it's just that the structure of this ant colony seems rather peculiar, and I have discovered numerous other ant DNAs within it." Chen Yin looked on in bemusement. He had over 400 varieties of ants, which was hardly simple. Additionally, I found that applying sodium stearate and ammonia, or even orally administering procaine, could alleviate some symptoms, though the maximum effect is only around 40. Chen Yin was utterly flabbergasted. "What? This is so professional. How can you still claim you haven't researched for long? This is not something that can be figured out in just a day or two. Moreover, I found an inner core in the thorax of this insect." Lan Mengxue picked up a pair of tweezers from a nearby table, handed them to Chen Yin, and, upon hearing the term demon core, his interest was instantly piqued. He stepped closer to Lan Mengxue, gazing at her delicate, porcelain-like hand. Before him lay a small, crystalline object, as translucent as a pearl. Having previously encountered the inner core of an ice crystal spirit sparrow, he surveyed it and shook his head, stating, "This does not resemble an inner core. I cannot sense any source energy emanating from it." When he had seen the inner core of the ice crystal spirit sparrow, he had felt a power potent enough to freeze him solid. Lan Mengxue lightly tapped his head, exclaiming, "Fool, this is indeed an inner core, devoid of any source energy. Do you understand?" "What?" Regner was taken aback. So, this means that, with a stroke of fortune, these aggregation ants could potentially evolve into extraordinary beasts. My heavens! If a transcendent giant ant were to emerge, it would undoubtedly signify a monumental breakthrough, Lan Mengxue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. A transcendent giant ant? Minter, is this what you're referring to? As he spoke, Qian Yin summoned an ice crystal ant. Chapter 60. This is a formidable transcendent being. Lan Mengxue was lost in her own fantasy, but upon seeing the ice crystal ant and sensing its faint trace of source energy, her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What is that?" "That is my kin, the ice crystal ant," Qian Yin replied, suppressing his laughter. This was the first time he had witnessed such an adorable side of Lan Mengxue. Resembling a girl who had just received her favorite new toy, Lan Mengxue eagerly grasped the crystalline ice crystal ant in her hand, inspecting it closely. Once she confirmed it was indeed a transcendent giant ant, her entire being quivered with excitement. Inevitably, this breathtaking scene unfolded, leaving Qian Yin utterly entranced. It was nothing short of a masterpiece. Lan Mengxue gasped, her eyes fixated on the creature, unable to look away. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure and gazed at Qian Yin with fervent intensity, asking, "How many ice crystal ants do you have? Don't tell me there are tens of thousands like the aggregation ants." Qian Yin, under her scrutinizing gaze, felt his cheeks flush crimson, his heart racing, and he hurriedly shook his head. No, not at all. I only have a little over 6,000 ice crystal ants." The precise figure was 600. Lan Mengxue stroked her chest, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. If there were tens of thousands, then perhaps only that one person in Yongding City could contend with this young man. Yet, she suddenly realized that 6,000 was already a considerable number. This represented a transcendent being, even though its power might be less than that of an average transcendent warrior due to its size. Even the weakest among them was still a transcendent warrior, incomparable to ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, these ice crystal ants were quite beautiful, resembling blue sprites. "To be honest, do you have more magic ants?" "Not for now." "That's good." "What did you mean by that earlier?" In the presence of her mentor, Qian Yin felt no need to conceal anything, and he briefly explained the giant ant's stealing capabilities. Upon hearing Qian Yin's words, Lan Mengxue quickly understood. "I see. No wonder you insisted on entering the treasure vault. This is all my fault. Since I haven't completed any tasks, my contribution points are quite low. Moreover, I've spent most of the past 2 years researching plants and insects. Otherwise, I could have provided you with more contribution points. Oh, should I seek out Mushirshir? She is quite well off in the Exorcism Guild." Qian Yin shook his head. "No need. I've discovered these things through my own exploration. I can't rely entirely on you." Lan Mengxue's kindness mirrored her vast heart, warm and comforting. With a sigh, Lan Mengxue decided to put aside the previous matters and said, "For now, I need you to bring me a few more ice crystal ants if possible." "I want to study them in detail, of course," Qian Yin replied without hesitation. He was utterly captivated by Lan Mengxue's research achievements. Perhaps, under her study, a new progression could emerge from the fusion of aggregation ants and ice crystal ants. With a wave of his hand, dozens of ice crystal ants simultaneously took flight, their wings fluttering as they landed on the experimental table. Clearly, they were prioritizing the greater good, aspiring towards a glorious future. Tears glistened in her eyes, yet his gaze remained steadfast and generous. "All right, I'll be waiting for you on the first floor." Qian Yin watched Lan Mengxue fiddling with the complex apparatus. He suddenly felt that he might have been a bit superfluous. "Why do you need to wait for me? Did you not say you were going to lecture?" "Oh dear, how could I forget? It is already 10 o'clock. I shall take some time to study the structure of this ice crystal ant." Qian Yin smiled broadly and turned away from his mentor. During his research, he often lost track of time. The classes at the Blue Dream Laboratory concluded just in the afternoon, and with little else to occupy him, Qian Yin decided to take a stroll in the martial arts zone. Recently, Qian Yin had been pondering a question. How could he grow stronger within the Academy of Origins? His current situation was quite unique. For one, he had not become a Source Force user, rendering many of the cultivation devices in the Source Energy Department unsuitable for him. Moreover, his mentor, Lan Mengxue, had a penchant for studying flora and insects, and although she was adept in combat, her expertise lay in observation rather than actual fighting techniques, which naturally precluded Qian Yin from participating in genuine combat classes. Given his present condition, His paths to augmenting his strength were quite clear. Either bolster his ant army or enhance his own capabilities. His objective was unequivocal: to earn more contribution points to procure additional ant colonies from the treasure vault, thereby activating new ant tides and unlocking the third gate. As for himself, he was only capable of a meager enhancement of 2 points a day. For Chan Yin, this was hardly significant. He yearned to swiftly reach the mundane level of 10, as only then could he leverage the system's elevation to break through into the extraordinary realm. In the commercial street, his battle with Fan Yuqing had not only showcased the terrifying destructive power of the ant army, but had also laid bare his own vulnerabilities. Indeed, Chan Yin was certain that if these two ants were to strike simultaneously, even a martial artist in the early stages of condensation would be utterly exhausted. Yet, in actuality, should he engage in a one-on-one confrontation with a formidable opponent at the initial condensation level, it would be a path to his demise. His current strength was simply too feeble, while he could rely on the ant army to counter a blow from an extraordinary being once he advanced to the condensation realm. The scenario would be entirely different. Just moments ago, a single arrow shot by Peng Long from the fire brigade pierced through Su San's body before he even comprehended what had transpired. This was the most lethal aspect. In other words, as long as Peng Long wished to eliminate him, that arrow was sufficient to obliterate him. Whether it was the black flood or the torrential rain of pear needles, timing was crucial. With his current capabilities, he could not withstand the assault of an extraordinary opponent. Thus, although Chan Yin could not halt the evolution of the myriad ant nest, the evolution of his physical form was imperative. It is well known that individuals above mundane level 10 possess not only enhanced physical strength, but also bodily qualities that could rival those of extraordinary beings possessing the other 5 attributes. So, where in the Academy of Origins could he refine his physique and elevate his martial prowess? The martial artist division was undoubtedly the answer. However, upon entering the martial artist division, Chan Yin was greeted by a notification sound. He appeared somewhat bewildered. "Excuse me, you can collect the bodies of the ice crystal ants to forge the bodies of ant generals. Would you like to set this up?" Chapter 61. Is this the joy of sports? What does this imply? Could it be that the corpses of the ice crystal ants could indeed be utilized to craft ant generals? The reason he had not received a system prompt before was that after acquiring the ice crystal ants, none had perished. Yet now, he suddenly received this news. Did this not suggest that Lan Mengxue had commenced the dissection of these ice crystal ants? With a resigned smile, Chan Yin pressed the auto-recovery button. But he placed a restriction on it, ensuring that all ice crystal ants left behind by Lan Mengxue would be collected. When he initially handed these specimens to Lan Mengxue, he acted thus. Otherwise, if any of the ants were to die, they would be collected, and Lan Mengxue would be unable to continue her research. Indeed, what a formidable man. As soon as he entered the martial artist zone, he noticed a throng of individuals gathering around him. Most of these individuals donned gray and white uniforms, each radiating vitality, leaving Chan Yin with the impression of being enveloped by male hormones. In contrast to the deference exhibited by other students towards the Source Energy Department members, these formidable men merely nodded slightly upon seeing Chan Yin, displaying neither shock nor excessive reverence, but rather a calm demeanor. Yet it was precisely this nonchalance that piqued Chan Yin's interest. Engaging with Source Force users should be conducted in such a manner. Chan Yin relished this posture, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Indeed, these were the frontline soldiers, possessing true grit. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Through the railing, he observed a vast training ground bustling with activity. A group of shirtless men were training, and from a distance, Chan Yin could see the definition of their muscular physiques. Is this what all young men aspire to? As he pondered this, he was soon captivated by an imposing structure before him, labeled muscle reshaping. Chan Yin opened his mouth but could not articulate a word. A fitness center? What a ludicrous name. Yet, even so, Chan Yin immediately recognized that this was precisely where he needed to be. Without hesitation, he followed a group of burly men into the venue. Upon entering, he was once again taken aback. The sprawling gym was filled with an array of exercise equipment. At least several hundred muscular men were perspiring profusely, shouting in exertion. Some were being pushed from behind. Others were lifting weights, some were bearing loads, while others were sprinting on treadmills. A scene of fervent activity. Chan Yin nodded. Just as he completed the registration, a staff member noticed him and promptly approached with a broad smile. saying, "Sir, this way please." As he followed, he inquired, "Is there a dedicated training area for Source Energy warriors?" "Of course." The staff member replied with a warm smile, enthusiastically elaborating, however, due to the rarity of Source Force users training here, it is almost always empty. Chen Yin pondered briefly and surmised the reason. For Source Force users, dedicating excessive time to physical training would be akin to neglecting the fundamentals, ultimately hindering their own strength. This area, too, was a reflection of their status. In summary, while he could choose not to participate, he must still engage. Finally, Chen Yin arrived at a neat glass corridor, flanked by 2 rows of approximately 200 square meter rooms, totaling 20 in sight. "Master, this is where Source Energy warriors train," he was informed. "The gravity room?" Duan Lingtian inquired, perplexed. Chen Yin was at a loss, gazing through the transparent window at the plethora of equipment. What distinguishes it from the main hall? The primary feature of this gravity room is its isolation from external disturbances, and secondly, the inscribed gravity array within can alter the gravitational forces inside, significantly aiding in training. Only then did Chen Yin comprehend. This was indeed an excellent venue. If the gravity could be adjusted, the speed of his training would increase dramatically. He entered one of the rooms at random under the staff member's guidance. Observing his surroundings, he found nothing particularly extraordinary, except for the refined flooring, the expensive exercise equipment, and the freely available mineral water. "Let us increase the gravity," he decided. Approaching the computer, he pressed the power button and, upon seeing the numeral 1, he decisively clicked it. Instantly, the 1 transformed into 2. Simultaneously, Chen Yin felt an overwhelming heaviness descend upon him, as if a rope were binding him tightly, attempting to drag him into the earth. Thankfully, double gravity was not overly challenging for him. He attempted to move his feet, but felt as though they were burdened with 1,000 pounds. However, this was not insurmountable for him. 1 set, 2 sets. When Chen Yin adjusted to 5 times the gravity, he finally sensed an immense pressure, akin to plunging into the depths of the ocean, with his entire being enduring tremendous strain. Although it was uncomfortable, Chen Yin managed to endure it. This training is far more effective than usual. His skin, bones, blood, and internal organs were all being compressed. It felt invigorating. Once he acclimated to the 5-fold gravity, he immediately commenced his training. Having had no prior exposure to gyms, he was not well versed in the exercises, merely performing squats, sit-ups, and running. Yet, within 30 minutes, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. I knew it wouldn't be this simple. As he munched on some snacks, he checked his status bar. His combat power remained around 700, showing no sign of growth even after 30 minutes of training. Nonetheless, he did not relent. After a brief respite, he continued his exhausting regimen. 297, 298, 299, 300. After completing 300 push-ups, Chen Yin's arms trembled, and he finally collapsed onto the floor. Struggling to turn over, his chest heaved violently, producing breaths akin to a bellows running out of air. Yet, as he glanced up at the pristine ceiling, a smile crept onto his face. This feeling is truly delightful. I finally understand why I have never been fond of exercising. Such matters must reach a critical threshold. Otherwise, I find myself too fatigued to even attempt, losing all interest in trying again. Yet, the situation has changed now. Under quintuple gravity, with a clear goal in sight, my strength naturally intensifies, and even if my body aches, I can still feel the exhilarating sensation of pursuit, of drawing closer, ultimately achieving my aim. Is this not the essence of the joy found in sports? Chapter 62. The muscle-bound Devil's Club. Chen Yin sat upon a chair, gulping down drink after drink, before making his way to the treadmill to continue his light jog. After 20 or so minutes, the treadmill finally came to a halt, yet his legs felt utterly weak, unable to maintain balance. And he tumbled off, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Next came the sit-ups. Undoubtedly, this was the most challenging exercise Chen Yin had undertaken thus far. Under 5 times the gravity, he felt as though he were dragging a small cart. Exerting immense effort with each lift, he aimed to complete 100 repetitions. Such intense training led Chen Yin to spend an entire day and night within the gravity chamber. When he finally emerged, the sky had darkened completely, yet he could still see numerous muscular men working out in the square. Unbeknownst to him, a group of individuals had gathered in the corner, engrossed in a game. As he exited the gravity room, As Chen Yin stepped out of the fitness center, he was met by the coolness of autumn, prompting him to check his status bar. A smile crept across his face as he noted the results. His combat power had risen from 700 to 720. Though it may not seem like a significant increase at such a pace, the time required to reach level 10 would be reduced by at least half. In that moment, he felt that all his efforts that day had been worthwhile. Later, at a restaurant, Qian Yin filled his belly before leisurely making his way back to his dormitory. He paid no heed to showering. Upon entering his room, he collapsed onto the sofa, slipping into a deep slumber. Awakening at dawn, he suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout his body, letting out a piercing scream. As he reached to touch his eyes, a sudden wave of intense pain forced him to don his pain mask once more. After some time, the agony subsided enough for him to struggle to his feet. Damn, he cursed, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. It seemed that his training the previous night had been rather excessive. With a bitter smile, Qian Yin resolved not to stop despite the setbacks. Gritting his teeth, he climbed down from the bed, enduring the pain that coursed through him, and made his way to the bathroom. After freshening up and changing clothes, he purchased a few items and headed to the Martial Arts Society's fitness center. He was determined that for the next month, if she did not have classes, the gravity room would become his second home. As for earning contribution points, he would seek them himself. This was, indeed, a transformation of the physical body. With this mindset, Qian Yin strode confidently into the fitness center. Familiar with the surroundings, he waved to indicate his intent to enter. However, just as he was about to leave the public area, a deep male voice called out from behind him, "What a spirited young man." Furrowing his brow, Qian Yin turned to see a group of burly men, arms crossed and gazes fixed upon him. "As there's something you need?" he asked, pointing to himself. The largest among them chuckled, shaking his head and saying, "I've been observing you since this afternoon. Your martial arts practice is impressive. I initially thought you were merely playing around, but it seems you've returned with a purpose. What's the matter? Indeed, among all the source energy practitioners I know, you possess the keenest intellect." The muscular man gave Qian Yin a thumbs up, his gleaming white teeth shining brightly. Qian Yin felt utterly perplexed. This individual seemed somewhat off. While I acknowledge the prowess of the source energy practitioners, their physical qualities are no less formidable. The muscular man raised his arms to shoulder height, fists clenched, with every muscle in his body visibly bulging, straining against his shirt, threatening to tear it apart. Not to be outdone, the other muscular men nearby assumed the same posture, showcasing their muscles. It was an overwhelming sight. Seeing the young man's astonishment, the leading muscular man beamed with pride, his plump face breaking into a radiant smile as he lowered his voice to enhance his charm. "So, young source energy practitioners, would you be interested in joining our muscle-bound club and sharing in our passionate endeavors? The Muscle-Bound Devils Club? How could carbon-based life forms possibly adopt such a moniker?" Qian Yin stared in disbelief at the five men. Utterly bewildered, "I refuse," he declared resolutely. Upon realizing Qian Yin intended to leave, the leader panicked, reaching out, "You may choose not to join, but please don't leave." As Qian Yin continued into the gravity room without looking back, the muscular man made a firm decision. "We can customize a fitness plan for you, correcting your past mistakes, allowing your training to become more professional and systematic." Just as Qian Yin was about to enter, he hesitated. He found himself intrigued. As a novice with no prior training, he indeed lacked knowledge in this area. Raise your feet, press your toes down, maintain a steady breathing pattern, correct, correct, correct. Under 5 times the gravity, Qian Yin lay flat on the floor, practicing abdominal exercises while a robust man beside him explained specific techniques. Nearby, 4 other muscular men were diligently working out on equipment. These 5 individuals were the very ones who had initially obstructed Qian Yin, and the leader, Along, was now his fitness instructor. "All right, let's shift to the side." Along crouched down, meticulously correcting Qian Yin's form, ensuring each movement was executed flawlessly while providing detailed instructions on areas of focus. Qian Yin obediently complied, allowing him to direct him. Hu Tao suddenly realized that after last night's training, his entire body ached, and continuing to train would be quite taxing. However, under Along's guidance, he experienced a wondrous sensation. As if all the pain had dissipated, He quickly recognized that despite Along's seemingly unremarkable appearance, he was exceptionally skilled in fitness. If he followed Along's advice, his efforts would yield twice the result with half the effort. And why was Along so willing to assist him without reservation? Well, it was not for the sake of Chun Yin's appearance. The reason was simple. It was a business transaction. Chapter 63. What levels are you? The 5 members of the Muscle-Bound Devils, while serving as Chen Yin's personal trainers, also received complimentary gravity training. Naturally, Chen Yin had no reason to decline, especially with the expansive 200-square-meter gravity room available for their use. Akai, are you all right? Why haven't you arrived? Have you been too eager? Meanwhile, the other 4 muscular men were having a grand time, seemingly feeling no shame whatsoever. Who? Are you all right? Lang, are you insulting my youth and passion? Are you starving? Our youthful blood must not be tainted. There's no turning back now. I was once like this too. I will never retreat. Lang, Lu Zilang exclaimed in surprise. A bow. He shouted that a chorus of exclamations erupted, each one a burst of enthusiasm, contrasting sharply with Chen Yin's training style, which was rooted in pure strength and speed on him. Zhao Yu nodded earnestly. Chen Yin stretched, glancing at the 4 exuberant individuals, murmuring to himself, I hope they don't overexert themselves. Along had already positioned Chen Yin's body correctly, adjusting his stance with a smile. Rest assured, you're just beginning your training. Focus on perfecting your form. We're different. We've been training since we were young, so we have no limitations. We simply need to push past our own boundaries to reach new heights. Chen Yin paused, then inquired, What levels are you all? Along performed a roll, stabilizing himself, and said, I'm level 8, Alang is level 6, Akai is level 6, and Ahu is level 7. Impressive. So you're among the top ranks. Chen Yin's face was also filled with admiration. Although he was not very familiar with the affairs of the martial arts department, he was aware of certain matters. The path of martial arts, while not as arduous as the path of source force, was still considerably easier than what the average person might envision. For instance, within the martial arts department, among the thousands of students, the majority were of the 3rd or 4th tier, and as one ascended higher, the numbers dwindled. The Source Force Division had a heavenly ranking, while the Martial Arts Division had an earthly ranking. Both divisions represented the pinnacle of power within the headquarters. From what Chen Yin gathered, among those 10 individuals, 3 were at the 8th level, 5 at the 9th, and 2 at the 10th. As for Along, as an 8th level warrior, he was one of the foremost powerhouses in the entire martial arts department. Along's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, Indeed, I am set on this. Setting that aside for now, the warm-up had already begun. Next, we shall engage in some flat bench pressing. You lie down while I fetch you a dumbbell. 30 pounds it is. Chen Yin trained diligently throughout the day, never once stepping out of the gravity room. Even dinner was brought to them by one of Along's subordinates. It was not until evening that they all assisted each other in leaving the room. Chen Yin was elated to discover that, under Along's guidance, his strength had surpassed his expectations. His combat power had risen from 704 to 708, signifying a remarkable doubling of his capabilities in just one day. Exiting the gym, Chen Yin managed a faint smile. Thank you, but it is getting late. Along replied with a grin. Wait a moment, we're still practicing. Chen Yin waved his hand dismissively. No. I truly lack the strength. Let us just watch the rest. At that moment, Ahu leaned close to Chen Yin's ear and mysteriously whispered, If you don't go, you will surely regret it. That would be something spectacular. Akai chimed in, It's exhilarating. It will leave you utterly enraptured. Chen Yin was taken aback. These individuals had been busy all day, and yet they still wished to continue? Was he even human? Yet, despite his exhaustion, he feared that refusing would surely disappoint them. Perhaps I am not ready for this yet. I must try my best. This is a first for me. Beneath 1, above 10,000. But I am only 17. Still a minor. What do you mean? Thrilling. After a heartfelt persuasion, Chen Yin found it difficult to decline and reluctantly accompanied the 2 to the final training ground. It was a remarkably secluded villa, where, under the moonlight, a few lush trees could be discerned. With the assistance of his companions, Chen Yin ascended the steps. Following the staircase down, he was greeted by an array of ancient, elegant buildings. Soon, he was led to the changing room. Chen Yin swallowed hard, watching as 5 muscular men adeptly shed their garments and approached a large door. I am about to become a true warrior. The authoress note. Please support, boost the rankings. Don't forget to urge updates, I beg of you. This is immensely important to me. I do not seek sympathy, but strive to better myself, and I am grateful for the love of so many wonderful people who have come to care for me. I will certainly give my all and will not let you down. Don't let the child escape. With great expectations come great disappointments. The blood-soaked vendetta he had imagined never materialized. In the yard. The only feature was an outdoor hot spring. Chen Yin awkwardly chuckled and pointed at the pool. Is this your final trial? Along, with a tone of conviction, replied. What else could it be? Let me tell you. This hot spring is excellent. It alleviates muscle soreness. Soaking for an hour will leave you rejuvenated the next day. Does it feel ethereal? So refreshing. This is a natural spring, rich in minerals, very nourishing. The two conversed while the other four joyfully plunged into the hot spring. Chen Yin sighed, realizing he had embarked on a misguided path. Nevertheless, though he had not reached that forbidden zone that would enhance his body, he thought it better to give it a try. With a heavy heart, Chen Yin jumped into the hot spring. Once immersed, his skin quickly turned a rosy hue, and the aches in his body began to dissipate. Over the next few days, Chen Yin experienced great joy. Periodically, he would visit Xue Mingshua's laboratory to provide her with more merging spirit ants and ice crystal ants, and occasionally assist Hua Shirue in tending to her plants. On weekends, he would spend a day or two at home, enjoying drinks with Su San and Zhao Shiji, and accompanying Pei Lu and Li Su on shopping excursions. Sometimes, he would even encounter Ji Geiling and return to school with her. Of course, there were occasions when he accepted commissions from the school to earn contribution points, such as assisting professors with simple tasks, like searching for animals and plants outside Yongding City. Chapter 64. Chen Yin found himself increasingly intrigued by the ice crystal ants. In short, there was an abundance of work within the Source Force division, and even if one earned only 3 to 5 contribution points per task, it was better than nothing. Aside from that, Chen Yin spent most of his time in the gravity room of the martial artist club, training alongside the 5 muscular men. This high-intensity training rapidly enhanced his combat prowess. Moreover, with the aid of the myriad ants' nest, his level had no ceiling. Once his strength increased, he could seamlessly advance. Furthermore, Chen Yin's power was growing swiftly. 5 times the gravity was no longer sufficient for him, and he needed to raise it further. 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, and even 10 times. Under 10 times the gravity. Aside from Along, who could endure the training, the other 4 found their endurance diminishing, ultimately unable to perform even push-ups, let alone lift weights. The 5 muscular men were not surprised by this, as Chen Yin was also a Source Force powerhouse. Over the course of more than 2 months, Chen Yin's physical strength had broken through to the 10th level of mortals. His once frail physique had become significantly more robust. His entire form now more balanced, with newfound determination evident in his eyes. As time passed, the strength of these ice crystal ants continued to grow, and their numbers swelled, even hinting at a potential rivalry with the merging ants. Chen Yin's attributes: quality, ordinary LV-10 combat power, 1000 points cultivation time, 2 points of combat power per day abilities. None ice crystal ant, extraordinary realm, combat power, 1496 quantity, 16,000, hatching 200 daily ice spike. The ultimate skill of the ice crystal spirit sparrow, with formidable attack power. After use, it will enter a state of extreme weakness, source extraction. Absorb the source force of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. Efficiency in the myriad ant's nest is double compared to other locations. Shared roots. Absorb the inner cores of cold-type demon beasts to enhance oneself. The degree of enhancement depends on the grade of the inner core. Ant general forging. Completion. 1. The merging ants, however, had not undergone significant changes. During the earlier confrontation against Fan Yuqing and others in the commercial street, there had been over 20,000 of them, and now, after several days of natural nurturing, their numbers had increased to 260,000, with the forging speed of the ant generals rising to 4%. During this process, Su San delivered 2 ancient insect beasts, each significantly enhancing the strength of the merging ants, which soared from 145 to 172. Chen Yin noted that the forging between merging ants and ice crystal ants was not the same. This implied that each ant could cultivate its own kind. Yet, for Chen Yin, the notion of ant generals held no interest whatsoever. What a joke! Their forging progress was merely a fade. Even with the 26,000 merging ants in his possession, it was insufficient to sate the hunger of one ant. Chen Yin was far more captivated by the ice crystal ants in the 3 months since Chen Yin's birth. Their combat power had surged by nearly 50%, truly astonishing. The ice crystal ants' breakthrough to the condensing source realm was still uncertain, but at their current growth rate, it would not be long before they could step into that realm. If one ant were to break through to the extraordinary realm, perhaps then he could exact revenge against their flame journey group. Although Chen Yin was well aware of Gu Chongfeng's intentions during the commercial street incident, he had never voiced a desire for revenge. Words were futile at that time. Such thoughts were utterly unrealistic. He lacked the strength to entertain such notions. But to say he did not harbor resentment, how could he not hate? Gu Chongfeng's intentions were crystal clear: to eradicate Chen Yin. Since Su San had thwarted his plans, even without her intervention, he would have posed no threat to Chen Yin. Furthermore, his myriad ants' nest was a considerable threat in itself. Yet, regardless of the outcome, it would be a slap in the face for Chen Yin, who possessed a sense of pride, and he yearned for vengeance. How could such experiences befall him? He simply did not wish for such situations to arise again in his life. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Yin shifted to a different position, increasing the temperature of the hot spring slightly. He then turned to his muscular companions, a hint of guilt crossing his face. Gentlemen, I fear that I might not be able to exert myself so vigorously in the future. I truly apologize. For the past 2 months, Chen Yin had dined daily in the gravity chamber, enjoying hot water and meals, all of which were paid for by the 5 of them, each a scion of affluent families. To them, investing in a gravity chamber was undoubtedly a wise decision, possibly even a means for Chen Yin to lend a hand. However, Chen Yin felt quite embarrassed, as he had received their care and sustenance while contributing nothing in return. Along waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Chen Yin, what are you talking about? After spending over 2 months in your gravity chamber, our strength has seen tremendous improvement. Alang and Akai have even become level 7 warriors thanks to you. Do you really feel ashamed and expect us to kneel before you? Indeed. Without your gravity chamber, given Akai's and my youthful arrogance, who knows when we would have caught up to a hu and a bao? Alang chimed in from the hot spring, swimming about. The members of the muscle squad gasped in astonishment. Damn. How could I, a young who, possibly lose to others? Come on, let our youthful blood meet here and settle this once and for all. Though it was Saturday and there were no classes, a group of university students from the Source Academy arrived early at the square, their usual leisure replaced by excitement, chatting animatedly in small clusters. Hee hee, autumn is just around the corner and I couldn't be happier. Let me tell you, I've been waiting for this for a long time. I couldn't sleep last night out of excitement. I wonder which senior took on this escort mission. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. We owe our gratitude to Hu Tao. Without her, we wouldn't have enough points for our seniors to protect you with. As they spoke, 2 vehicles pulled up to the school gate, instantly igniting a wave of excitement among the students, their faces brimming with anticipation. As the bus came to a halt, the students began to organize their belongings, placing personal bags in the overhead compartments while the items for the team-building activities were stored in the adjacent luggage compartment. After a bustling 10 minutes, the students divided into 2 groups, one after the other boarding the bus. The girls seated at the front began whispering amongst themselves, "Do you think the senior can board? It should be fine. We are outside, so the seniors should have no trouble getting on. Yes, that's what I thought. I chose this spot. I'm so clever." Upon hearing this, a wave of dissatisfaction rippled through the group. Zhang Xiaoyun, don't say that. It must be her. Exactly. Perhaps she is the Ji Gue Ling I have always admired. Don't dream. Ji Gue Ling is the top of the heavenly ranking. She doesn't need those few contribution points. Zhang Mi is also acceptable. She's super cute. Top 3 of the heavenly ranking. Amidst their chatter, a young man dressed in black entered, causing a stir as everyone turned to look. It was a young man. His physique well-proportioned and appearing youthful, no more than 17 or 18. Yet his eyes held a determination that belied his age. Chen Yin, senior, a girl exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. A stone dropped, triggering a commotion. Holy crap, it's Chen Yin. I can't be mistaken. Wah, Chen Yin is so youthful and handsome. Sorry, Zhaoziki, but he is no longer yours. He is looking at me. Oh my goodness. The battle on the commercial street had made Chen Yin's name known throughout the school. particularly within the university department, where it sparked considerable excitement. Each of the three academies had its unique characteristics and perspectives on external events. For instance, the martial arts department students were usually engrossed in their training, showing little interest in other matters. Meanwhile, the Source Energy Academy students were obsessed with their own cultivation and skills, largely indifferent to outside occurrences. However, compared to the martial arts department, they were still somewhat lacking. Only the university students, an ordinary bunch, despite being top achievers, were keenly interested in external news, turning any minor event into a sensational topic, especially those related to Source users. To put it plainly, while they were devoted to their studies, their obsession with celebrities was even deeper, particularly on the commercial street, where Chan Yin single-handedly defeated the 9th-ranked Fan Yuqing with ease and subsequently faced the formidable Demon Exorcism team, the Fire Traveler Squad, showcasing an indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. This dashing young man instantly captivated many in the university department, becoming a hot topic overnight. Chun Yin had been less active online lately, thus unaware of his soaring popularity on the school forum, where any post featuring his photo, occasionally captured by passersby at school, would garner thousands of comments. However, the most discussed topic was his impending participation in the Destiny ranking battle, speculating on his performance and whether he could contend with the top three. Senior Chun Yin, near Chin Yin. A girl stood up, her cheeks flushed, looking up with a stammer. Yes, it was given by our class. Chun Yin waved at the petite girl before him. Hello, I am Chin Yin, a student from the Source Energy Academy. I accept your protection. During this autumn outing, I will take good care of everyone. Understood. Seeing Chen Yin extend his hand, the girl quickly reciprocated. Hu Tao, I am the captain of our class. Chen Yin released her hand, gesturing to the seat beside her. Who was sitting there? Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Yin settled into his seat, causing a wave of jealousy among the girls behind him. Oh my gosh. I got to shake hands with Senior Chun Yin. I'm so envious. Wah, Senior Chun Yin is even sitting with Hu Tao. Is she a great hero from the previous life? If only you weren't my desk mate. Perhaps Senior Chen Yin would have shared cake with me. I'll sever ties. Scum. The murmurs from the students nearby reached Hu Tao's ears, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, even her ears turning red. She bit her lip, fingers intertwined, feeling at a loss for how to respond. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Chen Yin helped her to her seat, smiling as he said, Don't worry, I'm not a monster that devours people. Hu Tao didn't register this, her head nearly buried in her chest, her thoughts spinning wildly. Senior Chen Yin is right beside me. What should I do? He will surely mock me. Hu Tao, you are such a fool. But Senior Chen Yin is truly kind and gentle. His hand is so warm. I wish I could gaze at him a little longer. He really only 17? You are quite reliable, Hu Tao. As Hu Tao's mind wandered, the bus set off, leaving the school. Listening to the whispers of the other students, she gradually calmed down but ultimately stole another glance at the young man resting in the corner. Then, a chiseled face, as if sculpted from stone, captured her gaze, rendering her unable to look away. This scene left her momentarily dazed. The two buses departed from the city center, heading toward the eastern part of town. The news of Chun Yin's role as protector spread among the other vehicles. His presence surprised the students present. While the enthusiasm of the men was not as fervent as that of the women, a few harbored admiration, creating a lively atmosphere within both buses. Outside the other bus, faces peered out, eagerly awaiting Chan Yin's arrival. Engaged in cheerful conversation with their peers, Hu Tao and the boy beside her remained silent, both secretly stealing glances at him. Just this alone was enough to make her cheeks flush with excitement. As the bus left the city, Chen Yin opened his eyes, noticing Hu Tao gazing earnestly at him. He smiled and asked, Hu Tao, is it the annual autumn outing? Beep, beep, beep. Hu Tao was startled by his sudden gaze, her mind flooded with the sound of car horns. She widened her eyes, the flush on her cheeks deepening. Eventually, for reasons unknown, she turned her head toward the window, wondering if Senior Chen Yin was indeed speaking to her. Realizing this, Hu Tao felt a surge of anxiety and wanted to thump her head. Hu Tao, what are you doing? Get a grip. Senior Chen Yin is talking to you. Pull yourself together. Go for it. After a period of internal struggle, Hu Tao finally directed her gaze back to Chen Yin. Yes, bang bang. Suddenly, Hu Tao clenched her petite hands and struck her head twice with considerable force. Chapter 66. Senior Chen Yin and Imo Jingchun were engaged in conversation. Chen Yin was about to say something, yet ultimately uttered nothing, resigning himself to a sigh as he closed his eyes once more. Was it truly necessary? Very well, I shall rest for a moment. Otherwise, Hu Tao may take drastic measures. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at their destination, Qingyue Gorge. Qingyue Gorge is a breathtaking locale, surrounded by majestic mountains, with a flat and expansive meadow at the valley's bottom, alongside a gently glimmering stream. Furthermore, being located east of Yongding City, it serves as an excellent camping site. The bus could not ascend the mountain, so it parked by the roadside, and a group of individuals began to transport their belongings down a narrow path into the pit. No, that's unnecessary, Senior Chen Yin. I can manage on my own. Chen Yin disregarded Hu Tao's protest, shouldering his heavy backpack as he disembarked from the vehicle. He retrieved 2 large bags from the trunk, and Luke followed suit. Naturally, Chen Yin did not return to assist them. He placed his belongings into the tent prepared by his classmates and sought out a secluded spot to conceal himself. The other students were equally electrified, yet they merely whispered among themselves, none daring to approach him. What a joke! This seemingly harmless young master possesses such terrifying prowess. Fan Yuqing and his companions toiled for 5 days and nights. Those familiar with the situation remarked that while Fan Yuqing and his group could now move about, they struggled to do so, trembling at the mere sight of an Hu Tao. Isn't it delightful to shake hands with a senior? What were the 2 of you discussing on the way here? Hurry and tell us. Hu Tao was not as fortunate. As soon as she descended the mountain, she was besieged by a throng of women, all clamoring with questions. Her emotions were tumultuous. What did you say? We've been driving for nearly 30 minutes, and here I am, a pitiful individual, having only uttered a single phrase. How could I possibly face the people of Jiangdong? As she spoke, Hu Tao frantically squeezed her way through the crowd to assist with setting up the barbecue and camping gear. She was terrified. If she inadvertently revealed too much, how would the students perceive her as a failure? As for Chen Yin, he was not idle. While traversing, he released the gathering ants and ice crystal ants to explore Qingyue Gorge. Having accepted this task for a reward of 15 contribution points, he felt it imperative to ensure the safety of the students. TOR on the side of caution. He also deployed the ice crystal ants. During his time in Sanchuan Town, Chen Yin had realized that the gathering ants, which had not yet reached the extraordinary realm, would be incapable of detecting entities such as butchers and ghostly women. Therefore, reconnaissance with the ice crystal ants was essential. Fortunately, over the past 2 months, he had cultivated a substantial number of ice crystal ants, ultimately releasing 30,000, followed by an additional 6,000, successfully mapping the terrain of Qingyue Gorge. There were no threats or significant beasts present. Naturally, this autumn outing was to last for 2 days. After completing his reconnaissance, Chen Yin did not summon all the fused ants and ice crystal ants back. Instead, he allowed them to patrol the vicinity. This way, there would be no issues. In truth, he found himself quite suited for such work, his scouting abilities far surpassing that of an ordinary source power master. It was only then that Chen Yin realized he had arrived at the bank of a small river. Gazing at the shimmering surface, he frowned. To hell with that river. Do not even think of luring me in. I shall never make the same mistake again. Just as he was about to turn away, a gentle voice reached his ears. Senior Chen Yin, would you care to take a swim in the sea? Turning around, he beheld a young man with a longbow slung across his back, a warm smile adorning his face. No, no, no. Chen Yin shook his head. I merely glanced. The youth approached Chen Yin, picked up the bow, and grinned broadly. Now I can fish in peace at a bow. Chen Yin gazed at the young man in astonishment, unsure how one could catch fish using a bow. Blando cast him a sidelong glance before stooping to place the bow on the ground. Retrieving an arrow from the quiver on his back, tying one end to his shoe. Senior Chen Yin, I am Imo Jingchun. The young man gradually stood, offering Chen Yin a slight smile as he bent the bow and knocked the arrow. Each movement fluid and graceful. With a swish, the arrow, tethered by a string, arced gracefully through the air, landing in the river. Swoosh, a fish, about the length of an arm, was pierced and thrashed violently in the water. Chen Yin exclaimed, excellent archery. Although the youth did not use excessive force, the remarkable accuracy startled Chen Yin. Senior, you flatter me. It is but a trivial skill, O Jingchun. The young man chuckled awkwardly. tossing the bow aside as he grasped the shoelace and tugged forcefully. The pierced fish struggled momentarily before ceasing its resistance, allowing Imo Jingchun to effortlessly pull it ashore. Meanwhile, several individuals further away were observing Chen Yin. Look, Senior Chen Yin is conversing with Imo Jingchun. Senior Chen Yin is smiling. Upon witnessing Imo Jingchun and Chen Yin engrossed in conversation, other girls flocked over, surrounding Hu Tao with excitement as they made their way to the riverbank. Just as Imo Jingchun secured the second fish, dragging it onto the shore, several girls rushed towards him. Senior Chen Yin, I am your devoted fan. May I take a photo with you? Senior Chen Yin, I am also your devoted fan. Could you please sign for me? The girls gazed at Chen Yin with eager anticipation, yet hesitated to approach, fearing they might irritate him. Chen Yin felt somewhat overwhelmed. The enthusiasm of these girls was rather intense, and being surrounded by them felt unfamiliar. Nevertheless, he did not decline their modest requests, responding with a smile, of course, but I wonder if you all could assist in transporting the fish that Imo Jingchun caught back to the camp? Let us go eat tea this. The girls erupted in excitement, nodding vigorously. What followed was akin to a fan gathering, as Chen Yin found himself increasingly encircled by classmates seeking photos and autographs. Initially, he found joy in the attention, as he had never experienced such a phenomenon before, and the 20-something girls exuded vitality, their gentle fragrance creating an illusion of being amidst blooming flowers. However, as time passed, the girls began to perceive Chen Yin as quite polite, not at all difficult to approach, resulting in a surge of boldness. Some even leaned against him, the soft contact repeatedly igniting their hearts. Chapter 67. This place is not suitable for extended stay. Even Hu Tao, who had previously appeared shy, mustered her courage and grasped his hand, displaying palpable excitement. Under such circumstances, even he found it increasingly difficult to bear. As his defenses crumbled, the heat within him intensified. Flee. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. If I remain any longer, it will be akin to raising the national flag. Ultimately, Chen Yin could endure no longer. He desperately squeezed through the throng, akin to a soldier retreating, racing toward the riverbank. Haha, so Senior Chen Yin can be shy as well? How adorable! This was quite plausible, considering he was only 17. Perhaps he was still merely a child. Completely unrestrained, the girls became bolder, engaging in deeper discussions. Hu Tao's class had participated in autumn outings before. Despite their usual carefree demeanor, by afternoon, the entire campsite had been established. Tents, bonfires, barbecues, kitchens, projectors, and sound systems were all in place, creating an orderly scene. The lunch was lavish, with chefs personally attending to the meal, featuring a plump, tender fish alongside a medley of dishes and a large bowl of fish soup. Although Chen Yin had his own provisions, the warmth of his classmates' hospitality drew him in, prompting him to indulge in the feast. After dinner, some students frolicked in the refreshing river, others engaged in games within the tents, some read, while others played the piano. The gentle autumn breeze caressed the landscape, painting the mountains in picturesque hues, as the students relished the tranquility and comfort of Qingyue Gorge, feeling that time was just right. While Chen Yin greatly enjoyed the atmosphere, the fervor of his classmates left him feeling somewhat out of place. Thus, he distanced himself from the crowd, climbing atop the bus to commence his patrol. After releasing the gathering ants, several new ants returned, which delighted him immensely. This leisurely existence swiftly passed, and before long, darkness enveloped the sky, accompanied by a faint aroma of meat. Senior Chen Yin, come and have lunch, Hu Tao called from the base of the mountain, waving her hand with all her might. Chen Yin smiled, leaping down from the vehicle, his steps light as he descended the slope, quickly arriving before Hu Tao. She was momentarily taken aback, staring at the young man clad in a sleek black outfit, resembling a legendary hero, who appeared to float effortlessly before her. His movements graceful and ethereal. I am coming, Wei Zichen gently spoke, and Chen Yin extended 2 fingers to lightly flick Walnut's smooth, fair head. Walnut rubbed her temples, joyfully chasing after him as if she had just tasted honey. Exclaiming, Senior Brother Chen Yin, wait for me! The atmosphere during dinner grew lively, with background music playing as the barbecue grill was brought out, accompanied by beer and beverages. Everyone sat on the ground, engaging in various games, creating a harmonious ambience. Senior Brother Chen Yin, thank you for protecting us. I raise this glass in your honor. Senior brother Chen Yin, you did remarkably well. Let me and Zhang Liang toast to you. Chen Yin became the center of attention, with many classmates raising their glasses in his direction while he guzzled one pot after another. Although Chen Yin initially refrained from drinking, he was influenced by Su San at Su San's home and learned to drink a little. While not particularly fond of it, he no longer rejected it as vehemently as when he first arrived. Amidst laughter and chatter, the sun set, and the full moon hung high in the sky. With a bonfire blazing in Qingyue Valley. What a splendid evening! I shall sing. A boy carrying a guitar cheerfully made his way through the crowd. Excellent! Let us hear it. The other students cheered, clapping their hands. While some began to whistle, the strumming of the guitar accompanied a poignant love song that echoed through the mountains, seemingly narrating unspoken emotions, ultimately concluding in a bittersweet manner. The boy's singing was quite ordinary, but his guitar's melody was delightful. As the song ended, everyone erupted into applause. With the first performance, others soon followed. It was then that Chan Yin noticed Walnut quietly seated beside the fire, holding a bamboo flute. Ha, this sister is quite talented, he mused, smirking as he clinked glasses with Emo Jingchun and downed his drink. At that moment, a faint sound of a flute reached his ears. As the flute played, the entire camp fell into silence. No one spoke but silently gazed at Hoo-ha, who was lost in the music. Under the sparse stars and the bright moon, the once lively Qingyue Valley became tranquil, with only the melodious flute resonating. Chan Yin squinted, feeling the effects of the alcohol as he immersed himself in the experience. The ancient sound of the flute and its soothing melody filled him with serenity. As though invisible hands transported him back in time, he envisioned ancient dynasties, past splendor, solitude, countless soldiers, clashing weapons, vast territories, and heroes of yore. When I turn back to see you, I cannot bear to part. May you never endure such trials again. A year prior, time flowed like a river, and upon his return, a song lingered over the West River. The silent flute lamented the world's most sorrowful tales. When he finally awoke, tears brimmed in Chan Yin's eyes. Thus, a lively banquet drew to a close amidst a joyful atmosphere. The inebriated classmates were escorted back to their tents, while the sober ones busied themselves with cleaning. Though Chan Yin had indulged, being a level 10 mortal, he was not entirely incapacitated. He lazily stepped out of the camp, resting in an open area, gazing at the immense moon, lost in contemplation. It is more beautiful when both the sun and the moon are present. Whether it was the alcohol or Hu Tao's song, Chen Yin's tranquil heart became exceedingly agitated that night. He had not thought of his parents in a long time. He vividly remembered returning home from school one day when he was around 10. The family informed him that his parents had been involved in a traffic accident on their way to work. Perhaps due to his youth, having never experienced the pain of life and death, he did not weep upon learning of his impending fate but began tidying his room. The traffic accident led to a significant compensation dispute, sparking intense arguments. In the end, he had no choice and did not touch the money. As a youth, he was most concerned about the possibility of his parents suddenly reappearing and demanding repayment. From that day forth, he learned to cook and do laundry, living alone in the old apartment for 7 years. I saw nothing, Chen Yin muttered softly, yet he could not recall. Ha, Chen Yin, you really are a good child. Not even remembering what your parents look like as he spoke, a hint of sarcasm appeared in his eyes. Chapter 68. I wish I could prolong this moment. After a while, a small figure quietly approached him. It was Hoo-ha, the one who had played the flute earlier. Senior brother Chen Yin, it's chilly. Let's return to the tent and rest. Hu Tao seemed to sense his concern, walking over and softly saying, We have arranged a tent for you, Damim. Chen Yin replied. Noticing his reluctance to speak, Hu Tao remained silent and sat beside him. Bathed in moonlight, Hu Tao gazed at his face, her heart racing as, oh beautiful. She wished to prolong this moment. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, Hu Tao mustered the courage to climb next to Chen Yin. The evening breeze was cool. The two leaned against the grass, sharing the silence, gazing at the jade-like night sky. However, after a while, Hu Tao suddenly trembled. After all, she was just an ordinary girl, and her attire was scant. Ill-suited for the biting cold, if you feel cold, you may return, Chen Yin gently suggested. Hu Tao curled up, answering with determination, No, I'm not cold. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air, startling her. causing her to instinctively close her eyes, her long lashes quivering. After a while, when no further attacks came from Han Sen, Hu Tao's anxiety eased somewhat. So warm. Hu Tao felt the warmth of the young man's embrace and, gathering her courage, slowly opened her watery eyes. However, upon opening them, she was met with a face mere inches away from her OWN, so close that she could almost reach out and touch him, every hair on his face distinctly visible, causing her heart to race. Yet at that moment, he lay with his eyes tightly shut, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, his breathing steady, having unknowingly drifted into slumber. Huh? Hu Tao sensed something strange as she noticed the boy's brow furrowing. Was he recalling some sorrowful memory? Perhaps the tune she had just played. As she gazed at the slumbering youth, a wave of sadness washed over her. She suddenly realized that this seemingly formidable young man was only 17. Unable to contain herself, Hu Tao embraced him tightly. The next morning, Hu Tao awoke to find no trace of Li Cha. Could it have been a dream? She pondered, hastily exiting the tent. However, before she could see anyone, she was surrounded. Hey, Hu Tao, tell us the truth. Did you and senior brother Chen Ming do something last night? Hu Tao's face flushed crimson at her companion's laughter, yet she felt a sense of relief that it had all been real. With that thought, she weakly defended herself as they had 2 days off. The students busied themselves, some cooking in the kitchen, others grilling meat. Meanwhile, he, having nothing to do, was fishing with Mo Jingchun by the river. No? Rather, they were catching fish. Impressive. Chun Yin clapped his hands. It was known that Mo Jingchun's archery skills were exceptional. For 2 consecutive days, he had not missed a single shot, always bringing home a catch. Chen Yin, somewhat perplexed, tried his hand at shooting an arrow, but despite its impressive trajectory, his aim was woefully inaccurate, and after firing over 10 arrows, he had not even grazed a scale, sheepishly returning the arrows. He paused, slightly stunned. Just as Mo Jingchun reeled in the line, the cheerful Chen Yin's expression shifted to one of suspicion. As Mo Jingchun reeled in the rope and removed the fish from the arrow, he noticed Chen Yin's serious demeanor and smiled, asking, "Senior brother Chen Yin, what are you looking for?" Mo Jingchun was taken aback before shaking his head. Not at all. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through Qingyue Valley, startling Chen Yin, who turned to the source of the sound. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as countless ants and ice crystal ants appeared around him. Damn it, stop. Although Hu Tao was not skilled at cooking, she could handle simple chores, so she went to the makeshift kitchen to assist her fellow students with meal preparations. Just as she crouched down to peel a potato, a massive mountain nearby trembled violently, collapsing without warning, sending a cascade of debris tumbling down. Fortunately, there was a considerable distance between the rudimentary kitchen and the hillside. Otherwise, the falling rocks could have crushed her to death. Hu Tao was momentarily stunned by the sudden noise, sitting there frozen, afraid to move. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, as if the sunlight had been obscured by some unseen force. Hu Tao, perplexed, lifted her gaze, only to behold a colossal and fearsome beast emerging slowly from the hillside. Its blood-red eyes fixated upon her. The Tianyan, a formidable source artifact, amalgamated the most potent runic powers from the entire celestial realm, casting a shadow vast enough to encompass 100 cities. Its function was straightforward: to detect all beings that threatened humanity, enabling the demon-hunting squad to locate and eliminate them with utmost swiftness. However, the Tianyan was not omnipotent. It bore 2 significant flaws. Firstly, it could not identify creatures akin to nightmares. Secondly, it possessed no detection capabilities for those lurking underground. Consequently, most monsters would launch their attacks before the demon-hunting squad could arrive, resulting in catastrophic disasters. They had always concealed themselves beneath the earth, much like the creature that had just emerged from Qingyue Valley. Chen Yin instantly recognized the worm-like being. It was a creature known as the soil-eating worm, which resided within the treasure vault of the Source Academy. These beings boasted tough skin adorned with minute spines, and their heads were formed of 6 jaws lined with sharp teeth. Each time they opened their mouths, a pair of blood-red eyes and a cavernous maw reminiscent of an abyss would be revealed. However, the soil-eating worms within the vault were merely about 1 meter in diameter and 7 to 8 meters in length, rendering them insignificant in comparison to this gigantic beast. This worm was over 3 meters wide. And even before it fully emerged from the mountainside, It already measured over 10 meters in length. At that moment, everyone in the military camp stood transfixed, gazing at the enormous soil-eating worm above them. Ah, a soil-eating worm! Run! It was unclear who shouted, but the cry jolted some individuals back to reality, prompting a few clever souls to dash toward the road. Yet, while some dared to flee, others remained rooted in place. Expressions of shock adorning their faces. Everything will be fine. Chan Yin is here, thought Hu Tao, standing beside the monstrous worm, one hand clutching a potato and the other wielding a fruit knife, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Leaving no time for contemplation, the worm opened its six-petaled mouth, its crimson gaze fixated on her. She remained motionless, her dark pupils reflecting the approaching head of the creature, its six-part mouth opening and closing, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. In a critical moment, just as Hu Tao seemed destined for consumption, Chan Yin sprang into action. "Ice crystal ants!" he shouted, sprinting toward Hu Tao's position, simultaneously issuing commands to the ice crystal ants. Whirring like a Gatling gun, ice spikes traced a fleeting arc through the air, raining down upon the ogre-like creature, splattering blood and green ichor in great quantities. "Ah!" he exclaimed quietly. The immense pain elicited a piercing scream from the soil-eating ogre. Hu Tao, overwhelmed, was knocked to the ground by the roar, her hands pressed against her ears, a pained expression crossing her face, her body splattered with fragments of blood and green viscera. Fortunately, under the barrage of ice crystal ants, the spikes struck the creature's head against the wall, allowing her to narrowly escape death. The distance from the riverbank to the military camp was not particularly short, and with Chan Yin sprinting furiously, it was not long before he caught up to Hu Tao. However, as he cradled her in his arms, an indescribable sensation washed over him, and the surroundings dimmed. Chan Yin darted forward, raising his head to behold a massive soil-eating worm that had completely torn through the wall, landing atop Li Cha. Such a colossal entity was impossible to evade. Ant swarm! Chan Yin bellowed, a dark torrent surging from the ground, crashing down upon the immense soil-eating worm like a waterfall in reverse. Boom! The black waters shattered, yet the flow continued to rise, slowing the descent of the creature. It was precisely this delay that spared Chen Yin and Hu Tao from being crushed to a pulp. "Run!" he shouted, his voice filled with urgency. "Get out of the pit, into the vehicle." At that moment, Imo Jingchun, armed with a longbow, rushed to the roadside but hesitated upon seeing the bus and the panicked students. "Chunyin, do you need assistance?" He suddenly called out. "Yes," replied Gong Yexiao. "What can I do?" "Get lost." A cold voice escaped Chen Yin's lips. "Understood," Imo Jingchun responded, without a moment's hesitation, seizing his bow and boarding the bus. Meanwhile, the remaining students, still reeling from the earlier terror, gazed at the battle below with trepidation. Each time the worm shrieked, chills ran down their spines. "That was terrifying. Thank goodness I escaped in time. Otherwise, I would have been devoured by that ogre worm." From its size, it was evident that its strength was at the source solidification level. Indeed, this is a soil-eating ogre at the source solidification level. Chen Yin is so impressive. He can contend with a soil-eating ogre alone and even gain the upper hand. With such combat prowess, he surely ranks among the top 3 on the celestial leaderboard. I dare say even senior sister Ji Guiling would struggle against him. Everything will be fine. Chen Yin is here. Beneath Qingyue Valley, Chen Yin retreated a few steps while commanding the mutated ants and ice crystal ants to assault the worm on the ground. However, his expression was far from cheerful. This soil-eating ogre had a tough hide. Its hard body could barely be penetrated by the ice crystal ant spikes, only managing to create a few holes in its skin, a temporary solution at best. With the ice crystal ant's assistance, the others did not need to tear through the skin to access its flesh. Yet, their feeding capacity paled in comparison to their size, leading to swift casualties among their ranks. In the first wave of attacks, over 3,000 ants fell, yet as they rolled on the ground, their numbers continued to swell, quickly surpassing 10,000, then 20,000. At this rate, even if they vanquished the soil-eating beast, the casualties among the ant swarm would exceed half. We cannot afford to prolong this. We must concentrate all our efforts on its head. With this thought, Chen Yin issued new commands to the ice crystal ants and the gathering ants. Coughing lightly, he summoned his forces. Under the relentless assault of the ice crystal ants and gathering ants, The soil-eating ogre emitted a heart-wrenching scream, thrashing on the ground as crimson blood gushed from its maw. Soon, one of its lips was torn away, revealing a terrifying head. Got it? Qian Yin rejoiced internally and immediately commanded the ice crystal ants to unleash a torrent of attacks on the exposed head. However, his earlier joy quickly dissipated. Ah, he murmured. Despite the onslaught from the ice crystal ants and fusion ants, the soil-eating ogre managed to pry open another massive mouth, its blood-red eyes fixated on him. In that moment, Qian Yin felt an eerie chill coursing through him. Boom! Without allowing Qian Yin a moment to think, the enormous maw lunged toward him, a rock-like spike hurtling through the air at an almost imperceptible speed. How swift! Qian Yin found himself unable to evade. His only option was to command the remaining ants to form a black wall, pushing the unconscious Hu Tao out of harm's way in the next instant. The rock spike struck the black wall, swoosh. The wall of black ants offered no resistance against the stone projectile, which pierced through it, entering Qian Yin's chest and emerging from his back, finally coming to rest on the ground. Hiss! Qian Yin felt a metallic taste in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stared blankly at the stone spike protruding from his chest, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Would this cost him his life? From within the Source Academy, a figure soared into the sky, traversing the air and ascending into the clouds, riding a sword with unparalleled speed toward the eastern part of the city. A soil-eating spirit ant at the initial source solidification level should be manageable. Yet, why are there still so many people in Qingyue Valley? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, pressing down slightly on his flying sword to accelerate. In the western part of the city, within a CAF, a young man was engaged in a romantic conversation when he suddenly pulled out his phone to scan something. The man, who had been happily conversing with the woman seated before him, now wore a serious expression, his tone devoid of warmth as he stated, "You will be paying for this meal." Upon exiting the CAF, the young lad stepped onto an airship, swiftly taking flight towards the east amidst the gazes of passers-by. Chapter 70. Qian Yin, my senior brother. I hope you are well. At the Exorcist Guild, a young girl, who had been visiting the Source Artifact Museum, was startled by the sudden ringing of a telephone. In her fright, she scrambled out of the hall, pushed open a window in the corridor, and leapt out in front of several onlookers. On the 28th floor of the Exorcist building lies the Source Artifact Exhibition Hall. However, the staff displayed no sign of panic at the girl's actions. They merely closed the window quietly. How infuriating! Why were we assigned this task from the very beginning? What on earth is this? Why can't this be handed over to another team? The captain lamented, feeling quite burdened by the dual role of mentor and researcher, all while being the first to flee when the task required completion. In a nearby internet CAF, a blonde youth, cigarette in mouth, was engrossed in his game. Suddenly, he tossed aside his headset, took out his phone, and without even pausing to buy anything, jumped from his seat and dashed out of the CAF. In Qingyue Valley, discussions continued animatedly in two compartments, yet a sudden silence fell. Everyone became still, staring in shock at the bottom of the deep pit where a young man was impaled by a stone spike. The abruptness of it all left them bewildered. No one could comprehend how the youth, who had just held an undeniable advantage, could be so severely injured and immobilized in the blink of an eye. Mo Jingchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the young man at the bottom of the ravine. At that moment, his gaze shifted to a nearby ogre beetle, and his heart raced as he felt a jolt of fear. Meanwhile, the ice ants and giant ants continued their relentless assault. As a stone spike shot from the beetle's maw, its colossal head was exposed. Under the frenzied bombardment of the ice ants, both the head and a single eye of the monstrous creature were obliterated. Nevertheless, its enormous crimson eye remained fixed on the immobile Qian Yin, from whose gaping maw another stone spike was launched. Disastrous. Senior brother Qian Yin is in grave danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Jingchun leapt from the vehicle, drawing back his bow and aiming at the insect. The air was filled with the sounds of wind, flowing water, and the icy shards expelled by the ice ants, alongside the gnawing of the giant ants. It was as if all sounds faded into silence, and the world around him grew eerily still. In his vision, only the earth-eating insect remained. Curiously, both he and the insect were motionless, yet the head of the earthworm loomed larger before him until he could discern every vein. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable force within him shatter, and around him, a new source of energy emerged. Mo Jingchun realized. As a gentle breeze flowed along the bowstring, the bottom of the pit, Qian Yin yanked Hu Tao from the ground and threw her down, causing her to tumble awkwardly. Yet, as she regained her bearings and looked up, her mind exploded with realization, as if struck by lightning, plunging her into darkness. Hu Tao stared blankly at the young man who had just pushed her down. Now hunched over, blood spilling from his mouth, his clothes soaked with sweat, a large, thin stone protruding from his chest point. One end was embedded in the ground, while the other pierced a black wall, like a robot. Hu Tao turned her head to the source of the stone pillar. It was then that she noticed the ogre beetle's head was utterly shattered, a massive stone spike protruding from its mouth, aimed directly at the stationary youth. Senior brother has been injured. He was the one who saved me. That creature sought to kill him. No, I cannot allow my senior to perish, as the next stone spike from the ogre beetle was about to launch. Hu Tao's previously vacant eyes suddenly sharpened, fixated on the stone spike in the beetle's mud. No. She cried out. That very moment, the arrow shot by Mo Jingchun struck true, piercing the beetle's other eye. The impact causing its head to tilt slightly. Beside the bus, having just delivered his most powerful strike, Mo Jingchun exhaled deeply. If he had merely adjusted the angle of the ogre's head, it would not have struck Chun Yin. Suddenly, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, the ogre beetle's stone spike seemed to lose its momentum, flying only a short distance before plummeting to the ground. Could it be that the heart-eating bug had exhausted its strength? No one noticed that after shouting, Hu Tao's body trembled and she lost consciousness. Pain. Chun Yin felt as though he were frozen in place, each breath sending waves of agony coursing through his chest. Chu Yunsheng could not allow the black wall formed by these ants to recede. Otherwise, if the stone spike became thicker, his fate would be sealed. Added to the obstruction of the black wall, Chen Yin had no idea what was transpiring outside, only aware of Hu Tao's anguished cry. His final command to the ice ants was to strike at the beetle's head, while instructing them to consume everything from head to tail. To ensure safety, he had also recalled 30,000 gathering ants and 6,000 ice ants patrolling near Qingyue Valley. Yet, he was uncertain whether the worm was alive or dead, judging by its movements. It seemed to have lost its ability to act. Due to its size, the heart-eating bug was remarkably resilient, enduring the relentless assault from the ice ants and gathering ants for some time, nearly killing Chen Yin, showcasing its formidable strength. Senior brother Chen Yin, I hope you are well. With the echo of approaching footsteps, Mo Jingxuan's voice reached Chen Yin's ears. Chen Yin coughed up blood and murmured, What do you see? Chen Xiaobei paused momentarily, his expression slightly taken aback. Mo Jingxuan, momentarily at a loss for words, hastily reassured, Please hold on a little longer. Senior, I believe reinforcements from the Exorcist Guild will arrive shortly. We are currently situated outside Yongding City, and with our capabilities, we will reach them swiftly. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as Mo Jingxuan finished speaking, a figure descended gracefully on a flying sword beside them. You truly have a knack for predictions. Mr. Gue Wenshuan? Mo Jingxuan exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the individual who had previously participated in Chen Yin's examination. Yes, Chen Yin acknowledged. Gue Wenshuan nodded, gesturing towards a beetle lying on the ground. Being consumed by ants. Senior brother Chen Yin, you have dealt with that beetle? Oh? Regner was taken aback. Chapter 71. He began searching for precious stones in the first layer. Gue Wenshuan furrowed his brow. Puzzled. Why are both of you dressed in university uniforms? Mo Jingxuan hesitated, but soon responded. Mr. Gue Wenshuan, I have only recently begun studying source energy. Gue Wenshuan regarded Mo Jingxuan with a degree of surprise, nodding in acknowledgement. You may be a bit older, but you are quite handsome. Chun Yin thought, he is about to be beaten to a pulp. How can these two still be chatting, for heaven's sake? This is a matter of life and death. Could you not prioritize? Could you lend me a hand? Chun Yin murmured as he coughed blood. Before he could finish, more individuals seemed to rain down from the sky. Boss, your speed is astonishing. We haven't even arrived, and you've already completed this task? A youth with yellow hair inquired. A girl giggled. As expected of our captain, the fastest among us. Gue Wenshuan regarded the girl with some reluctance, stating, I did not take action. It was he who dispatched the earth-eating beetle. Very well, we have done nothing, as per usual. We will take a 30% cut, and the remaining 70% belongs to this lad. Does anyone have any objections? No objections, the others nodded in agreement, as it was an unspoken rule not requiring elaboration. Qian Yin, barely clinging to life, watched this unfold with wide eyes, silently cursing, "Damn Susan. You are deceiving me. I wiped out everyone in Day Village. I cannot let this go unchallenged. Moreover, everyone, what a magnanimous spirit. A living person, crushed by such a massive stone upon their chest, is that not strange?" At the Exorcist building, in the medical department, Gue Wenxuan spoke calmly in a room. "I have transferred 700 points to your account. If all is well, I shall take my leave." Chen Yin acknowledged with a bow. "Thank you, sir, I shall take my leave now." Gue Wenxuan nodded. "You did well," then turned to depart without glancing back. "Xiao Chun, I know you are the disciple of our group leader, but our friendship has its principles. The medical expenses still need to be settled, or I shall not be able to keep my shop open. I can offer you a 50% discount. Given your injuries are not too serious, I shall charge you 100 points. Thank you for your care. It is my honor." Chen Yin chose not to elaborate further, directly scanning her number with his phone and transferring 100 contribution points to her. "Minter, will she be all right?" Mu Shishir glanced at the remittance amount before nodding and responding. "It's nothing serious, just that she has recently activated her source energy, and it's still in a somewhat unstable state. The excessive consumption of energy has led to fatigue, but she should recover after a couple of days of rest." With this reassurance, Qian Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Imo Jingchuan's explanation, he realized that his survival until now was entirely due to the efforts of Imo Jingchun and Hu Tao. In this critical moment, Imo Jingchun once again demonstrated his exceptional archery skills, blinding the eyes of the ogre beetle entirely, causing its second stone spike to miss its target. Furthermore, it was possible that Hu Tao's mental strength had mitigated the ogre beetle's attack. Indeed, both Imo Jingchun and Hu Tao had utilized their source energy, one wielding wind energy, and the other, spiritual techniques. Though it was hard to believe, this was the undeniable truth. Not only Imo Jingchun and Hu Tao, but even his ant swarm had grown stronger after this battle and the confrontation with the earth-eating beast. Over 30,000 gathering ants had perished, and countless were wounded. However, once they had consumed their fallen comrades, the gathering ants numbered over 60,000. This meant that Li Yunmu had acquired more than 30,000 gathering ants, bringing his total to over 290,000. Moreover, after the loss of over 30,000 gathering ants, the growth rate of the gathering ant soldiers had increased by 6. "All right, you handle things as you see fit. I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, just give me a call." Mu Shishir winked at Chen Yin before turning to exit the room. Soon enough, only Chen Yin, Imo Jingchun, and the unconscious Hu Tao remained in the hospital. "What are you planning to do?" Chen Yin inquired, gazing at Imo Jingchun. "The school has suggested I transfer. I plan to report to the Source Energy Academy tomorrow morning and participate in a freshman test." Chen Yin suddenly recalled something and added, "Senior Chen Yin, I have a mentor's handbook from the Source Energy Academy. If you're interested, I can help you obtain it." Imo Jingchun smiled gently, recounting the entire backstory. "Although I am not a student of the Source Energy Academy, I have spent 3 years here and am quite familiar with the mentors. Besides, at 21 years of age, my source energy has only just awakened, indicating that my qualifications are rather mediocre. I suspect that I will most likely fail tomorrow's test." Chen Yin observed that Imo Jingchuan's source power was indeed quite weak, even inferior to Lu Hai from Day Village, revealing that both the size of his source chamber and his capacity for absorbing and releasing source energy were quite ordinary. His formidable combat prowess stemmed primarily from his archery skills. However, in the realm of source energy, such external factors could easily be replaced. They were more concerned with the might of the source energy itself. This was easily explained. When a person possesses powerful source energy, their learning speed significantly accelerates, allowing them to continually improve in skills such as archery, swordsmanship, martial arts, and knife techniques over time. Yet, the strength of source energy varies, determining a person's future accomplishments. To illustrate, if one's source chamber is the size of a humble hut, while another's resembles a grand estate, that disparity cannot be bridged merely through diligence. After a few minutes in the room, seeing that Hu Tao remained in a coma, the two returned to their respective quarters. Since Hu Tao was a girl, it was impossible for both to care for her simultaneously. Fortunately, she had a female nurse to clean her wounds and change her into fresh clothing. Additionally, given Hu Tao's status as a source power wielder, the guards could not afford to be negligent. Upon returning to his residence, Imo Jingchun organized his belongings, preparing thoroughly for the next day's branch mission, while Chen Yin, after completing his escort task, headed straight for the treasury of the Source Power Division. Initially having only a modest amount of contribution points, he received 100 upon enrollment. Over the past 2 months, he had been tasked daily, accumulating 183 points, totaling 983 contribution points. After spending 100, he had 883 points remaining. Now, it was time to attempt cultivating new ants. Chen Yin wandered through the treasury, opting not to explore the rare skeletal zones on the second and third levels, but instead focused on the first level, where he sought out extraordinary stone treasures. The skeletal remains on the third level were prohibitively expensive. Purchasing one more would deplete him entirely, let alone the cost of a sole entry. He had already inspected the area, aware of which stones bore traces of source energy, thus saving time on searching. Next, he pondered how to utilize these contribution points. After some hesitation, he chose the most affordable option, a piece of black gold ore, costing 30 contribution points. Subsequently, he purchased the most expensive one, a golden ore, for 500 points. Ultimately, he selected 3 types of ore imbued with source energy. After selling all 5 original stones, Chen Yin had only 13 contribution points left. Suppressing his excitement, he cradled the 5 extraordinary stone treasures as he returned to his dormitory, barely able to contain his anticipation. His first course of action was the ultramarine stone vein. Chen Yin settled onto the sofa in the hall, arranging the 5 stones, and summoned a fusion ant. Upon receiving its command, the small creature wasted no time and approached the black gold ore, swiftly using its blade-like mandibles to slice into the stone. Before long, a tiny fragment was extracted. This can't be. After waiting in vain, Chen Yin shook his head in disappointment when the giant ant ceased its activity. Next, he turned his attention to the colorful stone. The gathering ant redirected its assault, crawling onto a patch of vividly colored rock. After considerable effort, Chen Yin did not receive any rewards from this ant. This is our accumulation over the past 2 months. Let's work hard, Chen Yin expressed with a hint of anxiety. The black fusion ant made its way towards a gem as pure as jade, beginning to cut and chew. However, upon the first bite, it exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Number 4, blood refining stone. Still, no response. Chen Yin then shifted his gaze to the remaining piece named embedding gold, priced at 500 points. This was a small golden metal, compact yet extraordinarily heavy, weighing at least 10 pounds. It was also the most potent source energy emitter on this level, holding the highest value. This is our only chance. Do not betray my expectations, Chen Yin urged the giant ant, his expression grave. Smack! Almost immediately, the fusion ant's sharp mandibles broke. The ant stared blankly at Chen Yin with its small black eyes, its broken jaw resembling a massive tooth. How could this happen? Chen Yin looked helplessly at the bewildered gathering ant, feeling utterly speechless. Impossible. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yin summoned over 100 fusion ants, directing them to devour the golden ore with fervor. It was only after shattering the upper jaws of dozens of fusion ants that he managed to extract a grain-sized object from the embedding stone point. One gathering ant reacted swiftly, promptly consuming a grain of rice that had fallen onto the table. Clang! Having successfully absorbed the properties of the golden ore, a golden ant had hatched. Clang! All right, we will now open the third nest. Clang! The 10,000 ant nest's third tier was now accessible, effectively doubling the breeding efficiency. Done! Chen Yin felt a surge of joy, promptly checking his information panel. Embedding ant talent, extraordinary stage, combat power, 1500. Daily hatch rate, 400. Wooden joint connection. Embedding ants can interconnect and merge. Source extraction, absorbs the world's source energy to strengthen itself in the 10,000 ant nest. The efficiency of absorbing natural energy is twice that of other locations. Same root. Absorbs the inner core of gold attributes to enhance itself based on the quality of the inner core. Golden ant. He had successfully cultivated his third ant. Chen Yin rechecked the data of the gathering ant and ice crystal ant, both boasting a daily hatch rate of over 400, an extraordinary enhancement. With this, even without his intervention, the 3 major ants could provide him with over 36,000 troops each month. Furthermore, he noticed his combat power had doubled, from 2 to 4 points. Indeed, this was the 10,000 ant nest, growing stronger with each passing day. Chen Yin was elated. With that, he released the golden ant. He paused slightly, holding a golden orb in his hand. So young, moreover, this object resembles a mechanical ant. Chun Yin, holding the golden ant, gazed at it with a hint of astonishment. These gilded ants are remarkably diminutive, measuring merely 2 to 3 centimeters in length, yet their structure is exceptionally intricate, each component, from the head, the antennae, and the thorax, to the 6 legs and abdomen, seems to be meticulously assembled from countless mechanical parts. Although the gilded ant possesses wings, they are constructed from strands of steel wire and lack any capability for flight. After a brief contemplation, Chun Yin summoned all 400 gilded ants, initiating their collaborative ability. In the next moment, over 400 golden ants began to flow and transform within the palm of his hand, shifting into a metallic sphere, then a short blade, occasionally morphing into a pyramid or a fist. Chun Yin observed closely, noting that as these gilded ants clustered together, their mechanical legs, antennae, mandibles, and even the metallic wires rapidly altered shapes. Densely packed like a miniature Lego set, capable of being assembled into any desired form. Quite intriguing, however. How does it fare in terms of defense? Chun Yin donned the gilded ant gauntlet and stepped out of his dormitory toward a stone table in the courtyard. With a deep breath, he clenched his fist, lifted it, and brought it down. Boom! The stone table shattered, yet Chun Yin remained unscathed. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yin exited his room and proceeded to Xue Ming's laboratory. Upon entering, he found that Lan Ming Xue was unusually engrossed in a film, while Hua Xiaorui was neglecting her plants, both of them deeply focused on the screen. "What brings you here? There are no classes." Hua Xiaorui remarked coolly, eyeing the young man. Chun Yin chuckled, "I came to see you. Is that not permissible? You are being unreasonable." Hearing this, Hua Xiaorui was immediately incensed, lifting her gaze to him. "It has been over 2 months. Did you come merely to tutor me? Just moments ago, you mentioned cooking for me." Chapter 73. These ants are truly minuscule. Chun Yin acknowledged Hua Xiaorui's point. Indeed, he had been exceptionally occupied over the past 2 months, training daily in the gravity chamber and completing school assignments, thus seldom visiting the laboratory. "Enough, Xiaorui. Let us not continue this way. If you are unwilling, I shall prepare a meal for you," Lan Ming Xue interjected, sitting cross-legged and alleviating the awkwardness. "Moreover, the battle for the heavenly rankings is approaching. Your absence does not mean your junior will not participate. He has been diligently training during this time, aiming for commendable achievements to uphold our family's laboratory's reputation." Naturally, both Lan Ming Xue and Hua Xiaorui had heard of Chun Yin's dedication in the gravity chamber. Hua Xiaorui, still fuming, muttered, "No need. I am a good student. While I can cook, I assure you, I won't poison anyone." After speaking, she shot Chun Yin a fierce glare and waved her hand in front of his eyes. "This time, I'll let you off due to the latter conference. But if you fail to secure a spot in the top 10, bringing shame upon our family, I will certainly teach you a lesson. Yes, senior sister." Chun Yin felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he recalled an earlier incident involving a devastating elbow strike. "Humph," came a cold retort. After flaunting her seniority, Hua Xiaorui settled beside Lan Ming Xue. The spacious living room was arranged in a linear fashion, with Lan Ming Xue and Hua Xiaorui walking side by side at the center, leaving Chun Yin confined to a corner. Lan Ming Xue smiled gently, asking, "Chun Yin, do you feel confident about this year's heavenly rankings?" Chun Yin scratched his head, somewhat uncertain. "I cannot say for sure, as I am not well acquainted with many students from the Source Energy Academy, but securing a position in the top 10 should not pose a problem. With 3 ants at my disposal, I am quite confident in my abilities. Indeed, only by entering the top 10 can one enjoy the Academy's monthly benefits and access the treasure vault for additional resources." Lan Ming Xue nodded in agreement. Perhaps due to prolonged sitting, her legs had grown numb. She crossed them, resting her pristine feet upon the table, reclining on a soft cushion, her alabaster skin breathtakingly beautiful. Chun Yin marveled at her bare feet, struck by their exquisite beauty. Lan Ming Xue's skin was already fair and delicate, yet her legs were flawless, resembling a pristine white lotus, untouched by any blemish. Not only that, but her legs boasted an elegant curve, with dainty toes akin to tender lotus roots. Lan Ming Xue truly was a beauty. Had she lived in ancient times, she would have captivated an entire kingdom, rendering kings hesitant to approach her. "Senior brother, don't you feel small being with me all day?" Chun Yin mused. watching as Hua Xiaorui returned to her seat. Appearing obedient, he secretly chastised himself. However, he would never voice such thoughts in front of her. For in a fit of rage, Hua Xiaorui could genuinely harm him. Turning to Lan Ming Shui, he gently said, by the way, I have recently developed a new type of ant. Would you be interested in learning about it? She paused momentarily, her interest piqued. Upon hearing this, Lan Ming Shui lost all interest in the film, sitting up straight, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Yin. Show me. Without further ado, Chen Yin placed his fingertip on the table. In the next instant, a glimmer of golden light flowed from his fingertip, transforming into a silvery liquid that cascaded onto her flawlessly white feet. Both Lan Ming Shui and Hua Xiaorui's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the golden light. Lan Ming Shui curiously observed the shimmering substance, yet she did not withdraw her legs, allowing the golden liquid to rest upon her feet. How ticklish! As the golden liquid flowed, Lan Ming Shui felt a delightful tingling sensation. Unable to suppress a soft coo, however, the golden liquid swiftly flowed from her delicate ankles, trailing down her pant legs until it enveloped her legs entirely. Only then did she place her hand atop the golden light, permitting it to flow into her palm. These ants are indeed minuscule, Lan Ming Shui mused, cradling the golden liquid before her, scrutinizing it closely. What an extraordinary structure! It resembles a mechanical wristwatch, so tightly integrated. If I hadn't noticed, I might have mistaken them for a single entity. I exerted all my strength but could not break it apart. She toyed with the golden liquid using her slender fingers. The existence of the gilded ant transformed Lan Ming Shui's perception of these ants entirely, as if she had glimpsed an entirely new world, igniting her curiosity about this realm. What lies within? Are the organs made of steel as well? She pondered aloud. Suddenly, she leaped from the sofa, ignoring both Chen Yin and Hua Xiaorui, dashing barefoot upstairs. Chen Yin, Hua Xiaorui exclaimed, exasperated. The room fell silent, save for the background music playing softly. After a while, Hua Xiaorui, wearing a frustrated expression, remarked, Dear brother, please refrain from cooking. However, I would prefer it if you did not send me those peculiar ants in the future. The young girl felt heartbroken. After 2 months, she had finally coaxed her mentor out of the laboratory and back into a semblance of normal life. Yet this detestable gilded creature had turned everything to naught. She felt a profound resentment. While she could not restore him to his plant research, she certainly did not want him to become a crazed research fanatic. Ranked second on the beauty list, her status was precariously close to collapse. And with the heavenly rankings approaching, other girls would undoubtedly shine in such a crisis. The arrival of the gilded ants was akin to adding fuel to the fire. Suddenly, Hua Xiaorui seemed to remember something. Grabbing her shoes and rushing outside. Teacher, do put on your shoes. Chen Yin awkwardly scratched his head. Watching her depart, it seemed she was not fond of him, just as he was lost in thought. His phone rang unexpectedly. Susan, what do you need from me? Old Master Zhao is presiding over a Buddhist service, and I find myself with nothing to do. Come drink with me. A headache calls for a few drinks. All right, I'll find you. This was the finest nighttime establishment in Yongding City. Sugu. You've finally arrived. Presidently has been waiting for you for quite some time. As Susan and Chen Yin entered the main hall of Fenglan Evening. A charming middle-aged woman approached, warmly linking her arm with Susan's, practically dragging him inside. Chen Yin inwardly marveled at his companion's hidden depths. No wonder he had returned so late. Moreover, this place hardly seemed reputable. Is this your friend, Su Gu? The alluring woman, taken aback upon seeing Chen Yin, remarked, This young man is quite handsome, rivaling your youthful self. Susan's eyes twinkled mischievously as he languidly replied, I don't recall you ever saying such things before, Hong Kue. You might want to reconsider. He may still be a virgin. Chen Yin's complexion flushed crimson, and she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Chapter 74. Was he intoxicated? To have such a thing said in front of so many people was utterly humiliating. A flawless physique is indeed a blessing. Hong Kue's eyes sparkled as he mischievously remarked, Brother Su, what are you saying? With your striking beauty, I would never set my sights on you. I shall summon the most exquisite young lady from the Fenglan family to attend to you. As he spoke, Hong Kue cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Yin, flashing a meaningful smile. Do not worry. I will instruct my people to present you with a grand gift. Feeling somewhat bashful, Chen Yin questioned the situation. How could one earn such substantial wealth through drinking? Yet, it must be said that she was still an inexperienced young lady. The last time, when Chen Xiaobei bathed with the five great brutes, it left her utterly exhilarated, and now it seemed that Chen Xiaobei's plan had indeed succeeded. Before long, Su San and Chen Yin followed Hong Kuei into a spacious private room. Inside, there were two men. One was a man in his 50s sporting gold-rimmed glasses, and the other was a burly middle-aged man in his 30s. The bespectacled man had been shouting boisterously, but upon seeing Su San, he tossed the microphone aside. Brother, if you had arrived any later, my voice would have turned hoarse. The middle-aged man quickly approached the bespectacled man's side. Su San remained unfazed and calmly stated, Li Mengda, why were you waiting for me? Is it not preferable to have a woman by your side? Old brother, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have held back. Li Mengda chuckled heartily, waving his hand towards the nearby Hong Kuei. Since Brother Su is here, why wait any longer? I'll go over now. Li, rest assured, there are lovely ladies awaiting you. Hong Kuei, reluctantly releasing Su San's arm, exited the box. Li Mengda looked at Chen Yin with some confusion. And who might this be? Su San shrugged casually. This is my teammate, Chen Yin. Upon hearing this, Li Mengda's expression soured, and he spoke in a more subdued tone. Haha, I was unaware she was under Brother Su's wing. My apologies. Please, have a seat. Tonight, let us drink to celebrate my first encounter with Brother Chen Yin. The three took their seats, and a middle-aged man at the edge swiftly filled their glasses. Li Mengda offered a brief introduction of himself to Chen Yin. She nodded, saying little, merely observing him. From his physique, it was evident that he was not an ordinary assistant, but rather akin to a bodyguard. After only a couple of sips, the door to the private room swung open, and a large group entered. Hong Kuei was the first to step in, accompanied by over 10 voluptuous young women. It was evident that she had been living quite a challenging life. Not to mention her frail figure, her attire was exceedingly simple. Even if she laid bare all her possessions, it would hardly suffice for a wealthy household. Chen Yin gulped nervously, her cheeks flushed with sympathy. In October, her attire was woefully inadequate. Sighing, she thought, if I can save someone, I shall. Noticing the young man beside him smiling, Su San placed a hand on his shoulder. Come, you are the star of the evening. You may choose first. Take as many as you wish. Chen Yin turned nervously to Su San. Is that really acceptable? What's the matter? Enjoy yourself. Mr. Li will pick up the tab. Is that really allowed? Of course, Legna nodded. Let us just stick to drinking. There's no need for all this fuss, right? Oh no, Su San interjected. I merely think, Hong Kuei, come here. Point 8 will suffice. Goody White, Su San nodded in approval. The young woman chosen by Chen Yin was barely in her 20s, with a delicately adorable visage, yet her figure was surprisingly tall and graceful, truly a great beauty. Upon being selected, a joyful expression graced her face as she hurriedly sat beside Chen Yin. Pouring them both a drink, thank you for selecting me. I am you. Let us toast. Chen Yin, she called out. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Chen Yin to feel a flicker of anxiety as she quickly raised her glass to clink with the girl's, downing it in one go. Once she finished, Su San casually selected 2 more girls, one in each hand, appearing quite content. Meanwhile, Mr. Li and his assistant Xian Miao, seasoned in such matters, each chose 2 more. The 4 of them soon became 11. And the atmosphere in the room became notably more vibrant. As the saying goes, when men and women come together, work becomes less tedious. Sensing Chen Yin's growing unease, a nearby girl leaned in, her expression one of feigned sorrow. Brother Chen, do you think I am unattractive? Why don't you look at me? Chen Yin turned her gaze toward her. The girl's neck was smooth and slender, her shoulders flawlessly smooth, despite her bashful demeanor. Her eyes sparkled with a seductive allure, resembling a fox spirit capable of ensnaring souls. She wore but a simple vest, and although not as ample as Lan Mingxue, it could hardly conceal her figure, threatening to reveal itself at any moment. Truly a spectacle. Chen Yin could hardly bear it. Fortunately, Su San, embracing 2 women, interjected, smoke. Casting a glance at Chen Yin, Su San remarked, Chen Yin, the competition for the heavenly ranking is about to commence. The girl, upon hearing this, quickly ignited the fireworks on the table for Su San to light. As Su San closed his eyes, he added, once there, do keep an eye on the rankings on the heavenly list. The two individuals, one named Zhao Ziki and the other Zhang Mi, were both formidable experts at the initial phase of source condensation. Upon hearing this, Li Mengda, his two companions, and the 7 young women all paused in astonishment. Within Yongding City, nearly every commoner had heard of the Academy of Source, renowned as the pinnacle of talent in Yongding City. From Susan's words, it became evident that the youth named Chen Yin was indeed a member of the Source Academy, and he held great promise to ascend the heavenly rankings. Only then did everyone grasp why Susan placed such importance on this young man. Beside Chen Yin, Yu Yu's eyes lit up as she subtly lifted his arm, wrapping it around her waist. Chen Yin felt a slight tingling in his right arm but maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "No worries, I have made significant progress recently, and I am quite confident in dealing with those at the initial phase of source condensation." Truth be told, he had no confidence at all. Yet in this moment, he felt compelled to maintain an air of bravado. Indeed, those words had the desired effect as she leaned closer to him. Chen Yin glanced down, nearly infuriated by the sight. The chasm between them was indescribable, a dazzling white that was almost blinding. Susan's eyes twinkled with intrigue. Was he inebriated? Chapter 75. Was this not courting death? Support is support. But could one not exercise a bit of restraint? Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Brother Chen Yin, let us toast to your forthcoming success in the heavenly rankings. Li Mengda raised his glass, gesturing towards Chen Yin. In response, Chen Yin lifted his glass to clink with Li Mengda's and downed it entirely. With each cup of fine wine consumed, he felt the effects intensifying. Brother Chen, I am in quite the predicament. My father is a gambler, and before long, our family was reduced to nothing, and he often resorts to violence against me. It is utterly vile. Curse him. I shall take care of him for you. Alas, my mother fell gravely ill a year ago and remains bedridden. Why 2 children are still in school. I am their only support. Here, let us drink to your swift recovery. I began working at a young age, earning a meager income. However, last year, I squandered all my savings. I had intended to use that money for my mother's medical expenses, but, Brother Chen, you can see, I was utterly despondent. The ups and downs of business are challenging, but no matter. Every failure is a lesson, and I shall surely thrive in the future. If you wish to collaborate with me, simply let me know, and I will assist you. Alas, I too am compelled by circumstance. Brother Chen, please do not take offense. I only joined this establishment last week and have been training since. You are my first client, so what? Do not weep. I will help you secure your release. Observing her tear-streaked visage, Chen Yin felt a pang of sympathy, completely forgetting the 2,000 he had previously secured from Yu Yao, which had long since vanished at her hands. Susan stood beside him, regarding the spirited young man with a bemused expression. Women in nightclubs are seldom virtuous. After his brief tirade, he lowered his gaze and asked the 2 girls nearby, "Have you encountered similar experiences?" Such scenes were merely casual banter for young novices, but for someone seasoned like him, it was a daily occurrence. At this moment, Li Mengda swiftly stepped in to ease the tension. "Haha, Brother Chen Yin, you truly are perceptive. No wonder you are a fine young man of Yongding City. Brother Su, let us toast." The following afternoon, Chen Yin awoke in a room on the 5th floor. Alas, what could be the reason for this? Chen Yin stared blankly at her, noting the pallor of her complexion and the evident fatigue that enveloped her in a single evening. She had blossomed into a young woman. However, he sensed that he might have gone a tad too far. This was his inaugural experience with forbidden fruit, and coupled with his formidable physical prowess, the battle from the previous night had been nothing short of overwhelming. Initially, the young girl had not taken the matter to heart, able to engage in a few exchanges, but as the confrontation progressed, she swiftly realized the gravity of the situation and hastily offered her apologies. Yet, by that point, Chen Yin had been consumed by vengeance, fixated solely on the annihilation of his adversaries. The skirmish endured until dawn's light died. In truth, Chen Yin was not in a much better state. Although the young girl had been struck, he had effectively lost everything. Was this not tantamount to courting death? With utmost caution, Chen Yin shifted her arms and legs to the edge of the bed, gently placing her head upon his pillow. Rising from the bed, he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up, all the while searching the disheveled floor for his garments. "Alas, you are quite unfortunate. Allow me to bestow upon you some pocket money," he remarked as he rummaged through his backpack. He then contemplated the $15.50 in his hand. How pedestrian it would be to simply give you silver. Instead, I shall offer you a level 10 warrior. An invaluable treasure indeed. It was only after Chen Yin departed that Ye on the bed gradually stirred from her slumber. She cocooned herself in the blankets, retrieving a well-behaved little black ant from the bedside table. Lost in contemplation, it seemed that Sister Hong Kuei had been correct. This young man was indeed a novice. The chaotic events of the previous night had nearly provoked her into fits of laughter. And under her guidance, he had finally matured, growing ever braver.